topic for the panel discussion is artificial intelligence for the real world. I request the panelists. Krishna Chaitanya Puttugunta is a prominent figure in the world of AI-based operation management solutions for fashion and lifestyle brands. As a co-founder of Zaperio AI, he has played a pivotal role in revolutionizing the fashion industry by introducing cutting-edge technology into the creative process. With over a decade of industry experience, Krishna has been at the forefront of developing innovative solutions that empower designers and brands to harness the power of generative AI. Through Zaperio AI's platform, he has enabled designers to seamlessly create custom products and models, ushering in a new era of creative and efficiency in the fashion and lifestyle sectors. Krishna's passion for technology and his commitment to driving change within the industry make him a true visionary in the field of AI-powered AI-powered fashion management solutions. We welcome you, Krishna Chaitanya. Dr. Venugopal, our second panelist, is DGM AI/ML and working with ZF Group. Dr. Venugopal is a seasoned advanced analytics evangelist with over 18 years of experience in various industries. He's a data scientist, economist, and techno-functional consultant, known for covering business problems into analytic solutions. He specializes in manufacturing and market intelligence. Enabling organizations to excel with analytics, driven by his passion, he's established centers for excellence in disruptive technologies like AI and ML and blockchain. His expertise includes generalized linear modeling, time series modeling, and deep learning. And he's a proficient in various data science and engineering tools, including SAS, Python, big data tools like Hadoop and Hive. Currently, he serves as DGM AI/ML with ZF Group. We welcome you, Dr. Venugopal. Som Sundar, our third panelist, Som Sundar Konduri, is working as a senior director with HRBP lead. Som Sundar, you come on. You and I work in the same HR space. He works with ADP. Som Sundar holds the esteemed position of Senior Director and India in HR Business and Business Partnering, HRBP, and a lead at ADP. With an extensive background in HR, Som Sundar brings a wealth of experience in his role. He is instrumental in guiding ADP's HR strategies and initiatives in India, ensuring that they are closely aligned with the company's overpowering objectives. Som Sundar's leadership and dedication is elevating HR process to make HR practices make him a key contributor to ADP's continued success in the ADP market in India and abroad. Our fourth panelist, Amit Sharma, is a Senior Director Data Science with Global AI Accelerator, GAIA, and a leadership team working with Ericsson. In his current role, Amit is responsible for building data-driven solutions using AI and ML technologies towards intelligent automation in the telecom domain. Prior to this, he was leading AI/ML capability for ADP in the HR/talent domain. With 24 years of experience in product development and technology leadership, Amit is extremely passionate about design, architecture, data, and loves to solve real-world problems with technology. We welcome all of you. I'm Srilata Shankar. I'll be moderating the session. I am an HR and L&D leader like Som. I have been working in various companies, banking, telecom, IT, and ITES. I also teach HR at MBA colleges. I conduct soft skill workshops for MBA colleges, engineering colleges, and corporate companies. I do a little bit of content writing. I've been dabbling with poetry for the last 5 years. I've written about 37 poems so far. I hope to publish a book soon. I have a creative side to me. I do tangible painting, block printing, tie-and-dye, and pottery. I have an adventure side to me as well. I have done bungee jumping, paragliding, zip lining, and Tarzan swing. I've added another layer to my personality recently, collaborating with ITTV Global Media. We started a leadership series talk. We've done 3 episodes so far, and I hope to interview all of you, if not all of you, at least most of you. And I hope to touch 100 episodes soon. Thank you. Can you share a specific example of an AI application in your industry that has brought significant change or value?
Okay. Firstly, coming from the HR space, representing the HR fraternity, along with Lata over here, thank you for having me, first of all, amongst all the product management community. Oftentimes got tempted to move on to the product side as well. Amit knows this, some of my other fraternity people, Ranjan knows this. So really glad and privileged to be here. Now, on the technology front, I may not be as an expert as all of you sitting here, but definitely on the thought process and approaches on how we can enable and facilitate some of these things as a culture across amongst all the employees in the organization is where my expertise lies in. So coming to the question on what we have done in the space, it's the buzzword right now. But first and foremost, I want to give the context again is we may have a lot of knowledge and expertise with us, each one of us brings to the table, but do we showcase all of it for the reason of showing it, or to really solve some real problems? So for us at ADP, it's majorly, the whole strategy is towards client being a North Star for us. As you know, how do we look at the experiences itself for that matter? What are we delivering for them, right? Ramesh spoke about the experiences of Apple, etc. That was the North Star for them. Functionality, capabilities, we may have all of that, but what are we trying to address? So in that light, keeping that particular aspect in mind, how can we enable and provide better experience for your clients? One of the examples I can share is we have something called as chat summarization. This is something that in one of the products, a lot of our client service reps receive calls, they have to take case notes. It's a manual, tedious process. However, we have lately integrated that. We have integrated the Gen AI into the systems wherein they can focus taking the calls and provide those insightful expertise while addressing their problems and not worry about taking notes, right? The Gen AI tool just captures all the information, summarizes, and it's bye-bye case notes. So that's a major achievement. Imagine the amount of work it saves for the client service reps in providing and just being focused on the call when they take in resoluting, providing resolutions for people who are calling us. So that's one of the examples, at least in the coming from the HCM space, being a HR practitioner, a real life example that we can talk about on the strides that we have already taken at ADP.
Right. I move on to you. What are some unique challenges your industry faces when implementing AI, and how are these being addressed?
Sure, thanks Lata, and thanks for having me, guys. I've worked with ADP for so long that each one of you, I think I can connect with most of you anyways, and happy to be here, so thanks for that. And for the last 4 years, I've been working in telecom domain. Since you guys are abundantly aware of the problems in HR, I'll talk about the telecom domain where we have been trying to and been successful at applying some of the AI solutions. But to her question about what are the challenges faced, let me tell you the problem in the first place, because otherwise I cannot express the challenge contextually. So the problem we are solving are in the sense energy and sustainability. Energy management is a big deal. Nowadays, as we roll out 5G, the problem is these are power hungry devices. To serve better, to give you the bandwidth, like 1 Gbps per user kind of a bandwidth throughput, all of it requires a lot of power consumption. And those cell towers you see and those rectangular antennas tilting like a 120-degree angle, those are actually today the ones that connect to you, talk to you like several times in a single millisecond. To be able to do that, it hogs a lot of energy. And to be able to manage that energy, they have these things called sleep modes. So to be able to turn on the sleep mode or turn it off at the right time, depending on the expected traffic or the current traffic, in a way that reduces the energy footprint, but at the same time does not take away the optimal delivery of quality of service should there be a change in the frequency of people, number of people. So all of this takes a lot of computing, and that's what AI is there to solve. Now, in solving this, coming to her question about what are the challenges faced, the challenges are along, again, this is the engineering domain. You know, you're solving telecom problems. So the problems are also that you have to solve them on the edge. If you want to use AI, here you have to have AI kind of a capability. It's far more easier if you have a SaaS-based hosting where you can also deploy your heavy lifting on the SaaS side and have the solutions, the smarts delivered on the edge. But here you have to make a millisecond, microsecond-based decision. So putting it all on the embedded, space is where the challenges lie from a hardware and, point of view. From a software and the compute point of view, the amount of data is humongous. And with 5G, as you know, is a higher, a millimeter wave, so a higher frequency kind of a communication carrier. So what happens is with higher frequency, the kind of range that gets reduced. You all know the AM radios used to have like countrywide ranges, while FMs have citywide. And 5G has a few hundred meters, whereas 4G goes in the 2-kilometer range. So because it gets absorbed so fast, there are far more towers and far more these devices which need to now talk to each other and far more data than ever. So if the data plane gets used by its own bandwidth in order to manage itself, that is going to be a big challenge. So apart from putting things into embedded, we also deal with this handling. How can we minimize the data transfer for managing the network itself in an intelligent way, yet provide the optimal energy consumption and quality of service to the end user? Some of the examples, there are so many I could talk all day, but I'll just hand it over to my colleagues now.
Thank you. Dr. Venugopal, moving on to you. In view of in your view, what are the gaps between the potential of AI and its current real-world impact?
As I said, first of all, I want to define what is AI, okay? AI in a nutshell is called a paradigm, okay? So everything starts with data, okay? You have a data, and then the data has to be used for your decision making. So in the process, the first and foremost step is data management. You don't get cleaned data like what you get a textbook data kind of thing. So the first and foremost thing is the data which has to be managed, okay? And the managed data, we need to generate an insights. So there's a data management, then we need to use it for insight generation, then the whole process has to be automated. So this process of automation is basically, most of the processes are messy, and most of the processes are where we do a lot of human intervention, and then we tend to see a lot of mistakes. Then the third and important point is in automation side of it. Then the fourth point here is, once you have that, you should also have a predictability of the data. The data what you have should able to predict something in the future, or it can predict if it is a time series kind of thing, we can predict a future, or if it is a cross-sectional kind of thing, we can use the next happening event across the similarity kind of stuff. And once you have a predictability, that predictability should lead to a concept called, what you call it as, it has to use for a decision making. So if you put all these 5 things together, I call it as a paradigm, okay? Predicting, okay? And then using for results orientation, and then it will be used for all these 5 things will put as a PAIA RIDM, okay? So that's the AI is. And if you ask the particular question about what are the real life use cases of AI, so there are 2 aspects of AI, okay? And this is a context of product management. So there are 2 concepts again here. The first concept is AI product manager and using AI in product management or product development, okay? How can you use, what is the difference between AI product manager and regular product manager? So AI product managers are basically, they generally come from a statistical background, okay? So which uses a data and then try to make some decision making from that. For every and each and every action, there will be depends upon data. Okay, and what this AI use for a product management and product development, that's a different paradigm. There are a lot of AI tools where your decision making becomes very informed. Okay, most of your decision making has to be informed with the data, or it has to be backed with something. So, and now with the evolution of generative AI basically becomes most of your tasks in product management very useful. So that's the kind of thing. Coming back to your question, madam, how does real life AI is different from the generative AI? So in real life, you think that everything can be possible, okay? I think if you talk about something like for example, you ask me how an AI will be used, okay? So think back to the ages when you have to depend, when you are driving, you have to depend upon someone, okay, where you have to ask a lot of people, you have to talk to a lot of people to reach some place. Now you know it, right? Everything comes from an, how much of time it takes, and you can give more predictive kind of thing. So that's AI will make your real lives, okay? At the same time, the products which we are trying to build, like I would like to give one highlight about the product which we are trying to build. It's called ALI, Application Lifecycle Management is a concept most of you are familiar with, but we are trying to add that management with an AI and make an application lifecycle intelligence. So when you have an applications to build, this all your applications to be an AI driven. It talks about your past experiences and past failures. That past failures will basically help you to predict the next projects and next applications what you are trying to build in a more intelligent way. So these are the few things which you can use. And also we have come up with a product called CVT, which is Computer Vision Toolbox. It's a computer vision is a popular tool. We uses an image data to find out some things. But how this computer vision toolbox are used here is, we are trying to predict any kind of an, it's a detection is different, and prediction of that particular products, whether it's going to be failure or something. So what we are trying to do use here is, we are trying to use a concept called the composite AI framework, and which is kind of thing like we are trying to use the different data at one go to answer a lot of things. Like we are using a process data in a manufacturing as well as the image data, and then what we will do is, if you are trying to run a process to make a product, that particular product, whatever we are trying to build, it has to be defect free. At the same time, the process has to be streamlined.
Thank you, Venugopal.
Yeah.
Paucity of time, I'm sorry. Please keep your answers short. Krishna Chaitanya, my question to you is, what does your organization take into consideration to ensure that AI projects lead to tangible, beneficial outcomes?
Sure. If you can hear me, I'll do a quick introduction of what we do. I'm the founder and CEO of Zapero. What we basically do is we try and use generative AI to augment the creative workflows of designers in the fashion industry. What we've seen, I mean, it's been a couple of years since I started, working on this startup, and I have a business and an engineering background in the past. What we've seen is, if you see the fashion industry, right, the bottleneck there becomes the creative people. You find a lot of cool people doing all sorts of, design work, and it becomes a very solid, concrete workflow, which is difficult to disrupt. I mean, because it's difficult to program creativity, right? It's a thing of heart. I mean, it's all about arts. It's stuff like that. What we've seen a couple of years ago was that generative adversarial networks, computer vision in general, has the potential to disrupt this creative process. That was the use case we started to pursue, I think, a couple of years ago. We've seen that design is a critical component in this industry, and we thought that building a SaaS product that can sort of mechanize this process, there is some merit to doing it. I mean, end of the day, I'm sort of walking you through the journey of an entrepreneur, because that was the use case we pursued, right? What we've realized is, while there is benefit, while there is merit to building such a product, monetizing that is very, very difficult. And we started digging deeper into the industry that we were operating in. A lot of people were happy to have AI produce interesting designs. I mean, what you would call prints. I mean, some of you are wearing fabrics which have printed artworks on top of them. It could be a women's dress or a top, etc., right? The industry in general sort of took that with a lot of excitement when we pushed forward, let's say, generative AI solutions as services, but monetizing it was difficult. And then as a company, what we've done is we've expanded our business scope much deeper. So we are now building a vertical AI. So it's no longer just design randomly, but design in the context of the market. For example, in the industry, one of the biggest problems that the fashion industry faces is dead stock, right? There's a lot of hue and cry about the industry being one of the biggest polluters, right? There's a lot of fabric being used up that's not being consumed, that finds its way into landfills, etc. Sustainability is a big problem in the industry. So it sort of comes from, let's say, the speculative nature of the industry as to how they design, what kind of volumes they commit, etc. So we are today at Zapero in the process of building AI which can produce designs that have an increased likelihood of success in the market. Right now we are sort of bringing a scientific approach to sort of committing fabric and garments. So the idea is to, as a company, make a dent in those dead stocks and sort of improve the profitability of the brands, etc. Right.
Thank you. My creative side perked me up, and I will take it offline with you to understand more about the creativity.
Definitely.
Amit, moving on to you. At Ericsson, what makes AI more accountable, accessible, and understandable for non-experts?
Oh, yeah, so that's actually, that question can be taken up in two ways. One is, how does AI become all of that for people who want to use AI to build solutions? And the other is, how do we make it trustable and explainable to the end users? And both of them are pertinent. To the first question, there has to be an AI literacy in the org. And since you asked about Ericsson, I have seen there's a huge investment in bringing everyone up to a certain level of the AI understanding, its utility, application. Because unless we are there, there is always this, either a Terminator view of AI, maybe this mic's waxing and waning, as they call it in telecom. Yeah. So basically, training and a lot of this workshops to be able to lift off the entire Ericsson as an organization to a level where everyone gets it. But now the people who solve it definitely go through the next level of understanding, and there's a constant learning in today's world that has to be there to make such things feasible. And obviously there has to be a research angle to everything an organization does, in AI at least, one who's figuring out what is possible, and the other who's actually doing it there and now. So the engineering part, where me and my team are. So we have a huge research team, and then we have this Gaia team, the Global AI Accelerator team, a bunch of data scientists, engineers, and product managers who work together to realize those AI visions from a feasibility study into the production view. To the second part about explainability, trustworthy AI, reliable AI, explainable AI is like no more a wishful thinking, it is an ask. And given the privacy and the GDPR constraints about how's your AI telling something, what is the action I need to take, even from an actionability, accountability standpoint, these are becoming almost like an essential ask in every solution we give. So nowadays we have started thinking about this aspect right from the day we start building the solution. And sometimes, even if it comes at a cost of a little lesser accuracy, we prefer the simpler and more explainable models, because as they call it, the Occam's razor, we go for a simpler solution, even if it means a little, dent in the level of accuracy. At the same time, one more thing we do is to build the trust in the client, we have to have the expectations set right. Many times, product managers will find themselves promising the world, curing cancer and whatnot through AI. So that's where we have to set the right expectations and say that what works, it's a probabilistic thing. It will not work every time. But over a period of time, we promise you this kind of a ROI. For example, if we are into predicting a server failure, over a period of time, we'll save you 60% of your revenues or the cost that goes into fixing, because we will be providing predictive maintenance. Last but not least, UX, which even from my experience in ADP into building the AI products and in Ericsson, we have to keep it simple. Sometimes we get overwhelmed and just throw in all the gauges and meters and whatnots into the UI. The users don't need it. They just need to know as much as they need to know. So exploratory, analysis is what they need to find out, and progressive disclosure, like we call it in the UX parlance, right? So that's what we follow. So
Right.
I'll stop here.
Right. So moving on to the HR space, which both of us belong to, how is AI being used in ADP to improve the management and development of human capital, and what is the impact that you have observed on an employee's growth and productivity?
Okay. A bit of a loaded question, if I may say. It's a learning phase for across the board, especially in large organizations. Like, I lean on what Amit mentioned about, and Mr. Dr. Venugopal also mentioned, data. Like, we deal with huge, massive amounts of data. The first thing that comes to mind is, how do we have a governance model around this whole, it's definitely got everybody excited. But how can we build a governance model where we have, certain regulations to be taken care of, so that we don't mess around with the data? There are data privacy laws we have to be extremely cognizant about, more from the state laws and the country laws. Then come in the client side as well. Like, privacy is very critical, and that's where we thrive on, as most of the organizations thrive on that aspect. It's confidential, and you don't want to give out data. So how do we protect some of those aspects? That becomes the base foundational elements as an organization. But how do we then translate that back to the employees on the ground? How do they understand about it? One is educating them. We are telling them that yes, we all are excited about this. We want to dip our hands into this. We want this to be enabling our products and solutions to give a better experience for the clients. But at the same time, we need to do it in a measured approach, in a thoughtful approach. So how do we build that ecosystem, the safe space where we can experiment, where we can fail fast, but at the same time not at the cost of data privacy and confidentiality. So we conduct a lot of these forums, like Ranjan and his team have a lot of conversations. We want to encourage and bubble up the information, speak it up. We want people to talk about it and not be hush-hush about it. That's when most of these things can come up. It also helps us understand what the expectations are. How is it that we can enable those forums where people can speak up about some of these things, come up with their ideas? How is it that they can implement, etc., right? Again, I'll go back to the initial point that I had mentioned. It's exciting. You want to use it to the best possible extent, showcase your talent, everything is fine. But what is it solving for you? What is the problem? Fall in love with the problem, take it step by step, and that's where we have to inculcate these habits within the employees as well, and ensure them, empower them, and that's the approach that we have taken. So far it's working well, and we are extremely transparent about some of these things and communicating to them as well. So somewhere it's the faith we have in them, and the employees also trust the management in turn, that they will be enabling as we move forward on that. So that's
how has productivity improved or changed?
Productivity improved or changed. One of the, I would say, examples that I can talk about is going back to the example that I mentioned about how we did away with case notes, right? I mean, imagine the time you are listening into a call, trying to jot down while taking the call, and then after keeping the call, you again jot down. The amount of time it takes, right? Massive improvements in productivity. I mean, it's already coming summarized. All you have to do is just look at it. At the end of the day, it doesn't take away your job. It's at the end of the day, there is human intervention always that will come into place to validate what the Gen AI is doing as well. So that's where productivity definitely gains, at least what we are taking feedback from our own associates on how they are finding this experience for themselves, apart from what we are giving to the clients. So massive improvements on that front as well.
Krishna Chaitanya, can you share an example of a product or initiative that has successfully demonstrated AI?
What we do, right? I mean, generative AI, it's probably the coolest thing because...
I like the way he said coolest.
No, it is, right? Otherwise, most of the other things are enterprise solutions, but I think what we are doing is really creative AI, less generative AI, more creative AI. I'm sorry, what was your question again?
I'll read it out for you. Can you share an example of a product or initiative that has successfully demonstrated or democratized AI?
Maybe my answer or my context is not very pertinent to this particular question, but what we've done, the fact that at least in a sufficiently long term, we want to get to a point where consumers can design for themselves, right? We are, in fact, when we started out as a company, our solution was primarily for the large apparel brands. We were working with the likes of H&M, Myntra. The idea was to become a SaaS AI for their design teams. Now we've sort of pivoted away from that, and we are now targeting, what we are witnessing is young consumers, particularly Gen Z, Gen Alpha, their shopping preferences are changing, and they're now no longer buying from these large brands, but they're buying from these influencer-led brands. Like they're shopping a lot on TikTok or places like Instagram. In fact, there's a cool stat. In the first 3 months of this year, in Indonesia alone, TikTok did a commerce of around $3 billion. So the places that we believe people shop, they are moving away. The loyalty that people have for brands is shifting to smaller brands. In the past, we probably had 1,000 brands. We are getting to a point in the future where people are going to shop from 100,000 brands, right? Which means you have smaller and smaller brands catering to smaller and smaller customer, demographics, right? So the reason we exist, the reason a tech company should operate in an industry like apparel, is because of this democratization, right? Is because of this creator economy that's coming up, and we are trying to build tools for those creators. And it's conceivable that in the near future, that consumers can start designing for themselves. I mean, if a woman wants to design an evening dress for herself, it's conceivable that she can actually get on top of, on this platform and sort of input her needs, her context, and AI is going to start giving options. So you're no longer bound by somebody else's creativity. So it's truly opening up creativity in a very commercial space like apparel.
So even if I don't know sea of creativity, I can design a dress for myself?
Precisely. All you need is a vision for what you want, and the idea. So obviously, AI is not going to do all of it, right? And there's a lot of work that needs to be done around it, which is the vertical AI that we are building. The idea is to convert every individual into a creator, at least for themselves.
Wonderful. Dr. Venugopal, as a product leader, what top trends do you foresee in the AI domain, and how are you preparing your team for these changes?
Yeah. See, first of all, the organization has we started to change ourselves to a data-driven organization. So obviously, there is a lot of changes of trends and patterns in terms of this. So now, one thing which Krishna Chaitanya is trying to tell, a new trend is emerging called prompt engineering. Okay, so I think in future it's going to be more prompt engineers, and then most of the people, we have a different challenges. The first challenge is people coming from a software engineering background to an AI domain. So that's one challenge which we have to address. So what happens there is they use a different process at all. Like they use a process called DevOps kind of a thing, where they want to make their product into the existing. So the second change here is, if you are coming from a DevOps side of things, it never works in an AI kind of thing. It's going to be, you have to use at one point of an ML. So the first and foremost thing here is, we have to develop engineers, which are basically an AI engineers, and it is very difficult to find at the context. So what we are trying to do here is, we are trying to develop a citizen developers, do IT by yourself, right? And citizen data scientist. So that's one way we are addressing that. And second thing is the top trends of AI. I already mentioned about prompt engineering and Gen AI. Gen AI for a company with focus of R&D like us is a problematic. We can't use an open AI kind of frameworks here, because our entire things will have issues of the design and other things and R&D kind of thing. So we have to put a lot of governance on the cyber security as well as the the governance on people try to use that OpenAI kind of thing. So there is a lot of baggage. And then it also should facilitate the people, they have to use it. Like otherwise we will be a backtrend like what Ramesh was mentioning about Nokia was not able to innovate or Nokia was not able to ready for a disruptive technology and design technology, right? So we also need to be there. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to use and use cases which we have developed, and then we are trying to use the use cases which we are trying to use for our own purpose. So the top trends of AIs are like I already mentioned something called composite AI. Composite AI is one fascinating stuff. Like now, for example, it's not one-dimensional way you can get a data for one problem. Like for example, talk about a problem like warranty, right? Earlier, warranty used to be driven only through the data of like claims and other stuff. Now you have to use an images and other stuff to be used here. And also we have to get from an, and our company, we have a production to end product. And we deal with a lot of technologies. We build in products which are basically manufacturing and hardware side of it, and also we build in software side of a products. So there's a fusion which is required here. So there will be a transition kind of thing. And I already mentioned about citizen data scientist, which we are trying to build with a lot of coaching and all. The other trend of AI here is Gen AI. I already mentioned about Gen AI and then the open AI kind of a platforms which we have to be little very, very cognizant. And then trust, and then value centers. So these are some of the things which we keep in this. And future AI trends is it's going to be not with an unidimensional analysis, it will be a multi-factored and multi-dimensional ways. So you have to be ready, and at one point of time, we have to make our workforce ready to change. So the digital transformation is one of the biggest thing, and change management is the things which we have to be ready for the future.
Yeah. So I'm coming back to you. In ADP, what is, from the HR space again, as we increasingly incorporate AI into our workplaces, what strategies can be employed to ensure that human skills and talents remain in the forefront of value creation? My second question is, how can AI be used to augment rather than replace human capabilities?
Value creation. So one example I can quote is how we have a product called Role. Recently, it's something that has been Role has been rolled out, and it addresses a market where it's completely digital. There's minimal involvement. You just roll it out to the clients, and it's taken care. It's a conversational user interface, basically, right? So imagine where there are large products that need to be implemented, the amount of life cycle that from an implementation standpoint that you have to go to versus something like so simple that you just implement it quickly and then there is no maintenance needed, etc. So that is more from a value creation of how quickly it can be deployed to clients, how it starts learning immediately and it can answer completely, right? It's not about just somewhere. I remember Mr. Ramesh talking about chat interface where policies, if you have to look at it and it can give you the policy. But however, within the policy, if you have further deeper questions, who, what, why, where, this particular product of ours, it kind of addresses those aspects as well. So how did we get there? That is the second phase where, again, Gen AI, it's like a child. We are the people as human beings and practitioners who have to teach that, unless it can only be as intelligent as the number of it's iteration process. Just like a kid tries to walk, run, and other things, behave. Similarly, it has to be in the similar guardrails. Those guardrails needs to exist, but at the same time, how do we keep iterating it, training it, giving those responses, whether it is right or wrong at the end of the day, it cannot do it on its own. So that's where human element comes into play in how we can train it better, and that's how, we can go about it.
Will AI replace HR department?
I wouldn't be sitting here if that was the case, because long back I recollect, where a lot of HCM systems came into place, and I remember I started my career long back, 17 years ago, where I was filing documents, and now it's completely digital. You hardly have to file any of the employee records. Does that mean that my job has gone away? No. It's become much more meatier actually, because I can spend that time in other things, right? We become creators, we become designers, developers, more strategic. We become product managers. Everything that we do when we interface with the business leaders on strategy, how do we go about it? It becomes more thinking game rather than operational and transactional stuff. So my job is safe.
I'm sorry, as an HR person, I'm a little more partial to Som. Som, I have another question for you. As in the recruitment space, how's it helping? How's it getting people on board much faster?
Yeah, that's one of the hot spaces right now. In fact, a lot of the studies and articles, in case if some of you have already gone through it, you will see that is one of the spaces. Two spaces where Gen AI, especially on the HCM side for HR practitioners, where it has the maximum impact would be on the hiring side, the talent acquisition space, and the second one is the L&D space. The first one, of course, the talent acquisition.
Especially talent acquisition.
Yeah, a lot of churn goes in on, you have to sift through so many profiles. How do you create good job descriptions? How do you ensure that you get the right set of resumes for the right roles, what you're looking at? From the amount of screening that a person might have to do, how can you leverage that, the Gen AI into doing that for you? And rather than sifting, individually going through as a person hundreds of resumes, how can you get those top 20, 25 from Gen AI and then look at it to see the relevance and quickly take it forward from there? So that is one example I can quote.
Thank you. Krishna Chaitanya, can you share an example of a potential risk or challenge you encountered in an AI project, and how is it mitigated?
People talk about the risk AI poses to humanity, and I suppose most of the imagery is around nuclear war, or it's gonna weaponized AI sort of killing people and stuff like that, all that dystopian future. I suppose it is much simpler. AI's risks or to the society are probably more around manipulation of information. For example, it's easy to now create new content, new imagery of things that have not happened, right? It's on places like Twitter, you could post an image that is generated by AI, which actually of an event that hasn't happened, which can trigger a lot of conflict in society. I think the risks posed are probably more around creation of information, which is really generative AI. We're talking about content being created by AI, which is, it's difficult to recognize that it is machine made. And this is still early days. When you go to ChatGPT today, it's going to give you a few answers which sort of look real but are not real. An expert can easily distinguish and say, hey, it's machine made versus human made. If we continue down the path that we are going down, in a few years from now, content generated by AI will be indistinguishable from human generated information, and that has serious societal implications. I suppose that is really the serious risk. And yeah, it's really around generative AI, right? That's a big problem.
Sure. Dr. Venugopal, how does your organization ensure transparency and accountability in its AI implementations?
Yeah, see, first of all, we have one way of working, okay? One of the thing is we'll make accountable, okay? And then the second way is we also ask people to be more innovative, and we provide an equal opportunities and then democratization of things, okay? At the same time, we have a very, we have also in this security aspects like cyber security, and also our communications are more direct. And then we have an comms team which basically works with us to make sure that all the things should be there. And then, as I said, ours is an R&D organization, so all the people knows what is happening there, but we'll also ensure that that information won't get leaked to any other external parties. So to be frank, you'll all get surprised. We are not supposed to use Google in our, okay? Right. So, yeah, no, nothing. But we are more innovative, and we actually work for all the cars, like connected cars, and we also work something like we use an ADAS, which is basically for the cars which goes, and then driverless cars is a future of mobility. But we have a very strong team on generative AI. Okay, we built our own systems, own designs, and everything. But everything will be developed within ourselves. Okay.
Sure. Amit, what skills do you believe will be critical for future product leaders in the era of AI?
Yeah, one of them will be constant learning. I think that's given because the world's changing too fast. So to be able to figure what's out there as a capability, but at the same time not getting too hyped up is I would say is a very important thing, because like Ramesh also put it, putting the horse behind the cart before the horse. You are trying to, given Gen AI, what can I do with it is the question to ask, still okay, but I have to use Gen AI and do something with it, can be a very misleading attitude to have, and sometimes leads to failure. So in my mind, constant learning and being even more innovative than ever, because the way AI has cut through jobs is no more in order of their being labor intensive and so on. It has cut through the creative aspects, and maybe Gen AI will also solve the problem of data scarcity, which was another thing which probably held up many AI prospects. So I would say all of this put together, but the basics of product management, the product management 101 doesn't change. Knowing the problem, finding the right problem to solve, figuring out, understanding the user. With those in mind, I think we have a bunch of rock stars here, so they'll go all the way into building great products.
All right, we're really running out of time. I want one-line answer from all of you. On a lighter note, if you could have an AI system perfectly perform one task for you in your personal life, what would it be and why?
I have the mic, I could start. Depends on if that AI was like capable in a physical way, then I would use it to keep my room in order, which is actually a mess. If it had emotional capabilities, surpassing human ones, I would use it to maybe understand what my wife means when she says something. I think it's typical husband problem. I don't think I'm just representing myself.
Very, very man answer.
I'll hand it over to Chaitanya.
Personally, I hate driving, so I hope that we'll get to a point soon enough where sort of AI can take over driving, especially at least when you get on a highway, right? But now that I'm here, I just wanted to take a quick minute, and for any aspiring entrepreneurs, there's a lot of product managers here, and I think one logical extension for any product manager is to want to go out into the real world and actually build your own solutions. I just wanted to sort of summarize my own journey over the last 2.5 years as to what we started doing. And to borrow from Ramesh's comments earlier, technology is a necessary condition but not a sufficient condition for building products. And I would take one step further and say product itself is a necessary condition but not a sufficient condition to building a business in the real world, right? You may have a fully, a fluently functioning product, but if you can't monetize it, there's just no sense in doing it. In my own example, I wanted to build a SaaS which designers could subscribe, pay me $10 a month globally. That's, I'm thinking of $100 million revenue, right? Potentially, you're looking at the use case.
We'll have to take it offline. Dr. Venugopal.
Yeah, if you ask me the personal product which I feel like, which manages my my expenses and my financials, okay. So there are a lot of AI apps, but it has to be in some bot which has to tell me, like it at the same time, it should not also tell many times, okay. For example, that's another problem, information overloaded, okay. And then too much of information and then you become a digital addict, Okay, that's the thing. Okay, so it has to be. You should have an alert mechanism, but that alert should be contained to one level.
So, what's your last thought?
Personally, I have a background in computer science engineering and MBA in HR. Throughout my career, I have struggled. Still, actually, I try to find a balance between logic, because primarily I'm driven that way from my thought process, logic, and emotions being in HR. So something that I would probably leverage, Gen AI to find that balance and, make its life harder.
Thank you so much. Wonderful talking to you and learning lots from you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Our next item of the agenda is an expert talk, Building a Product Management Community. Chandrasekhar is a distinguished Senior Director of Product Management at ADP, with over 17 years of expertise in product management. With previous roles in NCR, Adobe, and Avaya, he's a seasoned leader known for successfully launching new products, achieving product market fit, and driving imperative growth for Fortune 500 companies. Proficient in Agile and SAFE technologies, Chandra excels in product strategy, lifecycle management, and leading cross-functional teams. His skills in competitive analysis and market research further enhance his value in the field, making a career characterized by innovation and product excellence. I invite Chandrasekhar onto the stage, please.
ADP is always designing for people. As you heard from Ranjan in the morning, we are 18 billion plus in revenue, number one HCM company globally. We have clients across 140 different countries, 1 million plus clients. I don't think many of the companies can say that. Remember, our clients are pretty large. We have clients like Amazon, Sodexo, and so on, all the way from small business. Recently, when it comes to Gen AI, we have been following a principle of make it easy, smart, and human. You would have heard that in the morning. So you will see a lot of reference to the content that I've got in here today is going to be in the backdrop of that this is potentially very specific to a B2B setup, a large company like ADP with a big product organization based out of India. So we have talked about Gen AI since morning. So this is all being future ready. So we would like to have our product leaders, especially for a lot of large companies based out of India. We have seen a good number of product managers being recruited, hired, groomed internally in the recent past, in the last 5 to 10 years. So what does this really mean for all of us sitting in this hall here? So that's really the topic. I've got a few slides to take the conversation forward, but we'll try to keep it very interactive. I'll try to make some logical pauses in between a few slides, and feel free to ask questions. This is me sharing some of the learning from my side, but I'm sure collectively we can share a little bit more. Okay? So with that, we'll get started. And hopefully this will work. Yes. So that's the agenda. We'll start with a quick recap of what we have been hearing since morning. What does Gen AI really mean for product managers and product leaders? So Gen AI really brings in, I think we have heard since morning that a lot of new evolving use cases, right? And interestingly, I think we as product managers, we have got enough use cases in our backlog, right? As if we didn't have enough. We have use cases coming all the way from senior executives, from customers, from everywhere. So Gen AI is just adding to it, right? So, however, this creates an opportunity in terms of use cases. Like one of the examples which was talked in the morning was the concept of creating job descriptions. We have been thinking about this quite a lot in the past. However, with the advent of Gen AI, this has gotten a little closer. Of course, we need to fine-tune it, we need to improve it, but that certainly has helped. Second, in terms of changing market landscape, in the last like 9 months or so, we have heard of many startups which have come in, and every large company is trying to play a role in Gen AI, right? So that certainly has a dynamics in terms of what we do as a product manager day in, day out. We have seen a lot of companies talk about Copilot in their respective space. Today, in the panel discussion also, we heard that. Third, embracing a lot of regulatory compliances. I think in the morning, we heard about scenarios or use cases around candidate relevancy, where I'm trying to stack rank candidates based on the resume versus the fitment with the job description and so on. However, we have got a few states in the US who are basically saying that we actually need to give that option to the candidate whether they want to opt out from their resume being screened by AI. So that's a new regulation which is coming in. And many states are actually trying to get that in front of their population. So as product managers, we had to react quickly to those regulations. So that certainly is one of those things. Being ethical. We as ADP, as an example, we have data for 1 million plus clients, and that data is a goldmine of information. However, we want to be very careful in terms of how do we use that data, right? So being ethical in terms of how we use the data becomes critical. Finally, for a large company like ADP, and I think most of I've seen folks from ServiceNow, Pega, and so on, so these are fairly large companies. And for many of these large companies, we typically have a large suite of products, a large portfolio. And when Gen AI comes in, it is not just, I'm not trying to solve one specific use cases, we have to solve the use case across these products. And managing that scale of innovation for a large company, potentially a company which has evolved over years, is not that easy, right? So that's another additional challenge. So how do we manage these challenges as we go forward? I think we try to answer that. Is it me or something? Okay. Thank you. How do we manage this? So the first thing is, we in ADP, we have been investing in continuous learning. And this continuous learning is very specific to product management 101. I think we heard enough in the morning that whatever be the case, Gen AI or something else, knowing the customer, the product management 101 goes nowhere. So we need to keep learning and making sure that as we hire more product managers, as we get more product managers into our organization internally, we want to make sure we are giving them enough tools and frameworks from a product management fundamental perspective. And that is what we have been doing in ADP in the recent past. Now, it's equally important that these trainings and these boot camps are practitioner-led, because we do want to make sure that anything that is shared with the product managers, new product managers, are based on the experience of the practitioners. So that's been one of the focus, and I think that would apply to any other company. Solving real-life problems goes without saying. I think we had multiple boot camps where we talked about specific use cases in the area of talent acquisition, talent management, where we were trying to throw those problems at the new product managers and solve them using these frameworks that they may have learned in the classroom. We partnered with a good number of B schools as well to bring in some fresh new ideas, right? And I think the last point is very important. We heard that during the conversation. We as product managers, especially, I think most of the product management organization in India has been built with the advent of agile, safe, whatever you call it, right? Starting with the product owners. And we are pretty good in terms of execution and the solution space. But what's equally important for us to innovate is we become comfortable with the problem space. And that's been the focus for us. Okay? Customer at the center, nothing new. I think we have talked about it enough, right? Now, how do we do this? Being so many miles away from the customers, for probably most of us in this room, because our customers are sitting either in the US or in most cases in the developed economies in Europe and so on, right? So how do we solve this? Of course, we try our best in terms of meeting the customers in person or over on the phone call, WebEx calls, and so on. But for ADP, over the course of last 20 years of existence in India, we have got a big footprint of service, implementation, support associates. And we spend a good amount of time as product managers sitting with them, taking calls, looking at their service request, and trying to draw insights out of those on what could be the pain points for the customers. So does it replace the direct conversation? No, it certainly aids to that conversation. The other area there we have been investing quite a lot is using tools around user behavior analytics, tools around product analytics to aid in our decision-making process. So most of the times, I think in the early days of product management, once you ship the feature, the job is done, you pretty much move on to the next feature or next capability. But there is a stronger emphasis on figuring out what's the outcome that you have been driving with the feature that you have released, and how does it feed back into the discovery cycle. So those are some of the tools that we can use as we go forward in terms of being closer to the customers. Some of the other things that you could potentially do is being part of the sales process. Let's say you have got a new product being launched, and sales team typically looks for support from product folks. So I think those could be some of those areas that you could potentially go and help. And in the process, you end up learning a lot more about what are the pain points and what's really working well for the customer with the product offering that you have. The third element that we have been focusing on is product community. And this is where we have been investing quite a lot in ADP in the recent last 6 odd months. So ADP grew from 50 odd product managers. ADP India grew from 50 odd product managers 3 years ago to 120 product managers today. So that's a huge growth from a product management footprint perspective. But it also comes with a challenge that many of these product managers either might have come externally to the organization, they might have come through B schools, they might have come internally. So there is some aspect which needs, some or the other aspect which needs to be bridged for us to set them to success. And which is where we are leveraging this community to help in terms of getting our product managers as far as possible on the same plane. So what does this community really do? So we use these, we call this community as Product Guild, and in Product Guild we share learnings across different business units, across product managers, be it in the small business unit, mid-market or up-market. And we share insights and we share learnings and frameworks and so on. So we are seeing good amount of traction there, some leading indicators that this is working well. I am pretty sure this could be some of those things that other companies could try as well, especially the companies who have been growing from a product management footprint perspective. I think Industry Connect, when we heard about Product Leaders Forum happening in Hyderabad, after such a long time we have not seen any such event happening in Hyderabad. And when we heard about it, we certainly wanted to tap into this opportunity, and which is why you see a lot of folks from ADP out here in the audience. We wanted to make sure that we were networking with our local community in Hyderabad and the product management community at large. Now, the fourth one, which I want to talk about, is the culture of innovation. Now, when you put the product management 101, the customer at the center, and community of sharing of knowledge and insights all together, then it creates a perfect platform for you to innovate. And we at ADP, we have been investing a lot on innovation. There are wider corporate level innovation initiatives as well as initiatives within ADP India, where we are encouraging our product managers to leverage the learnings across the three pillars that I talked before to innovate. I think we have got some good traction going from ADP India, where some of the newer products are built, conceptualized, and built out of India. So something for other companies to kind of think about in terms of innovation. So that's really what I had at a summary level. When you put all these 4 pillars together, this is where I think we can empower and encourage our product leaders to be future ready in terms of be it Gen AI or something else, right? So I'll take a pause and see if there are any questions and anything that you guys like to share from your organization before we go for lunch. Yep.
In the community part, we have a big thing on mindset part. Mindset is another important aspect wherein everyone has to practice upon it. So how are you tackling it, and what are the tips or any suggestions on how do we have to follow with it? Because that's a interesting conversation to have it, and keeps happening about. I just want to understand your thought process.
Sure. I think I don't know if there is a formula to build the product mindset, but what I would say is, as part of the product community and keeping the customer at the center, I think we have made some strides there. Example, we focus a lot on design thinking and user research. In terms of trying, before we get into building something, we spend a good amount of time doing market analysis and user research. And as part of these community, when we share some of these insights or case studies that we may have done for some of our products, that encourages the rest of the product managers to start thinking in those directions. So I think it comes as a result of a lot of discussions and a lot of deliberation on some of these topics. I would say that's primarily what we have been doing.
So I have a question about how do you apply Gen AI, which basically helps a reduction in product leaders kind of a work. Do you have any use cases which you practice?
Yeah. So I think we have heard of some use cases. I've heard Gen AI being used, whether, I don't know if, at least I have not used, or anybody from our organization has not used, but I've heard Gen AI getting used quite a lot in terms of competitive analysis. I've heard Gen AI getting used in terms of things like release notes and communication post-release and go-to-market and stuff like that.
Do you mean like in the development cycles, like for example,
Yeah.
when you're developing a product,
in the development cycle, I thought you were talking purely from product. In the development cycle, I think we are exploring some ideas about how do we increase the productivity of our engineers. So in ADP, we have a platform, HCM platform, using which we can build apps. We are exploring ideas on can we, based on prompts, can we start building applications? And to the extent that we are even thinking that based on the what's been articulated as a requirement, can that start getting converted into some sort of a user experience options? And based on the user experience that you want to go with, can you start using the platform to build those apps? Because these are low-code platforms, so potentially you could do it. It's not really the code.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Piyush. You just said that building the product mindset is like really difficult. One of the thing is on the topic building product community, right? We know that product management is not still a very widely popular academic course, or like you can't have a degree specifically in product management if you are undergraduate. are you building a path for, say, people from engineering or other backgrounds within ADP to transfer into role, and how do you support that that kind of environment where we can cultivate people to basically transition into this role while basically building the necessary skill set to basically excel at that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So one of the things that we want to index quite heavily on in ADP as an example is the domain knowledge. Like, we have been a big payroll player for a long, long time. So there is a good amount of domain knowledge which resides within the company. So which is where it becomes important for us to encourage our internal engineers as well as service associates to move into product management should they want to. So we do create learning paths for them. Now, it's not as simple as creating a learning path and kind of leaving it to them, but we have a structured program which involves actually HR, which involves the leadership, because there needs to be equal buy-in from all the players to make it happen. So it's a combination of learning paths, mentorship program, and we try to create a roadmap for that person that maybe with hitting certain milestones, maybe in certain number of months, you would transition into product management.
We can take one last question.
Yeah. So in large organizations, right, one-time training is not sufficient,
Yep.
or even one-time learning is not sufficient.
Yep.
How can Gen AI help in, improving the knowledge retention rates? To the same thing, one more question I have. As an employee, I might be, super knowledgeable, but I might be super inconfident. Okay.
Very good question.
I could be, I could be, very fast, but very inaccurate. There are multiple combinations. How can Gen AI solve this problem and improve the efficiency overall of a company?
Oh, great question. I don't know if I have a answer to that question, but I think I'll try to answer the second part of your question to the best of my ability. So how can we get the confidence? I think the question was, I may have the knowledge, but I don't have the confidence, right? So as part of this community exercise that we are doing, there is a lot of emphasis on storytelling. Like, many of our product managers could have been coming internally from within the organization. So they may not be very comfortable speaking in large forums, speaking in front of the client, presenting to the executives, and so on. So what we try to do is we create this environment for them to fail safely. So this community is like, nobody's really judging you. You come in and talk about your product ideas, what you did for some of the launches that you may have done, what you did for some of the prioritization exercise you may have done, what you did for your discovery exercise, right? And we kind of encourage that way.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello, I'm Swaminathan Ganeshan, co-founder and CEO of SmartTail. I'm today at IIIT Hyderabad in the Product Leaders Forum to pitch my startup in this amazing conference. So what does SmartTail do? So SmartTail has its deep tech product called as Deep Grade. In a single line, what it does, it grades the handwritten answers of students using artificial intelligence. So how does it do? A simple test that is actually conducted in the school. The answer papers are scanned and that is uploaded into our platform. The handwritten text of the children are extracted, and we look at the meaning, the intent, and the context of what they've actually written and graded using high-powered NLP and deep technology, and then give out marks, analytics, and more to the teachers. So we are helping the teaching community in identifying the exact learning gaps of where children are actually missing out. Thank you so much for listening.
My name is Haripriya Shivaramakrishnan. I'm a Vice President at Straight Street Global Advisors. Today I have been moderating the panel on mastering product skills in the Gen AI era. It's been fascinating to have a very experienced panel with product, academia, and industry experts. Great forum to represent as well. My takeaway has been continuous learning to keep yourself updated, and try ChatGPT. Don't fear from that. Do as much as you can and learn so that you are ahead of the game as well. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, myself Harsha. I'm founder of a startup called FatCat. So we are incubating right now in CIE IIIT Hyderabad. Like I came here to pitch the startup idea. So my startup is about serving the analytics for higher education institutions. Like most of the colleges and schools are using ERPs and LMS for the data management. We extract the data from the ERPs and LMS, and we we craft the analytics to them. Like we predict these analytics would be of like a student performance, faculty performance, and along with that, like we automate the OB process of the higher education institutions, like crafting the reports that need to be submitted to the NAC and NBA, like mandatory bodies. So that's how we have, and we are like in the MVP stage. We have bootstrapped our startup, and like currently we have 3 colleges in Hyderabad. So like hopefully I'm looking for a funding here. Thank you.
My name is Rishikesh, and I'm from Pushpa.ai, acting as a product manager, and we are pitching our product over here from Pushpa.ai. That the basic motto of that is providing safety and security using the CCTV analytics, and as well as in the e-commerce industry using the same object detection, and almost providing the e-commerce platform where you can automate the entire workflow, like from creating a catalog to having a visual search and removing a background all on the same platform. That we are pitching it over here.
I keep telling people, getting a 9 a.m. start in Hyderabad is like the promise of AI. Okay, it sounds interesting, looks like there are a lot of possibilities, but you're not sure what the end outcome will be, how many people will show up, right? And so far, nothing I've seen today kind of, leads me to believe that there's a variation on that thesis. So next time, maybe Arun and team, think about a 9 a.m. start, particularly on a nice Friday morning. Yeah. Okay. So I think I was just thinking about, as I was driving into this event, I was thinking about what's happening with AI. I don't know how many of you had a chance to read a memo which Sundar Pichai put out, I think, in a couple of days ago. Anyone has read that? Yeah. So please read it. Right. It's a 2,500 word memo on the possibilities of AI. It's in the public domain. You can look it up, and it is surreal. I mean, if you look at how Google is thinking about what they're planning to do with AI, and I think it has profound implications. He also talks about responsible AI and a bunch of other things, but in some ways, again connecting back to the theme of showing up at 9, I was talking to a bunch of folks, including Ranjan here, and I said only people of a certain generation will show up at 9 o'clock. Right. So in some ways, I guess we are kind of a little bit privileged that we get to be at at this point in time, looking at what's happening in AI and how it's going to be game-changing, transformative. So I think AI is going to be a really fertile ground for innovation and experimentation. So if you look at one of the things I've seen, right, particularly in Hyderabad, and I have to give a lot of credit to Ramesh here, for a number of initiatives which they have kicked off. So about a month ago or a couple of months ago? Huh? Yeah, a couple of months ago we had an event here. We had a Gen AI Summit which was done along with NASSCOM on T-Hub. Ramesh is always known for his interesting choice of venues. So he did it in a pub called Monastery. So we had about 16 Gen AI startups. There was a nice dictionary of there's a nice compilation directory of about 40 plus AI startups. So clearly, I think there's a tremendous opportunity for Hyderabad to play a role as enabling an AI ecosystem and to lead the way, sort of thing, right? So So as I was driving up here, I was thinking about how we've already seen. For example, I had to resist the temptation as I was coming in here to go to ChatGPT and say, okay, tell me about the role of AI in product management, because that would be outright plagiarism. So I said we shouldn't do that. So I think you can see already it is affecting the way you think, you talk, you read, you learn, and so on. So tremendous implications for people who are building products and consequently, obviously, product managers, right? I was looking at a report from Gartner, and Gartner, publishes all these nice reports. Some of them have to be taken with a large pinch of salt, sometimes with a large barrel of salt. But I think clearly Gen AI is something where the time has come, and I think it will accelerate the innovation process. It will accelerate the quality of what is getting built, the diversity of ideas, and clearly create many more robust and differentiated products. Right. So there were some numbers I was looking at. Another report from McKinsey, right? And I do know sometimes they get some of their predictions wrong, but they tend to be more right than wrong. So they came up with a report where they said the potential of product and business opportunities with Gen AI is somewhere in the tune of between 2.6 million to 4.4 trillion in terms of this thing, right? And clearly this is an area where I think as we have a unique opportunity in India. Okay, we have a large workforce. Okay, we have high quality academic institutions. There's a lot of collaboration happening between industry, academia, right, and the startup ecosystem. Right, so there's a tremendous opportunity to help businesses to innovate, to streamline, and then to launch new products. Right. So if you look at funding, right, which is something which we track closely, in 2022, Gen AI generated about 2.1 billion of funding was raised in 1 year, and I don't think there's been any other stream of work in over the last 40 plus years of venture investing where so much capital has been raised, focused on one theme. Part of my job, I have to travel quite a bit, and I was in the Valley. I've been to the Valley twice in the last 3 months, and every time we go and meet a VC and talk to them, the only thing they say is, if you're talking Gen AI, come and talk to us. Otherwise, go and meet someone else. Right? So clearly, the opportunity I think is huge, and I think when you think about it in terms of what I think the impact is going to be, right? It's huge. I think it's going to impact everything which classic product management requires you to look at. I think AI will help you make more data-driven decisions, right? Obviously, because now you have access to large, to looking at large data sets, crunching and finding patterns which otherwise would be hard to do. Obviously, there's a significant scope for personalization. Okay, being able to deliver specific content, specific messaging, etc. And then obviously many other things around risk management, around automation, around NLP, and so on, right? So I think this is a great forum. I was looking at the list of people who are going to be here, and kudos to the organizers for putting together a high quality list of speakers. I'm sure the deliberations will lead to a lot of discussion, lots of new ideas will get generated, and hopefully this is another step in our collective endeavor here to make both Hyderabad, Telangana, and obviously India the place to be in. There's no reason why, everyone knows about the Sam Altman thing, right? You can't build something with 10 million. I think we'll prove him wrong, right? And hopefully whatever we are doing here today would be a good next step in that process. Okay, so thank you for having me here, and I do hope you'll have some really interesting, you'll get to hear to some really interesting folks. But more than that, I think the conversations you'll have during the breaks is what will really enrich a meeting of this type. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
it's so awesome to see so many familiar faces here today. So that was wonderful. Thank you for having me here. So as we kick off this Product Leaders Forum, I'd like to share some thoughts on the exciting future of product management and transformative impact of Gen AI. Additionally, I'd like to highlight the growth of product management in India and discuss our vision for the future. So first and foremost, I'm very proud to represent ADP, a global leader in human capital management with revenues exceeding $18 billion and a client base exceeding 1 million. At ADP, we have leveraged decades of data and expertise to provide our clients with invaluable, actionable insights. We understand that in today's rapidly changing business landscape, data is the new currency, and insights are key to informed decision-making. So as we look ahead, we recognize that Gen AI is not just the future, but it is central to our strategy at ADP. So we are dedicated to leveraging the power of Gen AI to engineer products that are not just great, but exceptional. And we have distilled our strategy into 3 simple but profound principles. Make it easy, make it smart, and make it human. So first, make it easy. In an increasingly complex world, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So we recognize that our clients want solutions that are intuitive, user-friendly, accessible. And Gen AI allows us to reimagine user experiences. We've already actually released some versions of Gen AI integration which enables that and makes complex processes feel effortless and empowers our clients to focus on what matters most, which is their people and their business. Next, make it smart. It's about leveraging the vast reservoir of data at our disposal to provide actionable insights. So Gen AI enables us to analyze data at a scale and speed which was once unimaginable. We aim to offer our clients not just data, but the wisdom to make informed decisions that drive their success. In a data-driven world, being able to see the big picture and the tiny details is what's going to set us apart. And finally, make it human. In a world where technology threatens to dehumanize the interactions, ADP is committed to keep the human touch alive. Our products should enhance the human experience, not replace it. And Gen AI should help enable better human connections, support meaningful interactions, and foster a sense of community. So what does it mean for the future of product management in India? It means that we are at the forefront of transformative journey. Our country has evolved from being a service provider to a global hub of innovation. And MSR is a classic example. We are witnessing a surge in talent and capabilities, making India a force to be reckoned with in the tech world. As product management leaders, it's our responsibility to nurture talent, mentor the next generation, and continue to raise the bar for excellence in product development. It is forums like this one that play a pivotal role in bringing product people together. They provide a platform for collaboration, knowledge sharing, challenging conventions, and networking. As we move forward, let's consider how we can strengthen these communities, foster innovation, and collectively shape the future of product management. In conclusion, I do believe we stand at the threshold of an exciting era of product management driven by the power of Gen AI. ADP is committed to leading the way by making our products easy, insightful, and human-centric. Together, as a community of product management leaders, we have the opportunity to drive innovation, mentor future talent, and shape the future of our industry in India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
awesome to see so many familiar faces here today. So that was wonderful. Thank you for having me here. So as we kick off this Product Leaders Forum, I'd like to share some thoughts on the exciting future of product management and transformative impact of Gen AI. Additionally, I'd like to highlight the growth of product management in India and discuss our vision for the future. So first and foremost, I'm very proud to represent ADP, a global leader in human capital management with revenues exceeding $18 billion and a client base exceeding 1 million. At ADP, we have leveraged decades of data and expertise to provide our clients with invaluable, actionable insights. We understand that in today's rapidly changing business landscape, data is the new currency, and insights are key to informed decision-making. So as we look ahead, we recognize that Gen AI is not just the future, but it is central to our strategy at ADP. So we are dedicated to leveraging the power of Gen AI to engineer products that are not just great, but exceptional. And we have distilled our strategy into 3 simple but profound principles. Make it easy, make it smart, and make it human. So first, make it easy. In an increasingly complex world, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So we recognize that our clients want solutions that are intuitive, user-friendly, accessible. And Gen AI allows us to reimagine user experiences. We've already actually released some versions of Gen AI integration which enables that and makes complex processes feel effortless and empowers our clients to focus on what matters most, which is their people and their business. Next, make it smart. It's about leveraging the vast reservoir of data at our disposal to provide actionable insights. So Gen AI enables us to analyze data at a scale and speed which was once unimaginable. We aim to offer our clients not just data, but the wisdom to make informed decisions that drive their success. In a data-driven world, being able to see the big picture and the tiny details is what's going to set us apart. And finally, make it human. In a world where technology threatens to dehumanize the interactions, ADP is committed to keep the human touch alive. Our products should enhance the human experience, not replace it. And Gen AI should help enable better human connections, support meaningful interactions, and foster a sense of community. So what does it mean for the future of product management in India? It means that we are at the forefront of transformative journey. Our country has evolved from being a service provider to a global hub of innovation. And MSR is a classic example. We are witnessing a surge in talent and capabilities, making India a force to be reckoned with in the tech world. As product management leaders, it's our responsibility to nurture talent, mentor the next generation, and continue to raise the bar for excellence in product development. It is forums like this one that play a pivotal role in bringing product people together. They provide a platform for collaboration, knowledge sharing, challenging conventions, and networking. As we move forward, let's consider how we can strengthen these communities, foster innovation, and collectively shape the future of product management. In conclusion, I do believe we stand at the threshold of an exciting era of product management driven by the power of Gen AI. ADP is committed to leading the way by making our products easy, insightful, and human-centric. Together, as a community of product management leaders, we have the opportunity to drive innovation, mentor future talent, and shape the future of our industry in India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, my name is Jeva. I'm part of ServiceNow. I work at Hyderabad office, and I got invited to this product leadership forum where I had to talk about generative AI and all the use cases and how it's going to be useful for PMs. So generative AI is a very nascent technology. It's very new. It's just coming up. And it is important for everyone to use that technology. But most importantly, the product managers have to know how to use the technology and how to define it and how to create end user experiences out of it. And this is where this talk I thought will be helpful for all the product managers who attended this product leadership forum. Thank you.
We have Ramesh Loganathan, who will be giving the keynote address. It's truly an honor to have you with us, Ramesh. Ramesh, I know you personally as well. It's been lovely knowing you for the last few years that I've known you. Ramesh Loganathan is a professor, a renowned personality in the world of technology and innovation. Professor Loganathan, as I should be introducing him as, currently holds the prestigious position of Head Research Outreach at IIITH, where he plays a pivotal role in steering all innovation initiatives. With a remarkable career spanning 25 plus years, Professor Loganathan has contributed significantly to the tech industry. He has held leadership roles in research and development, both in US and India, showcasing his deep expertise and passion for cutting-edge technology. Today, he is here to share his invaluable insights on building products for the future. Please join me in welcoming Ramesh Loganathan.
I've always had huge regard for HPL, I mean the Product Leaders Forum, right? Starting with the Institute for Product Leadership and the forum, kind of two concurrent efforts. And I always used to tell them, like, you need to do more in Hyderabad. And so thank you. I know one event was done some years back, and then the pandemic happened, so everybody, like, I think just worlds were turned upside down. And so good to see it revived. And I've been nudging Vilash and others, saying, like, let's do more tangible events. Like, we'll do the conferences, which we should do anyway, once in 6 months of order frequency, but let's do more of the monthly events, and where there's more tangible takeaways that can happen. So we will do. So I think the idea was to have this kick it off, right? So talking about, I mean, product for the future is a very, right? I mean, always we hope we build, innovation is radical, right? Innovation is disruptive. Innovation kind of shakes things up. It doesn't always happen, right? If you look at most successful companies, like look at ADP, probably one of the most successful companies, but innovation is subtle, right? It doesn't come and suddenly, ADP will not come and say, like, okay, we'll stop doing what we're doing and do something else. Right? It is like, it is very subtle. So innovation is everywhere. It's like, yes, a startup can come with a new product because they are starting from scratch, and they can. And larger organizations also need to innovate and do innovate to stay in business. We know what happened to Blockbuster. So they didn't, the writing was on the wall. It's a classic case study, right? In the US, if you know the Blockbuster video, they were everywhere. Like a McDonald's, if you drive through US countryside, if you can see a McDonald's, you'll see a Blockbuster, almost. Right? There's hardly any town anywhere in US that did not have a Blockbuster video store for ages. Right? They've been there in that scale for ages, and they just didn't see the writing on the wall. And in just few short years, they had to shut down. Now, and few disruptions happened, right? If you look at the disruptions that happened that affected and it was not all hard for them, right? Had they seen the writing on the wall, given their momentum and their IP and everything, it was not hard for them to pivot. They could have easily pivoted. They just didn't see the writing on the wall. They just said, look, somebody coming and setting up like a small, there was something called the Red Box, if I remember right. The name was called Red Box. You could just, when DVDs were coming up, right? Blockbuster, you could get DVDs also, but here you could go new, they only had new releases. Like a Coke vending machine, they used to have it in the supermarkets in the mid-90s or late 90s. And that was the start of the downfall of Blockbuster. They didn't see that. I mean, this was just a vending machine. They'd only have 30. If you go to a Blockbuster store, they'll probably have, like, I don't know, several thousand or few tens of thousands of videos and DVDs that they would have. The collections were huge. But this one had only 30 most recent or most popular movies, which is what trends most anyway. And you just go put your card and kind of pick your selection, and that CD comes out, you take it. When you come back, you just drop it off. There's a place to drop it off. Now, they were the first disruption. And then Netflix came. Netflix started shipping it home. Netflix said, like, why go to both were successful. I think the Red Box probably shut down. I don't know what happened to that afterwards. I left US. Didn't track it. Of course, Netflix has become very big. And Netflix also pivoted, right? They started with shipping CDs home. Their innovation was to just ship CDs home. It's saying, like, you're going to watch new movies, and they had not a very large collection, and the collection that will move fast, and you get 2 or 3 movies at home at any given time. And there were such book clubs and CD clubs for a long time, but somehow nobody did the movies. Netflix came and did the movies. And then they pivoted again. When they were shipping CDs home, around the time US Telecom was going through a massive rejig, right? They had this, like, they used to call it like 3-in-1, 4-in-1, all kinds of fancy terms. Basically, like, the pipe coming in carries everything. From your internet to your telephone line to cable TV, satellite TV, everything was coming in. So since the wire was bringing internet and satellite TV together, Netflix said, why not, right, on the same wire deliver movies? And they pivoted. I mean, they were reasonably large already, and they pivoted. And they don't very quickly, they stopped sending any CDs home. And they still continue to pivot, right? A large company, because they're large, doesn't mean they were one of the largest. Amazon, I remember in the early, when AWS was launched, Netflix was one of the largest customers, because all the streaming was happening on Amazon AWS servers. And so I think innovation, it's more about looking for right opportunities. There's technology on one side, and there's applied technology, right? Innovation on the other side, right? The whole creative. I feel as a country, as an industry, we kind of lack on the creative side of it. Technology, we are good, right? I mean, we keep up the latest, greatest frameworks, greatest tools and technologies and APIs and libraries and everything. We can pick up very quickly and build, right? As an industry, we can build very well. We can build anything. I mean, today, if somebody were to come and ask any of our companies to say, like, can you build a Netflix grade streaming server? I'm sure we can build, right? It may take 1 year, 2 years, whatever it takes. And, like, we have the engineering prowess, we have. But building products engineering is only a starting point. I always ask this question: if Indians in Bay Area can build technology for the world, why can't Indians in India? The backgrounds are no different. Like, Ranjan lived in the US for a long time and came back, right? And many of us have lived and come back, right? And the profile is similar. It's just the environment, right? The environment, we don't think. So we're removed from the customer. Like, companies like ADP at least is still in touch with customers. Most companies in India would probably never ever understand what a customer is doing. You would get requirements, you don't know who the customer is sometimes, or maybe you know, but you got the requirements and you start to build, right? You're never generating requirements. And that's a big part of product management, big part of creative thinking. If you want good products, great products, we have to first define great products. It starts with understanding what the customers are doing today, what they need, where the gaps are, right? And coming up with some, and that's a very creative process. I always say there are 2 types of product managers, right? I don't want to slot any of you, neither of those 2 types. Both are good. As an industry, we need both, but there are 2 types of product managers, right? One that are, I call them, again, pardon me for saying this to a room full of product managers, but I call them glorified clerks, right? They're bookkeepers. If you look at, like, the inputs keep coming in from field, from support, like engineering also gives a lot of inputs. I remember when I was in the Bay Area, product management was so weak. They could not say no. I mean, like, if a senior director or senior architect, especially architects, like technology companies, architects have a huge say in very strong tech companies. If an architect comes in and says, look, this is the latest communication, actually was there, one such initiative. This is the latest communication framework. We have to adopt. Now, absolutely no business case. Business value was 0. The communication framework we had was good enough for servicing everything Inform is needed as a database server. And they still said, like, we have to build this, and the product management organization could not say no. 1.5 years, like almost 25% of engineering time was used to build it for 0 market value. No wonder Inform is shut down in a few years, right? I mean, you can't spend that kind of resources on things that don't have market value. So the understanding, but then we need that also. We need to keep track of all things coming in. There's some minimal value addition that happens in terms of prioritizing and such. But the bigger part is, like, the creative process. That's why great products happen. Right? If Apple came and said, let's build another mobile phone, they would have been just that, right? Another mobile phone. But that's not what they came and said. So they said, like, let's disrupt. Let's completely reimagine mobile phones. And of course, not that everything Apple has done has become successful. There are many things Apple tried that failed also. But look at the successful products. It's a super creative process. They said, like, it's not just technology. Technology was a very important part of it, but technology was only a necessary condition. The sufficiency was something completely different. Right? The sufficiency was to completely disrupt the thinking. Like, I mean, you hear this often said in the Apple context, but it's true in most contexts. Some things you can't get from your customer. If you ask the customer, tell me what the next new big phone could have been, I don't think anybody would have described Apple phone. Right? They may at most talk about some pains that they're having today. Or they may talk about some things that will be nice. It'd be nice if I can do this also. Like, it would be nice if I can take pictures in the night. It could be nice if I can. Some small incremental things might come. But nobody's going to come and say, like, can you think of a phone with a single button? Right? Can you think of a phone with no manual? Can you think of a phone that just feels so different and fresh to the hand? Like, I mean, every aspect, they said, like, let's make it a piece of art. Right? And like that, and that wow factor, there are very few phones in the market that came before or after that just wowed the audience, wowed the customers, right? Like Apple iPhone did. Like iPod did some of it, but iPhone just blew like in the US, I remember, by then I'd moved here, but I used to travel a lot. I mean, like, I used to travel at least once every 6 to 8 weeks. And I would see few iPhones. The next travel, I will see more. In no time, in less than 2-3 years, 9 out of 10 phones are iPhones. That's how much of the market they captured. Like, I mean, it went crazy. And that's because everybody was so impressed, right? The wow factor, that's what makes delightful products. The wow factor is so strong, everybody, you want to tell somebody, you know what? iPhone, did you get it? I got one. Like, I mean, that whole thing, it impressed the customers so much that they became the most vocal champions. I don't think Apple even needed to advertise. And they made sure it's not just the technology. Technology is only one small part of it. Very important part, yes. But not that other leading players had any less technology in their phones. Right? So technology was not the differentiator. How they packaged it, right? How they conceptualized what the phone should be, how the phone should be. Thinking of a phone with one button, thinking of a phone with one button would mean, like all of you know, you all understand UI, right? Thinking of a phone with one button could have been a UI disaster. Right? People have said, like, I just want to make a call. I don't know where to press. How do I make the call? You could have just taken the user into a jungle and then just let the user loose, not being able to figure out where to go next and what to do. But that's not what happened. They designed it so well, you don't need to know anything. You just go, it's very intuitive. How do you make a phone intuitive with a single button? And not have too many buttons. See, they didn't even trick the system. See, today, if you look at most phones, there are 3 buttons, 5 buttons on the screen always. Right? Though they say like there's one button, but Apple didn't even have that. Almost never even had a back button. Today they have, but early days, with that single button, it was intuitive. Right? You could figure out they can always go back to the home screen. I remember my nephew he's now 11, when he was just about maybe 12 to 15 months old. He figured out Apple phone. I was amazed. Like I said, I used to travel a lot. So I used to go there to visit him when he was growing up. And he would play a video when he was not even max 15 months, right? He could play the cartoon video he wanted. I was shocked. I just said, like, I want to see it. So I just took the phone, put some random thing, gave it to him. He was sitting on his high chair. He figured out that, like, he keeps pressing that single button, it goes back to the home screen. And he keeps doing it until it goes to home screen. It doesn't matter where what you're doing, and it will take you to the home screen. The moment he goes to home screen, he recognizes the YouTube icon. The moment he goes to YouTube icon, he knows that, like, if he scrolls once or twice, he will see the cartoon icon that he wants. Using 3 images, the home screen, YouTube icon, and the cartoon he wants. Every single time, I moved the cartoon around. I moved that icon around, and I gave it back to him. He could figure it out. Because he knew that, like, if it's not there, he does this, it goes up, he sees some more pictures. And he needs to do it until he finds a picture. And that's how intuitive. If a 13, 14-month-old can play the video he wants, you can imagine. I mean, it is remarkable. Of course, no, everybody follows that paradigm. But coming up with it when phones had big keyboards, like you remember Nokia came around that time, the Nokia brick. You slide it up like it is 4 mobile phones in one, right? And very kludgy. Of course, it caught everybody's attention because like now, when you walk around, one of the most expensive phones in the market. But imagine Nokia brick came at the same time as, around the same time as Apple phone came. Just look at the difference. No wonder Nokia doesn't exist anymore. They just lost it. I mean, a company, can you believe, 100-year-old company that has over the years innovated, kind of reimagined, pivoted, just lost it somehow, right? I don't know how it happened. That country is still a very, very creative country. It's one of the most creative countries in the world today, right? In terms of innovative thinking and creative. But somewhere it got lost, right? But so it is just, and their whole thinking of a product was that like I said, technology is necessary, but only a small part. It's not the sufficient condition for successful products. Technology is only a starting point. Now, from the single button, right, the few mandates, it should look good, so the way they packaged it, they said they were the first ones to come with a small, tiny box. Right? Mobile phones used to come in big boxes with some of them used to have manuals. They definitely have small instruction books. They definitely have fold-out instructions. Right? This comes with nothing, almost nothing. Right? And with a pin, it comes just to put the SIM. And like almost no instruction. They were so confident. It doesn't matter who it is. They can use the phone. Right? When you start the phone the first time, it asks for a few things. And once you do that, that's it. It is set up. Now, today everybody follows the model. So they said like, and the unboxing, the box packaging, the attention to detail that Apple had, right? The box was like from the color to the shape to the texture to the edges, how it feels in your hand. It was not like any other box. Right? Anybody could have done it. They didn't invent any of that paper or cardboard or right anything. They didn't invent it. It's all existing. It's just designing it, right? Putting it in that shape, in that size. When you open it, the way it looks, the way the phone's laid out. So the whole unboxing was like, it starts from there. You're wowed. Every step you're wowed. Right? It's not just that once you access the single button intuitiveness, you're not going to be wowed when you play with it. You'll only be wowed like several days later saying, like, God, with single button I could manage to do all this. You can't, that's not something you can communicate, that you'll experience, right? You'll experience the lack of it. With single button, things didn't work. The second minute you would have said, like, this is crazy. But when it's working, it'll take a long time to figure out that like, with single button, I can do everything that needed like some 8 buttons in my previous phone. It takes some time to realize that like, I could do so much with just a single button. But the whole thing, the wow factor started from the box, unboxing, the phone, the way the phone looked, the way the phone felt, right? You turn it on, the UI, the icons, they came up with the tray of icons. I'm sure they didn't invent it. I'm sure somebody else must have had it by then. But they were the ones that first made it so neat. They said, since it's a single button phone, there had to be pre-packaged apps. Things that you may normally want to do should all be there out of the box, right? Well, they went and pushed the store a lot later, but they didn't start with the store. When you open the box, most essential utilities are already there. It's not just a phone. Now, so much goes into it. If you look at some of the products, we try to create products here, right? I mean, Triple is an institute, research institute. Not many know that we are a research institute. How many of you knew that we are a research institute? Okay, thank you. At least like a third of the room knows that we are a research institute. Most people think we are an engineering college. We are not like an IIT, right? We are more like a CCMB. Right? Little bit like IISc. IISc is a research institute, right? But we are a research institute that offers undergraduate program. Right? Most organizations, research happens only through their PhD program. For us, for every paper that gets published through a PhD work in our campus, at least 6 gets published through undergrad work. Non-PhD, not undergrad, undergrad or postgrad, like work. So we have a very unique undergraduate research program. So we have a dual degree program, which is a BTech and MS by research. It's a thesis program. They have to get 2 publications to graduate. And then we also have the honors program in undergrad. Anyway, so we're a research institute. So we're organized at research centers. We don't have departments. Right? We only have research centers. So we're organized at research centers. The faculty can be part of multiple centers. It depends on what the current research interests are. So we have research centers. We have research-led pedagogy. And we have research. One of our objectives is research that matters. Right? We'd like research to mean something. To the society, broader society. So we don't want to just publish papers. Well, that's very important. Without the research at the core, there's nothing to build. But we also want to build solutions. That's been an objective from the beginning. Professor Raj Reddy, who was brought in from CMU, to structure the institute was the chairman till last week. Now we have a new chairman, Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala from IT Madras, the new chairman. But Professor Rajaddi was the chairman for the first 25 years. And a lot of his thinking, they started Robotics Institute, he started Robotics Institute in CMU in the mid-70s, which was the first formal AI research group in the world. And so he has 60 years. By the time they brought him here, he was already 45 years in research, like in CMU at that time. And so a lot of that thing went in experiences, so there's no departments. Everywhere its departments become silos. In India it becomes even bigger silos. So no departments, we'll have research centers. And so faculty can be part of multiple centers. And so we manage research areas. And research should mean something to society was something that Professor Rajaddi pushes a lot, even till date. We have a center we started in his name a few years back in the pandemic, where we work with NGOs to create emerging technology, AI and other technology-based solutions for NGOs. Because who's going to go build them a fancy AI solution or a camera vision solution or an LLM-based solution? Nobody's going to do it for NGOs. And we said we will build such solutions directly from kind of the front lines of research, solving problems they have in the field. Right? We work with NGOs, identify pressing problems which technology could address. We build it. It's an engineering group on campus from latest in research. Now, these are things that he used to push a lot. So we started our incubator in 2008, thinking you start an incubator and professors and students will just line up to take the research work forward. In the first 10 years, we have had less than 5 starters come out of research, maybe 3. I'm giving benefit of doubt, assuming I forgot something, which I probably did not. Max 5. While we had about, in the first 10 years, nearly 200, 250 starters come out of the incubator. Our incubator starters from outside can also come and work. It's not necessarily our own students and alum. And today we have had about 500 startups. We just celebrated 15th anniversary last week, 2 weeks back. And so we've had about 500 startups, and still not many from research. But so we've done many things. So if you just fast forward today, we have a product lab where we started that in, the idea was there for several years before, but finally we could do it in 18. It's an engineering group, we had to fund it. So it was funded by the institute. And with a product manager, the first person we hired was an MBA from Babson. Well, all of you would know, many of you might know, Babson is one of the best places for entrepreneurship. So somebody who was working here in Qualcomm went to the US for MBA and decided to come back immediately. That's the first person we hired. We said, this group has to have a product manager. If you're trying to build products from research, without a product manager, you can't build. It's not just about, the second thing we said was, this group should not have researchers. If you have researchers, that group will do more research. We'll want to publish papers. We said that group should not have researchers, should have only engineers. We'll work with research groups if you need research inputs or anything from research, but this group should not hire researchers. So strictly no PhDs in this group, right? Consciously. And so it's an interesting experiment. We've had very small team. The team was at no point more than 6 or 7 people in size. We've built about 10 products. Prakash, we got somebody who was in the industry running research in Honeywell for a long time. When he left Honeywell, the group he had started had about 150 PhDs that was working in Honeywell Bangalore in that group, and then worked for a startup. So we found a person, very good profile, worked a lot with research institutions, and then he's the technology transfer officer and he runs the product labs. So now if you look at our experience in product lab, we got a product manager, we have a UI designer, we have advisors that we get, mentors from the industry who come spend few hours a week, few hours a month. Because we are building a product, you don't need to talk to somebody every day, right? Even if they come and spend 1-2 hours every 2 weeks, it's good enough to give good direction in terms of the product. And we've done about 10 products, and not all are successful. But these are all, we said this group will only work on products centrally based on research. Some seminal work or research work published, and that should be at the core. If you look at, going back to my earlier point, if Bay Area can make products for the world, why can't India? One of the key reasons is our connect with academia is very weak. The industry and research don't forget talking to each other. They're just miles apart. You can't even by mistake, you can't touch the other. It is like you have to make serious effort, either the research to come into industry or industry to come into research. They're completely immiscible worlds today. So we said we need to create this, since it won't happen organically, let's do this inorganically. Let's create this, right? Put in cart before the horse. And it's very tough, very tough. If you take the multiple problems, if anybody's interested, I can share. I wrote a paper based on our experiences. I wrote that in 18, based on TripIT's experiences. I'm very involved with TripIT for many years, though I moved full-time in 16, but I've been involved since 2002, and with startups and with products. So so it starts with, one of the products we took, it got like this professor, who's also a current dean of research in the computer vision space. They have two of their most, one is called CVPR and the other is called ICCV or something. Two conferences where, like, as a computer vision researcher, if you get a paper there, like, even a couple of times in your career, you're considered very, very good. Jawar has a paper there every second year, right? And like, it's phenomenally well known internationally, definitely nationally. And so his work on badminton, they went and took broadcast badminton, a lot of broadcast videos available on the internet. So they took broadcast video and built this model to recognize, like, after the game, it will give a kind of the analysis that maybe a coach would give the player. If the coach had observed the game for an hour, right? At the end of it, if the coach were to go and talk to the player, saying like, you know what, your footwork was very weak today, you were like on the lines, you were kind of bad, you missed a lot of points on the net. They would say things like this, right? Your backstroke was weak, your front stroke was good, right? Whatever, things like that. The system will generate that kind of insights, which is fantastic work. So that's the first product we took. We said, let's build it. Now, what we realized through that and few others we did at the same time, right? Research, the objective of research is knowledge creation, right? While they have a broad idea, they don't go randomly and do anything. Most professors have an idea, but imagine they went in this particular area, right? Badminton. If you hit an issue with not finding the right videos, you can reframe the problem. I can reframe the problem because knowledge creation, even if I reframe the problem, I'm still going to create knowledge. I'm still going to get my papers and publications and conferences and such. Now, real world you can't. So we took this and we said, we'll work with academies. And we said, we'll work with one camera. You can't go have broadcast cameras like in multiple 8 cameras, so we can't assume that. We said it should be one camera. Right there it came undone. The moment we said one camera, there were all kinds of assumptions built into the work that was done until then, because it was broadcast. Something as simple as a camera angle change, side change is seen as a point. Because it happens. Broadcast, they don't randomly keep changing cameras. They'll show from one side, and then when the point change happens, they'll show from the other side. And that's how all broadcast works in court games, like badminton. They'd use that to recognize that a point was won. Now, we can't, in single camera, you don't have that. Now, so just taking your real world you can't reframe the real world. If I'm building badminton, such a solution for the academies, I can't reframe how academies work. I can't go and tell Gopin's academy saying like, look, you know what, we have this problem, we have to have the players play this way, not this way. You can't. I mean, they do what they do. Technology has to fit in. Now, so to understand the real world is a creative process again. It's not always like saying like somebody comes and says, this is my requirement, build it for me. We have another technology which is kind of getting a lot of interest, but they're struggling to find the right sweet spot, right? Both products came around the same time. We started working in 18, 19, and then they incorporated in 20. So both the startups are around 3 years old. The other one comes from the document AI. We're a very strong language technology group. So language technology, computer vision, and robotics. 3 areas we're very, very strong, among the best in the country, and robotics also among the best in Asia for research output. Now, language technology, today there's so much of noise on ChatGPT and such. The LLM work has been happening here for the last 6, 7 years. So out of one professor's work, this solution came out, which is like you can ask a question, and it will find information from large documents, right? You have any number of documents, it will find information from large documents. Now, this is like they say in the product world, like they say in the product world, you have a hammer and you have to find the nail to bang. Now, this is a hammer, it's a tool, right? A hammer doesn't do anything. Unless I find the right nail, I can't just go keep banging everything. I have to find the right nail, right? They say like the silver nail or the golden nail. You have to find the right nail to bang. So this is a tool now. Now, they are trying to find. Now, building the tool is pure technology work. Look, a little bit more than technology. You still package it. There's engineering involved, there's packaging involved, there's usage. There's some of that involved. It's a little bit of engineering, more than engineering. There's technology, there's some engineering, and there's some product packaging. Now, identifying what this can solve, right? A question answering system, what real world problem it can solve. There are very, very wide possibilities. It can become a virtual tutor, like in the education world. It can become State Bank is the first customer. They're using it for their SOPs, right? The 250,000 employees. They have a SOP, they have like some 20,000 one-page FAQs today, And they do that because they can't find information from their 300 SOPs, very large documents. So now they're putting this QA system there, so they can ask any question on policy, process, and such. It will find the information from those documents. Now, it could be for SOPs, it could be for customer support. Now, they tried customer support. The problem with customer support was, if I just find the information from an existing knowledge base, that's not answering the question. It has information to answer the question, right? To answer the question, you need to go into generative AI. The moment you go into generative, which they can do very easily, because if they can find 3 pieces of information that is relevant, they can quickly kind of massage it and create a nice paragraph out of it. When they do that, like, which is the problem with Gen AI, right, today, ChatGPT, you get incorrect information, you get new information. And customer support, you can't give new information. You can't go and tell, like my thing said, like, there is some 4 balls here as switches, you roll the 4 balls and the mic will come on. Well, there's actually a simple red button here. Now, that's the kind of, it generates information which is not kind of real. Now, they're figuring out, they're in the market very actively for the last 1.5 years. They're getting some customers, they're still trying to figure out, now that's a creative thinking process you have to observe, right? Sometimes you get lucky where some customer will come and tell you, like, do this for me. Right? State Bank came and told, do this for me. So they got excited. State Bank asked, so every bank should want. They've talked to every single bank. Often they say, no, our SOPs are not that big. State Bank is large. Our SOPs are much smaller. Or they say, like, yeah, it is there, but not such a bad problem. We won't pay for it, at least, right? Now, so when somebody comes and asks, that may not be, so it's a creative process where you have to observe and connect. So that is the creating technology products for the future, right? Technology is only a starting point. The observations and connecting the dots is a much, much larger problem. If we don't do that, we can't create products for the future. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Our second panel discussion, the topic being mastering product skills in Gen AI era. I invite Haripriya Shivramakrishnan, who's the moderator for this session. Haripriya, welcome. She currently is serving as a vice president at State Street Global Advisors. Prior to her role at State Street, Haripriya held key positions in prominent organizations including Citi, JP Morgan Chase and Company. Extensive experience also includes roles at Sun Microsystems, TCS, ABN AMRO Bank, NV, where she honed her skills in areas such as trade, operations, GIS analysis, and quality leadership. With her wealth of experience and expertise in the banking and business strategy domains, we welcome Haripriya to the dais and moderate the session. Our other panelists are Trinath Reddy. We are delighted to have you with us. Trinath Reddy, a dynamic, multi-skilled individual and head of technology at KK HR. Having spent almost a decade at KK and companies like Technovent, he played a pivotal role in shaping the company's technological landscape. Our second panelist is Ashish Mittal. Ashish, I know you personally as well. It's wonderful to have you here. He works with Srinidhi Group of institutions. He's heading the HR department. He works as a chief HR officer. Ashish is a renowned figure in the HR industry, having earned recognition as one of Asia's 100 power leaders in HR and securing a spot in the prestigious Forbes India top 50 leaders. I think we need to give him a good applause. Also served as a general manager, head HR and deputy general manager in companies like Pearson, Infosys, BPN, Manipal International University. He has also held key positions in Akshaya Patra, Foundation and the Heritage Foundation. Next panelist is Professor Raghu Reddy. He is an accomplished professional currently serving as the Associate Professor and Head of Software Engineering Research Center at IITH. With a tenure spanning 12 years at IIITH, Raghu has held pivotal roles including Program Head for MTech in Product Design and Management Programs, Director and for PG Certificate in Software Engineering for Data Science, as well as previous positions at prestigious institutions like Rochester Institute of Technology and Colorado State of University. With his extensive background and continuous contributions to the field of software engineering, we welcome you, Raghu. Our next panelist is Sai Satesh Vedam, a versatile and accompanied product leader. He is a Chief Product Officer and co-founder at the Institute of Product Leadership, where he plays a pivotal role in shaping product leadership and education. Sai Satesh's expansive career travels around, includes a remarkable stint at Oracle. I wouldn't like to call a stint, a huge tenure, where he has held roles such as Principal Product Manager, Director of Product Management, and Senior Director of Product Management, along with contribution to Sun Microsystems. Welcome to all of you, and Haripriya, I hand it over to you.
So broadly, we'll cover impact of Gen AI on the product skills, the role that HR will bring in, the product management, plus the continuous learning in Gen AI era. We'll touch a little on Indian market and specifically to organization, and last, how we build future product leaders. So with no further ado, I'll get started. Probably Professor Sai, I'll get started with you. You bring in a rich experience in product management, and your passion towards products is very, very inspiring. If I may ask, with generative AI integrating with product lifecycle, how do you think the traditional skills will have to diversify to, kind of blend into the new one?
So allow me for 30 seconds
Sure.
to just understand our audience.
Perfect.
Like a good product manager, you should really understand whose needs are you addressing and how you're going to do that. So a really quick question. How many of you here are in product management roles with more than 10 plus years experience, or more than 10 years? Or at least you think you are in a product manager role? Now, I'll tell you why I'm asking that. Because we have very creative titles in India, isn't it? For product managers especially. You could be a requirement scientist for all you know. This is an emerging title in many companies that I see, right? So, good. So about 30% of you are in product roles with at least 10 plus years experience. The remaining ones either are aspiring to get into that role, or you are curious about that. That's my assumption, right? Aspiring to and do that. Okay, so now before I jump into and answer that generative AI thing specifically, let me here is the perspectives that I will bring in. There are 3 points of view that I will bring in, right? The first one is for all the programs that IPL, this IPL, not the other IPL, Institute of Product Leadership, works with lots of industry practitioners and leaders who are building products in various companies, building companies, right? And continuously we work with them. And one question we ask them regularly: what is changing in the landscape that you think we should bring about to help people get better at? This is a continuous question that I ask. That's a first perspective. The second one is the hiring manager's perspective. Because almost about 8 to 9 companies every month come to hire at IPL, and all of them are looking at different skills, and are they changing? So how important is generative AI? Are they looking for any of those skills right now while hiring? And the third one, my own journey, my own perspectives as a product coach, as an executive coach, who I work with hundreds of people in helping them transition into those careers. Now, fourth, I did not do deliberately. I have not consulted ChatGPT. Right? So these are the 3 points of views that I will try to bring in so that you know where they are coming from, right? Now, I'd like to jump in and talk about, before generative AI, what are the core product skills? And there are lots of competencies in that, right? And just to level set everybody's understanding, at least for the purpose of this discussion, I want to frame what product management is. As I said, there is lots and lots of definitions.
lots of misunderstanding in the industry. I spent 25 years working as an engineer, 14 years as a product manager and product leader, and I work with hundreds of companies which are trying to hire, right? So when I say product management, I'm referring to role, not a title. And so what is that role? That role is very simple, very difficult to achieve, but very simple. It's an art and science of identifying the market needs and driving the team towards creating compelling, profitable, and competitive products. Now there are a few key words here. The art and science. Second one is driving the team. Now if you're a product owner, you might be thinking you own the product. And a lot of you may have heard of this cliches that product manager is the CEO of the product. Right? You are driving the team towards creating compelling, competitive, and profitable products. That's it. That is essentially product management. Now, in that context, what are the core skills? Market analysis, which has many competencies. I won't go into that unless you have questions, right? And because we want to see how generative AI now impacts or influences all these things. Strategic planning, product planning, go-to-market, and sales enablement. The go-to-market and sales enablement part comes at a product leadership level where you interlock with product marketing and do that. But the first three, market analysis, strategic planning, and product planning in the context of products are super important. So now let's bring in this new beast.
The Gen AI.
About, right? The generative AI. Now, I'm sure everybody has heard, and that's why you're all here. And I believe we are at a tipping point of the hype curve right now. Right? You guys know the hype curve, right? The next one is trough of disillusionment. I hope it doesn't fall into that, because lots, and I've seen in my own career 7 such disruptive things come. Some of them stuck around, some of them just went away. But this is truly disruptive. There's no doubt about it. Right? I hope you guys can hear me, right? Yeah. Now, if you look at every such skill that I talked about, there are 2 ways to think how you as a product manager can leverage this generative AI part. Right? When I say generative AI, I'm not just talking about the large language models of text, but also image, audio, video, all kinds of content. Right? Now, you put this into 2 categories. One, you as an individual product manager working towards improving your efficiencies and speed up your creative process. Today, that's where the most use is. The second part typically is generative AI in the enterprise, which means companies trying to leverage that to build products to compelling experiences. Now that has a long way to go, and I have my reasons, and I'll come to that later, right? But every aspect, including market analysis, which basically involves customer insighting, validation, competitive analysis, right? Strategic planning includes product strategy, portfolio analysis, and these things, right? And the third one, product planning, which a lot of product managers in India are currently in, which is requirements management, requirements definition, user stories, prioritization, roadmaps, and design. This is a subset of the overall product management skills, right? Would you agree? The most of the PMs in India especially are in that product planning stage. Now, every step, every competency can be, 10x, 50x improved in terms of productivity and efficiency with Gen AI. I can give several, I'm sure panel has lots of examples to do that. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Raghu, maybe I'll shift gears to understand. I know you're leading the product management and design at IIIT and has also been leading the data science and software work streams here. So if you have to pinpoint on the specific skill set or competency that you would require from the traditional, whatever we have seen, I think Professor Sai touched a bit, if you can throw some light with your experience.
Thank you, Haripriya. So I guess, so we are in the zillionth Gen AI panel, and I'm sure out there in Mars, there's one more probably going on in terms of Gen AI panels. That's how it's become, right? So every other street you turn to in an IT city, you will probably find a Gen AI panel. Fortunate or unfortunate, I'll leave it up to you guys, right? I know he touched upon a lot, and I'm sure from a product management perspective, right? So broadly, if you look at a product, I would want to at least divide it. from an engineering life cycle perspective and a management life cycle perspective. And a lot of talk goes on from a management life cycle perspective, right? We also, as product managers, need to look at the engineering life cycle perspective. And to me, there's a lot that will probably happen from an engineering life cycle perspective, because unless you drill down to actually being able to identify what's the specific support, right, that's available. And when I say support, it's not just in your team, it's the ecosystem. What support does the ecosystem provide you? If you don't have it, your product is bound to fail. No matter how complex your algorithm is, or how exaggerant or fantastic your actual management life cycle is. It does not matter, right? Ultimately, you have to have the supporting ecosystem. And that requires a lot of tool support, right? So to me, a lot of skill set, at least from an engineering life cycle perspective, needs to go into building these tools and managing these tools, right? Don't look at it as a large product, right? Small products, whatever that might be, that's going to support. Because you have a life cycle where you're looking at a traditional engineering life cycle going from requirements all the way to maintenance, right? And of course, at some point, end of life. And everywhere at this point, you'll have to look at what's the skill set needed to develop these tools and manage these tools. That, to me, is more important. Whether it be, let's say, I'm building a tool set for math, right? What's the mathematical knowledge that I need to build this tool set and use Gen AI to generate maybe a step-by-step solution for a particular math problem, right? Whether it's a SciMath or a Wolfram Alpha type tool, for example. Or maybe you're developing a product, I need to create design prototypes, right? What's the specific tool set that's needed? Because it's not just plug and play. You're typically looking at tailoring a particular solution, because it's not as if you're going to use ChatGPT as it is. It's not as if you're going to use Llama 2 as it is, right? Your large brain, which are the large LLMs, have to be transferred into a small brain. That's the skill set that's needed. How do I transfer them and apply it in the context of your particular solution? Generics, yeah, well and good, that ChatGPT can provide, right? But as managers, how do we bring that value? The additional add-on values is that transfer of knowledge to your problem, your product, your organization.
Absolutely. And in the tea break, he also touched upon how engineering is one of the key streams. And it was good to know the statistics, 68% research still happening on computer. Thanks for that. I'll move into understanding the HR role. Mr. Ashish, your experience in HR spans across corporates, NGOs, which is very interesting, and also academia. And you stress a lot upon work-life balance too, so it's interesting. Could you share insights on how HR practices and talent acquisition strategies have adapted in response to the changing technologies?
Sure, thank you so much. So I'm going to start actually, I would say I would like to, with the Gen AI, I would like to focus on 3 key areas. Okay, we're looking because as the HR leaders, we are bombarded day and night. Every day is a different day for HR leaders. You can ask anybody, and nobody knows where we are going to be for the next 15 minutes. So 3 main areas where you're looking is, first is improved efficiency. Okay, so point over here is, since there's a lot of data and we want quick analysis, and so we want generative AI to help HR leaders to take better informed decisions. Okay, and so with this context, I would like to share one particular incident which just happened on 5th September, 3 days back. I'm just linking that. It just struck me just a few seconds back, and I thought this is the best place. 5th September, I kind of reached home around 6 p.m. I was completely exhausted. Last 3 days were kind of roller coaster ride. And I was about to hit the sack. And just when I got a call from one of the senior academicians, I do not know why he called me, probably, yes, he knows me pretty well. He said, Ashish, I have decided that I want to commit suicide in the next 15 minutes. Of all the blues, I received this call. I was zapped. And I said, yes, this person definitely needs my help. And I said, just give me 20 seconds. I just had 20 seconds to take a decision. I had not done any physical fitness for the last 3 days. So I said, let me carry my power bank, let me carry my Bluetooth set. And I decided, and I connected with him, had a non-stop conversation for 4 hours non-stop. Understood his entire problems, what he or she was going through, gave a resolution, and after 4 hours, he was completely decided normal. And the challenge didn't end over here. I had 2 more employees, major escalations. They wanted my time. I said, Ashish, anyways, I'm walking, so let me just continue my walk. So the question which rang to my mind, today was, as we have so many PMs, project managers sitting in this room, can we do something that, what if I had a board review presentation next day? And if I didn't have time, because you don't know. So can there some tools be developed which can actually help, we call it early warning indicators, wherein a person is not well, mental wellness, so that the right help is provided to the right individual at the right time. We're talking about Industry 5.0, which talks about technology taking care of human beings, right? So is there some kind of tool? Secondly, as HR leaders, we want all the routine works, redundant transactional works to be taken over by GenAI so that we can actually focus on strategic areas. We can understand interacting with the employees, trying to understand their pain points, and trying to see that we can give our best. So this is one of the key things, and yes, so I would say a lot of expectations are there in terms of from GenAI, from an HR perspective. We are looking how to make the life of HR leaders work at a very strategic level, removing all the transactional jobs out.
Thank you, Mr. Ashish. Mr. Trunath, I know Keka urges us to reimagine HR, right? So, we spoke, we always talk about Workday, so I was just trying to understand how is Keka bringing a change. So, in your experience with HR technology, what innovative tools and solutions could help HR professionals in assessing the right candidates?
So, at Keka, we have kept employee experience in the forefront. In fact, we go by for the love of employee experience. Let me take a simple journey of an employee where it starts, right from employee persona and from hiring manager persona that we touched, and the well-being of an employee. So in most of the cases, the tools, the technology where it can enable for a hiring manager when he gets to screen hundreds of resumes, be it 500, 600, because of the volume of resumes or the candidates, inflow of the candidates that they are getting, they typically go with algorithmic sorting kind of thing where they add some blind rules key, 4+ years of experience, or we should have so and so XYZ skill set. Rather, in this era, you can avoid or you can overcome those kind of bias, trying to understand the skills, the responsibilities that you need for a particular role, and mapping with the candidate resume. You can analyze with the tools that we have today. You can analyze and summarize the experiences that he come from, rather doing blind check with skills and the keywords that are there in the resumes. Coming to the employee well-being, if we touch the next aspect of it, which is the primary essence of function of the HR, there are many micro interactions that you get signs of an employee. If they are applying for a leave, how was their day? If they are just applying for a leave, we can simply check the pulse of an employee, a kind of a thing where you just rate. Just I'm happy, I'm not happy. It's not a right day for me. It's not a great day. With these indications, over time, it will be able to tell you the pulse of an employee, how they are feeling in an organization, overall, what's the happiness indicator in the organization, which will greatly help the HR personals to gauge the mood in the organization or the teams. Or if you further drill down, you get to know which teams are having more sort of issues, or which teams are not feeling great at work, and how you can connect or align with your organization goal. So these are few factors where technology can enable and bridge the gap between the HR personals and the employees.
Very interesting. I think a lot of personalization, we try and do that as well to get into candidates. Before we switch gears to understanding about the continuous learning, let me pause to see if any questions from audience. We can take one question from audience. Please go ahead. Why don't you call out your name and then ask your question?
Thank you. So one thing that has been coming out to the fore is sifting through resumes and helping hiring managers take those right calls. So
whenever you're using GenAI, there can be two aspects to it. One, you are using it as a mere language model trying to understand the keywords. And the other is an outcome-based GenAI where you are actually understanding what led to successful outcomes. So when you're sifting through resumes, there could be numerous biases of hiring managers which might impact outcomes. So like, for example, there could be very well a case where certain kind of people from a certain colleges or... All right. So my question is, how will you manage these biases if you're using GenAI to sift through resumes?
Mr. Trinath, you want to give a try?
So with GenAI, particularly with GenAI, if hiring managers are going through the profile, see, one thing is for sure, GenAI is not going to replace the human factor of hiring manager and his decision-making skills. It's just going to be an assistant for him, or kind of AI assistant or a co-pilot, which is working with the hiring managers and giving indicators which profiles are a good match for the given role. And in fact, GenAI can in fact even hide the details like demographics of a candidate or gender of a candidate, where you can configure in the products, which will reduce the biasing factor to a great extent. It's more of matching the responsibilities that you need for a particular job and the experience that the candidate carry.
Thank
Just to
you.
add on
Yeah,
just one
sure.
context to it. In HR, we have something called as blind hiring. Okay, so we do the blind hiring for a few roles alone. So of course, it's debatable, but we're behind all the demographics, everything, so that we can just focus on the skill set alone and not anything else. So there we kind of help to reduce all the various biases.
I want to give a simple answer. I don't think anything changes because of GenAI. Okay? The problem of fairness and bias has existed since 1980s. Right? GenAI, just because the buzzword came in, nothing has changed. So you would still want fairness, you would still want bias to be eliminated. And what's the background, what's the data set that's needed, what's the balancing that's needed from your entire data sources, that still applies.
Thank you. We'll try and understand right now about a little on continuous learning. Professor Sai, you have played the role of product management, a coach, been a co-founder as well, I think, and been in academia. So you bring in all together, right? So in this evolving Gen AI landscape, how crucial is continuous learning, and what is your suggestion for individual learning as well?
Well, I think there's no debate about continuous learning, irrespective of generative AI,
yeah.
right? But here's a slight difference that I'm at least viewing it as. I believe that we are kind of at a tipping point of what was called as a knowledge era for a long time, which means the intent of accumulating knowledge through a learning continuous habit. It's a habit, right? Some people have developed that habit because I want to accumulate knowledge. I don't know when it'll come to use. Whenever it comes to use, and I have a phrase for this, it's called inventory of skills. Right? So a lot of people have that, and it served well for a while. I believe now, because a lot of things are very dynamic and complex, we are shifting to what I call as a single loop and double loop based learning. Let me explain that single loop and double loop. Single loop is very simple. An event has happened, and you have observed the result. Now you need to analyze that and figure out why it has happened and come up with a solution for it, which is what most of us do, right? But we are doing these things repeatedly, continuously, and at a rapid pace now. And what that means is there is no time for deep learning, pun intended, right? There is really no time for spending enough time to learn. So we have to learn things very efficiently, rapidly, and move on, right? Yeah. So that's now double loop learning is after you analyze and make a decision, it's important to take a pause and say, can this be applicable in any other situation? Now that is something that I believe we all have to ask, right? And this is where I strongly believe it's not just about Gen AI. Gen AI is going to accelerate this. Is interdisciplinary learning is going to become critical. Because things that have happened in your world are going to be applicable and can be made applicable in other, which has always been there. It's going to become more urgent. So if you are the person who are able to connect these dots together across disciplines, right? You may come from engineering. I come from engineering. I was part of the team that built Java, right? And that experience, don't leave it there. Now, are you able to connect with some other chaotic scenario in business. And to me so I'll summarize in two parts, right? There is something called extraction and there is something called transfer in learning. Extraction is what I just talked about. What will you draw from it? And so that not with the intent of solving that particular thing, but able to apply it in different contexts. Now, transfer is super critical because transfer includes linking, as we said, connected. And I strongly encourage and urge many of you to start teaching. Teaching is the best way of learning anything, right? In whatever way that you can. If you develop this habit of teaching, then the moment you read something, the moment you experiment something, and you go and talk about it, you go and tell 10 other people, that sticks in your mind.
Thank you. And I'll bring it to our organization, like State Street, wherein everybody wants to be in part of Gen AI, right? That's the latest one. So you're, like you said, the interdisciplinary skills, that's really going to move people, mobilize people internally. I think that's going to be a great support as well. Mr. Ashish, you have penned a very good article on power of employee experience. Why don't you talk about, as HR professional, what strategies and resources do you believe are efficient in continuous learning?
So I would actually just like to walk 2 steps back and say,
sure.
in terms of skills, because today's skill itself become like a commodity. Just like a product has a product life cycle, we know that what skills we have today, high possibility it'll be redundant, outdated in the next 2 years. Unlike the olden times, like you just learn something and you're going to retire with that skills. So I think today one of the areas which as HR leaders where we are trying to focus is more on personalized learning, because it's not one shoe fits all. Everybody in the education space, we talk about bite-sized learning, micro-sized learning, right? So because employees want to learn at their own pace, right? They want to probably learn at night 12 or morning 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., whatever. They need to have the right tools, right infrastructure, right facilities, right opportunities for them. So as HR leaders, we try to ensure that we provide this best personalized learning, because this personalized learning will help us to get a lot of data, which particular concept a particular employee has understood or not understood. So with this, we are able to understand and provide the right kind of training inputs and training programs for employees at an org level. So this is what I want.
Yeah, perfect. And I think that will lead to what Mr. Trinidad touched on, happiness index probably. So that's good. Professor Raghu, I'm sure you have addressed many Gen AI kind of discussions, but can you share some insights and strategies that would be more efficient for an Indian market? If you can touch a little about that.
Okay. Now that's an interesting question, especially because a lot of us obviously always talk about what's happening in US, what's happening in Europe, right? And just curious again, going back to what you started out with, how many of you actually have even looked at LLMs from India? Any LLM from India? Have you even heard about it?
Yoga GPT, Gita GPT, no? Okay.
Huh? It's now 9.5 months since OpenAI released its first version, right? And I'm surprised we haven't heard, right? That in itself should give us an answer why we need to work with an India-specific context, right? Especially with huge governmental support in terms of language. Projects like Bhashini, which do machine translation from multiple languages, right? So you start looking at it, you want to build data sets which are India specific, whatever be the case. Forget about LLMs. Start off by looking at data sets that are India specific. Data sets for Indian driving conditions. And look at it, we are talking about autonomous driving cars, ADAS level 1, and then I proudly come back and say, oh, mine is level 2. And then we really don't understand what is level 2 in an Indian context. Right? What does it really mean to have ADAS level 2 in an Indian context? No, it's really different from level 1 in US versus level 4 in US versus here, right? So I would probably say that we need to start looking at building data sets as the first step from an Indian context. That will give us a lot more problems that are India specific, not just language, education, right? How do you educate? We talk about personalization. All these models, all these training sets are from somewhere. Can I now use that on some random person who's there in Chhattisgarh? It has to be contextual, right? We talk about prompt engineering.
You know, that's the latest designation, isn't it? Prompt engineer. I want to be a prompt engineer. Your prompt engineer, unfortunately, is based on US data. So start thinking about it, and this is a genuine request to all the managers out here who are building products, right? Please look at creating India-specific models.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think tying it back to what Professor Ramesh spoke in the morning as well. Indians, instead of Bay Area, Indians for Indian market, right? That's something that he touched upon. Very interesting. Thank you.
I don't know, let me ask you and the audience here. In March, in one of the big forums of MIT, Ashwini Kumar gave a hint when the interviewer asked him, so when is India going to have its chat GPT moment? Did anybody watch that? Or maybe I'm the only obscure guy who's watching this stuff. So he actually asked this very specific question. So when is India going to have its chat GPT moment? And you know what he said? Just wait for 2 more weeks and you will be surprised. Hold on, that happened in March. And I was equally excited as you. I'm still excited, I don't know what about. Right? I'm sure there is a lot of stuff going on. But I think, everybody, especially in public domain, open source projects, these are the ones that need to contribute to, essentially, just to summarize Raghu's thing, number one, when we talk about LLMs, we are talking about 4 things: data, language, and context. 3 things. That's all. But we have to build these 3 things, and it's not an easy job. I know engineering head, a CTO of a company called Reverie Technologies, who's actually an alumni of IPL, but this guy runs an engineering team who's doing a real-time translation of Indian language websites. Real-time, through mobile apps and everything. Right? So some interesting work, but to your point, I think the responsibility is in all of us. There's nothing else.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll do one last question to this panel. Trinath, maybe I'll start with you. What are the key insights you share regarding the role of bridging academia, bringing and building future product leaders? Where do you think we should, what we should do to be future ready, I would say?
So I'll start with open source contributions. That's something that is going to help students and particularly academia to understand what's happening in the space. There are many interesting projects, and if we talk about if we speak about we have Swechha, which does a lot of events around. A couple of you might have heard about it as well, where they have been doing sessions on different technologies and primarily focused on the open source technologies, where gathering industry experts, students, and then encouraging them for the contributions. The recent projects, like they have been working on one of the transport module to help understand the timings of metro or timings of public transport, where they're building an app particularly for different metro cities. So contributing for these open source projects is going to greatly help bridge the gap between the needs of the industry and the academia as well.
Perfect. Mr. Ashish, your thoughts on how do we, bridge the gap between, academia and the industry, if I may say?
See, one of the biggest aspect is, today we churn out a lot of students, IITs, IIMs, or various universities. But how well are they kind of having an industry exposure? Because gone are the days of bookish knowledge, right? And we have ChatGPT and various tools. So I think the best way to bridge the gap is to give them real-time projects, and also have a lot of academicians do work in the industry, so that they are able to go and translate and add value to the students, so that the students understand the concepts and also how to apply these concepts on a day-to-day basis. So once these two are kind of mixed, that will really help the students.
No, absolutely. I'll echo that. I'm also pursuing my executive MBA product leadership, and the product labs. That is one of the interesting things, wherein we learn experiential learning, a lot of learning. While in theory you can learn, and Professor Raghu, we just touched a little about that. So why don't you give your insights there?
Okay, I guess as an academic I should have a better answer, right?
Absolutely.
So I'll first of all start by saying I don't think we should look at ChatGPT as a competitor. Okay, see, unfortunately what happens is, as academics, we are always afraid of change, right? So when things come along, technology comes in, we tend to fight it rather than embrace it.
right? And to us, at least from IIIT's perspective, I can say, I think we encourage people to use ChatGPT. You know, you want to write a programming assignment, it's not about finding the solution, okay? In fact, a lot of instructors I know, for example, if you create a programming assignment, they would start off with ChatGPT and create the programming assignment, and then tweak it because ChatGPT can't act on it anymore. Now, it's about understanding the program and the nuances of the program rather than just trying to build a program, right? That's where you start kind of thinking about the mind and what sort of changes should somebody, you know, learn as part of programming, for example, right? Going back to the whole real life experience, for example. So we have been running, at least I personally have been running a course which is taught to the sophomore students, second year undergrad engineering students. It's called Software Systems Analysis and Design, right? And the course fundamentally requires a 3.5-month, 4-month project that they have to do. And these projects have real clients. And when I say real clients, these are, you know, projects that are actually elicited by industry people, including startups. They will propose a project, we scope it down in the context of what you can do in 4 months, and the student is expected to deliver, including deploy their particular piece of prototype as part of the project, right? Wow. And so this is built into their second year curriculum itself. So as a result, we don't think there is that much problem. They don't get scared of anything hands-on, right? So devil is in the details. You know, you basically ensure your hand in addition to your brain also works.
Absolutely. And Professor Sai, you keep encouraging to use ChatGPT. He would say, use whatever, but show me what prompt you used, right? So you may want to conclude on this topic.
Yeah, no. I kind of straddle both worlds, and which is unfortunate in certain ways. But I think let's take two parties here. One, we said the academic institutions.
Right.
The other one is all our companies, industry where we work in. On the first part, I think I'm seeing changes, and I believe it's going to happen a lot more. Is number one, weaving this generative AI usage into every assessment, every project, and basically say, go use it, right? And I'll give you a simple example. I teach product strategy in the executive MBA program, and for a couple of years, one of the basic assessment was take a company. Pick your favorite company and do a strategic analysis of that company, right? So the strategic analysis has several elements: internal, external, political, economical, business related, all kinds of things. If you have to really do it well, it would take you 3 weeks. And today, you can do a strategic analysis reasonably well with hallucinations. Now, if you don't know the word hallucinations, it's okay, you're spared, right? You can do that strategic analysis in 3 minutes. But you have to iterate and iterate to get to that right thing to ask, right question to ask to get that strategic analysis. But what I'm saying is, don't ask students to, or don't evaluate students on the output. Evaluate students on the critical thinking, right? Which means, how did you get this, and why did you consider not? And several institutes that I'm seeing are changing that part. So that's on the participants, students part. Students doesn't mean just college students, right? Anybody who's learning.
Yeah.
And on the other side, which is an industry, I believe institutes like IIIT are doing enormous amount of research.
Yeah.
And we as industry need to partner with to commercialize, to productize those research, right? If that is not happening, we will be for a long time, we have been solving customer problems of some other country. Of course, we've been doing that now for the last 7 or 8 years. We've been focusing on our own needs and our own problems, which is good. But there's a lot of incredible amount of research that is happening in institutes like this. And so to me, bringing that and formalizing that structure is the only way to do it.
Thank you. Very, very interesting discussion. We'll ask two questions from the panel.
Yeah, we can take 2 questions quickly, and short questions, please.
So we'll take the middle one.
One from the lady and one from the Thank you. My question is more around application of AI in the real life products. So what are the risks, privacy issues, ethical implications and compliance, legal compliance challenges that you have seen with real life, applying Gen AI in the real life products?
I think more towards data privacy. How do you manage that in this, Professor Sai, you want to take this?
So quickly, I think there are two aspects to it again. One is there is a lot of reluctance. And by the way, I said one of the perspectives I speak to lots of these product leaders who are leading product initiatives and how you're bringing that. Something came out very interesting. 39% of the companies, at least among 20 odd companies that I talked to, basically said they have no intent of doing anything with Gen AI in this year, which is fascinating. Whereas 37% of them said that we are actually starting to create some experiments. Now, why is this, while the whole world is talking about all of these things, the organizations are taking a very cautious approach, not because the technology is not mature or anything. It's because of simple reasons. Number one, lack of domain-specific models is number one thing.
Absolutely.
Right? We have generic LLMs, large foundational models that were built on public data, who knows what it is. But your business, for example, State Street, is a financial services company. You have your own ontologies, you have your own context and data. So domain-specific models are being built. So that is going to take some time. Now there are different approaches different companies are taking to that. The second part is this access control, right, privacy, data security, right? You cannot just open up these public large language models to everyone in the company. How many companies have banned this inside your company network, right? This is because you can upload any kind of data, nobody knows. There is a clear violation of access controls there. So companies are trying to figure out how do we do this. Now there are a few companies who have isolated containers where they are doing these experiments. There are companies that are doing enterprise versions of this ChatGPT, which is horrible, by the way. It's very expensive and all
Very
of that,
the
right?
cost, yeah.
So a lot of things. Now, the other side of your question, which is from a customer experience standpoint, there is, as Professor Raghu said, there is going to be an inevitable and there is already inevitable bias. Bias is something that can only be done if your data on which you have trained the models is bias-free, which is incredibly hard, but you have to make those. You have to fine-tune those foundational models. Otherwise, it will impact the end users in any way. But in other cases, personalization is superb. Now, data privacy, I work for a company whose CEO said 25 years ago, there is no privacy, get over it. I will stick by it.
All right, we'll take one last question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So my question is on the other side, like we know the advantages we have been speaking about, but if we take a look on the other side, like we know like on the past election, in US elections, there was some bots which were on the Twitter, which were tweeting and all. So how do we see that in Indian elections as well, or we have the general elections coming
it's happening.
So
Professor Raghu,
Yeah, I like that question. See, I think if you want a managerial perspective, you do a SWOT analysis, right? But if you really start thinking about it, as recently as I think 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, there was a major report that came out about the problems with AI, right? And that applies to Gen AI as well, whether it is ethics, fairness, bias, whatever are these characteristic qualities that you typically associate with any system will probably exist with AI-based system, right? So how do you handle it? That's where the real question is, whether it is prompt injections or whether it is hallucinations or any of these new issues. Of course, the verbiage changes, right? But ultimately, what do you want? You want factuality, right? The new words keep popping up. Eventually, think about it. You want a system to be correct. True? It's not because of AI. Whatever be the system, you want the system to be correct. Now, can you reduce the probability of your output, wherein your output is giving facts or realistic enough that they are equivalent to facts? That's where I think research is probably going to go in, and a lot of this research is directly translated to whatever applications is being built, whether it is for, politics, whether it is for Times of India or whatever to give these election analysis, right? Ultimately, they are not building anything. It's people like us who are building things and they are using it, right? Unfortunate thing is they probably plug in data that suits them best. That's where the real problem is.
Well, I love this because I actually have been part of a political party for a long time. card-carrying member. I have deep interest in politics because that's the only way transformative change happens, and I truly believe that. And I also work with lots of political consulting organizations to understand what they do. At least there's one company in Bangalore called Rajniti. This is a political consulting company. They are using AI beautifully. Now, how the output, what they use it for, I don't know. They won't tell you, right? We will only know after the results come out. But exactly the same tools that we are building, all of us are building, are being used for different applications, just one other application, right? If you have not watched the Cambridge Analytica documentary on Netflix, that will show you a lot of answers.
Yeah. So just one last thought. If anybody is interested in building a Play Store for LLMs, please come and talk to me.
Interesting. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I resonate with what you said. Teaching is the most gratifying job ever. I'll take 30 seconds to tell you an incident. When I was all of 10 years old, 6th class, my mother has always been a teacher all her life. And she said teaching is the best profession, and I mocked at her. And for the last 13 years that I've been teaching, every time I enter the class, I kick myself and tell, Mommy, you were so right.
It's also a poor profession in this country.
Very badly paid, yes. Ashish, I have a quick question for you. As with all the AI and generative AI, etc., the youngsters who are coming into the organizations, who've got lots of fire in the belly, but they have things to do quickly. So is it going to help them not do their jobs correctly?
See, I'm just saying today it poses a lot of challenge actually. See, because everybody wants probably 2 minutes Maggi noodles. So my point is, today we have a very mixed gen set working in an organization. We have baby boomers, Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, millennials. So people want to do a smart work, not a hard work, right? They want to smart work, just finish it off and present it at the earliest. So definitely it is going to put a bit of challenge in terms of how we are going to assess their quality of work, because it's not just a tick mark. And second thing, just slightly digressing, I would also say one of the biggest key challenges is from a talent acquisition perspective. Today, for one job we advertise, trust me, there are more than 1,000 applications. Few months back, I was very happy with my team. Oh wow, what a well-constructed CV. Right choice of words. 4 months back, I saw 90% of the CVs had the same language, ChatGPT. Same thing applies sick leaves today, right? I mean, your exit interviews, your resignation mails. It's all ChatGPT stuff coming. It's like so sick to read those mails because there's nothing personally involved in it. So I'm actually questioning myself, as so many product managers. We should really try to see something, how it really helps HR, talent acquisition team to get the right talent for the right job. That's extremely important, because with the use of AI, most of the CVs have the same buzzwords, same catchwords.
We actually had this product many years ago before AI called Bullshit Detector.
All right.
I don't know if you know this, but I'll tell you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, my name is Nakul Raut, and I'm a senior product manager at Pegasystem Hyderabad. Today I attended a session here in the forum, and we talked about how GenAI can bring new opportunities and challenges, and how the product manager can use the GenAI for solving the bigger challenges for business in the market. So the one takeaway, what I would say is, I will encourage all project managers out there to get in the community, share and connect your thoughts, so that we together can build a better community for product managers.
We have Abhilash, who will do the opening notes. Abhilash is a seasoned product management professional with over 18 plus years of experience, worked in startup to MNCs over these years. He's a patent holder and passionate about solving people's problems and creating great product and product communities for people. Abhilash, we welcome you.
One of the product management professional with ADP. I'm also the co-chair of this event. We gathered here today for discussing, there's a lot of talk about AI and we wanted to talk about how AI impacts the product management professionals. So that's what this conference, why we started off here. I will brief about what is this Product Leaders Forum. Product Leaders Forum is a non-profit, volunteer-driven organization where we have thought leaders coming together from different areas, whether you are a developer or a product professional or an architect or any streams of your careers. We come together and become the melting pot of ideas. So we bring up something out of it, get together and grow as a group and as a community. So we become global leaders for global companies. It's our responsibility here while we have ecosystem like ADP and T-Hub and our ministers who are supporting us in every way to get as many opportunities as they can for us, and it's equally our responsibility to make sure that we up our skills, up our levels, so we deliver greater products, greater value to the world, right? So Product Leaders Forum, the sole purpose is to cultivate this environment and where product professionals come together and grow together, right? And especially today, what we gathered here is we're seeing AI is taking over, right? AI is everywhere in our pockets, in our laptops, and everywhere. And while everything around is growing, and it's our dire need, and it's our responsibility also to see that we also grow it and see how we apply AI, not just in our lives, but also in our products that we build and the services that we provide, right? So today in this event, we are going to discuss a lot more about how are these trends shaping the industry. We have a lot of guests from, distinguished guests from MNCs and greater companies that are actually taking a greater initiative in this and proving them how to apply AI. So we are going to hear from them and learn from them. On the course of this conference, the speakers are going, and the panel will engage. So please feel free to ask your questions, challenge them, so you get better to take away from this conference, right? And I would like to thank Ranjan and our partners, MSR, and Ramesh Loganathan sir for giving us IIIT. It's a greater collaboration for Product Leaders Forum and IIIT to engage, so where the academia is coming together. So there's a lot of research happening here, and it's an opportunity for all of us how we can use this research and apply. So it's a kind of a win-win for us to getting the research and also the application coming together and make greater things forward. Thank you so much for giving us this venue and partnering and motivating us. Thank you so much. With this, I would like to say let's embark on this journey, have a wonderful session today, have more and more networking. We are going to have some startups who are applying AI. So we are going to stay there and see how they are trying to see and how they are trying to solve the challenges. Keep it open, enjoy the most, have fun. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello, my name is Ramesh Swaminathan. I'm a VP of Products at RealPage India. I have about 25 years of experience doing product management. I have been a product manager all through my life. Today I'm here to attend a panel discussion. I was a speaker at a panel discussion on impact of Gen AI on product management. It was an amazing discussion. I thought it was very short. It was a 45-minute discussion. We had a great conversation on how AI can play a role in the life of a product manager, how a product manager can use AI in bringing value to customers, and what are all the ethical and the compliance bar governance issues that as a product manager you should take care of when building products using Gen AI. It was I really enjoyed my 45-minute discussion here, and hopefully The participants enjoyed them too. And thank you for having me here.
Hi, my name is Chandra Pakala. I am one of the founders at Subtle.ai. At Subtle.ai, we are trying to build a private Google for enterprise, where specifically around banking and insurance industries, where the applications have to be very secure and have to be able to work on offline. So, which is what we did in case of SBI, where State Bank of India is our first market success, where they said, look, our employees are losing around 30 lakh hours annually just searching for information which is there in the documents, which is already there. So we said, okay, how about ask an AI expert that would kind of understand all of that data for you, and all you have to do is ask the AI expert like you would ask any subject matter expert and say, okay, hey, this is my question, what do I do? And the AI would then give you the answer within a second on what exactly you're looking for. And I'm very happy that I won the second place here at PLF. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shravanti Upadrashta. I am founder and CEO of Gen Z Technologies, and I'm here to represent my company in the AI pitch competition at the Product Leadership Forum being held at IIIT Hyderabad. And my startup is about enterprise knowledge search, and we help enterprises improve productivity and efficiency by enabling the information access, their internal information access to all their employees. Anything else? Thank you so much.
Today we have very promising startups. There are 7 startups who have been selected to present here. May I invite Shravanti Upadrashta and Ganeshwar Rao from Gen Z Technologies.
Trying to solve a problem of enterprise knowledge base and enterprise knowledge search within an enterprise. So you all come from product managers, right? Building products again. But how frequently do you go to your development team or go to your knowledge base searching for information which was like built over decades of your operations, right? Your company operations. So we make that search easier for product managers, for developers, for customer support, for marketers through LLMs again. The mission is to revolutionize the enterprise software category for their own internal knowledge base and improve productivity and efficiency gains for enterprise software companies. The problem again, as I said, it is inefficient and ineffective enterprise knowledge spread over multiple sources of information. It could be Jira, it could be documents, it could be Confluence, SharePoint, videos, training videos, etc. So, and typically the degrees of difficulty, the wait time, or the turnaround time, the delays, wasting time, just the wait time between multiple teams asking for information. So we try to minimize all of that by feeding all your data, internal knowledge base into the LLMs and making your search easier. Search for information. So whatever demos you have seen from ServiceNow, right, on the LLMs. So we enable all of that for your own knowledge base, for your own enterprise, internal use, hosted on-prem. And our commitment, again, it's through strategic partnerships is what we are growing, and we invest in research and development heavily. The part of our team is IIT researchers. I'm myself pursuing PhD here at IIT Hyderabad, and the team is pretty strong in enterprise software development and also the Gen AI LLM space. And this is the market size that we are talking about, just the enterprise knowledge search market. It's 50 billion as per knowledge sourcing intelligence. The serviceable available market right now, we are seeing ourselves in the North American, Indian, and MEA space is 1 billion, and obtainable market, just some part of it, at 250 million for ourselves. So this is the core team, as I said, and these are a couple of accolades that we have won over a period of time, pretty recently in last 6 months, I would say. So we are part of NASSCOM 10,000 startups, NASSCOM Tech.V program, Startup India certified, T-Hub incubated, Lab 32 program, we recently onboarded into the Lab 32 program. We are Udyam registration, MSME registered company. And we are also recently signed up as IBM Partner Plus and Microsoft Partner, just to showcase that we are a trustable entity and you can do business with us, even though we are a small startup. And this is what we want to, these are coordinates. So the revenue model is a combination of software license fee plus implementation or professional services plus the maintenance and support. I would say we are going back 20 years in terms of revenue model, leaving out the SaaS way of doing things.
And what's your thought process behind that? Do you have any active customers right now? You're in this development of the product phase. Where are you?
We are in the development of product phase. The product is being built along with the pilot customers. So we have signed up a couple of pilot customers, the product in the development stage, but tested along with them, being built along with them.
What level of development is the product? Where are you in your development cycle?
I would say 20% on the this thing.
Okay.
But the customer has signed up and we are building along with them.
And how are you funded right now?
We are right now bootstrapped.
Bootstrap.
Sorry, in between you mentioned about so much of data, knowledge search you will be doing and all those things. In ServiceNow, we have something called as CMDB, Configuration Management Database, I think, if I remember the name, full form correctly. In that, it gives a specific ID. With that ID, CI tag is what they refer it as. And it provides a complete, past 20 or 30 years of information completely. I just want to understand how it is different from your idea versus ServiceNow, which is already there. I know you might be mentioning about LLM, but I think in the previous session, they already mentioned that they are already using that LLM as things. ServiceNow being a big company versus Gen Z just starting up. I just want to understand the product much more details.
Sure.
Thank you.
So when you talk about ServiceNow as an application, whatever knowledge or information that you are getting from a specific ticket, it is just limited to the information ServiceNow has. But what we are talking about is multiple information sources you have as teams. You will have working with multiple tools like Jira, Confluence, SharePoint, your documents, your mails. How do you, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll just follow up with that. ServiceNow can be integrated with all those things what you do, because I did that with my previous organization.
We'll have to take it offline. We are running out of time. Questions from the jury, please. I am told, I'm just following rules. No questions from the audience, only from the jury, please. I'm sorry.
So, you're basing your solution on LLMs, and you're probably some algorithm you're using at the back end, OpenAI, or I don't know what you're using.
It's private LLMs pre-trained just on the private data. So
Okay.
we're not using OpenAI, Azure, or any of the readily available.
All right. So how do you see yourself different from somebody else who's building the similar solution, similar Gen AI-based solution?
Sure. So right now, if you look at the market, right from Google, Microsoft, to a startup like me, everyone is trying to solve the same problem across the market. But what I believe is the enterprise expertise that we bring in, being part of the enterprise ecosystem, product development ecosystem, and also the execution speed that a startup has versus a bigger enterprise has, is definitely going to be an advantage for us. The understanding of the problem is definitely, being part of those teams is better with us. So these are the two things that I would see as a differentiator for my company. Otherwise, technology-wise and probably the content-wise, AI or Gen LLM is all democratized. Everyone has the same information. I don't have any further extra information in that per se, but the execution speed and the understanding of the problem is where we differentiate.
So can you talk a little bit about your vision? Where do you want to take your company to in future once you have developed this product?
See, this is just one use case that I'm talking about within the product landscape, the product value chain that I'm talking about. But if you take an enterprise, right, there are multiple departments which have similar problems. It could be HR department, again, as the ServiceNow demo you have seen, right? So it is catering to multiple things. It could be HR, it could be customer support, it could be finance domain, the corporate legal contracts. How do you manage those contracts?
Sure. My question is, what is your vision? What are you looking at?
For me, I want to be there in every place of an enterprise, every department of an enterprise. Okay. My solution has to be there. So it could be, right now it is just for the product teams, but eventually I'll have to be an enterprise LLM software.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So basically this is Rishikesh from Pushpa.ai, and we are presenting one of our product that is Vision over here. So if we talk about the Vision, that is almost we are targeting toward to automate the e-commerce workflow. If I talk about the e-commerce workflow, that is, if I talk about the pain points that we are trying out to cover. So if a person have to upload their product on the e-commerce website, they have to have a knowledge of SEO. They have to have a separate background to be removed, as well as they have to do multiple, almost have a content writer for the content description and all. So it took a very long period of time, sometimes 7 to 8 days to complete a total catalog to upload on a website. And each have their own standard. Amazon have their own standard, Myntra have their own. So based on that, it took a long time to upload and to the product over there. So we talk about, so the solution that is integrated with a single platform, that is a background remover, that is a smart tagging, visual search, and the smart recommendation. If I talk one by one through it, so image background remover, here almost you can remove the background and you can apply the background of your choice. As well as if I talk about the smart tagging, that is the thing where we are almost using the computer vision, we are analyzing the product, and based on that product, we are generating the tags. And from tags, we are generating using the Gen AI, we are creating the meta title as well as the description, as well as the alt image text, and almost suggesting the similar product, that is a visual search, and what are the associate products related to that product that can be shown on the product side. If I talk about this is a visual search and smart recommendations. And almost here you can apply the filter of having a similar look, having what are the associate products that you can show with this, and you can complete the look. And if I talk about the thing, why vision to be taken care of, so that is the thing, we are precise and powerful, and easy, and it can be easily integrated with multiple platforms, as well as you can export the file into the JSON format as well as the CSV format that can be easily be uploaded on the several platforms, as well as the time to market, that's a 7 to 8 days. Here you can able to do in a single click, that is almost 10 to 30 seconds of the timeline, and it is cost effective. If I show you one of the working demo. So here almost the image that I have uploaded over here. So I am taking a non-reviewed image. So here the AI have already identified the gender. Type is lehenga. The color. If you want the color is wrong, you can select the color also. It is selected. You can select the style. It is elegant. You can select the fabric. And you can click on save and generate. So if you will see that the SEO tags have been generated, rosy brown lehenga, pink lehenga, what are the tags that is being used for the Google search. If you take the title and H1 tag, that is rosy brown lehenga for a woman or a girl. So it, and as well as if you see the description is already automatically over here. The rosy brown lehenga is perfect for a traditional occasion, a beautiful description, as well as the alt image tags. That's true. Just wrapping it up. Then there is similar products, and you can add the associated product, and it all you can save and you can export into the format you want, like a JSON or a CSV format. This is the entire product, and this you can change the background of this image also using this tool. And if I talk about the structure, that how we are going to monetize it, the pricing structure. So basically, we are trying to almost providing on the credit basis. So first, we are going to give it a free trial for 14 days, where user can see all the options and almost try all the activity that we all have over there. And if I talk about the professional, they are almost the pricing will be depending on the number of credits that they want. If the number of services credit they want are higher, the price is going to be decreased. Basically, the API based calls, and the credits will be deducted based on the amount that they use. If they are generating it again and again, the credits rating will be the users will be higher. And if I talk about the business model that we are trying to get it into, so this is an AI model that is trained on right now on the Indian data set. If you want to do it for a shoe, if you want to do it for a necklace, if you are going to do it for several other sectors like fashion accessories and all, so that custom model can also be trained, and based on that there will be a setup cost, and we can proceed on it. So thank you.
What's your go-to-market plan?
So the go-to-market plan is almost right now. Almost we have launched this product, and we are almost working with some of the small scale who uses to upload their products on Myntra and all. So if I talk about them, we are still trying to understand what are their problem pain points, and we have asked them to use our product and send their feedback to us.
How are you reaching them? How are you reaching those people?
We are reaching through Instagrams and Facebook, because they have their own Facebook page also and the Instagram page also. We are reaching out to them, and we are asking that what are their pain points which can be covered, and asking them the recommendation, what are the things that they want to improve in this product, the entire workflow.
What's your TAM?
So basically, if you will see the CAGR growth rate is of 10.6% of automatic cataloging, and almost the growth rate is almost for 2026 is almost $1.9 million in the market. So automatic cataloging. It is overall market. So basically, if I saw one more thing, that is almost, if I try to cover it over, e-commerce is a space where almost we are selling each and everything. And it is an AI-based model. It can be trained on each and every type of product. So if you can say right now we are doing for a fashion only for the dresses. It can be scalable to the multiple category, like almost even if you want to tag you can say food grains also, that can be also.
Just in the interest of time, sorry. So who are your target e-com platforms? Amazon, Flipkart, who are these?
So the target, they are not we are not targeting the platforms. We are targeting the sellers who are uploading their product on this platform.
Which platforms?
Myntra, Amazon, and as well as you can say Myntra, Amazon, and Meesho.
Okay.
And so it is not only for a single platform. The CSV format and the JSON, that can be also used to upload on your own website that you are hosting on different like Wix and Shopify. So entire catalog can be uploaded with.
Do you have any customers, paying customers, right?
So not exactly the paying customer. That almost we are doing this small contribution with the small sellers and all who are uploading their products using this platform.
So they are using it
Yeah.
today. What's the feedback?
So feedback almost based on that, almost they are getting almost 80% accuracy in the Indian dresses, and in the Western dresses they are getting almost 75% accuracy.
Then why are they not paying you? Why are they not paying you?
Sir, we have just started. We have just launched this product, not the thing. We have just started this product.
Okay.
Can you run us through the competitive landscape?
No, we have not presented over here. If we are talking about the competitive landscape, so StreamYard is our competitor in India, if you are talking about. But the thing is that they only provide the tags.
Okay.
But if they here almost not we are providing the tags, we are almost having a Gen AI which is providing the entire solution, the recommended product as well as the associated product, and as well as you can say the main thing that is most of them have faced while we are doing the primary research over there. That is almost they don't know how to write a SEO friendly content. And a beautiful description.
When you say you just launched, how long have you been in the market?
So for this product, almost it has been 2 months of time.
Okay. And how many customers are using it?
Right now, 10 of them are using it.
Team?
Team is of 13, 1-3.
Okay. You have a background, team background?
No. Rohit Jain, Anurag Kushwaha. So, if I talk about Rohit Jain, he is almost having a 20 years of experience in marketing and operations. If I talk about Anurag, almost he is almost having a building a scalable solution with the meaty and all, and he in the IT Guwahati.
Okay. And right now this is bootstrap time. You
Yeah,
have
it
got
is
any
bootstrap.
grants or
Basically,
anything?
this is we are pushback.ai. Almost we have a running revenue stream from Pushback where we are providing the security and surveillance solutions, and this is the product that we have come up with almost using the same technology for the e-commerce market.
Okay, so there's a parent company.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Venkat. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the organization. I'm from Adams State Technologies, a deep tech startup. A deep tech startup focusing on providing solutions. Focusing on providing solutions based on use cases and problem statements. That's our USP, because we want to be in enterprise space. So we have very strong background. As I have already told you, we are AI, ML based solutions we are providing to the customers. And we have a strong team of about 46 based out of Hyderabad. We are incubated at T-Hub. And also having our on-site bench in Mumbai. We have strong partnerships with CII, Center of Excellence, NASCOM, TAIM, and of course, T-Hub is our, I can say, pillar of strength, because that is where we have got the recognition. Why I'm starting with recognitions? Because I believe in stitching the alliances and relationships before really getting into deep-rooted presentation. Here, I'm not doing any presentation, but I'm just playing a small video clip. What exactly we do? One sec. And these are the use cases. And this we have done a live pilot for ICICI Bank. They're aligning with us as their marketing and branding partner. And these are all the real-time minutes of the meeting, which we have tested with live customers, live meetings. One particular meeting is almost attended by 600 people from different parts of the country. And these are all the generated generative AI images which we have created using our own modules. And we are quite strong in LLM building. We do the pre-training and train based on the use case and integrate without touching the data through APIs. And we are quite strong in data platform, data engineering. This is where our main customers like Skoda. In fact, Skoda is white labeling a product to monetize across the globe to their other organizations like Audi, Porsche, and all those people. Then another customer recently we have acquired is Honeywell. For the first time in the world, we will be providing them the cockpit management real time, so that even before black box provides you information, our model will provide the first-hand information. As I've already told you, we are completely based, we provide solutions completely based on use cases and problem statements. And we don't want to confine with one particular domain or one particular industry. So we are working with multiple diversified industries like automobiles in the form of Skoda, aviation, Honeywell, retail, and FMGC basically with Kevin Care. In fact, only yesterday we have signed the first contract. Our model is very simple business model. First we do the pilot in the form of POC, that's a free, just to gain the acceptance. During this particular phase, we do the discovery phase and understand and assess the gaps which they are having or the pain points which they have. Then we do the pilot. Once the pilot is successful, then the paid pilot. And after that, across organization implementation. This is the model which really works for every large enterprise organizations.
How many customers do you have right now?
Yeah, we have 6 paid customers.
6 paid customers. And any competition that you have in this particular space?
These days, everyone talks about their AI-based, Gen AI-based. So without getting into those competitions, we just want to create our own space. That's the best.
And how do you plan to go about doing that?
I come from 35 years of sales, marketing, global business development background. So I know the value of partnerships. I align partnerships, permanent marriages. So that is what exactly happened with us. First, it started with T-Hub, then CIA Center of Excellence, because they receive a lot of problem statements from their members, and we are also a member, and we are their most recognized deep tech partner. So that is how we get a lot of inquiries, opportunities, pitching opportunities, and we compete with lots of other competitors, and we won the contracts.
Yeah, so what's the plan? Where do you want to take it with this approach?
Yeah, this approach is already taking us. We are entering global market also now. Our first customer, we have already signed the MSA. Still, we have to receive the contract. That is Health Ministry, UAE. So there we have done, in fact, we have addressed their last 2 years problem. That is conversation between Arabic doctor and patients from multi-Asian countries. So we have done the live speech-to-speech recognition, then translate into multiple languages. And it's auto. The moment I talk in Telugu, it detects in Telugu, and if the other person is Arabic, it translates into Arabic.
How big is your team?
46 we are at this point of time.
And founding team?
Founding team 3.
3.
I'm the one. I have retired actually, but my son pulled me here. So he's the co-founder, he's the CTO. So he's specialist in providing, in creating solutions. So he's a big solution architect. Earlier he worked with ICICI Bank as a consultant. And of course for Genpact, he's a strong DevOps guy. So that is where the patience comes. That is where the assessment model comes. I myself got white labeled by McKinsey.
Yeah, you have no signs of being retired, by the way.
As an entrepreneur, I can't retire now. See, you asked your question. We are already started investing in, participating in events like GTEx Dubai, because that's the place where we need to really showcase. And next is US FinTech. There we will be launching our AI-enabled secure computing.
So only one question I had. What would you say is your core IP, if I have to say, in this organization that you have built over the past, how many years you have this company in?
Core IP?
IP, yeah.
Yeah. Atomax, that's our core IP.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone says, yes, they have developed AI platform, but we have different. Like me, I'm a mad guy. So I want my team also to be mad. We believe in chaos engineering. So the core IP is Atomax, that's AI, NL, EU engine. That's our core IP. And the certification process is on. And we are getting almost HIPAA and all those compliances also we have been working. So a lot of investment has gone in. We are 100% bootstrapped till now. Thanks to our paid customers, L&T Finance, Tata Insurance. Now recently we have signed with Honeywell, then Skoda, that will be huge. And the next will be Vedanta for mining. So we come out with the different solutions. The basic model for us is, thanks to our experience and a lot of research, we have identified about 172 use cases across the industry, which is meant largely for the large organizations. So it has given us an idea, the sort of demand which need to be created from the market. So that has made our life very easy now. So pre-trained models are ready. That itself, it comes with 60% of the solution. The remaining 40% during the training, while doing the model training. So we complete each and every implementation in maximum 3 months.
Very good evening, everyone. Thank you, Pilaf, for the opportunity. I'm Swaminathan. I'm the co-founder and CEO of SmartTail. What we kind of do, we're a deep tech organization again, and what we kind of do is we deliver decision science very specifically to educators. Couple of accolades. We were awarded by NASSCOM's AI Game Changers in the category for education last year, 2022, and then also part of TAM, T-Hub, Karnataka's tech ecosystem, Startup TN, so on and so forth. So the beauty was, we are incorporated in Bangalore. We have the corporate office in Chennai, and though we were picked up by TAM in their second cohort, and then we are here. So a little bit of background about the founders. So I'm Swami. I'm engineer again. Did my master's in bits. Worked with Wipro for about 11 years, of which spent about 8 years in Japan. Mainly enterprise solution architect. That was my predominant role. And building solutions. That was the thing that I was actually doing for quite some time. The other co-founder is Mr. Aslam. So he was again part of HCL and then on to US and then again handling big engineering teams. So in the interest of time, I'll jump right in. In what we do in very simple terms, we mainly work with schools, K-12 to start with. Right now we've started working with higher ed as well. In a single line, we grade the handwritten answer papers of students using artificial intelligence. So if you have a paper, if you have the test paper that is actually written in the class, say unit test, term test, all of the tests that, so I mean, at least the first few rows you will have kids for sure. The last few rows, I don't know. So all those exam papers of what your children are actually writing, that is actually now graded using AI. That's the solution that we have actually developed. So we have our own proprietary model for the handwriting recognition and as well as for the grading engine as well. So this is what we have actually developed. Right now, we are in about 78 schools, 78 paying customers, including DPS Hyderabad, in Hyderabad, DAV Chennai, Doon Public School in Delhi, and so on and so forth. So we expanded all across India, right now venturing into markets like Singapore and as well as the Middle East too. So that's the solution. The core engine or the core entity of the solution is that when you give a simple sentence to a kid and then say, okay, write in your own words ABC, then he's going to use his own words and then write the same sentence. Now, how are you going to gauge like, okay, this is what I'm expecting and this is for which I have to give a mark or a grade. Now, how greatly can you actually give it? So that's the solution. And school is one of the most challenging sector. Very simple. If you do a mistake, the parent will come with the paper and ask for half mark more for their kid. So which means if schools are paying us, which means we are already accurate. As simple as that. And we are scaling pretty well. Recently, we opened a 30-seater office in Siddipet, the Siddipet IT Tower. We didn't come to T-Hub. Siddipet was a little cheaper. So we went there. And yeah, note to T-Hub team to make it a little cheaper for us. and that's whom we are. And I'll stop now. The business model as such, we charge the school directly. It's more on per student per year pricing. The pricing will vary depending on the number of tests. There are different models. One is for all the exams, another is for only chapter-wise tests and so on and so forth. This will all vary depending on what they actually taken. It's more of quantity driven. And then we charge them. Anywhere ranging from 800 rupees per student per year to about 1,600 rupees per student per year. That's the pricing model. We crossed about 1.25 crores of revenue from the time the product has been in the market. That's exactly around 16 to 18 months right now. And then looking at very positive growth and scale. So I'll stop right now. Any questions? Happy to answer.
So I guess right now this is only English, right? Or other languages also?
Okay, so yes, it's only for English-based subjects and for mathematics. So all the subjects like you take your physics, chemistry, mathematics, all of that. We don't do Hindi or
Hindi,
Tamil or any
Telugu,
of that.
Tamil.
That's where I mean I was very interested when he was talking, and then we want to have a word with him. If we can grab his the NLP layer and start grading. I just have to find if there is anybody else who can help with Hindi extraction. So, but we are more interested as a market. It's still small, so we're more interested in probably Spanish and Arabic because that's a more lucrative market in terms of the size itself than Hindi. Yeah.
And what is the accuracy that you get with
So
engine?
from the handwriting standpoint, we are about 98% and growing strong. From the grading itself, we are about 95% and moving on. So I think only with time it's going to improve. The good part is nobody has the data that we actually have. So we have a few million answer papers of students from different schools. So we exactly know what they've actually written, and that's my data mine. So even if somebody wants to build, they have to still go and collect all the answer papers and then start understanding how children even write. So a simple example I'll tell you, which war happened between 1924 and 1930? Any guesses? Something like that? World War I? Yeah, great. So if you ask the children to write, this is the answer. One guy will write FIRST World War. Another guy will write 1ST World War. Another guy will write WW1. Another guy will write 1-WW1. Right? So I'm saying just with one single phrase, they will kill you. So I jokingly say this to all the teachers when I address them. In very simple terms, when we started working on this, we thought this is like an apple. What can children write? This is not a big deal. And we will just cut it open and eat it. And we will all be millionaires in the second year. Then is what we actually realized, that we were actually peeling onions. And literally it makes us cry every single day.
Yeah, so nicely put there. But where do you see yourself going with this?
So very simple. We are looking at ontology-specific training models as well. In the sense, today why did we actually enter into the school segment? Is because the ontology is already pretty small. The context is pretty small. So now we are also working with grading the MBBS answer papers. That's a pilot that's actually going on. So and where this is a new ontology altogether. The normal ontology that you actually have trained will not work for this. So that is a special training that we have to do. You can get into law, you can get into all of these places. So one is the grading engine itself. The other is how can we get into any sort of assessment.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just in the interest of time, can you also talk about the revenue projections? When you say where you're going with that, what do you see, how you see yourself scaling up?
I think we should be able to do about $4 million in the next 2.5 years' time.
$4 million,
Yeah.
Okay. And so who all are the founders?
So Aslam and then Kannan. So Aslam's background is as I was mentioning earlier. So he was from HCL. We both worked together in our previous organization for about 8 years together. So we were colleagues and friends. Then we started this together. Then Kannan is another co-founder. So he's from JP Morgan. So he was a senior VP at JP Morgan. So he takes care of the technology. I take care of the product. Aslam takes care of strategy and stuff.
So apart from the availability of the answer papers with you, what else is your differentiation?
So I'm sorry, I didn't get this.
So apart from that, what's your USP apart from that differentiates you from anybody who decides to build this solution?
So today I am looking at the answer papers because that's the input mechanism that is actually there. Tomorrow it could be video, tomorrow it could be audio, tomorrow the input mechanism can still change. So the USP is the grading engine itself. So that's where we have filed for a patent as well. Just waiting for it.
So I will also make a pitch before, so to reply to your comment that you made, okay. First of all, there's a lot of difference between Siddipet and Knowledge City, considering the area. And T-Hub is not a co-working space, it is an ecosystem. There's a lot more that we bring to the table, just than offering space.
That was a joke.
No, but
I'm
I'm a representative of T-Hub and I need to make sure in the benefit of the audience. So,
you get amazing mentors in T-Hub.
yes, two of them are sitting right here. So, okay. Just to make the mood light.
Just to make it very clear,
No.
nothing against T-Hub. I love T-Hub.
Thank you.
All go for T-Hub, please. Okay.
It will not affect the rating for sure, but it was important for me to respond. Couple of questions. You mentioned about the handwriting. You have 1 million papers. So to do that, how many pilots did you have to?
140 pilots.
So since when?
We started in 2019 November, just before COVID. So the first couple of years, we were just collecting papers.
Got it.
So if we all remember, so 2020 Feb was when we all went into lockdown. So this was just before lockdown. We were 4 months early to lockdown, and And I think by then we had collected about 50,000 papers, 50,000, about 10 MOUs that were signed, and we just had a presentation. We went to the schools and said, hey, we will do this, but we want all your papers and so on and so forth. So after the schools opened up, once the curbs were all out, we went and collected all the previous year's answer papers. So now, then we started understanding how children write, what's the sequence and so on and so forth, what's the different ink patterns that they use, paper quality, which GSM. So there's a lot of analysis that was actually done based on these papers. And then right now where we stand is that, I mean, on an average, last month we graded over 1 million answers, individual answers. So about 40,000 different answer papers. So in simple terms.
Okay, a very fundamental one, a basic question. So how does the process of a school putting up on your platform, like how does it work and how simple is it?
So in terms of the sales cycle or in terms
of not
cycle?
the implementation. So the exam is conducted right now.
So yeah,
and
so,
then
so very simple. First is the question paper itself, the questions. And then if we are giving the questions, then we also give the answers saying this is the answers that we are expecting. The school says, they will say, okay, this is the questions and this is the answers that I'm expecting from the kids. There will be some plus or minus modifications that will happen. That will be keyed into the system first. That's a pre-prep model. Then the exam happens. There are a few mini instructions that we give to the kids saying, please write the questions on the left-hand side, write the roll number on the top, so on and so forth. Once the test is done, we have a multi-page scanner which can scan up to 60 pages in a minute. So you put the whole bulk of 60 pages in a particular scanner. So in 2 minutes for the whole class, the scanning is done. That one single PDF comes to us. We then identify this answer papers belong to student A, student B, student C, so on and so forth. Then we go inside and then dissect each and every answer out of the answer paper. Then we grade it against it. Then for the student, it's his paper. Again, what's the points that he has actually missed and what's the mark that he has actually got. For the teacher, it's more detailed. It's more detailed in terms of saying, okay, against the whole class, say for this question, these points were answered really well.
So how much time it takes from the day of your
So from the time we get the answer paper to get back at the school, it's between 24 to 48 hours. Because sometimes the scanning is not proper. Sometimes the roll number is not written. Sometimes we also do a pre-check on, a post-check on how the AA is.
Have you raised any funds?
Yeah, we have raised about $1 million and we're looking to raise about another $500,000 right now.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Teja Kancharla. I'm the Chief Product Officer at UpSquad. At UpSquad, we have created a dynamic digital ecosystem for the organizations who are into the workforce development in the United States. They basically tries to enhance the lives by using a workforce development by upskilling, mentoring, and reskilling, so that they provide an opportunities. One of the key challenges that we are actually trying to address, we are addressing is they lack a lot of lack of engagement because they don't have a digital ecosystem in place. That's where we came into picture. We created a digital ecosystem for them, usually for the organizations who are into mentoring, upskilling, and reskilling in the United States. So why exactly we are doing it is because currently the US job market is undergoing a profound transformation, and this transformation is actually creating an issue of skill gap. And there are a lot of people alone in the United States. We are expecting around 12 million people are going to have a switch their career or a job. And during this, the key challenge is for these organizations, they are not able to bring people together, engage them well, and train them and upskill them because they they don't have a unified solution in place. And so that's where we created a unified platform for them, and they are trying to use it. So currently we are addressing the US market because there is a vast opportunity, and they are providing with a target market like around $4 to $8 billion. Currently our strategic aim is to address the needs of nonprofits, schools and universities, and economic development corporations in United States, because they are the ones who are playing a major role in the workforce development. Thing is this opportunity also well aligned because of the latest legislative developments that was happened, like American Rescue Plan Act, Department of Labor and Training and Employment departments alone funding $2 trillion for the workforce development in the United States. And this further emphasizes the crucial role that as an UpSquad we can play in facilitating an effective workforce development. So what we did, we built our unique web platform in 2019 and we have launched it, and we have recently, like in the first quarter of 2023, we have launched our mobile app as well. And we have seen the results that the engagement for these organizations has been almost increased by 50 to 60%, and they are seeing the results with respect to how many people are actually benefiting out from the platform. Earlier, they have a challenge of finding out whether whether their initiative has really been successful or not, and at the same time, whether how much successful they are not able to quantify it. But because of a unified platform, now they have all the metrics in all the data in place, where they will able to see like how many people are actually gaining benefit out of this platform, as well as they are able to measure the success of the initiatives that they have taken. And coming into deep diving into a solution, as I said, like we have a comprehensive custom branded digital ecosystem where we have all the integrations with respect to all the video platforms like Zoom, Teams and things, and our customers need not to pay even a single rupee for any of the Zoom licenses. They can simply get it with our subscription. At the same time, we have our own personalized video platform where the organizations can actually share the success stories as well as the trainings and other aspects one-on-one. And we have our custom groups and messaging and personalized communication, social forum, events, as well as the job board. Earlier, each organization used to use Eventbrite for events and Indeed for jobs, as well as like Zoom for video platform or Google Meet for video platform. Now that everything is together, then they are easily able to use our platform and get benefit out of it. With respect to competitor landscape, UpSquad standouts, and it comes into the community management and workforce development. There are other solutions also in the market like Mighty Networks, Hybrid, or with respect to job placement like LinkedIn, Foundit and Indeed, but they are more focused in the general careers or community management. But now we are more focused in the community management with the features that are much aligned for the workforce development organizations. Currently, we have around 20 paying customers, and with an annual recurring revenue of 220K. And we can see that our customers are currently, we have covered all the personas of our current target market that we have. Like we have universities, we have economic development corporations, we have colleges, we have non-profits as well. Yeah, it's just 2 slides. And our revenue model is quite simple. It's a SaaS-based revenue model. Depending upon the size of an organization, we are going to charge them an annual fee. And we also provide a custom code for the organizations with more than 1,000 plus users. We have a free trial for the organizations to try out. And to startup journey, the key milestones is we have raised $1 million angel investment in 2020. And around, like as I mentioned, like we have around 220K annual recurring revenue. And our current task is we are trying to raise a fund of around $2 million, where we want to allocate these funds into both sales and marketing as well as the product development. Those are the key things. And and we are targeting around 400K annual recurring revenue by end of this year. We have few deals already in the pipeline, bigger deals like which pays like around 75K to 100K per year. So which we are expecting it to go around 400K. And by December 2024, we are expecting to gain around like 80 customers with annual recurring revenue of $1 million. And the key product enhancement that we are already making, which is in progress, is Open API integrations, which actually streamline the onboarding experience of our organizations. They can easily integrate with their existing systems that they are using. And also payments integration, which will give us an additional revenue stream. Because now the organization can make their community paid communities as well as paid events, where we can take a cut out of it, and that gives us an additional revenue stream. I'm done. Currently, we are a team of 7, 3 founders in US and 1 I am here. I'm taking care of product design and engineering from India. So we are building the product from India to US. And we are also part of the T-Hub. Next slide. Yeah. So this is our team. We have the people from product background, as well as data and analytics, finance, as well as engineering and sales. That's all.
Yeah, I got stuck on 60% of your ask on sales and marketing. Why is that?
Why? Because as we said, like our focus is into non-profits, universities, and where they are mostly dependent upon the funding from the government organizations as well as others. Usually currently now our closing cycle is like around 30 to 45 days. And also going into a lead and finding out the right contacts and the needs is actually taking time. So with respect to the sales people as well as with respect to finding out the leads and time, it takes time. And also we have our product was almost well matured. So now we see with respect to the current needs of our customers, we see very less, but acquiring the customers is now key focus for us to raise additional funding and grow.
So I'm a bit confused. Are you looking for working capital, or are you looking to spend that money on sales and marketing?
So yeah, sales and marketing only, because current, as I mentioned, like we need more and more people to go because our closing cycle is more, and with respect to product, we are taking less.
Okay. So what's your core USP? Your product does a lot of things. So what's the core?
So the core, what I say is like, first of all, it's a unified platform. So it meets the immediate needs of all our like the organizations who want to onboard, and they were not able to take multiple solutions or systems in place because our core thing is, because everything is together, now we have the clear data, and these insights will actually help these organizations to measure their programs, improve it. At the same time, we have the our organizations can also communicate with the similar organization. For example, non-profits, a specific non-profit can communicate with the other non-profits in our platform. So which is like, we are creating a network of network, and we already saw that our non-profits has already benefited out of it, because onboarding the mentors is one of the key challenge for these non-profits. Now that they are connected in a network of network, they were able to find the relevant mentors, and they were able to get benefit out of it.
So what was the reason of picking up that market segment?
So actually when we started, we initially started as a B2C. It's like a mentoring platform. But when we are actually pivoting, we have not seen that a good traction with respect to, because there are many other platforms in the place. Then we have actually pivoted. Then see, the core vision that we started is, we want to make sure, we want to provide a platform where people can uplift themselves. Then we actually seen like, who else can do? When we are not able to do as a B2C, who else can do? Then we found that these are the organizations who are actually doing a lot of work with respect to uplifting the people. That's when then we pivoted into schools, non-profits. And when we are actually doing, we have one of our customer who is like Arkansas Economic Development Corporation, and they actually, when they're actually one of our paying customer, and they have opened up our connects with similar economic development corporations, and there were around like 9,800 economic development corporations in US, and they are very big, and the amount that they are going to pay will also be high when we compare to a smaller non-profits where we were not able to get the much revenue.
So you showed your revenue projections. So how are you going to get that revenue? By selling into more of these people?
Correct.
Or?
So currently we have 20 customers, and we also have a pipeline. We are targeting to reach 30.
How's the pipeline looking like?
Currently we have 30 open leads who are almost like around 10 to 15 are in a phase of 25 to 30 days. As I said, our closing time is very high, like around like 45 to 60 days sometime, because of lot of red tape with respect to approval. So
yeah, selling into enterprises,
yeah,
like that.
It's very hard.
You said you raised two questions. One is, your company is registered in the US or India?
Yes, we have registered in US. We also have a subsidiary in India. Because we are taking care of product development and design, everything from India. So we registered in India as well, but our core company is in United States.
Got it. And that 1 million that you raised was from whom?
Hillett Cruz, angel investor.
Okay, it's one person.
Correct. Okay. We also raised small amounts like 100K. Initially we got a seed funding of 100K. Recently we raised another 200K, but they are from HNIs, not from Innis.
Okay, got it. And so those 20 customers all are in the US?
Yes. And currently we are focusing only in US because there we find a market there when compared to other geographies, and we also have a strong team over there who can take care of it. There itself we have a lot of opportunity to explore, actually to expand. Yeah.
Got it. And what has been your year-on-year growth? You said it's 220K right now.
220K.
What was it last year?
Like around 100.
K.
Yeah.
And you're expecting to reach?
400K by December, because we have a larger deals now. Now we are dealing with economic development corporations. They are going to pay more when compared to universities and non-profits. And our plan is to go to 1 million by end of next year.
Srivasu Boga, I'm C1 founder at FatCat. At FatCat, we're actually revolutionizing how campuses manage their multiple operations and how students and educators share knowledge, leveraging multiple technologies like AI, ML, and data. At FatCat, we completely believe that the data that the campuses have has huge amount of value. So the problems that we are solving is like 1 out of every 8 students are dropping out of higher educational institutions. So to tackle this problem, government has introduced a system called outcome-based education. So to implement this outcome-based education system, campuses are struggling currently using their Excel sheets. And the agenda behind introducing the outcome-based system has left behind the Excel sheets. And when it comes to corporates, we are also able to see difficulties in kind of finding the right skill set that they require in the tier 2 campuses. And the solutions that we are offering is like we are going to give multiple performance-based analytics to higher educational institutions to make better decisions. And we are completely automating and helping campuses to enhance their outcome-based education system. And we're also providing a platform between corporates and higher educational institutions to make skill-based hiring much easier. To talk about the product, our software collects the vital data from the existing ERPs and LMS of a campus, correlates and converts it into relevant information that gives multiple decision-making insights and analytics to campuses, which enables them to manage or enables them to act confidently on their decisions. Looking into the product, how does it work? It exactly automates the entire outcome-based education within few clicks, and not only automation, it gives multiple analytics to improve the outcome-based system inside the campuses. And within few clicks, campuses could also easily download the reports which can be useful to submit to their accreditation bodies. And since we collect a numerous amount of data of the students, we provide multiple student-based performance analytics, faculty performance analytics, and course performance analytics. We also provide AI-based predictive analytics of students, which predicts the likely performance of a student much in advance before he or she going to takes or kind of attempts an examination. So we are going to shift the, so this is how we are shifting the campuses from traditional way of doing operational analysis, which has less value, and we are shifting it to automating the analysis part and coming up with great strategies which has higher value. So analytic-driven education system will have a ultimately lead towards decrease in the dropout rates and decrease in the student failure rates and increase in the outcomes and admissions, high automation, less human accountability, and campuses could also get the accreditation much easier, and we have a superior experience. So why now? The accreditation and compliance bodies of educational institutions are actually enforcing campuses to follow digital strategies, and the competition and COVID effect also proves that campuses need to shift towards technology strategies if they want to be in competition. We are a SaaS revenue model where we charge higher education institutions annually, depending upon based upon the count or the size of the campus, and we also have other revenue models like Corporate Connect, where we make skill-based hiring easier in the campuses, connecting with corporates. And our go-to-market strategy includes like we are easily integratable software with all the ERPs and LMS of the campuses that are having, and we improve the internal quality system, which makes campuses to easily get accreditation. And we have some freemium features as well, and our software is we are planning to make the software as affordable as possible. And India is the third largest higher education system in the world, with almost 55,000 higher education institutes and almost 3.85 crore enrolls every year, and it is estimated to be 10.4 billion edtech market by 2025. And we have built the product and currently pilot testing the product in 3 campuses. And since we are doing sales, we got kind of very good feedbacks or very good response from the campuses while we are doing the sales. And in next coming 2 months, we are expected to sell some good number. We are expected to close some good number of sales and generate revenue as well. And all the systems currently are of ERPs or LMS. We are a kind of extension to the ERPs and LMS, which gives analytics pulling out the data. And none of the softwares will actually provide outcome-based education automation and enhancing the OBE system. We are 3 co-founders. I am Srivasu. I have 5 years of experience in entrepreneurship and 5 years of experience in designing as well. And our co-founder Sri Harsha, he has 5 years of experience in entrepreneurship and is doing his MTech in what we call product design and management course at IIIT Hyderabad. I think he's a student of the jury here. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So you're still building the product?
Yeah, we have built the pilot and testing it in the campuses.
So you started off with the problem statement
Yep.
about the students dropping off. So
Yep.
how does your solution, your product, solve that problem?
So this outcome-based education, it has been implemented to enhance the performance of students. So since they are doing it in a wrong way, or since the campuses are doing it on Excel sheets to tackle this outcome-based education system, the performance of students is still there, and there has to be continuous enhancement in OBE, and also giving multiple performance analysis of each course, each faculty and student will ultimately lead to enhancing the system of education and decreasing the dropout rates.
Who are you going to sell to? Who are you going to sell to, the students or the institutes?
No, in the institutes. We sell to institutes, to the managements, where they would see what's going on, what's going wrong.
Have you
with the
decided your pricing model?
Yep. It depends. It majorly depends upon the size of the institution. It varies. If there is a 3,000 student institution, it varies between 50 to 75 per annum.
Have you
Per annum.
tested that with any of the institutes?
Yes, we are currently doing the pilot testing. It's running successfully, and we made some sales as well. In the next 2 months, we will for sure close some good deals and generate revenue. Yeah, because we got a good response while we are doing sales, and there is a need.
So who do you consider your competition?
Like ERPs and LMS.
But you said they are not your competition because they don't have what you have.
Yeah, they couldn't provide analytics.
So who is your competition then? Nobody?
So it's a tech, right? So they use tech. So the current tech system is of ERPs, and they need to go beyond that. So that's what FatCat is like.
Yeah. So you don't have a competition. That's what you're saying, right? Now?
Not in a direct way, but a kind of improving the software structure.
Sure. Well, thank you.
Thank
you. I think there are some players in the market, so maybe you want to, it's nice to have an understanding of who are you fighting against. Just a feedback, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Second thing is, will this be only accessible by the institute, or as a student, okay, will I also get some metrics saying that, because the drop-offs are happening from the students, right? So the only way to motivate them is, that's why you're doing outcome-based scoring, right? That's what I understand. So do I get, as a student, a metric saying that this is where I need to improve, and maybe a one-on-one class? Is there a plan like that?
Yep, that's a great question actually. Okay. So student need to know what are his outcomes, how is he performing, but the current education system couldn't provide it. So that's the another problem that we are solving, but we are not introducing it in the pitch decks. But we would be transparent to student what are his outcomes and where he need to improve in his outcomes, and what skill set does he really have, and what industry requirement does the industry have the requirement, and what skills do you need to build to meet that industry requirement. So that analytics we will give to students, which will also
That is already built?
Yeah, no, it's in the it's
Pipeline. It's
built.
not there yet.
Yeah, it's not there. We are planning, like it's in the pipeline of the product development.
Okay.
Yeah. One final question. Yeah.
How are you different in the sense that, yeah, you talk about outcome-based education, right? What is the final outcome you're giving to a university or an educational institute?
See,
You're talking analytics, right? Everybody has analytics. Every ERP system would have its own set of analytics. So just talk a little bit, 2 minute, not even 2 minutes, 30 seconds on what is the differentiator and how are you creating the differentiation? Is that based on assessments, student assessments that you're doing? Is that based on, I mean, just give me a feel of what that is.
So I've told you the OBE system, right? So the outcome-based system has to be enhanced year on year. So that's what accreditation bodies would look at. Okay. So the current system of outcome-based education couldn't let you enhance it year on year, right? But our system could greatly help campuses to enhance their outcome-based education year on year. So that's where
How?
With the analytics that we provide, like where does the course structure went wrong, or what's the skill set of the faculty.
And what's the input that you're taking? That's your student assessments? Is that
student assessments? Yeah, of course, student assessments, and based on.
And you're getting the student assessments from existing systems.
Existing systems. Of ERPs. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Sorry, and then yeah. Hi, so I am Sharath. I am one of the 2 founders at Subtle.ai. So at Subtle.ai, what we want to do is basically build or be a private Google for enterprises, specifically in banking and insurance sectors, where the application has to be very secure and has to work offline, which is what we've been able to do with State Bank of India, where State Bank of India is our first market success. So the problem that SBI had when they spoke about internally was, on an average, every year they waste about 32 lakh hours in finding information which is already there in the documents, or let's say in a video or websites. So, I mean, to explain more using an example, now let's take this case where Pooja is a branch officer and then a user says that, hey, I submitted a check, but I don't think so the transaction went through. Now, Pooja does know that, okay, there is something called shadow credit that she can use, but she isn't sure if it can be used for this particular user and for the amount of the check. So now Pooja has 2 ways to solve this. One, she has to ask a subject matter expert and be like, okay, what do I do in this situation? But the problem is the entire workforce of SBI is 250,000 and the number of subject matter experts are 350. So it'll at least take a week for, to have that fixed. The other solution is they have these manuals that she would then have to open, go page by page, and then basically retrieve the information from that, which is around 1500 pages, which also takes time. So when SBI came to this institute with this statement, so institute told, okay, we have a startup that does this, and which is us basically. And so we said, okay, why don't we have an AI expert which can understand all the documents and then answer based on what the officer is looking for. So maybe I'll just show the product, if I may. I'll just show the product. Now, like the same example, right? Where, if, so she isn't sure if she can use shadow credit. Now, on our platform, on our platform, basically the branch officer has to log in, and she can just ask something like, can shadow credit be used for local checks? And then as soon as you hit the question, we get few answers within 0.6 seconds that basically went through all of your data And then you see this button called summarize this. When you on-click that, we basically make a smart answer based on the retrieved results and not the data. So now this way, Pooja exactly has the information, okay, this is what I have to do in this case. So thereby solving the problem. Now, yeah, I mean, so this is the thing about the product. We can also take in video searches, like you can upload YouTube videos and make them searchable as well. Yeah, that's more about the product. Yeah, any questions?
So what's the reliability of this summarization?
So we have the lowest hallucination rates in the market, less than 1%, because we are yet to see a wrong answer. The reason why I say that is we follow a principle called RAG. First, retrieve the documents or the sections in the document which are relevant, and then make an answer from these texts. So which means it is an extractive way of saying, okay, from your data, this is what I think it is. Whereas if you have a look at our people who are in the same space, their hallucination rates are around 6% to 8%. So.
Yeah, because you talked about banking and the financial industry.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's
And then one more thing is that what is what is so special about us is we are able to do on-premise deployments, wherein the application has to be secure and it is offline, no access to the internet. So we have been able to more like privatize these language models and large language models for specific use cases. One more USP is we don't need GPUs to run the product. We have been able to optimize the algorithm to work on CPUs.
So what would you say is your USP? What's your differentiator? Because I mean, search anybody can do. What differentiates you?
So at least with respect to State Bank of India, like we were not the only ones that they were looking for. There were around 150 other startups, but all of them said we need GPUs. All of them said we need access to the internet because that's how it will work. So, but then we have been able to solve it without the internet and just for CPUs.
So that's your USP?
Yeah.
That's what you
And the answers will be under a second.
Customers do you have?
Right now 4.
4. And what's the revenue projection? How do you plan to scale?
So we recently got an investment of 60 lakhs and we would basically use it to increase the team because we have been running the startup for 3 years with a very lean team of 8 people. So we would really want to expand the team.
Well, what's the founding team?
So maybe I could show that, because I have an interesting person in the team. So Prof. Manish is a NLP researcher and a prof in this institute, whose research work of 15 years is what we have taken to build the product on top of. My other founder is Vishnu, who handles more of the sales and the business aspect of it. I deal mostly around the product. And Pranav, who started as an intern with us, now is a lead engineer and a very important part of the latest engine that we have built. And
what's your vision for the product? I know we are running out of time, so I'm just...
I mean, whenever any enterprise thinks of search, it should be us. Now, let's say as a person, if I want to search something, the first thing is Google. But for an enterprise, it should be us.
And how do you plan to reach there?
So right now, the plan is capture all the banking and the all the banks in India because of SBI. So this is also something that we experience, that just because SBI is our customer, it doesn't mean other banks will follow suit because their problems were different. So that's something we are taking into account and going aggressively on all the banks, and then later maybe towards the banks in US and other parts of the world.
Okay.
Just one question. What's your licensing and pricing model?
So with banks, they usually like to do a implementation fee first and then annual recurring this thing. So that's the model with them, wherein they give a big amount, or not a big amount, like a 50% of the full contract as the implementation fee, and then the other goes by year on year for around 3 to 5 years.
Have you decided any model for yourself or not
So
yet?
since we want to go deep into banking, this is something we want to follow. But again, we have a SaaS platform that anyone can use. So there it would be based on the number of pages that you want to upload or number of documents, and also to some extent on number of users.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The first prize goes to Swami and his team, SmartTail. The second prize goes to Subtail.ai. Thank you. And the third prize, Atom State. I'm sorry for the faux pas. I request all the participants to come up square to come onto the stage. I invite Fat Cat to come onto the dais, please. I invite Gen Z Technologies on the stage, please. And I invite Pushpak AI, our last startup inventor. I request Abhilash and Sriram to honor the jury, please.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Surendra Tiparaju. I am a senior director with Microsoft, heading data and AI practice. Today I am here with Product Leaders Forum. a fantastic event organized, bringing different product leaders from across the industry. I'm just coming out of a very interesting panel discussion about challenges with respect to developing products using AI and what are the product managers should look like, what should be the ethical framework in order to develop solutions using AI. And my take on that is AI is not a typical software application. It has to be an experiential learning, and it has to be an experiential development. Especially product managers play a major role here. As I was sharing the panel as well, typically AI is related to data science, which is one of the wrong notions. I think it should start with the product managers who have the ability to imagine and innovate. So it is kind of an art and engineering coming together. So product managers have a lot of capability to really innovate and imagine what is possibility. And AI is a tool which they have today to validate their ideas before making it to a reality. And that's the beauty of it, where the product leaders have tremendous reach to the technology, and the latest with generative AI, they can validate and then really develop the new products faster and better and have a better outcomes. That would be my key message. Welcome to the collaborative computing using AI for all product leaders. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Teja Kancharla. I'm the Chief Product Officer at UpSquad, and I'm here today for pitching at the Product Leadership Forum. And UpSquad is a social collaboration and a networking platform. We are currently providing services to the universities, schools, colleges in the United States, and they are using our platform as a catalyst for their organization growth, for their mentoring, upskilling, and reskilling initiatives. Currently, we are focused in United States, and we are having around 20 paying customers with around 220K annual revenue. And we are here to pitch for the funding of around $2 million, and which we are going to use it for the product development, sales, and marketing. And currently, our product serves the needs for the workforce development initiatives in the United States, and schools, colleges, universities, and economic development corporations are our key customers.
Our third panel discussion is understanding and overcoming AI challenges. Abhilash is a seasoned product management professional with over 18 plus years of experience, worked in startups to MNCs over these years. He is a patent holder and passionate about solving people's problems and creating great product and product communities for the people. We welcome you, Abhilash. Surendra is a seasoned professional with over 25 years of experience, including an impressive 17-year tenure with Microsoft. His dedication to fostering innovation extends beyond the workplace. As an active volunteer for prestigious organizations such as IEEE Society, iFocus, and Colosseum. Through mentoring and his global outreach, Surendra has become a recognized figure in the industry. He is also the author of the book 7th Series AI and is on a mission to empower more than 1 lakh AI professionals. Welcome, Surendra. Nakul is an experienced professional with 18 years of diverse expertise, notably an outstanding 15-year history in product management roles. He directs his passion towards enhancing decision-making, use causes by utilizing AI capabilities within the marketing and debt collections realms to deliver personalized and relevant messaging. we welcome you. Our third panelist, Ramesh Swaminathan, comes with over 2 decades of unparalleled experience in product management. Ramesh currently holds the position of Vice President of Products at RealPage, showcasing a remarkable talent for effectively managing a diverse portfolio of enterprise products. Ramesh is a startup mentor and is a guest faculty at IIITH, teaching product management for the last 3 years. Our fourth panelist, Vijaya Anupama, she boasts of an impactful career that includes diversified roles at renowned firms like Nokia, Accenture, Intuit, and Harman International. Her thriving career as a product manager is currently anchored at Signify. She's a passionate leader, dedicated yoga practitioner, and an engaging storyteller.
We are in a stage where we have the opportunity, but now how do we build on these opportunities? Or we call them challenges, but I will call them as opportunities. How do we use these challenges as opportunities and move forward? How much of these challenges are we already aware? And your expert talks or thoughts on how do we make pace with it and then come up is what we're going to discuss. Right? Starting with you, Ramesh, because you've been with the academics as well as this, right? Once we talk about the first challenge when applying AI is the compliance, the ethics. How do we use AI ethically? There's a lot of data into it, so how do we be in those guidelines and still be concerning to those ethical, how do you see these things could be impacting product managers and how they should be ready for them?
Sure, thank you. Thanks. That's a very good question, right? So we in the industry have been thinking about ethics and compliance of data that we collect all along, right from the day we have started collecting data. I don't think there's anything new. What has Gen AI or even the predictive AI before that bring in, right? The first thing that it brings in is lots of data. The ability for us to collect a lot of data, the ability for us to process lots of data is the opportunity that the technology has brought in, right? As long as we stay very close to the core data compliance issues that we have always seen, we will be good, right? The government is really working hard to bring in legislations. We don't have any laws as such. I know US has something called AIA, which is AIA, Artificial Intelligence Act. It was, the act came in 2021. It's still under discussion. It's not a law anymore. Very similarly, EU has a similar act. It is again not a law as yet. It is still being discussed, right? But I think the fundamentals still remain the same. The fundamentals are, one is being accountable, right? Accountable to the data that you're collecting, staying true to the usage, how you're using the data that you're collecting, how secure is the data that you're storing, right? Are you protecting the PII information that you're collecting about your users? How ethical are you in using that data, right? Those are the basics. We have always, the industry has always done that, and it has to continue doing that. The second one, because of AI and Gen AI, I would say is what I would call it as explainability, right? If you are using data, if you are using transactional data, if you're using PII data for Gen AI purposes, you should be able to explain how you are using it, right? If you have collected data, you have used data, you have models that you have created, which is consuming the data, you should be able to explain how the data is being used, how you're using the data. The third one is all the consumer protection acts across the world, right? There could be new names that could come in at different points in time. You should be able to protect your consumers. The consumers of the data should be, the data collection part, the data storage part, the data processing part is something that you should be very clear on how you are protecting your consumers, right? The fourth one is auditing. Right? How can you create mechanisms in place that you can enable audit of how you're using the data, how your models are using the data. The fifth one is bias, right? The systems can create biases on its own. Your AI models will create biases. The AI models will drift. You being able to audit that, stay true to what you are trying to do, and ensure that you are clearing out those biases as the systems create those biases and start drifting towards certain biases is something that you should be clear about. As product managers, as you're creating products, as you're creating services for your customers, I would say these are the few fundamental things that you should be very clear about, irrespective of all the governing laws that's come up, right? Laws are there to create, guidelines for us, to guard us against all those issues that will come up, right? But as organizations creating solutions and services for our customers, these are things that we should be clear about. I'll end there and take questions.
Thank you. Vijay, I'll just build up on that. So you mentioned about PII and how we need to be cautious about protecting personal information. As a product manager, so now if I'm trying to build a system that is going to collect a lot of personal information, right, and I'm trying to build a product that is intended to actually solve the customer's problems, the user problems, I as a product manager, right, what are some tools or some of those aspects that that's already available for me if I can have to go out or is there any specific avenues that I can go to read about these laws, be myself prepared with these laws, so when I'm building them, I can just go, I'm not doing and then failing, then learning it. Rather, I go prepared and then share your thoughts on how we can be cautious about this personal identifiable information.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for being here, taking time from your professional, personal time and being with us. If you look at the privacy part of it, you all are familiar with the security statements, right? It's mandatory, irrespective whether the government is asking you to have a policy in place or not. A security statement is a mandatory compliance document that you, as a person responsible for delivering a product in your organization, is responsible for. That comes from your business teams, which is from R&D. It all come together to have the documentation ready. Even if you're going to go and prepare and submit a tenders, unless your security champion comes and gives a go-ahead saying that, yes, the product I'm going to sell now is security compliant, and it's taking care of all that is needed to protect the data that's coming into your systems, your tenders will not go through. So whether government is implementing it or not, we already are familiar with the delicacy that is involved in storing the personal data, correct? Now, last month, the government of India also proposed the Data Protection Act, which was signed off on 11th of August. Okay, and all the interesting part is it's not covered the AA aspects of it. They said the digital data policy, which is going to be coming in a 1 to 2 years time, is going to include AI. Right now, we're only focusing on how do we really ensure that the data that we are collecting, is it rightly encrypted or not, right? And are we giving right kind of access to the people who are supposed to be accessing it? And are we bringing in right kind of authentication factors for those who are accessing it, right? For example, I as a person working for ensuring for a responsible for global markets for the product I'm responsible for, I just can't download an email ID of my client and then just send it across, because that's a violation. So we have the security audits coming into picture, questioning me on regular basis because we do a frequent product upgrade. So they come and ask us, show us if because of some feature development, are there any deviations that you're introducing as part of the previously baselined and approved security statement where we're going to capture all the data, right? So we need to be particularly aware of it, and there is a reason behind doing this. Now, with Gen AI or anything related to the artificial intelligence coming up, the question is how, with human, I mean, no matter, this is what I strongly believe, no matter how many AI versions are coming through, we need to use them as our co-pilots, like our previous speakers mentioned. End of the day, it is a product manager's power to decide whether they want to give access of the sensible data to the AI systems they're developing. Okay, so it's a collective decision, and we as humans have a powerful tool called common sense. We need to use that very diligently to make sure that what kind of data you want to classify as what and what is that you want to give out. Make sure it's your responsibility to see that right kind of access are there, you're retaining it as per the requirements of your customer, and right access controls are in place, encryptions are in place, both in static and in transit as well. and every company come up with their own ways of how they want to manage these tools. For example, in Signify, we have our own tools, but I won't be able to reveal the names of it right now. But yes, this is mandatory, and we all as responsible PMs here need to make sure that we understand the urgency and need of it, not only just waiting for government to come up with the proposals, because then it's more going to be, hey, there's a government waiting there, it's going to penalize you, because there is also an exemption that's been called out, saying that if a company is defaulted twice in not meeting the guidelines that are part of the data protection, you will be barred from the business. Do we really need to wait until then? No. We know that something is coming up, you can't work without it, it's a need of the hour. But let's do what we can do as a project managers, prioritize using our common sense, and we can solve the problem together. Thank you.
Thanks, Vijay. But you mentioned about how the data has. So now that is one of the challenge for doing it. But coming to you, Surendra, coming from Microsoft and being in the industry for long, because you've seen the industry evolving with and taking on a lot of challenges and catching up with these trends. What do you see as the challenge, your key challenges for whether you're a Microsoft level company or you are a startup? We have some startups here. What are those challenges any company would face, and how do you think that we should be ready with that, and how do you tackle with them? Of course, in applying AI. and before you answer, let me, Surendra is also an author, as Shweta mentioned, on 7 Sense AI. And there's a lot of insights, so you could add on of your insights before we get to your book. So everyone is also looking forward.
Thanks for that and putting me on the spot. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's really good to see. Good to see so many people, especially Friday afternoons, where like tendency is to head home. Heading to a conference is something really exciting to see. And thanks for having me here. Now, with respect to the question of what's the challenges. So more than a challenge, I think I put it as a preparedness. Be it a small company, a startup company, or a Microsoft, or any big biggies. It is about the preparedness. And the why I say the preparedness is, I belong to a division in Microsoft where we bring the best of product technology to the customer problems. So I'm not on the product development area, but basically in the consulting area. So when I deal with a lot of customers, and especially, let's take example of enabling AI, there is a kind of a immediate tendency, say that we have enough data, because we say that for the AI, data is the crux, and everybody claims that we have enough data. It's just like your solution has to work, okay? But more than many times I found that it is about the preparedness of, do you understand your data? And what was the intention or intent behind those data, how it has been collected over a period of time. One of the examples which I share when we were like trying to enable a propensity model for one of the banking, that banking customer has claimed that they have 110 years of data with them. So data is not an issue, just bring the best algorithm and solution and we'll make it happen. And apparently when we actually sat, the scores were pathetic and it was nowhere near any predictability. And then we went and start cleansing the data, okay? And we found that 98% of the data we need to really like can't use it at all, because the customer addresses were like ABC, pin codes were 1111. Okay. So, and demographic data, absolutely nothing captured, all were like of the same state or something like that. So that's the thing. So fundamentally, whenever somebody is marching into this evolution or adoption of the technology, one has to assess the readiness and preparedness of the organization. And if I would basically say that that is precisely been my experience, where I captured as a part of my book as well, where based on whether the company is, you have to ask yourself, is it an on-prem centric company? Are you a cloud native company? Are you into a digital native kind of an organization, being a startup? Okay, and based on that preparedness, you can define your milestone. If you are very, very on-prem centric company, very much operating on a PIA data and very, very huge landscape of data assets, start with actually collating the data, identify data as your new revenue, new model. And one of the first steps is to identify the data and then identify the person and personnel who are actually operating with data. So I would basically recommend start with your operations teams, okay, and the customer-centric teams, and create your data platform. That itself is a big milestone, okay. And once you know that you have the data and the knowledge about the data, which is a metadata, that's where you can do wonders of actually going through them, enabling the search, getting the insights of past history, what has happened, enabling the BI. So I always call this as, like, first enable your BI, run the enterprise with BI, and then you evolve into AI, okay, BI to AI. Because as much as you want to run your entire organization with an intelligent driven organization, but AI always have one or two those hero use cases, which we call it. But first thing is need to be a data centric organization. That's where like you start your journey. And irrespective of whether it's a small company or a big company, that is where the journey starts. And I have basically over the period of time discovered this magic formula, which I'm going to share with you. Before starting any major project, any digital transformation, start with MVP and time box that MVP. And what's the time box? I basically experienced that you have to establish your value proposition within 6 weeks of your ideation. So debate, discuss, identify those use cases. Within 6 weeks, try to establish MVP. After 6 weeks, give another 2 weeks to realize whether it works or not. And whenever I saw anything going beyond 8 weeks to establish the value, leads to frustration. So you have to basically time box it between 6 to 8 weeks, see if it works. If you would have lost, you lost only 8 weeks. Yeah. If you would have gained, you would have really laid out a roadmap for the rest of the organization.
Amazing, amazing. Thanks for sharing the secret sauce. You touched about a greater problem, like be ready with your data, be prepared, right? And the bigger problem of those banks not even having a proper PIN code. You know, that's one side of the problem where you have a lot of data and you have to crunch out. But coming to you now, there are these other side of the challenges where you don't have data. Now you wanted to solve problems and you know the problem, right? But you don't have data to validate and you don't have data to come up with that MVP or solve it. How do you plan about, as a product manager, if I wanted to kind of solve a use case that my client had shared? I know that it is a problem, but I want to validate it, or I want to. What are those things that I, as a product manager, are facing these challenges, and how I can come out? Share your experience and thoughts.
Sure. Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone, and thanks for having me here. So, when it comes to using the data, it's more important to understand what is the business value you want to deliver. Like, what is your business challenge? Because unless until you are not very clear. Hello? Yeah, it's far better. So unless and until you are not clear with the value that you want to put upfront for a business, or if you are not sure about the problem area that you're going to solve, you cannot narrow down on the quality of the data or data set that you want to use, or how that insight should be. For example, if I want to put an event next Sunday, where to put that event based on today's attendance, where I can get a maximum attendance again for that next event. So that kind of insight can be only built if I know what is my next move, what I want to achieve. And for that outcome, what are the data elements I want to identify? Now, if you do not have this data set, then you need to work on it. And in today's world, you also have some predefined models for startups to use those data sets. I bring that analogy of a student who is getting graduate in college, who gets trained on a particular domain. By going to an academics, he learns some topics, and he gets some domain experience. But consider fine-tuning at the next level where he is getting postgraduate, wherein you already have a pre-trained model, in case a scenario is where you do not have a data set, but you know the problem area, what you want to solve. So build on that domain with a specific requirement that you have, and try with the sampling. The approach that we are discussing, like give six weeks to try out how your data is performing, whether it is delivering the appropriate results that is accurate enough and transparent, where you can communicate how you are reaching out to a outcome. Can you make it explainable? So those are the very important aspects that we are discussing today about using an AI, because it is easy to put a black box, but that cannot be adopted well by business.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, right. Thanks for sharing that. How do you prepare yourself, have the use case? So now what we have discussed so far was like, as a product manager, how I can solve the problems using, if I'm solving customer's problem for AI. To you, Vijay, coming back to you. Now, how I, as a product manager, can use AI while preparing for solving customer's problem, right? Because I wanted to, use AI for solving customer's problem. Is there any scope for AI to support product managers and to prepare product managers, and how I can use AI there?
So we kind of established the fact that AI is going to become our co-pilot. We're not going to take that away. So AI feeds on data. For the seasoned PMs here, what feeds you? What's your source? Right. So we're basically talking about market analysis, right? So AI is going to help you to capture the data. So we can start from there. Because as a PM, you are end-to-end responsible. I was just talking to Surendra about it. It's going to start with cradle to the grave. Your responsibility starts somewhere, and it's going from the starting of the resources, defining the problem, until it's going to go into the end, where it's going to fill the landfilling, right? So first and foremost thing is, how and where do you get your problem definitions from? That is from your markets. So use those tools available, research tools available in AI area to try identify the problems that are of interest to you and to your organization, and where there's a maximum impact. Now from there, we're going to, let's say problem is defined. What is that we're going to do next? Now it's become part of your roadmap. Now I want to do faster prototyping. Like you said, we need to find out if the MAP is going to happen in 6 weeks, because the moment you go and tell your development team, hey guys, 6 weeks to you, and I want an MVP out of it, this is what the business value I'm looking out for. What will they say? Not possible, right? So we're saying have our AI systems in place, because AI is also going to help you with coming up with prototyping much more faster than a normal development team is going to be, right? Use them for your benefit, come up with some kind of simulations that are going to validate the thought or idea and the value that we think we can achieve. And the third one is in terms of personalization. Although we all wanted Louis Vuittons or Gucci bags and everything, we all wanted to have personalization. I want my bag to look different, even though I would have paid 70,000 rupees for a Louis Vuitton bag, right? Now, how do you bring in that kind of personalization? Try to understand that from AI, because AI is going to help you once you have the enough amount of data set to validate your thoughts, bring up with the customization. So for example, I worked with BMW, I can speak about it, right? They also have the option of customizing your car. We're not talking about just a Louis Vuitton bag here. You can come up with a customization for a BMW car that was launched. For example, iNext, that was launched in 2021. I had an opportunity to work on the communications module for that. You can go and personalize that car for you. So that amount of personalization is possible, and end of the day, your NPS is going to be high, you have a smiley, happy, and a customer who's going to come back to you. The fourth one is about preventive analysis. I was just talking to Priyanka here. Hey, Priyanka, we can predict anything and everything, not the traffic on the roads. It's difficult. I mean, the day we can achieve, this is the amount of time it's going to take you to from this destination, that destination, at this given amount of time, right? So let's use that, see that what kind of preventive analysis that we can bring onto the table, so our maintenance costs can be reduced. We know the problems first, then the customers are reporting it, and then go about giving them a value, saying that, hey, we have a fix available, we do a OTA, it's going to be taken care. So that's a happy customer for you. And then last one is about major of the companies, especially in the semiconductors, have faced is the chipset shortage. It's still ongoing, started during the COVID, and it's still continuing, right? So this is basically about how do you identify your supply chain? Okay, what alternate sources are available for you? How can you support your supply chains with different AI modeling techniques? So, they can look out options and then make sure that even if there is a delay, but we're still going to meet our extended and stretched deadlines, that we can do that, right? Before I end that, I strongly believe in sustainability, okay? And then what I think is that we as a responsible PMs who are going to use AI to the benefit also need to make sure that the solutions that we are proposing are also sustainable. Because this is the only place for all of us to live unless Elon Musk says Mars is ready for human habitation. We're going to come back here in some form or the other in the upcoming days. So for the people who are here today and those we're going to come back and later, have our AI solutions that's going to give us systems that are going to give us sustainable solutions. And I think that's where AI is going to help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. We were just talking, we were both part of Harman before. We were building connected cars, but we are living in connected everything. Connected ecosystem, connected environment, connected people and everything, right? So we'll build more on that, right? Coming to you, Nakul. So there's a lot of future towards AI. Now, how do you vision this is evolving? We've been talking from morning, that's the future, that's how it. So now, while this is evolving, how do you suggest the product managers keep up? What should product managers look out for? Product managers, what is their roadmap should look like?
Yeah, very good question. So what we have seen so far is the initial phase where the models are getting used to deliver some decisioning, we done without much supervision by the humans. So what we want to see is right now the models and the data is used where these models are delivering maximum value. So that value is in terms of which ad to show, which search results to present. We want that to be democratized to a level where if I go to a local grocery store or a local paint shop, that guy should be able to use their customer base to build a good inventory system or to build a good recommendation, wherein he can say, hey, you are a regular user of this product, you might be getting, it might be getting over at your end, I have it in my shelf, shall I deliver it to you? Can he promptly come and solve that use case? So we want to make sure that that level of simplification should happen, and I feel like that will happen not very soon, but by 2030.
Thank you.
For both the questions which you asked, I just wanted to give one perspective over the years which I gained. The product leader or product manager, it's a very, very unique role. It's not engineering. It's not purely imagination. It's an art and engineering coming to the picture. And most of the time, whenever we say AI or machine learning, they just basically immediately structs to that, go to a data science. Okay.
Right.
Which is one of the most wrong notions to start with. It is not about the AI which is going to solve the problem. It is about what we want to achieve and what is the purpose it's going to meet. AI is just an enabler or a tool. And that's where the product manager can have his imagination and intuition, or the imagination which he or she is putting together is relevant or not. And today's AI systems be it generative AI or any of those evolutions, can really play a major role in helping that validation. Okay, you can basically design something and put it through generative AI, and then relatively say, okay, such a model already exists, such a design already exists. Here is some things which you can assemble and improve upon it. Okay, that's the beauty of it. Okay.
Thank you for jumping in on that. It's amazing insight. Ramesh, back to you. I don't want you to fall asleep. All right. So, what are the support systems you think? Now we are at IIIT Edge, it's a house of research and a lot of think tanks here. What are the support systems that we can enable product managers with? So to make them better at their job, to make them better as humans, to make them better at creativity. So what is the role of academia plays in them, and what can we look out for support?
Oh, sure, absolutely, right. So to concur with what Surendra said, right, so product managers is in the cusp of, between engineering and business. And I mean, I have a diagram in my class. Students who have been in my class would see. There are like hundreds of things, and you are in between all those 100 different things, right? And sometimes we as product managers feel lost. I have felt lost multiple times in my 25 years career as a product manager. I didn't know where to go to. I didn't know who can help me get through some of this, because the other functions in an organization do not understand my problem, right? Because engineering always has engineering focus to the problem that we get them to. My business folks have, when I say my sales folks have their own set of problems that they're looking at. And my set of problems are very different from what everybody else says, right? If I have to, as a product manager, if I feel lost, that I don't know what AI is, right? I don't know where to go to. There are courses all across the world, but for every course that you go to, you need to know Python, you need to know data science. I'm not a technologist, right? I don't know what to do with it. I'm not a technologist. Is it like, do I have to go in and learn technology first for me to learn AI? That's the question everybody asks. I know all of you have, some of you must have had those questions before. Some of you must get this question today, hearing AI every 5 minutes, during the course of the day. But what I would say, don't worry guys, right? I have seen this happen. All of us here have seen multiple technology disruptions happen. AI is one of them, right? That's why I keep telling AI is one of the disruptions. Very rightly so, AI is a tool, right? Surendra was very apt when he said, guys, AI is a tool, trying to solve a problem. Are you clear on, have you defined the problem correctly? Have you defined what is the customer value correctly? That's what matters, right? And there is a lot of support systems available today. There are, I would definitely say, look for courses, AI courses that is non-tech, right? AI for, there's lots of AI for business courses. There's a lot of free small modules that's available on YouTube. That's how I learned. I didn't do a proper course to learn AI or what AI can do, right? I learned on the job. I learned talking to my engineering teams. I learned doing things on the job. So when you're defining requirements, you're not defining an AI requirement. Please, that's not what you're doing. You are defining a requirement that's solving a customer problem and creating customer value. AI, or whatever it is, are tools. Every technology you use is a tool. And that should be very clear in your minds when you're working through your day-to-day jobs, right? Use technology as tools, and tools are to enable you to complete a business function, and your role as product managers is define what that business function is, right? And there are AI tools available out there. There are ChatGPT is going to help you a lot. There are lots of those ChatGPT tools built today, which is going to help product managers. One of my product manager, I have a big product management team at RealPage. A couple of them are sitting here, right? They have shown me that they can write user stories using ChatGPT. They can give a requirements to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT gives you a user story. Perfect, great, right? Makes my job easier. Maybe as a leader, I can hire 2 less product managers now.
Putting jobs at stake.
So to get back, is that going to take away a job of a product manager? I don't think so, right? Because again, AI needs people to actually work with, right? I have lived long enough where when computers were introduced, I remember there was those days when outside SBIs and LICs of the world, there used to be those big agitations happening that computers are going to take my jobs away, right? Did it take jobs away? It actually brought in jobs, right? We all grew, and AI is going to help us grow, right? And we'll have to find those areas where AI can help us grow, right? And there are definitely academic tools available. There are courses available out there. You could spend time, money, and you all should invest, right? I mean, as product managers, we all should be investing some time for ourselves, for us to grow. Because remember, if we grow as product managers, the organizations that we work in grow. We are in the front end of innovation in our organizations, right? If we don't drive innovation, nobody else is going to drive innovation in the organization, right? That's why it's very important that we spend time, concentrate, spend time, put it in your calendars to spend time to learn AI. Not technology, but usage of AI. How can you use AI? How can AI be used in your specific domain, industry area you are in? That's where you should be spending time on, right? And there are definitely tools available out there doing that.
Thank you. I wanted to give more chance to our folks to ask questions, but on a lighter note, right? So someone stole my question that I wanted to ask in the morning session, so I'm going to flip that now. So if we know this traffic problem that we have, right? So you're talking about that, how do we use it? You kind of had a Hyderabad tour while reaching here, right? So if we have some of the AA solutions already, but let's say if you have to solve one of the people problem that's day to day in our life, right, and go crazy about it, how crazy would you go using AI?
Want me to start? Wow, that's an interesting one. Too many in my list. Okay. But let me pick one. I think what we have today, prevailing pattern, is like 5-day work week, 2-day weekend, right? But hardly even those 2 days is kind of ends up with a lot of chores. I see a lot of people too much stressed about careers, too much stressed about work, too much stressed about managing stuff. So if I really had a chance, and I think I do have a chance, to flip that up. So I want to make like 2-day work week and 5-day my time.
I love it.
That would be my value prop. Okay.
You have audience.
If I want to give it a try, it's like what you learn always, like when the things are not in abundance, you should use it wisely. So when we see like people are adding to congestion, it's mostly because sometimes you see people breaking the lanes or honking a lot or not following the best practices for driving. So if you can use AI, IoTs, everything together to identify potential candidates, to train them better, to follow the best traffic rules, and incentivize people who are doing in the right way, so that you can get people use and avoid congestion.
I want to go crazier than Surendra. Surendra wants to go to office, wants to work 2 days a week. I don't want to work at all. Why? So I really want to create a digital virtual twin that can work for me. Why am I working, right? My digital twin will go to office virtually, sit in my chair, do my work, and finish work, and I switch it off, right? Why?
I hope he will not spend money on your house.
That's a risk that's always there. That's where I should, innovatively give him access. All those access management should get it to work. Yeah. I will not give him access to my credit card.
Vijaya, you'll.
Yes. So let's say all of us drive to work. It's in a car, let's say. And stress is a part and parcel of our life, right? So the moment I get into my car, mirror, right? We'll check the first thing, how am I looking, how things are, etc. So my mirror will read my mood, Okay, oh, okay, it's going to talk to me some nice pep talks, and based upon my mood, it's going to connect with my refrigerator and see what's available there, and then it say, hey, this is the available stuff. Can we make some interesting recipe for you? And even if you don't have anything ready, we have a smart kitchen available. It's going to check. This is the things available. I think we can make a nice, interesting soup for you by the time ready. But of course, I have to go and cook. Let's say. So this is something like that. It's easy to pep up my mood and then create an environment for me to feel good the moment I arrive at home. So something like that. I don't mind. Thank you. Yes.
We can have 2 questions from the audience.
Hello everyone, this is Ananya. I'm from ADP, lead product managers. So we've been listening a lot of Gen AI. I think I've counted it's 1,064 times we've spoken Gen AI. What makes me believe, or rather it's just a thought and probably a mind share more than a question. Aren't we as people or product managers trying to force fit solutions by Gen AI? Like even a simple use case that can be, say, as simple as an Excel macro or probably putting a VLOOKUP. We are force-fitting higher-ended solutions, costlier solutions while we are building for this. So just a mind share around that.
No, I 100% agree with you, right? That's why I was very clear when I said value, define benefit, right? All the tools that we are talking about are tools, right? We should be very clear on the value that we are creating on the usage of tools. These tools are insanely expensive. We think it's cheap, but for us to create, for us to deploy, for us to maintain these tools over a longer period of time is extremely expensive, right? And that's what we should be very careful about. Value, right? Define your problem, define what value you're creating out of your problem, and any tool that we talk about, any shining new object that we are creating in this world, today it's Gen AI, 3 years from now it could be something else, right? But as product managers, and remember the other side of the coin, right? If it's your engineering teams will want to use some of these tools because they are engineers by profession, right? They want to use the latest shining tool in the products. Your sales team wants to use them because it sells, because that's the word everybody uses, right? I have the product that is powered by Gen AI or whatever AI tools that's out there today, right? It was something else 3 years ago. It was something else 10 years ago, right? So everybody else wants to embed that new tool into your product, into whatever they are building, so that they can sell well, they can talk well, they can experience these new technologies. But our role as product managers is to create value, right? We have to define what value is very clearly. Use technology only when you're creating value, not because there's a new technology out there.
Okay. So sometime back, there was an app on iPhone to switch on your light. It was selling at $99. Yeah. Now it's absolute. So that's where if you're not building a proposition that is ready to can be adopted, it cannot last for longer.
I agree with you, Surendra, that I don't want to work for 5 days a week. I want to work for 2 days. I can use that 5 days creatively, doing so many things. And I agree with you, Vidya, I hate cooking. So if something helps me in my kitchen to cook, I'll be the most happiest. We can take one last question. Any questions for the panelists, please? One last question. Your last thoughts, one last resolution.
Hi everyone. I would use ChatGPT for make it short. So, what kind of relationship do you think we should have between data scientist and AI product manager?
Let me take a shot at it. Yeah. It's a very important question, and it's very essential to understand where the data science fits in on the overall game of things. So I was actually debating on this and did a lot of kind of brainstorming with a couple of folks. There are, if I would say, there are like 4 segments. And those 4 segments are actually influenced by different people in the organization. One set basically are the market researchers, stakeholders, management team. I call them as decision science team. They are the ones who make the decisions, help us make decisions. Once those decision science team comes back with what's the right thing to do based on the competition, based on what's the sentiment in the market, what the product people are looking for, you start collecting the data relevant to that value prop, and then that's where you give it to data science team. So data science team will basically take the subset of all that market research that has been done and simulate a product, simulate a forecast of what is possibility. And story doesn't end there. Then comes the engineering team, the architects, developers, consultants, who I call it as like data engineering team, which basically takes what data science has created and really bring it to the life, which gets into production. And that's where the operations team comes into the picture. So now you see like where the data science fits in the overall game of things. So it is the decision science team who basically defines the North Star. It is a data science team who gives what is a possibility. It is the engineering team which makes it a reality. It's the operations team which basically sustains the life of that of the system.
Very well explained, right? Because we are grappling with this problem today. I think every large company is grappling with this problem where the data science team should be placed, right? Is it an engineering function? Is it a research function? Is it a innovation function? Is it a operation function, right? We don't know yet. I mean, we haven't solved it in our company yet, right? But then it's a very important function. We know that, right? And every part of the organization need to transact with that function, right? There have been instances where our data science team have come up with an innovative idea that has become a product, right? While there are cases where our data science team has been a solution provider for a problem that we have created, right? So it's a mix of all, but I like the approach that Surendra mentioned. There is a structure to it, right? I think that's really amazing. Thank you, Surendra, for that.
So just to summarize our thoughts and what I learned from the other panelists today, use AI to your benefit, identify the value it's going to bring in and the ROI attached to it, and then make responsible and sustainable solutions out of it. Thank you.
For me, as product managers, don't get overwhelmed by AI. Don't get overwhelmed by all the right attention that all kinds of AIs are getting at this point in time, right? Try to maximize the usage of it. Try to figure out how it can make your life easier in your day-to-day jobs, 1. And 2, how you can use these new technologies to make your end users' life easier. Value creation is important, and it's your job to identify how you can create value from the technologies that's getting created. That would be my takeaway from this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. So human decision-making capabilities and the intuitions that we have cannot be replaced by Gen AI. But you can always use Gen AI to speed up the way you are making decisions, to speed up the way you are doing the subsets of activities which are related to product management, be it risk analysis or presenting the status of your projects, or summarizing where you are in your journey. So that kind of things you can see how effectively you can utilize.
Great thoughts from the panel, and if I would basically put my kind of thought behind that, I think this is the realization of something called collaborative computing, where it's not about one software company creating a solution, you using it. It is about everybody has to collaborate. AI cannot succeed without adoption, without collaboration. So it's your idea, my idea, leading to a better outcome. So this is the phase. We are all part and parcel of this collaborative computing.
Thank you, everyone. So my takeaway is what you all gave me. I probably would summarize, but you are all summarizing it. Whether it is 6 weeks, the secret sauce, or whether it is how academics can, keeping up to the speed, keeping people at the center, and also being, in the ethical lines and guidelines. Great thoughts. Thanks for sharing this. This is an amazing time that I spent. We'll take on more from here. Thank you. You've been an amazing audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhilash.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, my name is Vijaya Annapurna. I'm the Global Product Manager at Signify. I'm one of the panelists today on the topic Challenges and Opportunities for AI. The key takeaways for me are use AI as your co-pilot, use your art of priority and common sense as powerful tools to really come up with what's really needed. Identify the value that AI is going to bring onto the system, and come up with sustainable and respectable products to the humankind. Thank you so much.
Item in the agenda is the workshop, Harnessing Generation AI, Crafting Innovative Products. We request Jeba to come onto the dais. Jeba is the Senior Director of Engineering in the Advanced Technology Group at ServiceNow. He has shipped multiple products in the past at other companies, including Microsoft, ADP, and at ServiceNow, primarily in the areas of databases and workflows, and for the past 10 years on different aspects of AI and ML, including Gen AI. Jeba has played a strong engineering roles, both in engineering development and in product management. We welcome you, Jeba. Ravindra is a senior staff ML engineer with Advanced Technology Group at ServiceNow. Over the past 18 years, Ravi has worked on the application of machine learning to areas such as API security, deception technologies, NLP algorithms, and video algorithms. Of late, he has been working with text-to-code models, model miniaturization techniques, and applications of sequential decision algorithms. We welcome you. Ravi also has a PhD from the Indian Institute of Science for his thesis on text summarization. He's also a senior member of ACM and has 18 granted patents over 18 peer-reviewed research publications. That deserves a huge applause. Our next guest is Srikar Gulapalli. Srikar is a software engineer working in Advanced Technology Group at ServiceNow. During his tenure of 3 years, he has been actively involved in developing various software applications and machine learning-based products. Currently, Srikar is focused code explainability models and researching on various fine-tuning techniques to further improve the performance of these products.
So today's session, we're going to talk about how Gen AI can be applied. So let me just run you through a very quick agenda. And first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's an honor and a privilege so that I can speak in front of everyone. This is something we've been working on. This is my team. We've been working on Gen AI for quite some time, since the day ChatGPT was launched, in a way. Like November 30th was the day, and then things changed in our company totally. So today, what we would do is it projected? Not yet, right? I'm not sure if the demos are going to be very visible. So I'm going to be doing a lot of use cases, running you through a bunch of different use cases, especially for PMs. So I know some people talked about, hey, you know what, are we force fitting? I think we need to do a lot more research before you can think whether it can be force fitted or not, but I do agree. There are some scenarios, people who don't understand enough of Gen AI, they think, oh, Gen AI will solve the problem, but it may not be a Gen AI problem. So these are my colleagues who are going to be speaking along with me. So today's agenda is, first is general introduction of Gen AI, and we'll spend around 30 minutes on the use cases with some prompts, right? So we'll go into maybe Azure OpenAI, and we'll talk about whether, some of the use cases, scenarios, and then we'll also talk about whether there is an inherent intelligence in GPT or not, or is it just a play of words? And then we're going to talk about some scenarios of what we've been working as a team, and then from ServiceNow, some of the things which have been shipped. So you will see things which are not shipped, which are in the pipeline. I don't think we can show it to you right now. The other thing is, how do you think of use cases, right? So for a PM, so we're going to talk about how to think about use cases. And when you think of a use case, when to use a prompt, when to use prompt engineering. And the other part is, how would you fine tune a model, right? Or anyone in this room can open up your laptop if you connect to your thing. So that's your last part, right? So we're going to show you how to download a model and then how to do it from scratch. It's about 15-minute session. So anyone can do it. I'm not sure of the network. So the thought was that you will be able to open up your laptop, download a model, and then experiment with like a sentiment or ask a specific question. So that was the thought, but I don't think we have enough network to do it. But if you have a 5G network or a 4G network and you have a laptop, you can connect to it and then just go after us. And then you'll be able to run it on a CPU or a GPU on your machine. And then we'll leave out enough time for Q&A. So where is Gen AI right now, right? So if you see Gen AI, I know there is a lot of talk for the last 8 months, 10 months. You see that generative AI is right on top, right? Which means it is right on top of the hype curve. But right below it, like following the generative AI, you will see there is a casual AI, AI simulation, AI engineering, data-centric AI, a bunch of things which are following up and trying to climb the hype curve. So it'll take some more time for the generative AI to be mature enough and then fall down. So is it mature enough right now? I don't think the kind of questions which are asked, people will not be asking now. In a matter of 2-3 years, I think more people will be understanding the Gen AI a lot more as Gen AI matures. So, how many people have heard of this music LLM before? Okay, one person. So let's show a demo. It might be a little boring for you. So I'm going to play only one. So this is a generative AI where it can compose music, and I'm going to play only 2 of them. Right, and then it can do like a piano. Right, it can do a bunch of these things. So a lot of things it can do. You can go and play around with it once you have access to, maybe the Google LLM. So this is from Google, the music LLM. So you can play around with it. The other one is Google Bard. You must have seen it. So the point to be made is it is not just about text. Gen AI is for the images, the videos. You have speech. So I'll play a few things. So one is about this Adobe Firefly. I don't know if you have seen this particular part, where you can actually give a text, and you would be able to generate different images out of it. So get started. I have to sign in, looks like. Right, so here you could go in and type in like try prompt. So wherever it says try prompt, you can click on it. Okay, so you can actually say, cotton overgrown with trees drinking beer, right? Like just weird stuff. And you can adjust some of these portraits, graphic, you can say, you know, some movement, vaporware, and, you know, so I'm just showing you examples of what other companies have done with GenAI, especially in different modes or models, what you call it. So it's generating, and you will see, right? So you have a froth somewhere, some beer, but you can actually play around with it. It actually creates something really, really cool stuff. You know, just for making, you can do color and tone, you can do composition, a bunch of different things together. Then the other part is around speech. You can do video editing, that you can actually go ahead and do it on your own. And I'm going to play this one. I'll play and let this be there, and I want you to guess who the personality is. Yeah?
And have an identical replica of it. Play leverages the latest generative media techniques to create the highest quality version of your voice.
Anyone? Okay, perfect. I'm going to play one more.
With Play.ht, you can clone your own voice and have an identical replica of it. Play leverages the latest generative media techniques to create the highest quality version of your voice.
You got it? Yeah. Yeah. So it can actually create people, right? Like, so in the future, you'll be able to give your voice signature and then have generative AI speak in its own voice or in your own voice, so that it can answer emails or answer phone calls. So let me go back to this. Do we have time, or we have to close around 4? 4:15. 4:15? Okay. Oh, 4:15. No, don't worry. So in general, right, LLMs are good at so many different things, right? So if you see, these are all the text-related stuff on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side are different modalities which it can handle. So it can handle things like summarization. I'm not going to show you anything. It can generate content. I'm not going to show any of that, because most of the people know already, and I'm not going to spend time on things you already know. So things like natural language understanding, agent-like conversation, translation, right? I might show a little bit of translation, but with a little bit of a twist in it. It can do a bunch of other stuff. I don't want to read through it, but the most interesting ones are the ones which you saw on the right-hand side, right? The video, the speech, and images. Let me see. Okay. So how many people have actually played around with the generative AI, the ChatGPT? Most of you, right? Most of you? Okay. So you know how it works. I'm just going to give you a very quick introduction and then tell you what are the places where it doesn't work and then how to go fix it, and that's what our friend Ravindra will cover. Before I get into the thing, just because I don't want to change screens. So if you look at use the word Barack, don't press enter and you ask it to generate, it's going to generate something like this, right? Ravindra, please add anything. So it actually finished that word called Bharat, and then it assumed Barakat, right? Because in its own thing, it has got a token called Bharat, and then it's something with the at. So that's what it assumed it to be, which is the most frequently occurring word. Now the next one, you use the word Bharat and press enter this time, and then ask it to generate text. It generates an entirely different one, right? So the only difference was in the previous one, you did not press enter, right? No space. But then here there was a /n, and then the entire meaning changed. Because there it was trying to complete. It found the first token Bharat, and then it added a 80, right? So here it just started generating with the /n, and it knows that Bharat is a full word. And same thing with the uppercase B. Entire meaning changes, and then it starts producing something entirely different. And here, so there is a hyphen, and then it changed the entire meaning of it. So if you see, just with little bit of a change of what you could do with lowercase, just with a /n, without a /n, what it produces changes entirely, right? And just because of the understanding of the tokens it has. Now we're going to go through and then see some of these things as to how it works, just to give you an intuitive feel for how it is picking up and how can you produce multiple scenarios after it has completed the sentence. We'll show a demo. So what happens here is I'm going to change something called a full spectrum, and let's try something called product leadership forum. Yeah. and then I press enter. So if you see, it says the leadership forum is the leading forum, right? And it gave you some color coding. So the reason for this color coding is that if you click on this, it's actually picked up the highly probable ones. So after the leadership, right, if you look at the probability distribution of the next word, it was forum, product, etc., right? But then it picked up the 99.56%, which is the highest, and therefore you get a red and green in color. If you click here, it picked up 0.16, right? And that's why it is red in color. However, I could actually go here and then say forum was the highest one, right? Like if you see this is the forum, I could say, hey, what would it have produced if I had a word called forum here and then say submit? So it'll automatically change the word, right? So there are infinite number of possibilities from each place. So it actually predicts the next word, right? So from here, it predicted held, but then it could have predicted for, it could have predicted designed, right? But it picked up the held at that point in time. Now, if you look at all the possible combinations of all the possible words which could be generated at each point, you will get an infinite number of possibilities which it could generate, right? So that's the beauty of generative AI, but it is also the flip side of generative AI because it is not deterministic. Now, you could also play around with it to say, I want a better deterministic solution. Then you can actually go and change the temperature to 0, and it will pretty much generate exactly the same text every time. So if you want this, you see this? Most of it is greenish in color. There was no red because it was trying to pick up the highest probability word at every point. Now, let's go back to this. Let's do some fun stuff, yeah? So let me do, for example, a poem completion, right? So complete the poem, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Now, if you click on it, it just pretty much gave you the poem, which it already knew from its knowledge. Now, we could also do something to the effect of, right? Write the poem in the style of Eminem rapper, right? So if you see, it started writing its own poem in the style of Eminem, right? So that's the beauty here of what it could do. But I also wanted to show you before I get there, since we are at poems, so it'll and it actually mixed whatever was from its knowledge. So if you see, there was a twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. It actually inserted the word for the next paragraph. It started, developing its own. And that hallucination is a boon as well as a curse, because you would see that it is useful in certain places where you can generate content, you can be more, creative about this thing, but it is also not a good thing in certain places. Because I've given the maximum length, it is actually going on. Let me reduce the length to something else. Now, increase this to this. But before here, I wanted to show you something else before I jump in. So I said, hey, you are a songwriter in Telugu. That's the persona I'm giving. And then you can write songs given on a topic given by a user. And I said, can you write a song about Telangana and its food? So it wrote something here. But in between, it understood from its language that it has to write chorus and a verse. So it introduced all that stuff. And then I said, hey, can you translate it into Spanish for me? Okay, so it translated the entire thing into Spanish. And it is a pretty good translation, right? Like if you look at this, it's a pretty good translation word by word. Then in the end, I changed my mind and I said, hey, sorry, I meant English, right? So which means it translated everything in English, right? So you can actually ask for something. So it solves a lot of problem in an enterprise, especially if you're a multi-location enterprise. So you can ask a question in something and it'll answer you in a different language. And I think our friend Shrikar is going to show you a quick demo of that, of what we have done in ServiceNow. Okay, so now we are getting into a new thing here. Okay, I'm going to go from here. So the size changed, so I'm not able to see everything on the screen. That's fine. So let me show you. So this is the same Telangana stuff, right? Where this is another time I tried it. Then let me go to completions. So a lot of people asked, right? We're going to talk about a bunch of different things. So it can understand patterns, right? So this is what I want to do. I want to go one step at a time or on what GenAI could do, right? So first we saw completions. It was able to come out with its own content. It can create KB articles, it can create poems, it can create marketing content, etc. You can extrapolate from there. So the next thing I'm going to show you is the pattern recognition, right? So if I say India is New Delhi, and then what is USA? Sometimes it could hallucinate. It gave the right answer, right? So you could actually say, you can do a complex pattern. For example, you could do something like this, right? Where I'm asking a capital and the population and say, for this country, tell me what the answer is. Now it's going to say USA, and it hallucinated, right? So it said it's New York. But if you keep asking, it will sometimes come up with the right answer. So this is the flip side I want to show you, that it is possible that it hallucinates at some point, and you may not know what is the right answer. So if it gives you an answer, it may not always be the right answer. But let's say if I did this and then say something to this effect, okay, again hallucinated. So you can never be sure, even with the temperature, right, that you will get the right answer to that question. Okay, so that is done. Now let's go back to general knowledge. Yeah. So here I said, hey, who was the first Prime Minister of India? And you give it, and then says, oh, Jawaharlal Nehru was the first Prime Minister, which is the right answer. Now I can go in and say, you know, what is the capital of Spain? Things like this. So you don't know whether it is hallucinating or not, but you know, I'm taking it for face value right now. Now we're going to do something different, which is who was the first Prime Minister in India who was a pilot, an author, a lawyer, and is a living person now, right? So we are trying to inject some things into the prompt itself so that we, disturb its activation layer when the input goes in, and it's going to come back and say the first Prime Minister was Narendra Modi, who was a pilot, who was an author, who was a lawyer, and is a living person. Right? So, so what happens is you've tried injecting certain things in the prompt to make it think in a certain way, right? In fact, the probability starts coming from here, right? It starts building. He can explain it a lot better. The first Prime Minister of India, so your probability distribution starts from there, and then all of a sudden it starts losing the attention for a pilot, the author, a lawyer, etc. So a lot more attention is given to what it saw first. So even in your prompts, if you want to do certain things, make sure that you put some of the strongest words in the front. He will talk about some of those prompt engineering techniques when we get to his session. Then I don't want to do some of these things, summarization. Now, another example of hallucination, right? I'm trying to force fit something, saying, hey, tell me more about Oracle DB by Microsoft. If you don't know the answer, say, I do not know, right? So in this case, it might actually say, I do not know, okay? Because it knows that Oracle DB and the Microsoft, the distributions don't match, and therefore, it has to say, I don't know. Now, let us take this out. What happened? So let us remove this, and we'll force fit it by not giving this, and then say, hey, tell me about Oracle DB by Microsoft, and it will conveniently say Oracle DB is by Microsoft, and it'll start, hallucinating on things. So let's go back to something else. Any interesting ones I have here? Okay, so this is like a classic example where can it actually detect some form of a sentiment, right? Like backstabbed is a sentiment. No journalist will write something called a backstab. So let's see what this actually does, right? It understands synonyms. So if you see, it will talk about OpenAI, what OpenAI has done to Microsoft, and it has automatically explained a bunch of different things over here. And these are the places where it thinks it could have backstabbed Microsoft. Interesting tool, but you have to play with it with care. I don't want to run through this. Okay, so this is another interesting one which might be useful for a lot of your corporates. So if you want to produce a summary, for example, this is a system message. So you're an expert in creating surveys, and right, I'm giving it. So this is almost like the chain of thought, right? You're saying step 1, do this, step 2, do this, step 3, do this. Then I come here. What happened here? Okay, let me clear chat using a previous one. Now you're saying I'm a customer service agent for exhaust fans, and I need to send out feedback from the customer about the lost call and the service provided. Could you generate a survey for me? Okay, so sorry, my screen is changed after we projected it, so I have to play around with it. It's in big fonts. So this is like identify step 1, identify the purpose of the survey, and it has asked survey questions, right? So how would you rate the overall experience? Was your issue resolved? How long did it take for the customer? So it can pretty much write certain things for you automatically if you can give the right prompt at any time. So are we force fitting this? I don't think so. It is very good at text, and if you play with text, you have to play with the right LLM, with the right prompt for the right thing it was meant to do. Otherwise, you're going to be force fitting things. Okay, so should we try and do a long document Q&A? Let me try. So this is nothing but I have a 70-page document, right? And you ask a question, and it actually finds the perfect answer, right? And you cannot do it with anything else. You have to use GPT-4. If you try it on GPT 3.5, it'll fail because it's got a 4,000 token size limit. So I'm not going to demo that for you in the interest of time. You can also create tutorials, right? So you say, create a GenAI tutorial for me. It will create a GenAI tutorial for you. Now I'm going to show you something around mathematics. So how many people have done like function inverse, function composition, etc., right? So I'm going to take this function. So given a function f of x equals blah, find g of f of x and then f of g of x, right? Let me go back to completions. I think that would be better. I can see everything together. Right? So it gave you the right answer. You can calculate it, it's pretty much right. Yeah? So now you can actually, so people actually say, oh, it is text. GenAI cannot do mathematics. My point is that yes, it can. If it knows, if it has in its knowledge, it can. So even here, it produced the right thing, right? So it's very simple functions, x squared and 1 minus x squared. It did f of g of x and then g of f of x. Let me go in and ask it to do a so something which is not Collat's conjecture. So basically in the infinite series of numbers, you take any number, and then if it is even, you divide by 2. If it is odd, you do a 3n plus 1, and at the end of it, it converges to 1, right? But at this point in time, there is no proof which exists for this, but we know that it always converges. People have proved it for n number of numbers, but we don't know the proof for it. So here what we're saying is, hey, prove this Collat's conjecture, right? So we're trying to create new knowledge which doesn't exist, right? So in this case, it will actually fail. It is an unsolved mathematical problem, right? I basically tell you the same thing. Unfortunately, it is impossible to prove, but no one has proved it yet, not even humans. But humans have proved it, and then if it had some knowledge, it can actually do it. But it can write the proof for something which already we know of, right? For example, hey, prove there is an infinite number of primes in the world, and it can automatically calculate because it has it in its knowledge. Then let me show you some things on the songwriter we have seen. Okay, so a lot of people say, oh, it's bad at mathematics. So I'm going to show you some computer science problem. It's a graph problem. You must have heard of the shortest path algorithms, right? So we're going to take a shortest path algorithm, encode it in such a way that the OpenAI understands and gives you the right answer, right? And to make sure that it is not actually saying it from its own knowledge, we're going to twist the facts a little bit. So we're going to go different set of facts. Let me show you here. So here, we are saying that, hey, Mumbai to Bangalore, so all these are different nodes, which is Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata. Then we are defining the edges, like what we do in computer science. Mumbai to Bengaluru is 562 kilometers, which is not true, wrong facts. Then we give a bunch of different cities, and then the distance between those cities. It's like a classic shortest path computer science problem. It's called Dijkstra's algorithm. Now, in the end, users will ask you questions, and now here we say, hey, give me all possible routes from Mumbai to Delhi with the total distance, and what is the shortest route, okay? Let it calculate. So we gave really wrong answers so that it doesn't pick up from its knowledge, right? So we are overriding it. Sorry, I think it understood, it is still doing the survey part, so we haven't saved the changes. So give me a minute, we will redo it. Okay. Okay, now we're going to run this. Where is the session? Okay, so it did the algorithm and then said 1849. It gave multiple routes and then said the shortest one is 1849 kilometers, which is absolutely right. I'm going to show two more and then we will hand it over to this one. Okay, so we'll go here. Sorry, this is a little painful to okay. So we'll do, we did math, we did computer science, we'll do an intelligence part, right? So what we're trying to prove here is that, let me go back to completions, slightly easier, I guess. So we're going to test out its intelligence, yeah? And this is GPT-3 and not GPT-4. We'll go here, and then in the intelligence, we're going to say, hey, what is the sentiment of the following sentence? You know, here it is positive, here it is negative, and then you say, what is the sentiment of the following sentence? It's intelligent, it found it has to find the sentiment from this and then set positive. Now, what if we actually reversed it, right? So we gave this as negative, and this is positive. What does it do? Right? So if you say generate, it still says positive, right? It didn't make a mistake. Now we're going to do something different. So we're going to call this AAA, right? And then we're going to call this BBB, and then maybe remove these guys. Okay? And then say, hey, give, oh, sorry, I should have removed this. And then say, give me the sentiment. So it still gave positive, okay? Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to say, call this as class, call this as class, and okay, now it gave out CCC, but then it actually thought it was the sequence. Right? So it thought it was a sequence. Now what we're going to do, we're going to do a different thing, which is take this out and go back in, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to run it very fast. Okay, so here, I'm doing the same thing, but then I played around with the last part a little bit, and now it gave AAA, okay? It's just to do with the way I wrote the prompt here. Right, this last sentence. So this made the entire difference. So how you write the prompt is going to be super important, right? And that's what Ravindra will cover. But last one, because you're all product managers, I'm going to do a slightly different one. It might take a little bit time because this has changed the entire resolution of the screen. I'm so sorry. This is like very weird. Okay. Since you're all product managers, I'm going to show you how a product manager is going to do certain things. So you're an awesome product manager who has shipped multiple successful products. Okay. Now what we're going to do is here, let's clear the chat, and this is going to be very useful for you as product managers. So you can say, can you write a few epics to create a second-hand car application? So for people who are from ADP, and this is one of my favorite questions, interview questions, where users can upload pictures of what they want to sell, and buyers can choose and interact. And let's use GPT 3.4, and let's play. Oh, it didn't change this for some reason. Sorry, it's something else is happening. It's not saving it or what? Yeah. I want to show you, you as product managers, how easy is it going to change your job. So let me just say, it is still doing that. Let it complete, and then I'll show you. Okay, so you're going to write epics for a second-hand car application. So the persona it's playing is an awesome product manager. So if you see, it has wrote down all the epics. Epic 1. It also wrote the sign up, login, forgot password, everything for user authentication, and this account manager. Then the story 2.1 is the second one is car listing management. Okay. And then it started create car listing, delete car listing, view car listing, car browsing, etc., and then it wrote everything. Okay, now I can say, can you write, so though it gave me, okay, so can you write stories, few stories in detail, yeah, for the first epic. So if you see, it's going to write, the user authentication was the first one, right? So it started writing sign up, and then it started writing an acceptance criteria, right? So you as product managers, if you have something in mind, you can pretty much write it. It's a login for the second story, the acceptance criteria, and So I hope everyone is a product manager here, right? Yes? Okay. Now you can also do a bunch of different things like forgot password, etc. You can ask it to write the acceptance criteria for the first story in detail. Okay, for the first, no, it didn't pick up the right one. Okay. Okay, so for the first sign up, it wrote, it actually wrote all the acceptance criteria, required fields, password confirmation, validation, everything. Okay. Now, in the next one, I don't want to show you, but I can actually show you prompts for architects, QE, dev, everything. So he will show you for a dev at some point, and then walk you through some of the things we have done. So what I'm going to do is now hand over to, so you saw some of the use cases with prompt. We also saw, was it intelligent? I will leave it to you to figure it out, because I showed you where it went wrong and then where it was super intelligent. It all was depending on the prompt. It is totally up to you to decide. So at ServiceNow, we have done certain things, build our own LLM. Sometimes we use OpenAI, but mostly we're trying to build our own LLMs. And we, our thing is slightly different, right? It's basically for a workflow. It's a service management company. We handle service management for IT, HR, CSM, etc. So we handle how LLMs can increase the productivity of an end user, increase the productivity of an agent or a worker, and for the BU developers, right? So that's what we're going to do. And I'm going to invite Shrikar to actually give you a very quick demo of what ServiceNow has shipped so far in these areas, right? How do you increase productivity of people?
Yeah, so while Shrikar is setting up his laptop for the demos, I have a bunch of questions for you. You can answer by a raise of hands. So how many of you are working as product managers for enterprise software companies? Okay, and the rest of you are working as product managers for end customers? Or what would you classify yourself as? You can speak up. Entrepreneur? Okay. Okay, so the reason why I'm asking these questions is, I want to get back to what Jeba showed at the beginning, right? So he showed the word Barak and how it completed. So one of the key aspects of these large language models is the notion of probability, right? So anything which is probabilistic is non-deterministic. So a lot of our enterprise software, at least the legacy software, are built around the notion of being deterministic. So if I go to, let's say, the search page and I ask for something, I expect that same document to come back to me every time I search for those words, right? Imagine a language model which will give you completely different answers every time you go and search. So what happens to the end user experience? So that's one of the key aspects that one needs to consider when you're using generative AI in your product definitions. So the second question, So the second question which I have is, how many of you are under pressure to use generative AI in your product roadmap? Raise of hands.
So management actually tells you to use generative AI.
Okay, so how confident are you? Like, are you really confident that generative AI will, you will be able to roll out a successful generative AI problem statement for your customers at scale? Or do you think, there are some things that you need to do and you push back on the engineering to figure those things out? Are you scared? Are you uncertain how these problem statements pan out in the real world? Yes? No? Yes? Okay. Yeah, so this is one of the key aspects from a product design and management point of view, to understand what these algorithms do behind the scenes. You don't need to code. You can let the engineering teams figure those things out. But while you sign up to roll out some of these features, probably you should pay attention to the notion of probability, the uncertainty which is out there, and how you can kind of find alternatives to solve some of these problems, right? Sometimes we use the term guardrails. So guardrails are basically a fancy way to say that you're going to force the output of these algorithms into a particular fashion so that it at least looks realistic to customers or deterministic, right? So Shrikar is going to show you a couple of use cases that we will be rolling out to customers in a big way. So they're already control go-to-market use cases. There's a lot of engineering which has gone behind the scenes in order to make these happen. And once he's done, I'll go into a little bit of theoretical aspects around prompts and maybe show you a very simple Python notebook to introduce you to what the developers feel or what the developers do when you ask them to solve some of these generative AI problems. Okay, Shrikar.
Yeah, thanks, Ravindra. So, yeah, we'll take a look at how ServiceNow has approached and the kind of problems ServiceNow has solved. So the area we will focus on today is incident management. So let's say Alex is an IT agent. Now he starts by looking at what are the incidents that are assigned to him. Now what is an incident? It's in PM's language, it's a ticket. So it's something we raise. Let's say my laptop is not working. I raise a ticket to my IT team. But what happens behind the scenes? So that is what ServiceNow solves. That is IT service management which we ship. So let's say the first, I have a bunch of incidents assigned to me, I'll open an incident. Now, so this incident was, somebody else was working on this, Alan was working on this. It was assigned to me right now. to Alex Ray, and I have no details about what happened on this incident. Ideally, the flow is I'll have to go through pages and pages of the activity that happened on the incident. But is it more productive? No. That's where ServiceNow shipped a summarize capability, which is totally powered by GenAI. So Alex can click on summarize to get a holistic view of what happened on this incident. So this incident, I'll just read it out. So it's an issue with MacBook, it's frozen, cursor doesn't move. And Alan has suggested something, and now Alex wants to know what happened with this. So let's look at the summary. The summary is the user reported that their MacBook is frozen, accurate. And the actions taken were, we asked the customer to force quit all the applications and asked the customer to restart their Mac. And the incident is still open, which means both of these steps didn't solve the incident yet. Now what can Alex do now? He can take a look at some of the resolved incidents that were very similar to this particular incident. So let's look at one of them. Even these are recommendations which are powered by, again, not powered by GenAI, but something out of the box shipped by ServiceNow. So let's take a look at a resolved incident that is already, so somebody else has worked on it, very similar. MacBook is frozen, cursor moves, but the applications don't respond. Now again, I want to look at what happened in this incident and how did they resolve. So I can again click on summarize. So now we see that, again, it's MacBook is frozen, but the actions taken were the PRAM has been reset. So this could be one of the resolution steps which I could propose for my actual incident. So I could just simply copy paste from here and modify some of this, of course, but suggest this as a resolution to the customer. Yeah, so I'll just perform a PRAM, post comments, and hopefully this will help the customer with their issue. Now, Alex, so this is one part where we have shipped a generative AI solution, and it's all the LLM which we're using behind the scenes is a Now LLM, which is powered by Now Assist, everything created in-house by ServiceNow. So it's not an external Azure OpenAI or OpenAI. It's a LLM built by ServiceNow for summarization. Now, Alex looks at the different incidents that are assigned to him today, and he realizes that there are a lot of issues that are related to Mac frozen. And he finds it fit to create a knowledge article so that it helps other agents to figure out how to solve this particular issue. So what can Alex do now? He can simply open knowledge articles and just add we have a option to generate a KB article. So I'll just, let's say, steps to resolve Mac freezing issue. And headings are, so the headings will be the subheadings which you'll see. So I want to suggest force quitting the applications and PRAM reset, and let's say disk utility to check if there's any hardware issues. And let's generate the KB. Now what is happening behind the scenes now is we are invoking Azure OpenAI, the completions API, to generate a KB article for us from its knowledge to on the topic, how do I resolve Mac freezing issue with these headings. Yeah. So if you look at the content, we have steps to resolve Mac freezing issue, steps to how do I force quit applications, how do I PRAM reset, and how do we ensure there's no issue in the hard disk, which is by launching disk utility. So I'm good with this KB article. I can just click on save, and that is done. So with a click of button, we were able to generate content, and this will help agents improve productivity because now there's a knowledge base. People can go and look at how do I resolve an incident. But is that all? No. How will this help customers? So let's say I'm Charlie. I'm a customer, and my Mac is not working. So I have a virtual agent for me. Let me type in my request. I say my Mac is freezing. Now what is happening behind the scenes is, again, ServiceNow has shipped a capability where we search through the entire knowledge base. For a given query, we try to extract relevant knowledge articles and then pinpoint to the exact answer for this given query. So yeah, so if you see it was able to pick up the article which we just created, which is, I'll just open this. So you have to force quit, you have to PRAM reset, and you have a disk utility, and all of this we have we have steps for all of this. Now, user can try some of this, and this will help us deflect incidents. Maybe this will just help the customer, and there are no more incidents. So incident deflection happens here. Now, is this just for incidents? No. So customers could also search for policies. For example, there's HR policy about my sick leaves. So I want to know how many sick leaves am I entitled to in a year. I can just ask my virtual agent. It takes time. Yeah. So if you see, it clearly says, based on a given KB article, you are entitled to 10 days of paid sick leave. But if you look at the actual KB article, it's actually a leave policy for the company containing sick leaves, paternal leaves, and all of them. But it was able to pinpoint and extract just the information about sick leave. So this is the article it extracted from. It has even the process of how do I request for leave, but it was able to extract the information I want and show it, display it to the customer. So again, this is another way where we could deflect tickets. We don't even need tickets anymore. If we have our knowledge base sorted, customers will get answers via VA.
Yeah, and this is the reason why I did not show the 70-page document and then extracting answers from it, because it was the same scenario.
Now this will also help agents. So let's say an agent doesn't know how to reset PRAM. So the search experience is present across. So he could just search for PRAM reset. And the same experience, it will just go to find a relevant KB article, fetch relevant answers, and surface it to the user. Okay. Yeah, it was able to pick the article, but I got it wrong. That's fine. But yeah, this is one of the experience we shipped, and this will also help agents to extract pinpointed answers. Now, so these are the 3 experiences. Moving on to the last experience for the developer. So let's say there is Fanny. Fanny is a French agent, and she has a bunch of incidents open. She opens one of the incident and tries to look at the details. Now, they're all in English, and she doesn't understand English. So ServiceNow has already shipped a capability where you could very well translate, and it would give you a French translation. And I could work on this incident. This is workable. But all my incidents are in French, and I don't want to every time go and click the translate button to show a French translation. So I request my administrator to write a script to just give me give me an info message of what is the description in French. Now the admin understands. All we have to do is write a simple business rule. So in ServiceNow, business rule is nothing but a script which triggers on a given condition and then executes a script. So in this case, what we want to do is whenever an incident is shown, we want to translate the description of it and surface it in French. Very simple. So we want to run it on display, and this is actually a scripting box. But all we could also do so I wrote a simple prompt saying check if dynamic translation plugin is installed. So this plugin is responsible for translation, and if it is installed, translate the description to the user preferred language and show it as an info message. Let's do a command enter. Now behind the scenes, again, ServiceNow has an in-house code assist, which is a Now LLM again, which generates code for a given prompt. So I don't even have to code anymore. I give a prompt, I get the code for it, very accurate. So all I have to do is save this. I didn't read the code, sorry. But let's see. And let's open the incident again. So this time I see an info message with the description coming up in French, and Fanny can understand this.
Yeah, so there was no coding done by him per se, right? Everything was done by the system. So he said, this is what I want, and it wrote a code which without any mistakes, and it was just running just like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, these are the three personas we try to cover for. One is Alex, who is an agent, and then we have Charlie, who's a customer who is requesting something, and then we have an administrator who can write code even without writing code. Yeah. Yeah.
So if on this one? Okay, yeah. The thing is, we might be running out of time. I don't know how long. Okay, sure, okay.
We'll take 2-3 questions, max, based on the time.
So firstly, thank you for the demo. Excellent presentation. Thank you so much. Many congratulations on that. My question is, you showed that you're able to generate a dynamic article from a chat interaction. My question to you is, would it be possible for you to use that for training of the LLM and be able to answer in details from that knowledge article as well? So dynamic training of your model from the data generated by your customer.
So right now, it's not with training, right? So the way it works in ServiceNow is you have a lot of documents,
right.
And then I think you're asking a slightly deeper question, so I'm going to give you a deeper answer. So we didn't train that, right? Like you can have as many documents as you want, and then we have a background process which reads these documents and creates an inverted index.
So
and when
something
the VA
like
comes in,
okay.
So when the virtual agent comes in, you give the word, and sometimes it uses NLU to actually go fetch the right KB article, and then says that that's the right KB article to be answered from. Then from that KB article, for that query, it goes and finds out the right answer.
Okay, so you do a TF-IDF match and then do?
Not TF-IDF, it's slightly different.
All right,
but
sure,
yeah.
thank you.
We'll take the remaining questions after that.
So should I go back to this one? 2 minutes and then I'll be done. Okay, so all of you are PMs, and I know this came up when people were discussing how do I think about Gen AI use cases. A lot of things to be taken into account. The first thing, I'm going to keep it very short so that he has time to present. First thing is about whether customer data can be sent to a third party, right? If customer data can be sent to a third party, then you should actually do prompt engineering. You can use OpenAI, Azure OpenAI. Second is, are you trying to send data out, or are you trying to receive data from there, right? Are you trying to generate content? If you're trying to generate content, then you can pretty much use Azure OpenAI for it. But then that's when you would need prompt engineering, which is what Ravindra will cover in detail as to how to think of your own set of prompts and prompt engineering, what are the tips and tricks, and what you should and should not do. The second part is what we are doing, right? Like fine-tuning our own LLM, building our own LLM, and which is where we think the first question is like what they said, right? The value, right? Which is ROI. If you have ROI, think of, oh, I don't want to send the data out, but then do I have labelers? Can I create my own data? Can it run on CPUs? Do I have enough money to buy GPUs? Because some of these things, you saw how long it took, right? It's not like a 2-second return time. It sometimes takes 30 seconds. Sometimes when it writes code, it keeps thinking of every line of code, right? Like in this case, it just came out very fast because it was all generated and then just threw right on your face. Then we need to find out how to scale, right? Even on GPUs, there are lots of things, like you have multiple layers, how many requests you can do, a lot of things to think about. So it needs a lot of investment, money, which you need to go through. And even here, you need to do prompt engineering. But on the other side is domain-specific models. I don't want to take any open source model, but I want to pre-train from scratch. That's when you go on the last side. The last side is something we will not cover right now, but we will cover the prompt engineering and the model fine-tuning by Ravindra, and then he will walk you through. So if you have a laptop at the end of it, and then connect your 5G, you would be able to build your own LLM sitting right here in 5 minutes. Okay?
No, I'll do. Okay. Thanks, Deva, and thanks, Shrika, for all the demos. So what I will do in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to squeeze my presentation a little bit for want of time, is I'll talk a little bit about prompting. It's a little bit of theoretical subject. It's actually a very complex subject, but I'll try to keep it at a very high level. And what I would like to do is draw your attention to the influence of how you instruct the language models and the behavior of the language models based on how you instruct them. And that's very important because we saw already that these are stochastic in nature and they're going to produce non-deterministic results. Okay, so those of you who have been working or dealing with machine learning know this, this evolution of machine learning algorithms, right? So initially we had this concept of supervised learning. So we would take data, then there would be labelers who would give you the left-hand side and the right-hand side, and then you would train a machine learning model. Basically, it is more of a fit. Given X and Y, try to find the relationship or equation that matches, which generates Y from X. So then what happened was we started going into something called as masked language models. So the moment we went into masked language models, what we would do is we would kind of mask certain portions of the language. That mask means imagine you drop a particular word or a phrase from a sentence and let the language model figure out what that missing word is. So that is how these language models begin to learn. And then once you do that, you basically teach them language. That's how you teach them language. That's how children learn language. So they will use one word, they will use another word, and they'll try to fill in the middle word based on patterns that they're seeing. So similar ideas were used to create these language models. And then you would have to do supervised training on them. The reason why you had to do supervised training is it learns the language, but it doesn't learn the task. So it's that for the reason of the task, you would want to do supervised learning over it. Then came the final stage, that's the state of the art, that's where we are as of today. It is called as instruction fine-tuning. So you instruct the language model to produce a very specific type of output. So Jeva showed you so many different examples, right? How is it that a single language model is able to produce so many different outputs based on the instruction? So there is a very well-defined way to train these language models based on instructions, and that's called instruction fine-tuning. And then over and above the instruction fine-tuning, you give the instruction, that's what is called as prompting. Now, so I'll skip this, Jeva talked about it. So let's look at the anatomy of a prompt. So I've taken, there are lots of complex prompts. The most complex prompts are called as the chain of thought prompts, where the language model tells you how it is arriving at a particular output. It feels like it's thinking. In reality, it's very dumb. The language models are really dumb. They don't have any intelligence in them. It's just a bunch of matrix multiplications which are taking place, right? But the prompts are playing around with the probability distributions. They're forcing the language model to produce output in a particular way. But in order to do that, you have to follow certain templates. So one of the simplest template is highlighted here. You'll have a role play. For example, it sets the tone of the response. You would have seen examples like, think that you're a 6-year-old and write this article, right? So that is the role play. Then you have an instruction, like where you say, answer this question. So there's an instruction. If you don't give the instruction, then it's going to go all over the place. You saw that with the example of Barack. Simple hyphens, slash-ns, it gives different outputs. And then you have something called as a context, where you tell the language model to produce output from a very specific context. So here is one example. Assume you are a Unix terminal with the prompt max 101, and then you have that greater than sign. Summarize the below paragraph and print on terminal. So I have given a paragraph. So this paragraph, which is given here called as context, what we are telling the language model is, you don't bring things out of your memory, don't bring things out of what you have learned. Use this very specific paragraph, and based on this paragraph, produce an output. And the way you do that is by giving this instruction at the top. So you have a role play, you have an instruction, and then you end up getting the response. So if you see here, it has actually used this max 101 greater than, like typically the way we find it in our terminals. So it's used that output, and it has gone and generated a summary out of the big block of text which is out here. Now you can extend the prompts. You can give a format specifier. So you can say, hey, you print it in a JSON form. Now these are very important for us because a lot of enterprise data is stored in databases. So we pull data from databases, then we process and then push it back into databases. So we want the inputs to be read in a particular format and the outputs to be generated in a particular format so that we can again write it back into databases. So the format specifier is very useful. Then you have an audience specifier. Usually, we don't use this in the enterprise. It's more like it's fun, but it's very difficult to create these audience specifiers. Again, write it for a 6-year-old is like an audience specifier. And then we have scopes. So scope is where we set an expectation of the content or the response. We say that, hey, write a summary in 3 lines. So that is the scope. And sorry, that's the constraint. So where you say that, hey, make it smaller, right? The scope will be like, it should be the main emphasis or on a mandatory configuration steps. Let's say, for example, you have an example like this, right? The main emphasis should be on mandatory configuration steps. So we have, Shrikar showed this demo of summarization, right? So in the summarization demo, what he showed was he showed very specific items that were summarized. So a summary can be like hundreds of lines, but we want very specific pieces to be included in the summary, right? So how do you tell the language model to do that? So that's also part of the prompt. So here is a slightly extended version of the prompt. Assume you're a Unix terminal with the prompt max 101. Summarize the below paragraph in 10 words. So 10 is the constraint there. And print on terminal as a JSON. So that is the format specifier. So what I will do is I will take a bunch of use cases and I will show you how we can leverage or realize these use cases using prompting. Okay. So here are the use cases. So given an incident from an incident table, extract, that is summarize, the key issues of an incident as a bulleted list. So we want it as a bulleted list. The data is coming from an incidents table, which is like a table in nature. So that's one use case. So how do you make the language model respond to this? So redact sensitive information. It's not a great use case for language models, especially the models which are hosted outside. You don't want to send your sensitive data there and ask the models to redact the sensitive information. But in case you have your own deployments, this could be one of the use cases. So given an incident from incident table, generate an overview as a text paragraph. And then you can summarize an incident with a predetermined list. So let me just walk you through these examples. Okay, so here is the task. Given an incident from the incident table, extract the key issues of an incident as bulleted list. And why do you want to do that? We want to present the key issues for quick eyeballing in the UI. So suppose, imagine you have a UI and there is a small box there and somebody hovers on it. You just want a pop-up there to give a bulleted list of what is important about that incident, right? So that's the use case you want to populate here. So we'll prompt the LLM with this. We can say, summarize the main issues in this paragraph as bulleted list. And then we say paragraph colon and then give the paragraph. So these words, paragraph, bulleted list, these are very key within the language model. If you give those words correctly, that's where your data scientists and prompt engineers will be playing around. If you give the right word, you can elicit the right response from the language model. And on the right-hand side, you see the response, you see the bulleted list out there. Now let's extend this. We want to redact sensitive information. So when you give the bulleted list out there, we don't know who all are viewing it. Maybe there are access controls over it. So you want to redact the sensitive information. So we just extend the prompt. We say, summarize the main issues in this paragraph as bulleted list, redact PII information. Now see what has happened on the right-hand side. So if you see, the mobile number was redacted, but a particular name has been there as is. You can see JSON B there. So the name is still out there. Now how do you counter this, or how do you make your prompt different so that it responds to you? So we'll just extend the prompt. Please remove any PI information from the paragraph and summarize the main issues as bulleted list. You see how we just juxtaposed the instruction, and just juxtaposing the instruction will change the behavior of the language model because of the probability distributions around word generation. And here, there was a lot of redaction which took place. Okay, so now here is an interesting one. So the databases are where our data is stored, right? When you pull data from databases, they come out in a formatted way. So it could be a table. So you can always instruct the data to come out in a JSON format. But humans are not comfortable with JSON, right? When you show it in a UI, you would actually want to show it in a more readable format. So you can use this JSON output which comes and then convert it into a running text and show it to the user. So this is another user experience which you can drive using a language model. And it's very simple prompt here. it's a paraphrase use case. So you use the word paraphrase. So the moment you use the word paraphrase, it is able to paraphrase. And the reason why it's able to paraphrase is again because of the instruction fine-tuning which I referred to at the beginning. So here you just say, paraphrase the following JSON of a support ticket in plain English. And then it takes it even writes the dates. So you see how it's changed the dates. It has made the dates more verbose in the output. So these capabilities exist with generative language models. Okay, now summarization is one key use case. A lot of people want to summarize a very large document. Now, how do you make a language model summarize a large document with very specific information? So the reason why summarization is such an important problem is it is very contextual. Everybody wants a different summary from the output. Now, how do you get different summaries for the same document based on the expected usage, right? So one way to solve the summarization problem is to convert it into a question answering problem. So you tell the language model to answer a bunch of questions from the text. And in response, it is going to generate a summary. So here is one example. What we have done here is we have given a bunch of questions at the beginning of the prompt. We say, what is the main issue? What is the issue resolution? Blah, blah. And then we give an instruction. We say, answer the above questions based on the paragraph. And we also tell what should be in the summary, because we want to take this summary and then put it into some database and then show it in the UI again, right? So there is this whole chain which is out there. And in order to cater to this whole chain, we have to instruct the language model. So here is one example where we have questions, we have an output, a paragraph, and in response, it has given the summary in the form of a bulleted list out there. Okay, so let's take another example, which is generation of a KB article. So I'll just skip this in the interest of time, and let me go to something not so happy path. So till now we were showing, language models can do this and can do that. Everything is great, but that's not true. There are a lot of issues with language models, and you will not know that until you roll out to production. And when you roll out to production, you don't even know whether the output that was generated is problematic or not. And there's a lot of engineering that goes on to figure out how the language models are behaving in production. So here's one classic example. On the left-hand side, we have on left and right, we have a question answering task. Okay, so I give a context given as this green color context, and then there's a block of text, and there's a question. So the question goes like this: forms needed to apply for a driving license. So what we are telling the language model is, I want this question to be answered only based on this block of text out there. Now, where did this block of text come from? Probably it's a knowledge base article. Maybe there was a search engine which ran and then picked the best article from the search output, and then it is running the question on that particular output. Now, it gave a right answer, so the answer which is out here is part of the context which is out there. But imagine you go and edit that knowledge article. Maybe you just add 2 words to it. So that's what I've done here. I've just added, it is a difficult, and then stopped. Now, why would this happen? This happens because many a time these articles are very large and the language models cannot handle full text. So what we do is we do truncation. We take that block of text and just cut it. So imagine here it is cut at this particular red color highlighted words. It is a difficult. Now the same question, just because the article was edited and it was truncated, now gives a completely random answer. Nothing that it has answered has come from the text which is given out there. It has started to hallucinate and bring the answer out of its own pre-trained knowledge. Now, how do you fix this? How do you know something like this is happening? And this is where it becomes very hard to define problem statements based on generative AI. And that's where this whole concept of prompting comes in, instructing the language model to produce a specific output comes in, and so on. So I just changed the prompt a little bit. I just said, answer the question below from the given context only. So that blue color instruction was given. And once that is done, you get a different answer. It actually started to answer from this block of text. So there are numerous situations and examples like this where language models produce completely bizarre output, and designs of prompts, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to make them reliable. And that's the reason why I was asking questions about how reliable should your system be, and what happens, are you scared of the output from the language models? Okay. So I will just go through a very quick, where is this? This one? This one, right? Yeah. Okay, so I'll go through a very quick Jupyter notebook. Behind the scenes, what happens?
Let's find out if they want to do it on your own. Do you want to open up your laptop and then do it along with us?
I don't think they have the. I don't think we have the time.
Okay.
Yeah, so
they didn't bring a laptop.
it's fine.
That's fine.
We can share this notebook. I'm sure your data scientists can give you much better notebooks, but what I want to do here is drive a few points for you to take away, right? I just want you to see what happens behind the scenes. So first thing is, many of these language models run on GPUs. So if you design a product and you say, oh, I'm going to roll this out, and imagine you have a P&L target for you. When you have a P&L target, how do you quantify the success of your product? First, you will need GPUs to run these language models. So the cost of running GPUs, right? It's very abstract because you will need cooling power. It has impacts on your ESG metrics. Then it has the cost of actually deploying that in your data centers or if you have API tokens, payment for the API tokens. Do you pay for it or do you let the customers pay for it? So there are a lot of variables around how to make a generative AI product successful. Nothing to do with technology, it's all about the cost of it.
Just to add a tidbit on the amount of the ESG metric he talked about, if you train the GPT 3.5 once, right, it runs for 36 days, and the amount of carbon emissions is around 500 metric tons, and it is almost the carbon dioxide which is produced by a jumbo jet if it has to go to the moon and back 9 times. So that's the amount of carbon dioxide which gets produced for one training of GPT-3.
Yeah, so you got to look at the specifications. So many a times, these GPUs don't have enough memory to hold your language models. So Shrikar showed you the demo where the code was generated, right? So it is 15 billion parameters in size. Okay, it's a model that ServiceNow has created, ServiceNow research team has created, which we have used. It's 15 billion parameters. So for 15 billion parameters, to hold the model, you will need at least 60 plus GB of RAM inside the GPU if you want the 32-bit representation, and half of it if you want the 16-bit representation. Now, NVIDIA is going to charge you, the GPUs that most commonly used, is going to charge you a lot of money for the higher-end GPUs called A100s and H100s. Now, if you go to the lower-end GPUs, the cost is lower, but at the same time, your response times also fall. Okay, you need to plan for this in terms of when you're rolling out a generative AI product. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is, what models do you use? Do you always hit OpenAI? Sure, you can hit OpenAI, provided your customers agree to send their data to OpenAI. So that's one of the key blockers for many of these generative AI use cases. Okay, you decided to build your own language model. Fine. So if you build your own language model, what model do you use? Of course, it's the problem that the engineering team has to figure out. But the impact of the choice of the model is going to be felt by the end customer and the product success. Okay, so if you go to Hugging Face models, I'll just see whether I can go to this.
It's not there. You have to open a new tab.
Open
a new tab and then.
You want me to paste it? Okay, let me just
do a plus.
Paste it here. No, I'll just paste this. Okay, so let's see how many models are there in Hugging Face. You see this number? There are 300K models which are available out there. How do you choose the right model from here? If you want to fine-tune the model, if you want to host it on your own GPU. So there is a lot of research which goes on here. There are a lot of uncertainties, and we don't know at the end of the day how these models produce. And there are models for everything. There is models for text to video. There are models for text to text. So this is again is a huge exercise which you will have to go through well in advance in preparation for the rollout of your product. So I will not run through this notebook, but let me quickly. Okay, so let me quickly run the notebook. So usually what happens is there are some dependencies. You see all this install transformer, sentence piece, and all of this. So these dependencies have to be installed, and every time these dependencies change, the behavior of the model changes, things break. It's an engineering nightmare, but it's their problem. And then let's see what a model looks like. How many of you have seen the model? What does it look like on the disk? Okay, so here I have an example of a model. So this is called as a T5. So you see this FLAN T5 large. This is the name of a model. This is around, so on the disk, if you see.
You can show it to them on Hugging Face as well, so they are able to correlate.
Okay, so let me go to here. So let's see this. So here you see FLAN T5 large. So let me just click on it. So it will tell you how many downloads that it has had. Then it's going to have something called as the model card. So let's look at, there is a, sorry. Yeah, so you can see that it's around 3 GB in size. So that's the size of the model. But what does the model look like on the disk? So the model looks like a bunch of files. So here I've taken the smaller version, which is 300 MB in size. So it just looks like a file. So what this also means is once you roll out your product, you can change the behavior of the product by just replacing this file. No more engineering to be done. However, every time you replace the file, your behaviors change. The model starts doing different things. So that's where the determinism is suddenly gone from your system. So you got to watch out for this. Okay, so I have a few examples here just to see how this such a small model behaves. So I have one exercise. So it says answer the following question. There's a question and we are basically asking for an answer. So we can run that and see what happens. I don't know whether I have time to run it. Okay, let me just run some of these. So I'll have to start all the way from the start. So you see here, you see this allocating and connecting. So what is happening here is because I'm running a Colab notebook, it is actually trying to get one GPU for you to run the model. So let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, so Google gives one GPU, the T4 for free. So if you log into collab.google.com, you get one GPU for free and you can do a lot of experiments there.
Yeah, so here there is a GPU which is allocated to you. Okay, then it's still downloading all this. Are we running out of time? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we'll share this notebook with you. You can just run it. You can just take it to your Google account and run it there. You just have to click these play buttons here, and then you're going to get the output. So where you can actually play is by changing this. You see all this red color text. You change that and see how it behaves, and you get a feel for what happens to these models and how they behave.
Yeah. So you'll be changing two things. One is that model name which you saw. So cut and paste anything from Hugging Face and then change the prompt and then you're good to go. Those are the two things you need to change. So do we have time for questions? If there are? Yeah? We are having a break? No, we have 2 questions. 2 questions? Okay. You can use this if you want.
And then when I heard that there's going to be to run one book on GPT 3.5, we require 36 days and 500 metric tons. That was kind of a choking thing for me the moment I read it, right? If that is what ServiceNow is doing, do you have any carbon offset programs that runs in your organization to take care of it?
Yes, we do. We are 100% ESG compliant. So we buy green credits for it. But then we are not building GPT-3 kind of models. So we build very small models. It's not 175 billion, trillion, dillion models. It's a 15 billion parameter model, much smaller.
So
I started Googling about ServiceNow sustainability.
Yeah, we are 100%. You would see that too.
So one of the strategies that we follow is ask this question: why do we need such a big model? Why 15 billion? Why 170 billion? Is it possible for us to build with 10 million? So we have models which are just 10 million and runs on CPUs. So that is again a design parameter. You start small and then expand the scope of the model till you get the accuracy.
No, at some point, I think most of these GPUs and the data centers will be solar powered. But that's what every company aspires to be. But till that is done, you buy green credits. Yeah.
Quick question here: if the GPTs are, predicting the answer by a prediction percentage, how is the grammar ensured? how is the text grammar ensured? And quick second question is, in the ServiceNow, LLM, is there RLHF included, reinforcement learning with human feedback, or?
Yeah, so the first question was around grammar, right? So that's what language model is. So he talked about masking and how it learns. And if you can even build your own model, right? So you can go to Hugging Face, download the entire Git, and then you can build your model from scratch. And when you give all the data in, it has taken what Wikipedia, all the news articles, books, everything. So with that, it is able to learn the grammar, right? So that's how GPT-3 is trained, GPTs are trained. In fact, even our model was trained that way, right? So once you put that in, and he talked about different mechanisms. So one of them is the masking mechanism. So you mask it and then it starts learning. And your second question was around RLHF. Yes, we do.
So let me add to that. In reality, grammar is actually a rule. So English or any language, it actually imposes the rule. We don't create random word sequences. We are forced to create word sequences in a very specific fashion, right? It's been done because if you create words in a specific fashion, what you create can be understood by the other person. So actually language is a rule. It's just that it's hard for us to express that rule if you take a board and have to write on it, it's very hard to express. So that's where the language models learn those rules inherently by those training examples that you give.
Yeah. So if you look at the way people solve language, I'm not sure if you were there like 20 years ago or something, where we had to write grammar rules, right? I'm not sure if you have done that. So you write the subject, predicate, whatever. You have to write a series of rules, even for translation, right? So you have to write the rule for English, the rules for French, and then see how the each sentence, grammar in each line of the grammar maps to one. So you need to write a transformation layer. Now, all that work is done by the LLMs. So LLMs, if you give English, French, English, Spanish, French, all different languages, just dump in data, and then it just learns automatically, right? So there is no, grammar to be written. You don't have to scratch heads. You don't have to hire computational linguists for that particular task. So today, computational linguists are needed for defining the data problem, right? Like if you want to fine-tune a model, you need a lot of data, and that's where the linguists and labelers come in.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I would kindly request, without any further delay, I would like to invite Dr. B.V.R. Mohan Reddy, sir, for his session.
At the outset, let me first congratulate IIT Entrepreneurial Cell for taking this initiative of promoting the entrepreneurship awareness in the country. I also like to congratulate Vardhaman Engineering College, our principal, Professor Dr. Ravindra, for facilitating this event at Vardhaman Engineering College. Those two things, or several things are there which are big passions of my life. One, of course, is entrepreneurship. As I wind down in my life, the big ambition in my life is to promote, evangelize more amount of entrepreneurship. I'll tell you why in a moment. The second is that I'm very connected with the IIT system. If I have an opportunity to stand in front of all of you today, I think it's the learnings that I got from IIT Kanpur made that difference to my life. An enormous amount of gratitude I have for the teachers, for the institution. And one way of giving back is that I wanted to get connected back to the IIT system. And I did reasonably well. I run 2 IITs as a chairman of the board now. The first one is IIT Hyderabad. I've been the chairman for the last 11 years. And even without some amount of resistance, I wouldn't say too much of resistance, there was some amount of resistance, I still got an extension for 3 more years. So I'll be the longest standing chairman for an IIT by the time I finish my term. That's only a small part of my giving back. I also run IIT Roorkee as the chairman of the board for the last 4 years now. Amazing fact I did, which with all modesty and humility, I'll share with you. There are 5 Gen 1 IITs, that's Generation 1 IITs as they're called. These are considered to be the strongest pillars that this country has. Thereafter, of course, we added 18 more. We now have 23 of them. IIT Roorkee got added only in 2000. I took this as a challenge. We displaced one of the 5 IITs from the top and made IIT Roorkee as one of the top 5 engineering institutions in this country. That was done in the last 3 years of my leadership at IIT Roorkee. So I'm in that mood and mode of giving back and take back my corporate life into the education institutions to ensure that we make them as good as the corporate world. We need to talk about entrepreneurship. And let me start with the first thing. Why do I think entrepreneurship is so important? And I also like to share with you, I like this to be interactive. I'll ask questions, but if you have questions for me at any point of time, please raise your hand. I'll be more than happy. We'll have some mics into the audience. And Manasa and Arjun Reddy are there to help you. So let's go back to the first one. Why do I think entrepreneurship is so important? How many of you have heard about a word called demographic dividend? I don't want people in the front 2 rows to lift their hands. I'm sure they're all more knowledgeable than I am. Not necessarily that you are less knowledgeable than I am. So from the audience, anybody putting up their hand up saying that what's demographic dividend? Any hands up? Please do not hesitate. Yes, sir, please. Somebody up there. You should tell me who you are first.
I'm assistant professor,
Yes.
Triple department.
Okay, go ahead. Still, I'll allow you to speak.
Sir, this demographic dividend means it is the advantage of having huge population like India, China. We are having that advantage. So much manpower is available. That I think.
You got it wrong. Huge population is not demographic dividend. Refine your answer if you like. I'll give you one more chance.
Huge working population.
Thank you. You got it right now. Thank you. So if you have huge working population, which typically defined anywhere between 16 to 65 years, a nation is supposed to be enjoying what people call it as demographic dividend. India now has 62.5% of India's population is in this particular spectrum of 16 to 65 years. What does it mean in very simple terms? It means there are more number of people who are working compared to the people who are not working. In effect, you know, people who are younger than the 16 years, they're not working. Above 65 years, take a few exceptions like me, they're also not working. So the result is that if you have a large bulge of population which is productive, nations see enormous amount of prosperity. We have seen an upliftment in economic activity in a nation because of demographic dividend. What do we have as examples? We have this first one was Japan. The second was South Korea. Third is China. China still enjoys demographic dividend. So India has that advantage, if you learn from the other countries, that we can also prosper like those 3 countries I mentioned. But here comes a challenge along with it. What's the challenge? The challenge is, as a result of this demographic dividend, we put 1 million people in the streets of India every month for jobs. So these are not just people, will be produced, they'll graduate, find jobs, they will start, become productive, they uplift the economic activity of the nation. They don't. So therefore, there is tremendous amount of demand for jobs right now. I talked about 1 million jobs every month, 10 million jobs approximately per year, or if you look at this window of 10 more years ahead of us, at least 10 more years, we require 100 million jobs. And there is enough of evidence all around the world that net new jobs in any economy are created by new companies, small companies, and medium companies. Existing large companies create only 40% of the jobs. The rest of the jobs get created by the startups and the entrepreneurs. So you can understand the type of pressure that we have as a nation today to create those 100 million jobs or 10 crore jobs in the next 10 years coming from the industry. That's the need that we have in terms of entrepreneurship. So therefore, let's be clear that all of us have to work towards this goal of saying we have to become employment generators and not employment seekers. That's what we need to do. Let me move on. I need to watch my time, yeah. Let me move on. So what is entrepreneurship? Any hands going up? What is entrepreneurship? Who is an entrepreneur? The professor, when hand went up in the past, this time even that doesn't go up. Or he doesn't want to do it. Let's hold on. Who is an entrepreneur? Disappointing. Please, don't disappoint me too far. No one knows what is who is an entrepreneur? Okay. You go and Google now.
Yeah. Myself, Srinivas Reddy. I am AID department. Entrepreneur is nothing but reorganize.
Stand up.
Sorry. I'm sorry, sir. Myself, Srinivas Reddy, CSC AID department. Entrepreneur is nothing but organizing the resources in best way to giving the comfortable to the toward the society, making the comfort and reorganizing the resources.
Companies do that too. So we can't call the companies as entrepreneurs, right?
Yeah.
So how many of you have smart mobiles with you? Lift your hand up. How many of you have already Googled this word called entrepreneur? Be brave. Boss, I'm not going to kill you. I'm not a tiger here to eat you up. How many of you have Googled it? Nobody. You're not using the internet system well. So if you go and Google it, in the interest of time, let me move on. You'll find entrepreneur is a person who has an idea and he likes to make use of this idea as a business for getting an economic benefit out of it by taking risks. So look at the definition that I just said Google, because that's anyway the Bible. So therefore, but then even otherwise, it will be the same thing. It's a person who has an idea, who wants to take risks for making it a business for getting substantial economic benefit out of it. That's what an entrepreneur is. So therefore, if you look at entrepreneurship, that's Google's definition. But to me, entrepreneurship is much beyond that. Closer to home, I'll take my example. I did a startup 32 years back. 1991, 1992 is when I did my startup. And of course, these 30 years of story that I have, my business story, it's not my personal story. I wrote a book called Dreams to $1 Billion. Life is so that I wrote this book. It took me about 2 years to write. It's already a year old. It's a national bestseller. I saw it also in the lobby. If you guys are interested, go buy a copy of the book and read it yourself. But more interestingly, it also has become the national bestseller. And what's more important than that is that I started as an entrepreneur, and I did take risks. I built a company for the economic benefit. You may be curious, what's the economic benefit, Mr. Reddy, like? I started this company with 20 lakhs of my money. That was $80,000 in US dollar terms. Today, that 20 lakhs or $80,000 is valued in the stock markets. We have two companies now. One is a daughter company or the parent company, and both are listed. So these are not made-up numbers of mine. If you go and go to the stock market and see the price, you'll find them. Between both of them, they're valued at 25,000 crores. That's what entrepreneurs can create value. It's not just me. Many other entrepreneurs have done this. So you leave apart that part of the definition. There's a lot more than that. Entrepreneurs participate in nation building. Number one, we created 18,000 jobs, 18,000 high-paying jobs in 18 countries around the world. We talked about it, how important employment generation is for this nation. Creating 18,000 jobs certainly is something which is creditables. The second one, many of you may not be familiar, at least a few of them who are sitting in the front rows may be familiar, is in 1991, 1992, this nation was precisely in the same situation as what Sri Lanka is today. What is the situation in Sri Lanka? They are unable to pay for their foreign debt that they owe to other countries. India was exactly in the same situation, brink of a disaster. The Prime Minister was Mr. P.V. Narasimha Rao, the Finance Minister was Mr. Manmohan Singh, and I keep saying sheepishly, they were smuggling gold out of India to Bank of London to pay for the debt that we had. They liberalized the economy. They came with new policies. But who executed the policies thereafter? It's the entrepreneur who executed the policies. It's the Infosys, the HCLs, and the Science who work together to make sure what is the result of it today. This country has $580 billion of foreign exchange surpluses with us, reserves with us. So entrepreneurs contribute to nation building. A third one is that if you look at innovation, can somebody help me? What is innovation? Any hands up, please? What is innovation? Yeah, go ahead. I'll give you a chance.
So it's basically the ability to create something which is never there by using the present resources that are available.
Very good. Thank you. So create something new with the present, which was not available so far, with the resources that are available with us. And to do that, the nimble-footed small companies are much capable of doing it compared to large companies. So even if we were to say that large companies, we wouldn't call ourselves a large company, we are a mid-sized company at 18,000 people. or a revenue profile which is getting close to $1 billion right now. But the smaller companies, which are the startups, are more nimble-footed, we keep calling them. They're much more agile. Their ability to think about problems and find solutions is much faster. So, what have they done? Even in the West, it's the small companies, the medium companies, which have contributed to innovation big time. So therefore, entrepreneurship is not just limited to just having an economic benefit, but it also is participation in nation building, in making sure that we have better resources. And ultimately what happens is, we've seen two things because of entrepreneurship. The living conditions improved considerably. A great example is this machine. Steve Jobs was an entrepreneur too. He created this machine for us. Look at the type of conveniences that we have. And the second one is, we also have seen economic upliftment. That is, per capita GDP of an individual change quite dramatically. So we talked about who is an entrepreneur, what does the entrepreneur contribute, and what's the need for entrepreneurship at this point of time. Then the question comes up is, what does it make to become an entrepreneur? Can I tell all of you, please become entrepreneurs, and all of you now pack your bags and go and say, I'm becoming an entrepreneur? No, it doesn't work that way. The first and the foremost is, I always tell people, please ask yourself this question called, what is the purpose of my life? Why am I here? There's so many human beings out there in this world. So am I like one other person, one other animal? Just live there, eat there, enjoy weather, and disappear thereafter? Or do I live here for something which I want to contribute? So every one of you have to ask this question to yourself, what I want to become. Not necessarily the answer will be, I want to become an entrepreneur. Don't even be disappointed if you don't get that answer. But only when you get an answer saying that I have the mindset to say, I have to become an entrepreneur because I want to create something new. I want to create value. I want to participate in nation building. I want to create jobs. I want to become more innovative. I want to get to recognition. That is when the first question that you have to answer is, if you want to become an entrepreneur, you have to say, I have the answer of my question to purpose of life, says that I have to contribute something substantial to this society. Thereafter comes the other questions that follow through. And before I get to the follow-through questions, I also would say, even if you're not an entrepreneur, please develop the mindset of an entrepreneur. What does an entrepreneur do? He runs his business, right? He creates economic value. He creates jobs, all that he does. Can't you do the same working for somebody else? You can do the same by being accountable to what you're doing. If you start saying, I'm responsible for my job, I'm accountable to what I do, and I continue to constantly think about what can be better for this company, these are all the attributes which fall in place to make sure that you have an entrepreneurial mindset. But if you want to truly become an entrepreneur and run your own business, the first and the foremost that you require is passion in life. Passion in life to attain an objective. I had this dream, and I think, I'm sure some of you must have read President Abdul Kalam. He says, and I don't readily recall the complete quote, but what he meant was that you need to dream all the time. But you don't dream while you sleep. You dream when you're far awake. You dream about your ambitions in life. That's the passion that you need to have. We continue to dream. Where am I in my life? I still continue to dream. You don't know what's tomorrow. I don't know what's tomorrow for me. I'm sure I know what tomorrow for you all is. Very promising. May not be true with me, where I'm in my life. But will it stop me from dreaming? It doesn't. That's my birthright. Will I be ambitious? Yes. What will I do thereafter? I probably leave something more substantial back in the society. So therefore, our ability to dream big is one entrepreneurial skill that you require. The second thing that I talk about is that you need to think about, if you want to become an entrepreneur, think about a problem which is real. Don't imagine a problem that exists somewhere and I say, I found a solution. Go back, you'll find so many of them. Yesterday or day before yesterday, I was listening to this gentleman, trying to get his name in a minute, Surya, the last is Singambatla, IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Bangalore, professor of entrepreneurship. He was saying one of the projects that his class drove last semester was all about how do you buy pet dogs. Don't think it's a simple problem. Who sells pet dogs, first of all? There are kennels. There are ethical kennels, unethical kennels. And therefore, how do you then create a platform for people to go and buy from the ethical kennels? And then you have value-added services that go along with it. There is dog food, there is vaccination, there are dog sitters. Oh my God, he told me 12 different characteristics thereafter. Real problem. People do want in India to buy dogs. They want to buy good dogs, trained dogs. So therefore, you think about a real problem that's there. Real problem today, I'm going to the other extreme end, is to look at what is happening with patients in India. India has today the highest ratio between patient to doctor. For every patient, every doctor, we have 10,000 patients in this country. That's the ratio. So therefore, can I now think about an idea by which this doctor still continues to service 10,000 patients, we can't kill them, but can he efficiently do that? Can I find this? That's a real problem, right? We have online education that came into existence. That's a real problem. We wanted more content which is of high quality, available online for people, for people to learn from any time, anywhere. And that's how online education came into existence. So think about a real problem and think about a unique solution that goes along with it. It cannot be that somebody else can copy. A number of people come even today to some of the startup sessions that occasionally I sit on. And they'll tell you that, look, I want to create one more Zomato, food delivery system. You ask this question, how do you do this? Sir, I'll use faster vehicles, deliver faster. Your competition can buy a faster vehicle than you, and what happens to you thereafter? I pay better. Your margins erode. You'll disappear very quickly. So if you are trying to think about a solution, think about a solution which has not been heard so far. It has to be unique. I'm sure a number of people are electrical engineers. An idea that somebody is trying out right now is that you actually can see the signature of the current flowing in the wire using an IoT device to find out which is the device which is consuming that power. The waveform gives you a clear picture of who is consuming, and you can then measure how much is being consumed. And then you can thereafter decipher, so where is the leak that's happening? Which is the most inefficient part of your plant, for instance? Or even your home. Does refrigerator consume more? Or does the geyser consume more? Or it's the air conditioner which is consuming more? Or each one of them have a different signature as far as the current is concerned. So if you can get a unique solution of that nature, you'll stand your stead for a long time. So then comes the next thing is, no company is done by one individual, right? You have to work in teams. So your ability to attract talent and make sure this talent sticks on to you and work together, collaborate. We live in a world which is collaboration at this point of time. We live in a world of collaboration. You collaborate to ensure that your solution and the team provide something which is very unique, which will stand the stead of time and becomes very, very attractive for people to create, people to buy. The other thing is that if you have a problem that you're looking at, you should also look at what is the addressable market that I have. How many people will buy it? If only people in my street will buy it, that's a very small market. That's the TAM, as it's called, total addressable market. I looked at this proposition 30 years back of saying, what is my idea for a startup? My idea for a startup is we provide technology as a service for the Western world. We had skills in India. We certainly had cost arbitrage. Literally, the cost of a skill, total cost, if you look at loaded cost, it's about 1/5 is the cost that you have for a good technology professional in India compared to the Western world. We said, we'll use the cost arbitrage. And we have plenty of people. But then we also had to look at, is this a big marketplace? The answer was yes. We said, how big is it? It's $1 trillion marketplace. People spend $1 trillion in R&D across the world on products every year. That's the market we wanted to address. Is it a stagnant market? No. It grows at about 4.5% every year. It's almost now, since we started, we're now getting to close to about $1.8 trillion of a TAM, which is a total addressable market. So therefore, when you look at a problem that you have, you should look at how much can I address? How big can this be? You might start off small. You can actually, when you look at your solution, you might not even find your solution in one iteration. You try, find what the solution is, you find it, then you test it out, you find it has to definitely go through one more and one more and one more. So therefore, you need to have several things in place. Don't think entrepreneurship is just like taking the bag and going out and telling people that I'm becoming an entrepreneur. Several parents come to me and ask this question, sir, like you, my son also wants to become an entrepreneur. So I said, very good. I would welcome him to become to this world of entrepreneurship. And I keep saying, so what does he want to do? No, sir, he wants the idea from you. And I'm telling you, that's a sure shot way of failing as an entrepreneur. If you don't have your own idea, it has to come from you. It has to come from within you. And there are several other attributes that we can talk about. You need to be well funded. Don't try to become an entrepreneur without enough of money with you. Money by which you should raise, whether it's to start with in pre-seed stage, family and friends to go by. Thereafter, you can go to venture capitals or private equity and so on and so forth. So therefore, entrepreneurship is first and the foremost is you need to have passion in yourself. And thereafter, a number of attributes that come in, including, of course, I think I could have missed mentioning a couple of very important ones, is that you have to have the ability to take risks. I met with your chairman and your principal before I came here, and they were asking what's the conversion rate of entrepreneurs in this country. And I was saying it is still not very high. we think the number is somewhere between 2 to 3% from the graduating engineering classes. Because we graduate somewhere in the range of about 110,000 engineers every year across the country. So one of the things I was saying was that what is stopping people becoming entrepreneurs is also the risk-taking ability. And you should take risks for sure, because only when you start taking the risk, you learn. Failure does not mean you failed in life, you failed in a project. There's a fairly large amount of learning that comes out of it. In my company, we keep saying we celebrate failures. We celebrate learnings from failures. And the other thing which is important is, if you truly want to be an entrepreneur, you need to have the leadership capabilities. Because there's nobody else to go and ask, saying that, what do I do in this situation? They might give you advice, but they won't take a decision for you. Or the other one is persistence, because the moment you come back with a failure, it cannot be that you say, this is all it, I'm packing my bags and going away from here. Persist with the idea. Several times in my life, last 30 years especially, I've been in the professional area for 50 years now, getting close to 50 years. I graduated out of IIT Kanpur in 1973. So it's just about 50. And then, of course, I went back to school again to Michigan. But there is nobody behind you in terms of trying to take a decision for you. You're the final decision maker. They can give you advice, all right, but you can't be saying that somebody will give me advice, no. So you need to have that leadership quality of saying, I'm a good decision maker, I can lead people with integrity, and I have the skill in making sure people collaborate and cooperate. So think about entrepreneurship. Think about it as not something which is very difficult, but think about it as something which you need to be prepared before you jump into it. Certainly, what do I see as the ecosystem now? I'm going to stop in another 5 minutes, and then I'll open the floor for all of you. Yep, I should stop, right. What do I see as the ecosystem is far, far different from what people like me saw, or people like me even ahead of me saw. Actually, I had this ambition of becoming an entrepreneur much earlier than when I started. I actually was a professional. I worked for somebody for 18 years. Literally 8 years I was a line manager, but thereafter I became a CEO of a company at a very young age. For 10 years I ran the company, which was a computer system integration company, before I decided I'll be on my own. But what we are seeing at this point of time is that the ease of doing business has changed quite dramatically. If you go and read my book, I talk all about how the license Raj used to be in the good old days. And there's some hilarious stories I talk about. But today it's much better. Ease of doing business has dramatically improved in this country. We certainly have seen infrastructure improving also quite a bit. In summer months, even in a city like Hyderabad 10 years back, by whole offices, we have several facilities in Hyderabad. All around Hyderabad facilities, there used to be diesel generator sets. Why? Because there was no power. And so we had to run diesel gen sets all around us. Because air conditioning is required for people, air conditioning, because that's how the whole architecture was done. We require machines to be cooled, and you require servers to be at very, very climate-friendly environment. But whereas today, even the peak summer months, I'm not using even 1 watt of power from gensets. It's only occasionally there's an accidental failure that happens once in a while. That's when we use the power. So you also have, and then you look at money. At that point of time, there used to be just 2 funding agencies in India. One was called IDBI Venture Capital Fund, VCF, and the other one was called ICICI TDF, Technology Development Fund. Whereas I assure you, they're dime a dozen at this point of time in terms of providing you funds, so long as you have an idea which can be tested for time, a solution which is going to be addressing a large market, a solution which has got a large, unique distinction by itself. But I think lastly, let me conclude by saying, I think the timing is absolutely perfect for you to become an entrepreneur. And the reason is, I talked about the environment, but equally important is you're all technology graduates. We haven't seen technology at the pace at which it is today anywhere in my lifetime. I can now make the disclosure, I'm 73 years old. I've been in technology for the last 50 years. I ran companies for the last 40 years as CEO. I never have seen technology acceleration at what it is today. And there doesn't seem to be any slowing down. Gordon Moore in 1974 wrote what is called as Moore's Law. Can my young friends help me? What's Moore's Law? Electrical engineering, computer science, computer engineering, computer information systems. What did Gordon Moore say in 1974? Dr. Ravindra, I am disappointed. What Gordon Moore said in 74 was for every 18 months, the amount of wafer, or the silicon that can be packed, will double itself, which means the computing power will become twice. It will become half in size and half in cost. 2 times the power, half the size, and half the cost. In 2003, 30 years later, people went ahead to say whether Gordon Moore was right or wrong. And they found Gordon Moore was wrong. Why? It doesn't take 18 months any longer. It takes less than 18 months for computers to become twice as powerful as they were. They're becoming cheaper. They're becoming smaller. So therefore, what we think is now, even if you look at future, we said 2023, now we are in 2003, now 2023. Even now, it's the same thing. Quantum computing coming in, we'll see a quantum leap in terms of power of technology. How many of you use ChatGPT? Very good. Are you doing your homework using ChatGPT? Yes, be brave if you want to put up your hand. Yes. How much of your homework is done by ChatGPT? 100%? No, that's copying. That's copying now. Take the help of ChatGPT. 60% good answer. So therefore, I think if you look at ChatGPT, you pose a question. I'm sure several hands went up. Even the most complicated question you can pose, how many seconds does it take to come out? Very few seconds, right? At times I blink my eyes and then the answer is already there. What does it mean? You people have to think about how much of our computing power that's there at the back end. Not just the computing power. The second one is the communication capability that goes on. The ability to communicate is something which has also become a thing that is integral part of our lives. How many people have used a landline? How many of you? Wow, that's impressive. The other day I showed my granddaughter a landline machine and she said, how do I use it? It had that rotary ring and she didn't even know how to do that. I belong to a generation where I'm glad some people lifted their hand, but I belong to a generation I waited for 7 years to get a phone. And today we saw most of you putting up your hand when I said, do you have a mobile phone or a smartphone with you? But tell me one thing, how many of you have 2 phones with you? Put your hands up, 1, 2, 3. Number of hands have come down in the recent past. Why is it? Because the dual SIM phones have come in. Look at the luxury you have. And to give you a flavor, because of connectivity, the ability to communicate has increased so much. There's 7 billion people in the world. 5 billion people now have a mobile phone or a smartphone. About 80% have smartphones out of the total phones that are there. But very important is the fact now machines are communicating with machines. And they're all on the same network as you do. So what is happening is that 20 billion things and people communicate at this point of time, and the power of that network is, it's called power of 2. That is, if you and I communicate with each other, it's 2 people, 2 to the power of 2. The power of our network is just 4. Now think about a 20 billion square. That's the power of the network the world has with it. Equally important is the speed of communication. I'm sure you people have heard about 5G technologies. But what we are working in IIT Hyderabad right now is 6G technologies. With 5G itself, we today have latency less than 1 millisecond that I can do online surgeries. It's not online consulting. I go back to that question I raised earlier, where a doctor is servicing 10,000 patients. If you give them an ability to now do surgeries online, it will be much faster. Somebody else is prepping them before the specialist comes to do the surgery. So communication is improving. We're also seeing these ugly looking devices called sensors. They become dime a dozen. And they can sense many things better than human beings, especially on vision. They can do vision, they can have the feel, they can hear, they can smell, they can taste, like human beings do. And doing better in certain, especially in case of vision. They can see X-rays much better than a common eye of a doctor. So therefore, and then we also have on top of that, we just mentioned about ChatGPT, there is AI coming, AR, VR, just not computing technologies. You look at manufacturing technologies, 3D printing, sustainability, EVs, genomics, biotechnology. So therefore, technology provides you many more opportunities too for you to think about becoming an entrepreneur. On that count, let me say thank you very much for giving this opportunity one more time. And let me conclude by saying I am past. What I see in front of my eyes is my future. And the fact that I see so many shining eyes and smiling faces makes me believe that my future and your future is in safe hands. God bless you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Please join me in welcome the dynamic founder of Sitswarm, Mr. Kishore Indukuri, a visionary in the world of entrepreneurship. His journey from a small dairy farm to leading D2C plays in the premium milk space is nothing short of inspirational. Today he is here share his insight on the entrepreneurship and innovation. Let's give a warm welcome to Kishore Indukuri.
So how many of you have heard of Sitswarm? Any hands? One. Okay. So ours probably is a little easier to understand, because we sell milk, right? As simple as that. And so I'll talk a little bit about, what I've done before. I know in the last session Ravi was talking about his journey essentially. So I'll talk a little bit about my journey as well. So I come from a middle class background, right? Family was never into business. My father was an engineer. I started out as an engineer as well. Not even remotely connected to business. I'm telling this, so if some of you are feeling overwhelmed to do a startup, you can start anywhere, anytime. I got into IIT in my second attempt, right? I did not get it in my first attempt, worked hard, got it in my second attempt, studied at IIT Kharagpur, for which I think this year I got the Young Alumnus Award. So I think I got lucky to get that award. Went to Kharagpur, didn't really study hard there. I think once I graduated, I realized maybe thoda pad lena chahiye, right? So I said, okay, I'm going to skip all the nonsense, go to the US, study hard. That's what I did. I got a master's as well as a PhD in polymer science and engineering. After that, worked for Intel for about 6 years. So I was in manufacturing. No, I'm not from an IT background. Worked there for 6 years. But all along in my 6 years, right, I felt something was missing, right? Somehow there's a strong personality mismatch, right, into doing a regular job, right? So I think 3 years into my work, I went to one island, a remote island in Seattle, did a wind turbine workshop. So this workshop, was all about, building a wind turbine from scratch, right? So spent a week there, learned a little bit. Then another week I took a break again, and this time I did a solar energy installation on a home in Arizona. See, what was I doing? I was trying to explore what I liked, right? Somehow I was not getting that kick that I wanted, right? I said, then, first 3 years I was doing, one kind of work at Intel. Last 3 years, I moved into a different role. That job was exciting, right? The job, I think, really helped understand a little bit more about myself, right? So, this job was like this. We would, Intel was building a $250 million facility, and there was a small 25 people team that was, part of this project. So wake up at 7 in the morning, right? Be there by 7:30, and things would go on till late evening, late night, right? But that was the most exciting part of work for me, right? And I think 3 years into that, I got to travel a little bit. I realized that, maybe this is the time to try something on my own. I had a little bit of savings. As I said, again, I'll reemphasize, no business background. So I made a lot of mistakes. So I came back, we came back to India. By that time, we had a son, we had a house in the US. So decided, TK, we will move back. We sold off our house and, started, picked 2 areas, one education and the second one was agriculture as something that I wanted to try. Both of the things, agriculture, something was always close to my heart. And started with growing vegetables, right? And I think, I don't know if Srinivas Reddy Garu is here. At least 5-6 years ago when I connected with him, he was the HOD of mechanical engineering here. He's still here. So another thing that I did was, am I too loud? Am I holding it too close? That's okay. Another thing that I tried to do was education. Education was something that was very close to my heart. So started by doing practical engineering college, practical education in engineering colleges. That was another thing that I wanted to try. And name of my company, is Sid's Farm. And our elder son's name is Siddharth, right? So one of the things that we looked at, right, we were looking for good food for our son. At that time he had, a lot of allergies. So we were always looking for good food for him. And we thought, we've looked for, milk again. Where can we get to good milk, right? In the US, you had a lot of options available. In India, we felt like there were not as many options available, right? So we started with that problem statement, right? So, as you're starting your own enterprises, or if you're thinking of starting your own enterprises, the first thing that is the most important thing is a problem statement. We researched a little bit, right? Food Safety and Standards Authority of India was doing several surveys. In one of the surveys, some of the data that they compiled, so some of the testing, the data showed that milk is not there at where it needs to be, right, in summary. Right, you occasionally hear about adulteration in milk and food, always reported somewhere or the other. So we said, let's be part of this problem, right? Let us take this problem and offer a solution, right? And that is a clear problem. So we named it Sid's Farm. Siddharth is the name of our elder son. We named it Sid's Farm because it was a promise from a parent to a son saying we'll produce the best possible milk, and that is what we deliver to everybody around us. That is a clear value statement. This is the value. See, today we started with few people, right? Initially it was just me, then probably about 10 people we started the farm. Today we are close to 450 people, right? Right? But each and every one of our people, this is the value, right? Good milk is what we do. If we cannot do that, we'll go out of business. We'll not do this business, but only good milk is what we do. It is a clear thing that is percolated across the entire organization. Right? So as I said, I talked about the problem statement. Initially, when you start, right, when you pick a problem and try to solve it, you'll have one solution that you picked out from various sources, right? So our first solution was, okay, we'll start a dairy farm. Okay. And we started the dairy farm not too far from here, right? About actually a few kilometers from here is where we started our first farm. 20 cows, no background, right? I didn't have any background. I didn't know how to select a cow, right? I was once, talking to a doctor, I was asking him, how do I pick a cow, right? He said, annam chusi konandi annaru. Annam etla chusta naakaithe teliyadu at least. But yeah, I took a book, read through it. He said 6 or 7 points. Ee chudandi, ee chuste avanu select chesam. And we picked our cows, started our farm here, and start chesam farm. We started our farm, started producing milk. Our cost of production was anywhere from 25 to 30 rupees a liter. Producing 1 liter of milk those days, about 7 to 8 years before, right? 13 to 15, 26 to 30 rupees was the cost of production. When we went to sell it in the market, all we were getting paid was 13 to 15 rupees a liter. Not even half of what it was costing to produce. Then we realized that, the only way to survive is to sell it direct. Now DTC is a very popular word, right? But back then we did it because we had to survive, right? So let's take it direct to customer and sell it. So every Saturday, Sunday, we got a nice flyer printed. We say we do pure milk. We started distributing some of these flyers. Every Saturday, Sunday, I would sit in an apartment complex, explain about our milk, have people try a little bit of our milk and started to sell it. And to my surprise, people started accepting it. So we started with 20 liters of milk, went to 100 liters, then 300. So that is how, the customer acceptance was there, right? So we felt like the demand. See, I think Ravi was talking about proof of concept, right? Proof of concept happened to us, right? And at this stage, as I told you, I was trying to do 2 things, right? One, I was trying to do something in education, and the second, I was trying to do something in, in agriculture, dairy. So I would take classes. As I was taking classes, I would get a call from a customer saying that Eros pal raledu, re I would get phone calls. See, I answered all the calls. For the first 4 years of the business, I took every call that the business got, right? So pal gavali, pal oddu. Every call from 6 to 10 in the morning, we would get phone calls. 6 to 10 at night, we would get phone calls. So then decided you can only do one business properly. Right? So stopped whatever, even though I loved education, I felt like, you can only do one thing right. I stopped stimulus that I was doing and just started doing a lot more of Sid's Farm. See, as I said, the solution was that we were offering was a dairy farm, produce good milk, and deliver it to our customers, right? And we started to scale. One time, we were doing this. We had a professor from Germany who came and visited our farm. He was one of our customers. He visited us. He told us, Kishore, he then became a professor at IIM Ahmedabad. So he asked me to come give a talk on value chain management, right? And how we look at it at Sits Farm. How many of you know the word value chain? So then we started writing what is it. See, what were we doing? We were producing milk. We were producing our own milk. Then, I'll tell one more story. I skipped the story. Then we were packing it. We were just hand packing the milk. We were processing and packaging it. Then we were also doing home delivery. When you do home delivery, you also have to attend calls, right? Because if the packet does not get delivered, if a cat has drank from your packet, all of that you still have to address, right? So we were doing all these three things, right? Take a look at any other dairy. They actually only do one or two of them. We were doing all these three things separately. I'll tell a little bit about a story, so it is a little bit more interesting. It is a little bit more exciting, for you guys. So I remember dairy farm. A lot of people told me, don't get into dairy farm. It is one of the toughest fields to do. I didn't listen. I got into it anyways. I thought, kar lenge. I know how to fight. I'll fight. But only when I got into it, I realized, what a fight it was, right? 4 to 5 in the morning, we used to wake up, okay? 5 to 5:30, hand packet milk. 5:30 to 6:30, home deliver it. No chance for error. And in the initial days, we used to sell raw milk. Morning milk, we used to sell in the morning. Evening milk, we used to sell in the evening. So 365 days into 730 days, we used to deliver milk. A lot of accidents, whatnot, right? A lot of nonsense also happens, right? These are all learning things. So as our milk started to grow, 4 became 3:30, 3:30 became 3, 3 became 2:30. At one point, we were waking up at 1:15 in the morning just to make sure customer gets their milk at 6:30. Doesn't matter how great milk you produce, if the milk doesn't reach a customer by 6:30 in the morning, it is no good, right? Because the end thing, you have to deliver to a customer by 6:30. So, right, all along, right, we were maintaining our values really, really strongly. So whenever we needed help, right, we went back to our customers, right? And one of the first things we did, we were selling raw milk. We realized that if you continue to wake up at 1:15 in the morning every day and do it for year on year, both our animals as well as our people will die, right? At that point, we realized, let's start chilling milk. Let's understand a little bit about processing. That is when we invested in a small chilling facility, right, for our milk. I never banked with a banker, so understood a little bit. I was in Narkuda, there is a syndicate bank right here. One day I met the bank manager. I was casually chatting with him. He told me, Kishore, I can offer you a bank loan. Right? And that is when, that took almost a year for us. And we bought our own piece of land in Shabad, about 30 kilometers from here, and started putting up a processing facility. So I'll come back to value chain, production of raw milk, then process and package it, then, home deliver it, right? All these three things. So, as we started to understand our value chain, right, we felt like, are we really good at production of raw milk? And when we started to write this question, right, we felt like, the farmers all around us were actually producing milk a lot more efficiently than we are able to, right? But trust is a problem. How do I know that milk is good? Mem chesananta varaku, we know it is good milk, right? We will make sure that not a single drop of milk, single drop of water gets into our milk, right? Water is also, concern for people, right? So, wherever our produces, how do you know that is great milk? So that is when we started to understand that testing is important. See, we always used to get this question from customers. Kishore, nuvaithe farm lo eppudu undavu kada 24 hours. No, how can you guarantee me that evaro neelu galapaleదని etla? I'll give a small joke, right? One day we got invited to Chirek. We were talking to students there. I asked them this question, right? And see, initially we had a lot of hurdles, right? For example, sometimes one day cow gave less milk, but we had a commitment to our customers, right? We had to sell so many liters of milk. What would you do? I asked the students. One of the kids, raised his hand. We never ever did that, right? It never occurred to us also to ever add a drop of water, right? We actually came back to the farm, milked our cow a third time. Probably bichare usko taklif diya, but we milked a cow a third time, got that 1 or 2 liters of milk, and I went back in my car and home delivered again to our customer. But we never ever, did that, right? I've never ever had a drop. So we realized that testing was very, very important. And me, I have, a lot of people asked me, right, you're too padalika, you're doing all this, right? What value are you adding? This is a question I always had. A lot of people, including my parents, you did all this, you studied that, what are you doing? See, education is about, can you problem solve? Can you take any problem and solve it, right? And that is where I think as a company, we figured out solutions to the problems that we needed to solve. And today at SIDS Farm, we do 6,000 tests every day on our milk, right? A lot of people say 6,000 tests, is it even possible? But that is what we do, right? Every 40-liter can of milk that goes through our facility gets tested. We test for urea, sugar, salt, any starch that can get into milk, preservatives like hydrogen peroxide, caustic soda, baking soda, formalin. We look for 5 different classes of antibiotics, steroids, hormones, anything that can get into milk externally, we test for it. Anything that could get into the future, we are already researching it. Why? Because we are paranoid about milk quality, and that is the solution that we said we'll offer to our customers. Our milk packets say no antibiotics, no hormones, and no preservatives, and we deliver that every day. How do I get the confidence to stand here and say that my milk is good? Because we test it. We put that depth into the problem that we are trying to solve, right? And that is the solution statement that we've offered, right? We have a model dairy farm about 25 kilometers from here. You can come visit that farm anytime. See, how do customers trust us? Our milk is 30% more expensive than regular milk. Still, customers are paying for our milk. Why? About 40,000 customers today buy our milk in the city of Hyderabad. Why do they buy it? Because it is not about money. Please remember, a lot of people say, okay, your milk is 120 rupees. Why? Right? The value, it is not about money. It is not about that MRP or 120 rupees. It is about whether are you giving that value to them or not. If you are convinced that you are giving your customer that value, people will pay for it. And the value that we are giving is you don't have to worry about the milk that you drink. Right? For 1,000 rupees more, that is what, if you calculate, if you do the math, right? If you're paying 30 rupees more for our milk, right, into 30 days, it is about 1,000 rupees more. For 1,000 rupees more, which is cost of a meal outside, if you go to a restaurant, it will probably cost you 2,000 rupees. For 1,000 rupees more, your kid can have one product which you don't have to worry about. And that is a clear value prop that we give to our customer. Please remember value, right? When you build your own enterprise, are you giving that value to your end consumer or not? Right? And in our solution statement, the solution statement that we offer to our customers, a model dairy farm where we research, right? We work with close to 1,500 farmers that produce our milk for us, but every 40-liter can of milk gets tested. Right? And every Saturday, since the inception, right, we've been doing this a lot more aggressively now. Every Saturday, farmers can walk into our farm from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. They can see exactly how to milk a cow, right? Walk into the lab, see exactly all the tests that we do, then walk into our processing facility, get an idea of what happens in a milk processing facility, go through our grass growing operations just to get a feel. Kids go on a tractor ride. We give them the entire thing end to end to build this trust with our end consumer.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We have an exciting fireside chat coming up with two distinguished individuals in the entrepreneurial world. Joining us today is Mr. Ravi Kabra, the co-founder of Skippy, a groundbreaking startup, and moderating this engaging conversation is none other than Mr. Ganesh, founder of Gen Speaks. Ravi Kabra's innovative journey and Ganesh's insightful expertise are sure to make this fireside chat a valuable learning experience. Stay tuned for an enriching conversation that promises to spark new ideas and inspire budding entrepreneurs. So I would kindly request them to come onto the stage for the session.
So
Before we start this session, I would like to congratulate the team of EAD 2023 for conducting this massive event across the whole of India and for their effort to bring together the titans of the Indian entrepreneurship scene. So a big round of applause, guys. And also, I would like to thank Manasa, Arjun, Mr. Vamshi Kurapati as well, who is not here, for giving me this opportunity and this space to sit over here and interact with such huge enigmas in the entrepreneurship field right now. So thank you for that. And so the time has finally come. We are having the fireside chat with Mr. Ravi Kabra, the co-founder of Skippy Ice Pops, and I guess the only co-founder to bring in all the 5 sharks to invest in his startup. So a very big round of applause, guys. Yeah. So, sir, before I got on the main stage yesterday, I was talking to Mr. Bharat, your team member, and then I asked him a question. What is that one quality that defines Mr. Kabra as an individual? And he answered with the word saying perseverance. And from all the interviews and podcasts that I've been through, I've understood that, you have this quality of being very cool, very composed, and I feel that you know how to handle yourself under pressure. So from where did you get that quality? And also, is this an unlabeled benefit of Skippy Ice Pops?
I guess so. But yes, I think for every entrepreneur, perseverance is the only word which will keep you driving. It's very important to understand that life of an entrepreneur is not going to be as easy as it seems all the time. There's going to be ups and there's going to be downs. And when you're on the top, you'll find everything is working great for you. You touch the sand and it turns out to be gold. But when you're on downside of your business, when things are not going great, even in your personal life or in your professional life, perseverance is the only thing that I could probably think of. Because you got to keep pushing yourself. There will be at times that will break you down completely. You will feel like you want to sit down and just think about winding up, crying, or even you're under so much of pressure that you will probably even think about giving up. Unless and until you are very persevering in terms of ki nahi karna hai, it is going to be very hard journey for anybody. And I think that is what drives me as an entrepreneur. I know as every brand will have a good time and a bad time, Skippy will also have a good time and bad time, but perseverance as a leader of the pack is the only thing that can drive me. My team wants to see me continuing to focus and continuing to push all the time. And yes, I've been a very calm guy. Probably at the stage today, yes, you might find it so. Maybe come back to my office, you might find a different Ravi there. But yes, got to be cool. My product is cool, so I got to be cool as well. I stay that way and that helps me work, because under pressure, if you tend to succumb and show your vigor in terms of anger or anguish, I don't think that's going to be benefiting anybody, neither just me from a health point of view. So I try to stay calm under the pressure and try to find a solution out of it. And perseverance is something that keeps driving me inch by inch, even if I'm like really, really vexed up with things, but still keep pushing myself every day.
Well, that's great, sir. So, for anybody to inculcate these qualities, there should be some sort of childhood experiences or the way that you were brought up that matters. So do you have anything that, that interested you as a child that made you, be over here, like the place where you are?
See, it's very important. Sometimes we fail to understand the family brought up that we actually come up across. As a kid, I've always been on a dining table where my father and my mom used to talk business all the time. Aaj itna bada problem ho gaya, aaj utna nuksan ho gaya, aaj itna profit ho gaya, and stuff like that. So we have been raised in a family where we always speak business throughout the day. And after business comes a question ki, beta aaj din kaisa tha? That is a secondary question for my father. He had been very focused and persevering in terms of his ambitions. But that does not need to stop anybody from dreaming about being an entrepreneur. I'm not saying that only because you come from a family business you can be a good entrepreneur. Please, I'm not even advocating that statement here. I am just talking about the way I grew up. My parents were pretty into a business family, and many a times I keep saying this in college fest and speeches where I'm being called upon, that sometimes we tend to ignore the fact that that family businesses, whether your dad or your mom is sitting in a kirana store, whether she is a cloth merchant, whether she's got a beauty salon or whatever, if she's been running it for 10s and 20s of years, she has got the fundamental right of running a business in profitability. And we tend to ignore that fact. We see things ki, ye to bahut chota sa business hai, ye to koi bhi kar lega. Nahin, that's not the fact. The fact is that running family business is one of the most toughest things. And I think I respect now my father to what he was doing for last 3 decades. Yeah, as a kid, probably I never realized that. So as a kid, I've always been brought up in this family, and I always wanted to be an entrepreneur, to be honest. Even today, I don't see myself going and working for someone. I might earn less today, make less money, but I'm at least proud of whatever I'm doing for myself. That's the way I'm.
So, well, that's a really great answer from sir. So, you spoke about family businesses and, what you've learned from that. So can you tell us any 1 or 2 experiences that you went through while you were building your family businesses that actually help you grow Skippy? So any 1, 2 powerful experiences?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be very honest, I've been very bullish about saying that I've got family business values with me. Sometimes people think this to be a little downtrodden kind of a statement. But honestly, I'll tell you what, in today's era, the family business values are the most important thing that probably is not even taught in business schools. My fundamentals that my father taught me are still helping me run the show. First thing was credit nahi dene ka. My father was very clear about it. Business kam karo, lekin credit mat do, kyunki udhari jaise hi dete ho, you'll have to keep chasing the people around for even $500. And that was my principle from day one. I will grow slow. I will not even grow probably if required, but I'm not going to be chasing people for my own money. So I kept focusing on creating a policy around my business, which made me more sustainable. Today, we are 100% advance payment business. I mean, it sounds it sounds probably least important, but it is very important for you to work on your numbers, your capital, operating cash flows very much. So that is one value my father said. Second, my dad has always kept goodwill in more important than profitability. My dad says that the goodwill that you are creating in the market by being a genuine entrepreneur, by being a genuine businessman, will take you miles further, even if you're not doing good. But if you screw up your goodwill in the market, then nothing is going to be actually helping you out. When times go bad, your goodwill actually will help you get funds from people, maybe investment from people, or even any kind of a credit line or any kind of a opportunity from people. But goodwill was very important for him. And more importantly, it was always, he always focused on one thing, that unit economics has to be very profitable. Whether you guys are talking about getting into a service industry, creating an IT platform, a tech platform, or you're getting into a product, or an F&B entrepreneur like myself, the unit economics is very important. At what cost am I acquiring a customer? Am I making profit out of it or not? At what cost am I giving this service? Am I making profitability at every cost or not? That is absolutely very important. People today tend to forget the basic principle of business, which is making profit. We are just talking about giving service, giving a solution for a problem that we think it is important. But everything to be sustainable, like how we talk about recycling a plastic today, making planet Earth very sustainable, business needs sustainability, and that can come only from profitability. So that is the unit economics that my father focused. Based on these 3 principles, I think I started off my business. And by God's grace, we are doing decently enough today.
Decently enough is a very small word over here. But then, yes, sir. So, so I'm asking very bluntly, so were there any mistakes that you've did in the past that, from which you had massive learnings and that you applied in Skippy right now?
Yeah, I think, see, firstly, to the audience, I am going to be very raw and blunt in whatever I say. I do not like to sugarcoat anything, because as a young student in your college, I believe that you should be guided in the right path. I don't want to glamorize everything and put you on a path and only later you realize ki yaar kya kar diya maine. So yes, coming to your question, absolutely, there were a lot of mistakes that I've done in the past. First of all, when I was in my father's business, we were into manufacturing of biscuits and exports of a lot of F&B products, right? One of the mistakes that I always did was I assumed that I was growing the business. I did not give the credit to my father because, say, my father was doing X crores of business or X number of business. I made it to X square or X to the power of 3 or 4. But I always felt that it was me who was doing the entire thing. But I forgot the fact that the fundamental base of the business has been laid by my father. I was only growing on top of it. Like it's like laying down the foundation of an apartment and then adding 2 more extra floors on top of it. That 2 extra floors started to hit my head. I thought that I was doing amazing work there. But for every successful entrepreneur to grow, the fundamental base of a business is very, very important. Whether you're joining your dad's, your mother's business, your family business, or whether you're starting something of your own, the fundamental is very, very important. And apart from that, this thing what has happened, I'll go a little in detail, is, based on that proud thought that I am building the business, I started something of my own. And unfortunately, I crashed onto it. I literally burned a lot of money, made huge losses. And that is when I realized that it was not me who was building my business, but rather my father's business was getting built and I was just contributing to it. So I've learned a lot of mistakes. One of the most important business ideas that I've learned is do not scale up too fast. If you try and scale up too fast, the chances of you shaking across your path and crashing down is much more going to be higher. Probably look for a small growth, slow growth, but a strong growth. That is very important.
So, well, that is something that we all have to learn, to never scale as fast as possible, slow down, and also take your time. So now, sir, let's talk about Skippy. So how did the idea of Skippy come into your head? How did you plan on commoditizing a market, a multi-million-dollar market in the West, and how did you come up with the idea and how did you do that?
Firstly, correction, it's a multi-billion-dollar market out there, not a million. So see, how many of you guys want to be an entrepreneur going forward? You have got some ideas that you're already thinking through, right? Awesome. So see, the good trait of an entrepreneur is that you will always keep looking for ideas. You will walk across the street and you'll be like, hey, why don't I create this kind of an app? Why don't I create this kind of a tech product and stuff like that, right? Similar thing with me. I was living in Australia. I wanted to come back for personal reasons back to India. And like I said, I never enjoyed working for somebody else. Though I was working for somebody else in Australia, that's a different story. I wanted to come back and I was thinking of good ideas, I actually came across a lot of other ideas which were very profitable, very money-making kind of an idea. But a kick dorkaled naku. I didn't get that kick. And I wanted to have that kick. Excitement undali. Emana cheste, we have to be very, very excited about what we do. And I was sitting there like, thinking about ideas, and I'm sitting here in my living room. My sister, who had come down to live with us in Australia with her kids for summer, she started to pack some local ice popsicles in a suitcase. And I'm like, Didi, why are you even packing this? I'm sure you've got a lot of brands in India. And then she turns around and said, not even a single brand, Ravi, that I can trust for my kids. And as an entrepreneur, that is the opportunity which whispers in your ears. Sometimes the opportunity is sitting right next to you guys, but you guys are getting blinded. You want to have something better and better and bigger. In my case, that simple statement of my sister turned the entire story for me, and I started to think, it's such a simple product, it's such a wantable product, why is not somebody making it in a country like India? And I started to do my research, only to realize that a country like Australia, which is not so hot as India, UK, which is colder than India, summer in UK is about, I think, 18, 22 degrees, something like that. And then you've got Canada, US, which are having $1 billion ice popsicle industry, and a country with 1.4 billion people in India, hottest and humid, nobody wanted to do it. So somehow people ignored that idea, or it never occurred to them. And as an entrepreneur, this was the kick I wanted. This was the excitement I wanted. I jumped straight into it. And eventually Skippy was born. We started with a lot of ideas through what flavors we should get into, what are the pain points, what are the solutions that I can offer. And that is how step by step the conceptualization of Skippy happened in Australia itself. We moved back to India, and then that's how Skippy started.
Well, that's amazing. So I have a bit of a lengthy question, so I'm using my paper to read it out. How was the learning experience while building Skippy? From working in an Australian company to learning about FSS AI regulations and understanding the business of packaged foods, what kind of research did you do? And how did it feel to relive the student days of studying a huge market and then coming up with research and everything?
The most important point I'd like to say here is, I know a lot of people say it is good to be jack of all, but unfortunately for an entrepreneur, it is a king of one industry that matters the most. You cannot be a great chemist and then look at doing an MBA, then look at doing chartered accountancy, and then trying to figure out what in the hell do you want to do in your life. It doesn't work that way. Because if you have got into a segment which you love, of course, if you don't love a segment, please shift on to something that you love. But if you've got into something which you love, you need to give your 5, 10, 20 years of life in the same industry, in the same format. That is where you will get appreciated in the market. Imagine if I had 5 years of experience doing chartered accountancy with numbers, 5 years of experience where I was working for a construction company, and then 5 years of work of some other advocate or something. People would have thought me to be crazy. But the consistency, what we did was, I have got 17, 18 years of experience in the F&B space itself. Anuja, my co-founder, and my wife, she has got another 14 years of experience in the F&B space itself. So we have built our complete understanding and expertise in a particular industry. Today, if somebody comes and tells me, Ravi, can you build a fintech startup? I will tell you I'll be the biggest disaster in that, because that's not my expertise. I love the F&B space. I built myself on the F&B space, and that is why I could understand how to develop this category. So coming to your question, yes, this is how I think I realized that what are the standards of FSSI, or what are the basic standards, what are the pain points in the industry that I need to answer. So just to give a little depth understanding, when I was sitting in Australia, even before coming back to India, I knew that, first of all, India, if I start selling Skippy in a frozen format, I will never succeed. Because logistics in a cold storage is very expensive in India, very, very complex. So that was my first pain point that I had written down on a paper. Second, I have said very clearly that, okay, in case if somebody is biting on the ice pops, it should not be as hard as an ice cube, because then it will start hurting your teeth and the entire experience of enjoying Skippy will fade away. So that was my second point, that when consumers buy the ice pops and they bite on it, it should be soft and crunchy. Then the third point, I was observing that India had evolved into a consumer state which believes in natural, organic, healthy supplements and stuff like that. So that was our third pain point that we had written down, that it should not be anything synthetic or artificial which people are hesitant to consume. So that is what we met down. And then we talked about branding, because people love packaging and branding these days. So that is the fourth point. So this is how your 15 years of experience and expertise in particular domain will help you. If you are a tech geek, and if you believe that you are great at technology, stick to it if you love it. And you will realize that in the next 10 to 15 years, your value in the market will go exponentially high. You will see that if you're getting into an entrepreneurship, you will be able to find solutions like this, because you know what the problems are in the first place. So that's how I focus on being. In a personal life, I want to play all the sports, right? I'm not good in any sport. I'm good in average in all the sports. But when it comes to professional life, I wanted to stick to just one domain all the time.
What Sir said is very profound. And also this is what Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, and Mr. Naval Ravikant also says. You have to play long-term games so that you can adapt and be better at what they do. So I have one more question that I wanted to ask you, sir. So can you tell us about any key business decisions that you have taken while building Skippy? Also, can you tell us how did you come up with those decisions? Did you use any mental models, or did you have anything in your head while you were going through the decision?
As a startup, one thing we all will always have common, we will never have funds. Let's agree to that, right? Father nunchi, mother nunchi oppu teeskoni, we have started something, and we'll always have that pain in our heart that we have to return back those funds. So funds has always been a problem there. But in terms of what I have learned, is that what your question is, right?
Exactly.
I think the first and the fundamental important thing, guys, whoever is starting off, please understand one thing. Do not start a startup with the hope of getting an investment. This is very, very, very important. Guys, please come out of the myth that investment is standing outside the door for you. You will go there and you will get it. You will not get it. 97% of the people who get into startups will never get funded. That is the statistics I'm talking about, okay? If you look at India, there are tens and thousands of startups coming every year. Today, Startup India, the website, has got 87,000 startups registered. let's understand that not 87,000 of them are getting funded. So first of all, the myth that investment is right next to you is a myth. Do not start a business because you are assuming investments will come to you. It will not. I have been to a lot of colleges where students believe that I've got an idea, I'll work on it and investment to mil jayega. Nahi milega, boss. It is 1 in hundreds of people who will get investment. Second important thing is whatever business you are getting into, like I said, think from a family business point of view. Get your fundamental process and procedures right. Think about profitability on day 1, not after day 100. Because profitability is only what is going to make you sustainable for a longer time. Look at all these big brands. I don't want to name them today over here in this on this platform, but the guys who were hero back then now are struggling to survive. You would have heard tens and hundreds of startups who have already closed doors because they were not even profitable. They couldn't sustain their own growth. एक चीज आई वांट टू से दिस इन हिंदी, इन्वेस्टर का पैसा बिजनेस बढ़ाने के लिए चाहिए, बिजनेस चलाने के लिए नहीं. You understand the difference? बिजनेस बढ़ाने, फॉर अ ग्रोथ यू नीड एन इन्वेस्टमेंट विच इज अंडरस्टैंडेबल, बट बिजनेस चलाने के लिए यार आज मुझे सैलरीज देना है, आज मुझे रेंट देना है, आज मुझे वो देना है, उसके लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट कभी रेज नहीं करते. सो गाइज दिस इज वेरी टू इंपॉर्टेंट लर्निंग्स. आई वुड से today, in today's scenario, they call it as a funding winter. We all have heard this term, right? Today, only those businesses are getting funded which are profitable. Investors are running towards them. Ki yaar, aap profitable ho, I want to invest in you. And these profitable businesses have the nice, time today to decide which investors they should pick money from. So, if you guys are profitable, if you are making 1 lakh rupees profit, 5 lakh rupees profits, doesn't matter. But profitability will give you a long run. In that run, if you believe that now it is a time for you to scale pan-India, pan-global level, that is the time you should reach out to an investor, and every investor will be interested in funding you because they know the fact that irrespective whether I give him funds or not, this bugger is going to make his business $1 million business. That's very important.
That's an excellent answer, sir. So, looking ahead, where do you see Skippy going 5 years or 10 years down the lane? This is a very interview kind of question. Where do you see yourself in 10 years down the lane? But then, yeah, 5 years or 10 years down the lane.
Look, I think the way we have positioned ourselves, first of all, guys, how many of you have seen Shark Tank India, or how many of you have seen us on that? Good, right? I had made a very clear statement even on television that we are not a health brand. I'm not going to be selling a popsicle to you and say, have this popsicle and you will grow 2-inch taller, or you will not have diabetes, or you will not have this and that, right? I have positioned myself very clearly that we are a fun brand. People want fun in life today. After COVID, hundreds of F&B brands started all talking about health, and unfortunately 95% of them are so horrible to taste that after a bite, I cannot have the second bite. Do you guys agree with me or not? Yeah? So we positioned ourselves very clearly that we are a fun brand, and we've started to add to the fun story by adding more and more products. And we are an offline brand, which makes us more sustainable. Today, all the D2C, online only, yo-yo kind of a brands are struggling because they are not profitable. D2C, it's very difficult to be profitable. We are offline brand, and the way we have grown today. So pre-Shark Tank, we were a team of 14 people. Today, we are close to about 280 to 300 people across India. We were in about 700-800 or 1,000 plus stores pre-Shark Tank. We are in 22,000 stores today. We are doing more than 7,000-8,000 pin codes through Zepto and Swiggy as well. So I think the structure is perfectly aligned. If you ask me what in the next 5 to 10 years, I cannot say what is happening in the next 10 years, but at least in the next 3 to 5 years, I think we will be a 1,000 crore plus brand in terms of our revenues, which is very much possible because our fundamentals are right, our team is aligned, everybody understands that the space that where we are playing is a very, very unique category that we are trying to develop. And 20 rupees कौन खर्च नहीं करता यार आज today if somebody wants to have an ice popsicle, he will not think कि 20 रुपए के लिए मैं लोन लूँ या क्या करूँ. He'll bring out 20 rupees and have it instantly. So I know that the entire India, 1.4 billion people are my customers today. Uttar Pradesh, if I take Uttar Pradesh, 22 crore population, 2-3 European countries समा जाएंगे उसमें, right? So I am very confident. 4 to 5 years that is the number we are aiming at, probably 1,000 crore.
Whoa.
Thank you.
So, thank you for bringing up Shark Tank, sir, because that was my next question. So, scoring investments from all the 5 sharks, it's obviously an incredible feat. So, could you share your initial expectations from Shark Tank, and what do you think convinced all the 5 sharks to invest in you?
Firstly, my disclaimer, okay? Shark Tank is not scripted. Before you guys have that thought, because I know a lot of people would be thinking, yaar, ye to scripted hai, ye to dialogues diye gaye hai, falana, falana. Absolutely not. In fact, we were in the season 1, right? At least season 2 and season 3 guys know who the sharks are. In my case, I mean, we were there for 3 days. 1 day was quarantine because it was the COVID time during then. And then 2 days we had rehearsals, and the 3rd day we had the shoot. So we didn't even know who the sharks were. Somebody said, Anupam Mittal, and then I had to Google who is Anupam Mittal. I did not know, honestly. Until we got onto the set, we did not know who the sharks were. So the entire experience of being on Shark Tank was extraordinarily good, because it was very nervousing, because we were extremely nervous. Why? Because 2 days of our shoot, when the other startups went for pitching, none of them, like 8 startups went inside a day earlier, none of them got funded. Then on our day, 6 startups went to the pitch, none of them got funding. And we were like so nervous कि यार इतने बड़े startups है, कोई सोलार में है, कोई टेक में है, कोई इसमें, हम तो साला पॉप्सिकल बेच रहे, कौन ले देगा इन्वेस्टमेंट? You know, that was the kind of attitude we had. And we were nervous that we probably won't get any funding. So we went onto the set, and Anuja and I clearly decided, yeah, we'll just give it a best shot. And agar TV पे आ जाते हैं तो imagine startup को इससे ज़्यादा क्या चाहिए? That 15 minutes on Sony prime time is worth 8 crore rupees, nothing more or nothing less. You know? So how many of us can actually spend 8 crores? None of us, right? Probably as a startup. So we thought कि funding मिले ना मिले भैया TV पे आना चाहिए. That was the clear agenda. And when we went inside, our pitch was perfect. We were trying to hold on to our Hyderabadi Hindi. Varna unko, nakko, inko bole to, you know, it would have sounded very funny on television again. So we did our pitch, and we immediately saw that there was some excitement. And this is one thing which I always do. I bribe people with popsicles. So if you see, immediately after the pitch I said, Sharks, kya aap hamare ice popsicle try karna chahenge? And we passed on the ice popsicles to everyone, Skippy, and Ashneer started to enjoy, Namita enjoyed, and blah, blah. And from every corner, from the Sharks, we started to hear good things about the ice pops. Oh, I love it. And that gave us a confidence, I'm like, oh my God, thank God nobody shouted at us, say ki ye kya kachra bana diya and all that. And after that, the important thing which is an entrepreneur we need to understand, not just on Shark Tank, but even for a venture capitalist pitch, or if you're pitching to investors will look for a question, one question to corner you. They might talk about your GMV, they might talk about your acquisition cost, they might talk about your way to profitability, any question. Or they might even talk about your personal failure in the past, and they'll corner you. If you get cornered, that is where they'll keep banging you onto, and that will go downside for you in the entire pitch. You got to be prepared for your pitch thoroughly. If you, of course, our pitch on Shark Tank was given only 15 minutes to be aired, but we were there inside 45 minutes. There were startups which were there inside for 1.5 hours also. So there's a lot of grilling inside. And that would happen with any pitching. So you need to know your numbers in and out. You need to know your math. You need to know your business process perfectly. And I think we knew that perfectly. And that is why right from Ashneer to all the way to Aman and everybody loved it. And I thought that everybody is looking excited to invest. And I am a startup who is selling popsicles here. I need to do something extraordinary here. And I suddenly got an idea that why don't I become the first startup to have all the 5 sharks investing. And if you see my video, you'll see there that I am suggesting to Aman, aap sabhi kyun nahi aa jate? And Aman was like, yeah, that's a good idea. And that is how I got everybody on board, and it created the maximum buzz a startup could get across India.
That's an extremely smart way to do that. 5 sharks, 1 go, full marketing.
Absolutely. Free of cost.
Free of cost. And I have this doubt specifically. They give, 1 crore for 1% equity and something like that. And then do they actually give you a lot of time to go out, sit down, discuss, call up your people, do the math and then come back? Or
I hope you're not recording this. Just kidding. So look, it's basically that it's a win-win situation for both of the investors and the investee. when you are working hard in growing your brand, obviously the sharks would also want to associate with you because they would also feel pride and pride that I have mentored this brand and they are growing XYZ. At the same time, we are happy that they are connecting with us and we feel privileged about it as well. But sharks are very straightforward and clear that they will give time and efforts to those young startups who have just probably passed out of college, who needs a little more of hand-holding. And like I said, Anuja and I have come with 30 years of experience ourselves. So in a very casual, candid way, Anupam had told me, Ravi, हमने Skippy के बारे में सोचना छोड़ दिया है, because I think you guys are doing what doing good enough and you know what you're doing. So rather we will spend our time with those guys who are needed more. But again, everybody is in touch with me. In fact, last week itself, I had a call with a few of the sharks. They keep checking with us whether we need any help or not. If not them directly, their team will get in touch with us. So it's a great exercise for us in terms of mentoring as well. There are a lot of times when you hit a roadblock, you're hitting a wall and you do not know whether I should do this or I should do that. And that is why probably I would reach out to any one of the sharks. I remember going down to Piyush's house, Ashnir's house, Anupam's office, I've been to Vinita's, Namita's office, everybody's places, right? Aman's office. Everybody has a different persona, different way of approaching a startup issue. And they give their strategic thoughts to us. And obviously as an entrepreneur, it is us who has to decide what idea to pick or probably scrap up all of them and do what you want to do. But they've been pretty helpful, I would say.
Oh, so you went down to Ashnir's house.
Absolutely.
Is there that 5 crore big gold table that everybody said conspired about?
I think that's a good PR that happened around it, but I don't think that's the case.
Okay. So, you had 5 sharks investing in you. So, did you face any pressure? Because, there are 5 huge sharks investing in you. And, did you face any pressure? And also, was there any one piece of advice that any shark gave you that, that stood out for you?
Not really that I was any kind of a pressure. I'll be very honest, Sharks has been very kind to let us do our business the way we want to do it. Of course, they have complete right and obligation towards us to give us a good advice. Whether the advice fits into our business strategy or not, that is something that I need to decide. But they have been very, very supportive to us. And one of the good advices that Piyush has also had given me during one of my visits to him, this is something that even you guys should understand, that there are going to be competitions everywhere, okay? Probably tomorrow, Skippy will not be the only brand making ice popsicles. There are going to be 4 or 5 of them. There is a Google Pay, so there is a Phone Pay, then there is a Bharat Pay, then there is everything extra pays, right? There is not one single brand which is ruling India. So the only differentiator, and this is what Piyush told me, the differentiator between you and the other brand is going to be your team. The team which you are working on, how you receive a customer, how you deploy your marketing stunt, how you talk to your channel partners and how you promote yourself, everything depends on a team. So focus on building a team and obviously the success will become much more easier because the other startups who get into the similar space may not have a good team. They may not reciprocate the same way that your team is doing. Every inch if you see about Skippy, the way my marketing team has done branding, whether it is the box, it is the bike, EV bike that we have launched, or even the presentation across events, we focus a lot about how the brand is presented and positioned. So that is the outcome of a team. So I have always tried to be a very team-centric person, trying to give all the credits to my team, and I think that is a very important thing, statement, that the team will differentiate you from your competitors.
This is something that all of us should remember, guys, because as we grow up, we make startups and then a team is extremely important. Have like 5 to 6 very close people with you. So, sir, given your involvement with startup investments, and I'm sure you have invested in a few companies, so what do you look for in the founder while you're investing? So what key qualities define, the founder?
I think, first of all, I like to find a founder who's very grounded. There are a lot of founders who will say, I can do this also, I can do that also, I can do the entire world, I can do blah, blah, blah. No investor would want to have an unrealistic founder. Founders need to be very grounded and be very straightforward in the saying that what he or she can do, what he or she cannot do. It's always good to be very transparent on that fact. Secondly, there are a lot of startups who start at a particular service or a product, but then they, in the initial days itself, try to do too many things there. They will add this feature, they will add that product, they will add this and that. I don't think that is a good approach. First thing, get your basics right. Grow your building, your platform or your business to X level. And then once you start making good revenue, you become a little sustainable, then you try to add more features onto it. So I try to talk to a lot of founders to tell them and guide them that, don't jump into too many things on day one. I mean, when I launched Ice Popsicles, I did not launch the corn sticks and the cream roll and blah, blah, blah all together. First, we took at least 2 years of time to get stabilized with the Ice Popsicle business. Now we have started to add other products, right? So that is the right way to go. So I look at founders who are pretty grounded. Second, people who are not trying to do too many things, because too many things will spoil the entire broth itself. I would rather want you guys to focus on few good things or 1 or 2 things only, build a business and then add on top of that. And a founder who has a little bit of either education background or an experience in the same domain. Like I said, tomorrow if I go and start a fintech company, no investor will fund me because they know I know zero about fintech, right? But if I again start up a second venture in F&B space, I'm sure everybody will come and invest into me. So that domain expertise or education background. If you're an engineer and if you want to start a tech platform, I'm sure a lot of investors would be interested to fund you guys. But like I said, if you're completely off the domain, it might be hard for me to believe that you can actually survive in that space. So these 3 trends is basically what I see. And whether you're making profit immediately doesn't matter. I understand that sometimes startups take a longer time to make profit. But at least you should have a clear clarity that paisa aana kahan se, right? If you tell me, nahi sir, aap paise do to paise nahi aane wale, nobody gives you money then. That's it.
So, one last question before I end.
Yeah.
So, if you were given a time machine and you were asked to go back to your 21-year-old self, what advice will you give to your own 21-year-old self?
Wow. I hope one of you guys are building that time machine. Look, I've made a lot of mistakes in my past. I wish as a young guy, I wouldn't have made that mistakes. I don't know. Like I was telling you, in my father's business, I had the audacity to think that I was building or growing his business, but rather it was his business who was supporting my growth. After that, what happened, and I just want to cover this as a part of my failure story, because every entrepreneur has a failure story. After I came out of my father's business, I started a tech business. So this is a very good example because of what all I have said in the last few minutes. I have no background in technology, okay? I started a platform called Dial Me Guru, which was on a very similar base of Just Dial, which it is today. People used to call us up or go to our website, get the information, and my merchants would give me commissions on that. So I started that portal, again, of course, with the audacity to think that I know everything, and built on this and scaled up like mad. Matlab, I would say that in the start, 0 day to 100th day, I went from 0 employees to 300 employees straight away. And bang, 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 it went on. And unfortunately, the fundamentals were not right, and my business came crashing down. 1.3 crores gone in thin air. All the debt, all my father's money that I had taken up came onto my neck. And it turned out to be such a painful journey for me that my pride, my ego, my attitude, everything went down the drain. And I feel regretted today that I should have been a little more stable, matured enough to understand how to run a business. So I think if I had a chance to go back, I would correct those mistakes, learn a little more of myself before actually jumping down and expanding businesses too fast. And after that, that is why I took a break, went down to Australia for 7 years, worked for good employees there, learned a lot of skills, came back and then started to deploy it in Skippy today. So there are a lot of these mistakes which I regret all the time, but everybody should understand every entrepreneur is most likely to make mistakes. I'm not saying everybody will and must make mistakes, but most likely you guys are going to make mistakes. It is important that, and when you make these mistakes, Reddy garu, Abbai, Chudu, yemaitundi, what is he doing? Sorry about my Telugu. But Gupta ji ka ladka dekho kya kar raha hai, Atan ki chudandi. All that things will come in, Even your building's watchman will also give you a good lesson of how to do business. That is how it is. So failures will come in our life. We need to continue just passing, understand that it's a pass of life, and then build ourselves to wait and wait until we are actually successful. Yeah.
Well, that was an exciting session. A huge round of applause, guys.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
A. Ayodhya Ramireddy, founder of Ramki Group of Companies, our special invitee and keynote speaker for the evening. I have quite a few things written about him which are very specific to this group, and you will be interested in knowing that. Ramki Group, founded in 1994, is a pioneer in executing many public-private partnership projects with a vision, this will be interesting for you, with a vision of sustainable development in emerging global markets, including India. Under Ramki Enviro Engineers Limited, they provide comprehensive environment management services for commercial, industrial, and municipal customers. Listen to this. They offer a whole gamut of best-in-class services for waste management as hazardous, municipal, biomedical, and e-waste, recycling, wastewater, paper, plastic, and integrated waste. In addition, they also offer renewable energy consultancy and integrated environment services. So this must be making complete sense as to why we have him as our special guest today. He is currently a member of the Rajya Sabha. He's passionate. This will be very interesting for the startups. He's passionate about startup and entrepreneurial mentorship. So all that you have to do is just walk up to him and seek for that. And he offers this under the ARR group. As a keynote speaker, we'll get his insights on navigating the path to sustainable prosperity, ranging from green energy to carbon credits. Ayodhya garu.
I'm extremely happy to be here for this evening function. The program Catalyst, organized by HICIA, support from T-Hub, and all the invitees here are sitting here with the purpose to see, how all of us can be, most of us, how we can contribute to the growing economic situation, balancing the sustainability while we are growing economically. If you look at India for the last 75 years, we have grown. But if you look at, there were a lot of gaps in our growth. Globally also, similar situations. The time we have reached here for next 25 years for India and for the globe, I think the time has come. While the economics grow up, carbonomics have to come down. So that means there is a real opportunity for every stakeholder to look back and then see how they can improve the environment in the areas where they are working. As you all know, environment is God. All the 5 elements embedded in that. So when I look at myself starting this journey in 1994 to build sustainable solutions for the businesses or the life path which I have taken, everywhere I try to see sustainability as a key goal. United Nations has come out with their sustainable development goals. As you all aware, are most important from my point of view. I always kept on talking about those goals, which really brings us at a platform where each one of us has to, can really balance our businesses around that. Now, my experience I want to share, while I say how India has moving from a 4 trillion to 40 trillion in next 25 years, it is asking for a 10 lakh crores of investment only in the infrastructure space. If you look at that infrastructure around agriculture, manufacturing, services, and the infrastructure, all these 4 areas combinedly, the infrastructure investment that is going to go is to that extent, almost 40 lakh crores of investment every year. In that, coming to the waste management space. Waste management in urban areas and industrial areas. If you look at the solutions around these two, has a major impact. The moment we talk of this building, the entire design, engineering, the products that are going to get in, the entire execution, the operation and maintenance. At every phase, there is a lot that we can save. Here, that is an opportunity for a startup, which was not looked at in the past. Around every industry, same thing, civil infrastructure, environmental infrastructure, social infrastructure that we have built. Most of the places we have never applied our mind. While we had environmental impact assessment, environmental audits, environmental monitoring programs, they have never focused the way it is supposed to be. So means the diagnosis that you can bring in all these 4 areas of investment for next 25 years within India, a huge opportunity around environment, which will bring in the best of the impact on the social aspects. So I have built a business model, whether it is in infrastructure construction or the environment and waste management or the real estate and the agri-farming or the consultancy and advisory, in which Ramki Group, actually now I am only a founder. There is a team, professional team, with the best of board and governance, shareholders are happening. But my last 35, 40 years of journey, my past journey, actually what I have seen in these areas, actually this company and this group has built around that. So when I look back and see from now to next 25 years, looking at these sort of investment opportunities, I think this is the place where I can tell you, if I was doing a 100 rupee business and making a 10 rupee profit, I can tell you with the same resources in place, I can ensure that this business goes up from 100 to 200 and this 10 profit goes to 30. That is the type of opportunities where the entire startup ecosystem has an opportunity to build for themselves. So I just wanted to tell all of you that you are at a right spot. You have the government facilitating, both from central government to various state governments, including Telangana. And then in ecosystem like HICIA and T-Hub, facilitating and hand-holding. I can see putting up the right kind of mentors and subject matter specialists coming in place. The future is fantastic for every mentor and for every startup. But I wanted to tell few things for these startup entrepreneurs. For all of you, there is a good business opportunity. We also know where is that opportunity. We also have solutions. But the issue is, for all the startups, I want you to know that the business knowledge is very important. The knowledge that you have to accrue in terms of identifying or in terms of diagnosing the opportunities in the existing environmental platform, I think, you should, for that you must work in that sector. Just coming from school, it's good, everybody have interests, etc. But my experience I wanted to tell, because from 2006 onwards, I've been, I was mentoring, I was investing around few startups. More than 23 I have invested. Okay, but not a great success story, because my sector itself was not matured enough, and still, a lot of risks in the system, so people were not ready to take up. But I can tell you the time is ready right now. Now it is the right time. So understand the knowledge, for that diagnose, get into the entire spectrum of waste management, water management, wastewater management, air pollution control, noise pollution control, solid waste management, and all the tools of environment for governance. So try to understand, we have to understand that. Then that adds with the skills that we need to develop. So everywhere, for some time at least, we have to work in that particular area to understand what are those real gaps. Today I can tell you 10,000 problems, for which startups can give solutions in these 4 companies where I have had the experience. There is a lot. In fact, we have diagnosed and we have put them actually. So there is a great opportunity for every individual around and every organization around that. The skills also, there is a very limited number of people. Everybody is looking at how do I create a value, how do I make some money. Yes, we must make money. But end of the day, it has to be techno-economically viable solution. And for that, we have to be time tested. Okay, so certainly the skills that are required for the startups, you must get in and try to understand those things is one thing I am telling. And then finally, my advice to the teams here is this, the attitude with which we are going to work. At every level, hard work, commitment, is certainly very, very much required. And then I can tell you, this country has huge opportunities because we have the best of the talent, there is no doubt. We are also, I have also seen globally so many countries, more than 38 countries where, I had my operations and establishment. So I could see actually where are those opportunities, what sort of opportunities. Now, as a global village, when we look at the solutions that we can bring in around India, certainly they can be replicated in the rest of the world. People are looking forward to Indian brains. You all know that I need not talk much. So the point is, around environment, there is a huge opportunity. And here is one organization which is India's largest environmental organization, which created more than, I think, 40,000 industries as their clients, and more than 5 lakh beds of hospitals every day they handle, more than 2 million tons of hazardous waste they handle. Every waste there is an opportunity for recycling, recovery, reusing. Every wastewater that comes out, there is an opportunity to treat and take it to next level. And every product that we are going to bring in is going to save lot of these wastages that are already happening in the system. So with these things, a great opportunity for everyone in this space. And this group and around me, actually, now after my retirement from the business, actually, I have now started working with, as a mentor and also as an investor with various companies, and also I've taken a role to work for government of India as a member of parliament in policy making, so, and also lawmaking. So very clearly I have some deliverables I kept, and this is what I have told when I went there with the Prime Minister. I told that I'm going to work in these 3 areas. Certainly, the industrial, environmental and waste management solutions, urban waste management and environmental solutions, environmental rules and regulations. So, in fact, all of us, every stakeholder here around governance, we must know the rules, the best of the rules that we have to follow and what is happening around that. Again, if you go and see there, a huge opportunity, because the rules are not clearly adhered to at most of the places. So that itself brings in a great opportunity how to fix that. And also in line with the best of the European and US regulations, how the environmental rules of India have to further shape up. So in those areas also, every startup around ESG, I must tell you that should focus on understanding the rules and regulations, understanding the needs and what is the current situation, and around that how you can build your business. I think a huge opportunity. And I can tell you, we are here, in Hyderabad, just a few meters away from this building, a huge knowledge and expertise and experienced team. And I'm myself a civil and environmental engineer for 4 decades of experience. And we have seen, what India can provide sustainable solutions to the developing nations globally. So with that, actually, I want to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity. I'm here to take any questions from any of you. And also, after this meeting, also available to spend time with you people. Thank you very much to ICR, T-Hub, and all my friends here for giving me this opportunity to share a few of my thoughts. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I request Manisha Sabu to please address the audience.
There are 6 million IT employees in India as of now. That is the growth we've achieved in last 30 to 40 years. And now, as per analyst, we will be adding 2 million in next 3 to 4 years. That is the growth that we are looking at. And the Hyderabad is here. I'm sure you want to get the lion's share of this 2 million in Hyderabad. That's what I thought. As soon as I heard that 2 million numbers, how many are we getting in Hyderabad? And what are we doing to get this 2 million here, and a majority of this 2 million in Hyderabad? As Hyderabad IT Industries Association, it's not just a wish, but it's a responsibility for us to make sure that we understand, analyze, and plan for it. So the first question, where is the growth going to happen? It is in GCC and startup area. 60 to 70% of the growth will be in GCC and startups. It is not in services industry. So it means that we need to change the way we have been working, the people that we have been talking to, this has to change. So coming to the startup part of it, what is it that ICR can do to get more, become kind of a magnet? Hyderabad should become magnet for startups. And what is ICR can do it? So when it comes to what we can do, the question that we should ask was that, what are my strengths? What is it that we can play on? What is it that we can bring to the table? So our strength is all the large organizations who are our members. What is it that the startups need? Startups need the large organization to mentor them, tell them what are the problem statements for which they can create solutions. Startup needs somebody to fund them. So the best way we can help startups to come to Hyderabad is by bringing corporates, VCs, and startups together. And with this thought and advice from the Bhishma Pitamaha of Hyderabad IT, I can safely say that about J.A. Chaudhary Garu, with his advice from people who are deeply ingrained in the startup system like Ramesh Loganathan, and of course MSR. We said, okay, let's all come together and see how can we create an ecosystem for startup, and that's where Catalyst was born. As you heard from Kishore as well as Shanti, this is the third Catalyst, and with what I see is that the venue size is increasing as we are adding the edition. So it means that it's becoming more popular, more meaningful, and more enriching experience for the participants. More and more people want to be part of this. There's something very important that we want to talk about. When I said that we want to build the ecosystem, we want mentors, we need people who will invest, we have done 2 catalysts, and you'll notice that this has started helping us. One outcome of this is Phoenix Group has come forward to mentor the startups from the ESG space. That's a very big thing, because you know that everybody in Hyderabad knows about Phoenix Group. They're big, they're very forward-looking. So I'm so glad to have Phoenix Group mentor our startups who are participating. So thank you everybody who has accepted to give their time here today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
May I now request MSR to come and talk to us about the ESG plans. They have several cohorts running. Eager to hear to you.
It's an honor and privilege to be here at the 3rd event of Catalyst. The first 2 events, the FinTech and the Life Sciences and Pharma event, went off really well. Most of our startups benefited hugely, right? And this whole, when you're building an entrepreneur ecosystem, essentially when you think about an entrepreneur ecosystem, you need startups, you need large companies who believe in paying it forward, which is what members of ICA are doing. You need funding institutions, which could be banks, which could be VCs. You need industry associations, of which ICA is a stellar example. And of course, you need media and you need government to come together, right? So I think we've been able to achieve that to a significant extent. So thank you for being here. I just thought, before we get into talking about what we are doing at T-Hub, I'm sure many of you would have read, this chap called Taleb. Yeah. So there is a quote from Taleb which I read a couple of days ago. So I thought I'll start with that. And the quote is, unlike his quotes which are usually very long, this one is a fairly simple one. He says, "Difficulty is what wakes up the genius." Okay. And I was trying to do some reading on, when did this term ESG come up, right? And actually, it's almost a 20-year-old term, right? There's some background. There's a gentleman called Kofi Annan, who was the UN Secretary General. So he called a meeting with, large companies, large financial institutions, and the International Financial Corporation commissioned a study in 2004. And then 2005, they came up with a report. Right? And I think the name of the report, I wrote it down here. The name of the report was Who Cares Wins. Okay? And when you think about it, it's very profound, right? Because I think we all have a responsibility to leave the planet in a better shape than when we came in, right? When you think about it. So this was the first time. So very quickly jumping on to what we are doing, and broadly the philosophy behind what we are doing at T-Hub from a ESG perspective is essentially, think about this. We all want to live on a planet where we can breathe air, fresh, clean air. We can eat healthy food, okay, and we can live sustainably, right? So very simple. So that's what we are trying to do. So today we have close to about 90 plus startups whom we are working with across different spectrum of the ESG part. So we have startups in green energy and green energy and clean tech. We have startups in SDG mapping and reporting. We have startups in waste management, both solid and e-waste. We have startups in carbon footprint reduction and carbon credits. We have startups in water management, right? And some of them are there at the back. So I think this opportunity, to partner with HYSIA is something we value deeply. I think, Hyderabad, I think all of us do believe that Hyderabad can be the next startup capital of India. Startups, the only, my last submission to all of you is ESG is important because we have to combine profit with purpose, right? That's one of our goals at T-Hub, that everything we do must lead to a better and more sustainable planet. And this is something which we emphasize with all our startups, that, we are not in the game for valuation, but we are in the game of building sustainable businesses which scale, which grow, which create jobs, and obviously enrich the ecosystem. So thank you again, the team at HYSIA, and thank you, sir, for being here today. You are a real inspiration for all of us, how you've been able to combine your role as a corporate leader and also build one of India's largest companies in the environment space. So thank you for being here, and look forward to hearing from you, sir, and also, of course, the panel discussions. And thank you for all the startups, and thank you for the team at T-Hub, which has done, the team at the back, you can all wave, for putting together, a really well-curated list of startups who are going to be part of the panel discussion. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So this is going to be the starting of the panel discussion. I want to set a little bit of a background to this. To craft some meaningful conversations, we have conducted a survey like Kishore had said. We have reached out to corporates, including reality developers, property management consultants, NGOs in the sustainability space to understand what are their areas of priority. We were just not looking at putting together a panel discussion, but instead we wanted to have discussions that make sense to both the corporates and the startups. So the discussions now are going to be centered around the focus areas that we got as a feedback. Thank you. So these are going to be the spotlight areas that we will be having conversations on now. Now, there's a little bit that I want to tell about how this panel discussion is slightly different from the normal panel discussions that we have seen. When we reached out to the startups, the first question that the startups asked us is, do we have to pitch? So that's where we wanted to eliminate that pitch and the stress factor. So we said, no, this is not going to be a pitch, but you are going to be involved in a conversation with the corporates on stage. So this is going to be relaxed, stress-free environment. So that's the differentiating factor for the Catalyst panel discussion. So to make sure that we have the right conversations, we also did a little bit of homework in curating the startups that are going to be a part of the panel here. This doesn't mean, like Kishore said, that the others are not something that they should be here, but in a relative game, we felt we will be able to have a meaningful conversations with the startups that are going to be here now. So you can also see the kind of criteria that we have taken up while we curated. Now this, Bipin was very clear that we should inform this to the startups who have all applied so that they understand, they also introspect to see, for future what they could do better. So on that note, I invite panel 1 to please come on stage. Prashant Nandela, President and COO First Source, Vice President HYSIA, ESG Intervention Leader, and the moderator for panel 1. So we have 2 panel discussions actually for ease of conversation and giving an opportunity for all these startups. We are doing 2 panels. Each panel will last for 45 minutes. where 20 minutes is exclusively catered for conversations. So the first panel, may I invite Dr. Prafulla Agarwal, founder CEO, Tokera. Please. Indrajit Shah, India ESG lead, CBRE. Shiva Tekumudi, founder and CEO, Facilizens. Mahesh Siripurapu, founder and managing director, Nida Green Energy. Anubhav Saxena, DGM, ESG and Sustainability, Decarbonization Data Analytics from Raheja Group. Abdul Karim, Operations Executive, Bio-Reform. And Dr. Merle Fernandez is Director, LVPEI.
Thank you, Shanti. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you for all the participants in this room. Ramreddy Garu for your presence here, MSR and the entire team, and all the team who's worked together tirelessly over the last 2 weeks to sort of curate this program, get this to where it is. I'm honored to be here to sort of spend some time. The way we'll go to do this is to sort of, I want to take a few minutes to bring in all of y'all to this conversation and spend a few minutes in this interesting topic in terms of what are we trying to do from either solid waste management, clean energy, net neutrality, carbon credits. How do you sort of work together to drive a sustainable environment for future? With that in mind, I wanted to take a minute to sort of, the guests are already invited and we know who are here, but I'll go round robin to sort of, get your insight into the conversation. Dr. Prafulla, you've been here from a startup ecosystem, and you sort of had a couple of use cases that you've been dealing with to convert brown energy to green energy and aspects around carbon trading and how you can get energy neutrality in the organization. So, while I go round robin, I wanted to get your sense in terms of this tech solution that you built through the blockchain, distributed ledger technology, and how you're using it to sort of drive this globally. It'll be nice to get a sense from you, your mission, your passion, and why this idea, and how do you feel that is going to make a difference to our work environments?
Okay, good evening, everybody. I think on the first note I would like to start is thank you, Ramreddy Garu. You've made a very nice statement that unless we don't have a business experience working as a corporate, as an employee, how do we make sure our startup really aligns to what we bring to the table? I'm a very standout product every time I walk into any startup ecosystems. They look at me, I brought my daughter or my son because I don't look the 20-plus-year-old, a lot of startup owners here. So thank you for recognizing my startup. And at 50, I'm as young as any new college graduate is. What I'm passionate about. Thank you. What I'm passionate about, and I think you can see Tokeri, and it's a green heart that's beating. That's what we want to communicate, because sustainability, environment is not only a corporation's responsibility. Every community, each one of us have to make a difference. That's what propelled us, and that's what propelled my startup to say, let's kind of create a grassroots level momentum to adopt clean energy. Now, how do we do that? And that's what we're solving using blockchain technology, where we're able to fractionalize renewable energy and various attributes that it has, like your energy credits, which individual households can adopt, which you can do it for your societies, for your offices, for your events, for your birthday parties, for your team events, anywhere you can adopt it. There's a question that I always face is, but the credit is an offset, so it doesn't sound too good. But let me just say this, we all live in cities like Hyderabad. I'm coming from Bangalore. We get drowned and marooned every year these days. And we do not think twice if that coracle which has come to take me to a safe place, is it made of the global standards of fiber and all that? Any coracle to get us out is welcome at that stage. Environmentally, that's where we are today. So what we are doing is working across the value chain of renewable energy. We are in discussions at the DISCOM levels to say what they procure as a renewable energy as mandatory obligations, start creating an identity for it so that that renewable energy can be still delivered in the hands of end users. So it can be at a cost, I'm not getting into the commercials there, but a blockchain allows that identity creation from generation to consumption. And that's going to revolutionize how each of us will consume renewable energy going forward. I'll end with a very small anecdote. When I was presenting this to the MSC forum in Uttar Pradesh, I had a small scale exporter from Moradabad who exports brass artifacts. He said, ma'am, if I do this, can my son write it in his personal statement as his environment contribution because he's applying for universities in the US? So that's the kind of adoption that we're seeing. And we're making it very, very simple, not only for adoption, even for your proof. And while we use blockchain, that's at the back end. Let's not complicate it for end users. You see a QR code there. I have a permission from that client right now. You can just scan on it. It'll give you the proof where this particular organization is consuming its renewable energy from. So I will end on that note. Our vision is very simple. We want every heart to beat green. It's each one's responsibility. Adopt renewable energy directly or indirectly, it doesn't matter, because just because we want to only set up power plants, we're consuming a lot of our land, and that's not sustainable either. So let's not be tilted too much on one side, but take a holistic view. And all the best to all of us, that we leave this place a better place. And in conclusion, somebody asked me, this is a 20-25-year journey. When Maggie came, none of us liked that flavors. But today it's become a meal. When Kellogg's came, they said, we're not for this generation. So Tokri is not being built for just this generation. We're talking Tokri for the next 20 years. And that's our vision. Thank you.
Awesome. Brilliant, Doctor. So I'm assuming we can, today sitting here, can get access to convert our brown power to green power by tokenized solution, right?
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Maybe we should do that, right, at the end of this workshop to show our commitment to green energy in terms of what we're doing from an organization standpoint. Brilliant. So just one thing teeing up from there before I go to the next panelist here is, this provides access globally. You're able to provide identity across global producers of green energy, or is it localized to India currently?
We're delivering that for global producers, distributors, and consumers. You
Brilliant.
could be anywhere in that cycle.
Awesome. That's good, right? So we don't need to use our land to produce. We can always consume from outside. Fantastic.
Absolutely not.
Fantastic. Thank you. Brilliant. Indrajit, over to you. You've been on this advisory space for a while, dabbling across a variety of things. So I wanted to get you in to get a sense on, as a consultant, talking to different stakeholders, working with a real estate company, talking to their clients, corporates, industries, policies. What's your sense on, the focus and the intent on carbon neutrality, carbon credits and net neutrality? Obviously, you have a larger perspective. And how does policy needs to change, sort of make sure that people are doing this, right? So when people talk to me, I said purpose is more important than anything. So obviously it all starts with us being very purposeful in terms of what we want to do and make sure that we're making this world a safer place to live in. Outside of that, there's a lot goes into, like Ram Reddy Garu said, in terms of policy, frameworks, awareness, willingness, access to sort of get this going. So what's your sense on how do we sort of step up from here and take a step change, what's an incremental change?
Thanks for that, Prashant. I'd just like to start off with a little bit of perspective about us as a country, right? We are already the most populous, and there was a report which said the real estate sector is going to overtake the agriculture sector in terms of being the largest employer in the country in the next few years. In India, we put out around 40 to 45 million square feet of real estate space every year. Now, what connects these different aspects is about magnitude. And this is what I would like to talk about, for the next couple of minutes, is when, all the startups out there, when you look at opportunity, okay, one thing to realize is if you are doing business in India, there is volume. So focus on understanding what are the gaps in this industry and how you can address those through technology, through human understanding, right? I'll give you some specific examples, right? Now, one of the things that, that I saw mentioned here, technologies around energy, water, and waste, right? One of the key challenges that we see in this industry is the fact that developers build, then they sell, right? And after they sell, the people who buy may not have the best understanding of how the building was built, how it is to be run, and how they need to repair it. So a huge opportunity is to look at the as-a-service model. Can you look at an opportunity where once the builders have built, there are models where they continue to share that information with the residents so that they can benefit from that understanding of the building. And in turn, the developers could actually look at IoT solutions, for example, to assess what is the level of wear and tear in the buildings and how they are to be maintained and charged for. Okay, I just wanted to give you this one example to show you that in one of the world's largest real estate markets, if you're able to bridge problems like this is what can really help us leapfrog into the future. In terms of what we are hearing from clients, right? All our clients want to be seen as industry leaders in the sustainability space, be it developers or be it occupiers. And the way to do that is to help them understand, because different clients will be on different parts of their sustainability journey in terms of maturity. So if you want to build solutions for either developers or occupiers in the real estate space, what you need to understand is where are they on their sustainability or ESG maturity journey? And then talk to these clients to understand what are their focus areas. That is where you'll realize that these are the gaps that you need to bridge. So start having these conversations on both sides of the table and try and assess where those gaps are. That's the message that I would like to leave you with, and start thinking upstream. A lot of the solutions that we see in energy, in water, in waste are downstream solutions. We have created systems, we have created problems, and then we are trying to mitigate those problems. Can you think upstream before those problems are created, when we are building the buildings, when we are thinking of occupying those buildings? Can we move those conversations upstream so that we don't make the mistakes in the first place? That's what I would like to leave this audience with. Over to you, Prashant.
Thank you. That's very insightful, as always. So what's your thought, right? And you obviously help advise organizations in taking spaces, leasing spaces, maintaining spaces, project management. How much of change management is still to be left to sort of make sure that people really believe in this and want to spend that extra buck at the beginning from a CapEx versus OpEx? Because if you fix it at a CapEx level, then you solve the variability at an OpEx level, right? People have to work through, and maybe there are ideas and thoughts there where we can find a differentiated commercial ecosystem that startups can work with to make that feasible. But what's your sense on that?
Well, to be very honest, we see a gamut of clients, and as I mentioned, on different parts of the journey. So you would have very mature clients who have done all the things that we talk about, in terms of doing low-cost, no-cost initiatives, doing CapEx-based initiatives. If I take energy as an example, right, they would have done the baselining of the data. They would have identified what are the specific geographies that they want to look at. Within those geographies, what are the specific sites? In those sites, sites, what are the specific initiatives, in those initiatives, energy, water, and waste, and then use that data to feed into where they want to be versus where they are and how much that is changing. So that's one end of the spectrum, right? On the other end of the spectrum, you've got companies who may have been in business, and there are variations of this, but just as a typical example, who may have been in business for a long time. But sustainability has not really been their focus for various reasons, right? Now, it's not to blame them, but it is to work with those companies then to help them understand how, while they are doing what they are doing, how can sustainability be incorporated into their business? And, these are often conversations which take time, right? Because one of the key things that I've realized in my career, as a sustainability professional, is this needs to be driven top-down, especially in corporations. If you want business, if you want buy-in for ESG, you need to make sure that the top guy is on your side. And that's where a lot of our conversations start, and where we start with small examples, with easy wins, because a lot of people understand when you see a tangible outcome. Right? So if you can show proof of concepts, around whatever business you are in, that is going to help the client understand in real terms, especially for clients who are early on in the maturity curve, what is in it for them from a business perspective and then from a social perspective. When I was doing my master's, one of my professors said something very, very interesting. He said, nobody buys a mobile phone because it's green. So please keep this in mind when you're designing your products and services. Yes, people want to be sustainable, but it needs to make sense from a commercial, technical perspective.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll move on to Seva now, the startup from the organization, from Facilians. So just to this topic that, Indrajit and I were sparring a bit, you sort of build something in the downstream process to sort of look at how to optimize to data analytics and insight and technology. So give us your sense on what drove you to think about this idea, and how tech playing a role in sort of running the building operations in your construct. And what are some thoughts from your standpoint of what's getting you going in that space?
Thank you. And good evening to everybody. And then, thanks to HIC to having me over here. And my name is Shiva. I'm a founder and then a CEO of the company. So we are in the business of automating commercial real estate space in terms of facilities management and then energy and water and utility optimization. The decarbonization is kind of a natural extension to us. And if you really see that the situation like 40% of a commercial real estate space is responsible for 30% of the decarbonized version. That's what it is kind of the more impact on the carbon gases and all the things. With that, what happens is I just wanted to show you that how we have transformed from the automation to the decarbonization. What we have found is because we've been in the industry more than 5-6 years almost. Thanks to thanks to Ram Reddy Garu, the first pilot we have done on the Ramki Cosmos, sir. I think thanks to you. And then we have done for a 3 months pilot on that. It's been almost 3 years backstory and all the things. And we are in the kind of keeping the sensors and getting the tons of data and processing it, and then we literally make how to automate the entire facilities management by removing the papers and keeping the data into the picture, which is very challenging, because if you go down and sit with the basement of any huge 1 million square commercial real estate space, they have a day-to-day problems and they are least bothered about sustainability. So you have a tough time to push the sustainability story as a startup, and we need to literally sit with them and ask for what is their problems exactly. And their problems today is something like how I can build the tenants. If I take a 1 million square feet having a 300 multiple office tenants, and then they have a day-to-day problem of raising an invoices, doing the bills and all the things. So we somehow gone there and then camped there, and then today we are managing more than 26 million square feet under our portfolio. That includes the major portfolios like Gaura Builders, and we have 2 big hospital portfolios. like, Ankura and then even all the things. So what I'm trying to say is like, it is not easy way to getting out there in Indian scenarios of a decarbonization unless until you solve the today's use case problem. So we out there. In fact, the CBRE is awarded as a cool, top 5, deca company in the 3 years back. So I have a connection for almost. And Phoenix, Avan is the second pilot we have done, sir, in the Oracle building. And we are working with the Marvin facilities managers, which they are into the T-Hub. So we have seen almost, 200 different portfolios of all companies that includes the schools, hospitals, malls, facility management teams, and all those things. We have more than, 500 million data points out there into my system. So now the challenge is how I can really utilize those points and create something out of it. That's what the Indian data analytics comes with. Facilities is our brand name. What we call it is the facilities intelligence. So now what we are trying to do is, can I overlay the entire data to the BIM, that is the building information module, which predominantly they use it at a entry level of the buildings. I'm talking so much on the tech, maybe I'm trying to generalize it. Building information system is the one which normally every builder going to use it. It stops there at the end of that before handing over. So we put all the operational data over there and then extend the life for the next 30 years. So overall, what we are trying to do is how we can measure and calculate a carbon emission per square feet with my data and give back to the builder, hey, can you reduce your, the sizability of your chiller, which is oversized today. That way we can help the builders. So we can say that facilities management, saying like it doesn't require to go and, do 5 things a day. You can do 3 times so that you can improve the productivity. So what happens is we are trying to connect multiple use cases of managing a large commercial buildings using a facility management software, but slowly getting there into the decarbonization. That's what we are trying to do there.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wish you all the best. It's a very noble cause. I think I saw somewhere in the presentation that you're going to take, while you do all of this from a sustainability objective, you're also going to take 20% cost out to managing facilities, right? It's a win-win. Commercially, it works for everybody. So good luck for your venture. So just shifting tracks to somebody who's sort of helping saving lives, creating a better life to individuals, working in LVPI, Dr. Mal. Obviously this is a vast institution which manages, I don't know how many thousands and lakhs of people on a daily basis. It's an institution in itself for good purpose, good cause. I know how they structure to sort of help provide free services to people who can't afford and all of that stuff. So clearly with this purpose that you have with research embedded, with services embedded, I wanted to get a sense on your sustainability objectives and how you think about sustainability and how you're implementing that in your space across all the facilities that you manage today.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to be here. So LV Prasada Institute, as a lot of you may know, is a not-for-profit organization, and we are currently located in 284 centers across the 3 states of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Orissa, as well as a small representation in Karnataka. So our start of trying to achieve sustainability was some years ago when we started with solar energy. And we started off in a small way. We are a not-for-profit organization, as I mentioned. And so everything that we do, even whatever investments that we make, we have to, at the end of the day, look at how are we going to provide service to somebody who cannot afford it. And it was with a very conscious mind that we decided to take this forward. The effort actually took off. I currently lead the Green LVPI initiative in LVP, and that was about 2 years ago that we decided to go all out with a multi-pronged approach. So some of the things that we've started is investing in solar energy. To date, we've invested in about 1.5 megawatts of solar energy across our centers. I'll talk about the things that we've done and the challenges that we face. So when you look at solar energy, you realize that the amount of space that you have sometimes is a constraint. The government has got certain restrictions on the amount of energy that it actually provides, that you can actually use for solar. So we can actually use only about 80%. And in certain areas which are huge energy guzzlers, like for example in our tertiary centers located in the metros, the amount of space that we have and the amount of investment that we have to make for solar to provide that much amount of coverage is challenging. The other things that we've done, we've looked at rainwater harvesting, we've looked at trying to utilize more efficient sources of air conditioning. We use STPs and treat the water wherever we can, though we would like better solutions for that. But some of the innovative things that we've done are in developing an indigenous electronic medical record, which has done away with paper records, that was developed in-house and is used across all our centers. So even in a small vision center, we have an electronic form of documentation, which also helps us in our research. And we are continuing to innovate in this area. During the pandemic, because of the fact that our patients couldn't reach us, nor could we reach out to them, we developed an indigenous teleophthalmology software, which enabled us to connect with our patients who could not reach us. And that is something that we have been using. So that helps indirectly by reducing the carbon footprint in the sense that the patient does not have to come to see us. Though obviously if you have an eye ailment, you can't actually get treated over a computer screen or a mobile phone. But then that's another aspect. So we've tried to reduce some of the, the visits that a patient has to make with the teleophthalmology that we've set up. And we're looking at, other ways where we can try and utilize solid waste. So we have biomedical waste segregation that it's mandatory in all hospitals. But then for the organic waste that's being generated, so there are systems that are available. I'm sure I'll meet a lot of people out here who will help us with the organic waste. But to make it very simple, whatever gardens we have, all the dry leaf that we collect from there is put in a pit. This is going to sound very crude. Put in a pit layered with soil. And after a couple of weeks, we have our own manure. So we generate 2,000 tons of manure for our gardens every quarter. And that's used across the centers. So these are just some of the initiatives. There are other things that we do as well, but I'll spare you that.
Brilliant. Are there any ideas in your mind that you're still pursuing going forward? And any suggestions to the startup ecosystem here, what they should start looking at?
So I wish that the cost of solar per kilowatt was cheaper. I don't know how we can bring that down. It would be really fantastic if we could get it. Within the state itself, if you have land and you can generate solar on that space, the government doesn't actually allow you to, use it somewhere else. So, then there are batteries which are very expensive. So if the cost of those batteries could come down, that would help us a great deal. But those are just some of the things.
No, thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Going back to our next startup, wanted to get a perspective from Mahesh. Mahesh, we've been talking in digital a little bit, and he said, we have to go more upstream than downstream. So clearly we know that tons of plastics is generated every day, every year. A lot of it never gets collected. It goes and pollutes our environment and nature. And you're sort of looking at creating alternate sources of packaging that people can use to sort of drive things. So I wanted to bring you in to get your perspective of what's the mission of what you're trying to do, and how do you see you playing into creating a better sustainable future for us going forward?
Sure. Thanks, Prashant, and good evening, everybody. And thank you, Haisya, for inviting us here and making green energy and waste management a prime focus. So we are NIDA Green Energy, started in 2016, and our team of technocrats, and our first product was oxyhydrogen gas generator. And we wanted to generate oxyhydrogen and use that as supplementary fuel in internal combustion and external combustion machines. We succeeded to some extent, and because of capital intensiveness, we shifted our focus onto converting plastic waste into fuel. So one of the reasons being, when we approached an industry or looked into the waste that industry is generating, mainly the chair manufacturing industry, right? The waste that is produced was almost equivalent to talcum powder, the granularity of the particles. So those guys did not have a solution, and they were just throwing that in water bodies or landfills, which cannot be separated at all. So, and we wanted to bring a solution mainly for industrial plastic waste to convert it to something reusable. And we are not good advocates of traditional pyrolysis systems for some reason, because they generate a lot of flue gases and heat into the environment. So we came up with a zero discharge closed loop batch process system in 2016 and started converting industrial plastic waste into reusable fuels like synthetic diesel, synthetic petrol, and synthetic kerosene. And we worked with few corporates to set up captive plants for them. And 2021, we shifted our focus onto continuous process system because we always wanted to come out of batch process systems. And we succeeded big time in developing our own design. In building a continuous process, loop back means we generate our own fuel, which is consumed in the technology. So the production cost currently to produce 1 liter industrial oil from plastic waste is very, very less, almost 50% of what we get in the market. So we succeeded doing that. And the main product currently is industry oil that we are generating from both plastics from municipal solid waste and also industrial waste. And based on the applications, we also can use distillation techniques to convert industrial oil to high value products like transport grade fuels, N-octane, N-hexane, etc. So that is what we are doing. We have been vetted by many corporates like mainly cement industries, Birla, Dalmia, and many country executives and political authorities from different countries visited our plants, and then we could successfully present the technology and acquire some letter of intents. So that is what we are doing currently. And to answer to Prashant's question, what is the vision, right? We see somewhere being a big contributor to sustainability goals of India 2030 in reducing the carbon footprint. So that is a goal that we are working towards.
Brilliant. Thank you. Wish you all the best for your lecture.
Thank you, Prashant.
So now, bringing up enough, you've been with Raheja. It's a large developer across multiple cities, and you run the sustainability and decarbonization program. Talk to you a little bit about how you're thinking about this, and how can the real estate space sort of be the lead anchor to sort of show the path that we really care about our environment and building something which is helping us for the future. Give some thoughts on that before I switch on to our next colleague.
Yeah. So we started the sustainability journey way back in 2008, in which we considered our first green certified building in. Currently also we are having very aggressive ESG targets like scope 1, scope 2 need to be reduced by 42%. We are also under the process of disclosing the target for the net zero. Approximately by 2043 we are aiming to be a net zero. But in order to go for net zero, one has to take care of all the 3 emissions, scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3. We are currently doing fine in terms of scope 1 and scope 2. And approximately currently 16% of our energy is coming from the green sources, green power. But when we go further, that we want to become exceed more than 30-35%, we need to look on the scope 3 emissions. Scope 3 emissions currently as a real estate developer is one of the biggest challenge, I would say. First important challenge is the supply chain. A very complicated supply chain, you must be knowing that the real estate companies are having. How to educate the entire supply chain in terms of ESG, that's another challenge. Then the next is waste. Waste is also one of the major challenges that we are facing right now. Good thing is that we have already banned the single use of plastic. We are, on some of the campuses are having bottling plants in which we are replacing the entire use of the plastic bottle with our own glass bottles. Then we are exploring further methods, how can we optimize and reduce the waste. Then another major issue related to scope 3 is the tenant energy consumption. That it will look like that why developers are not making green spaces and all those things. We are making like green spaces since last 15 years, but the another important aspect we want to understand is the end client who is going to occupy that space, whether they are ready for the new technologies, whether they are accepting the green solutions. Sometimes, just like for the green power, if we want to reduce our scope 3 emission, we also need to depend upon the green power. So tenants also need to go on the green power. Currently, you must be knowing that green power tariff is the one of the easy way, in which the tenants also need to agree to pay additional money on the green tariff. But the fact is that hardly 10% of our tenants are getting ready for the green power tariff. So that is why we are encouraging the tenants to go into the green lease, in which we can clear all those things from the day one. So cultural behavior and cultural change is also important. Like sometimes the tenants are demanding platinum and very energy efficient solution, but they want to keep their AC temperature as 21 or 22 degrees centigrade. That can't be possible. So one way we are demanding green and simple solutions, they are not getting agreed to. They are just by their sales agreement or sales team document sheet. They have to do this much demand. In one way you are demanding everything green, but other day you are demanding also the demand load in such high value. So developer is the which you are demanding, which you are going to build. So we also want to make further energy efficient offices, energy efficient solutions. So what we are trying to do right now, we are trying to develop a small experience centers or the small setups at every campus level, in which we can explore the innovative products. Otherwise, our tenants will not go directly to the innovative products or solution. So they will first like to experience those products. So that is why we are now in the process of creating such experience centers in which we can showcase these products will work in the large scale development. Then we are going further ahead for the implementing of those strategies.
Brilliant. Creating experience centers, awareness, so people can actually live by what they want to achieve is very important. Thank you, Abhinav, for your thoughts. So while I go to my next panelist, if there are any questions, please pass on to Radhika. She's going to capture that and probably bring it on board just to save some time, because we have another panel right after this. Yeah, thank you. So, going, it was very informative, right? So now to another solid waste management idea that's come out, right? Abdul Karim and his young entrepreneurs who are doing something really fantastic in this space. So talk a little bit about how you're thinking about your journey. I know you're trying to do something really cool in this space, but what's your business plan like, and how do you think you're going to make a difference? What help do you need to sort of get there, right? Give us a little bit of sense of your journey so far, your obstacles, how you sort of navigated them, what help can the industry at large and corporation at large and policy at large can help you to be successful?
Thank you, Prashant, for that. Firstly, it was really inspiring to hear from Rami Reddy sir today. His words were really inspiring for us as a startup. And I'm really proud to be here and with the panel here talking with everyone. Being the youngest to be a part here. Certainly when we started our journey, it was with the vision of the Prime Minister. We heard him keeping the agenda for India, for making India plastic free for the year 2025. And that's where our team thought about how we as an individual, how we as a citizen of this country come forward and take this mission forward. That's the idea, and it's been 1.5 years, touching 2 years soon now. We started Bioreform. It's a manufacturing company. We manufacture bags which are made of corn, which were directly the alternative towards the plastic that we see around. So far, we can proudly say that we have replaced 50 lakh plus plastic bags with our greenie bags. We produce more than 1 lakh greenie bags each day, and have climbed significantly into the B2B market. Whether it was, the small district of Andhra Pradesh till the most famous cafe of Hyderabad, or whether it was G Polarity, one of the oldest players in the market, to Country Chicken, who've started very early. So we've met a lot of people who were having the same vision of taking sustainability forward. While in addressing people, we heard from people telling that sustainability is not just it's not just an option, what we see today, but it's more likely being a necessity of the hour that comes in forward. Being student entrepreneurs, we had a lot of challenges coming forward, whether it was addressing the market, whether it was dealing with how the clients would look it forward for. But eventually things ended up being on the route wherein we had the vision clear about making India plastic free. And ever since when we turn back behind wherein that day when the inauguration happened and then being here, it surprises me as a person itself that we've made it happen so far. But there was one quote that hit my mind that was there. That you never realize the worth of water until the well starts trying. So we also never get to understand truly it's just how sustainability is important for us until we get the most exposure about how the darknets that could eventually come up with. Noticing about corporates, one thing we saw is how the changes have started to come. We see that the companies have started adapting sustainable products when it comes to their companies. We've seen wood or bamboo being utilized as cutleries have been seen around. But we see there's a slow drop of plastics being utilized, the conventional plastic, right? We found out in our survey, what we made, that even a small company of, let's say, 50 size employee generate as much as 3,000 bags each month. And when you would want to take it forward and look for the bigger corporates, could reach up to 1.5 million bags each month. And that's certainly an alarm and a point that let us realize as a players that the market's big, the vision is even bigger than that, right? People greater than products, greater than price is something that drives us truly. And taking the mission, not just with India, not just the consumer market in India, but taking it forward to the globe, because we definitely would want to curate this example from, made in India, but for the globe is what the Prime Minister said. And truly to remark that point, we are looking forward for, the most, influential collaborations with people, because the experience that you get with everyone here is something that truly not just defines what we want to do in life, what we want to do for India more importantly, but how we could maybe create the best solution that is originating from India. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. That's very inspiring, and good luck for your venture of being a global player. Obviously not just helping solve India's problem, but creating employment for tons of people. I appreciate that. So before, it was a good conversation, got in different perspectives. I had a few questions come up from the audience, so I thought I'll take the liberty to sort of talk to a few. One question is sort of about, are there any real estate developers in India who are interested to have upstream conversations to tackle the ESG performance initiatives, right, rather than working downstream? So maybe some thoughts, Indrajit, from you or Abhinav?
Let me be very honest. Upstream conversations are not easy, right? Because we as a society and, I dare say as a globe, we are used to doing things a certain way, and then when we find problems, finding solutions for that. What we are now discussing about upstream is about changing mindsets. And I'll take a cue from what Anubhav said earlier, is people want everything at the cost of nothing. And that's a difficult conversation. So what you need to do is try and understand what the pain point is and what the customer is willing to pay for it. Okay. Now, that's not a straight answer to your question, but possibly the only way you'll find out is by talking to clients. We are finding clients of late, developers who are willing to have some of these conversations. So, if that's some solace, then yes, there are opportunities that are opening up, but you'll only find out the level of interest when you start speaking to these clients.
Just want to add, this good thing is that the government is taking good initiatives. That you all must be knowing that all the listed companies, top 1,000 listed companies, has to disclose BRSR report, Business Responsibility Sustainability Report. In one of that, now the next year it will go into a BRSR core. Under that, they have put they're putting more focus towards on the supply chain, So due to which the supplier, the developer like us, started now more interaction with our supply chain, supply vendors, and doing the regular exercise with our suppliers. We have made one supplier code of conduct, and like us, all the other leading developers who are into these top 50 or top 250 companies or top 1,000 companies, they are trying to educate the supply chain. So right now it's a good time because recently this change has been started. Now from next year onwards, by default, all the top 10,000 companies have to go with via the BRSR route, in which they have to start talking to their supply chain. So this is a very correct time in which if you want to enter into the business, because right now we are regularly discussing with the key suppliers, critical suppliers, the problem with the developers like us, how to categorize these vendors, how to categorize these suppliers. So we started first categorizing them in terms of tier 1 suppliers, tier 2 suppliers, tier 3 suppliers, critical suppliers. Then we try to bring these critical suppliers into a single room and educate them in terms of ESG. How can they, so we are giving them, like the government is giving us the target for the scope 3 emission, we also giving them the target to reduce their emissions reduction. So it's just balancing our target to them.
Just adding to what Anubhav said, when you talk about scope 3, right, scope 3 has 15 categories, right? 7 upstream and 8 downstream. So what you should be looking at is within scope 3, what are the specific categories that you want to look at? Now typically supply chain would be looking at scope 3.1, which is, procured goods and services. Okay, so maybe you would want to look at that and see how you can find out solutions, technological solutions based on data to identify these different kinds of suppliers. Now that could be a potential opportunity for you. You could also be looking at commute, both employee commute and business commute, which is again within scope 3. So there could be opportunities for you to look at and see how you can upstream the solution and therefore the problem addressing, right? So when companies are deciding on employee commute options, okay? Yes, you want EV, but are there more efficient ways to address it at a design stage where the office is located? What kind of people you're hiring and where do they stay? Okay, all of this, the basis of this is data. So think about these aspects and see how you can address some of these challenges, and then start talking to real companies to understand their level of willingness to share the data with you. Now, yes, data is important, but are companies willing to share? Are there other ways to get the data? Are there public data sets that you could use? So these are some of the areas that you need to be thinking about to understand how you can design solutions which are fit for purpose for the clients that you're looking at.
Thank you. That was, there's another question, but we'll take it up after the second panel. But thank you all. It's been very informative, very useful for me. Opened up my eyes to new things. Hopefully it was useful for everybody. Good luck to all the startups. And as corporates, I think I have some ideas to take back and see how we can internalize some of these findings. Thank you all.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
The next panel is again going to be addressing the same focus areas. And this panel we have Bipin Pendyala, Senior Director and General Manager India Appen, moderate the session. Hitesh Hiran, Co-founder and Director Greenifit. Arun Murugesh, Vice President Sales and Marketing Sahas Zero Waste. N. Chandrasekhar, Founder Director Jivol Biofuels. Rohit, Founder and CEO Zodia. Vivek Verma, Strategic Advisor and Venture Partner Silver Needle Ventures. Ganges Reddy, MD and CEO Blue Drop and VRAW. Shrikant Badiga, Group Director, Phoenix Group.
So we again have a set of accomplished corporate leaders and accomplished startup entrepreneurs as well. One interesting thing that we've seen when we're doing this event planning and curating is that we do actually have, while we're calling them as startups, the reality is that each one of them have actually established themselves in a reasonably decent fashion and in a sweet spot. So what I'd like to do is that they data that they presented to us for the curation process and the areas that they're operating in. I would like to bring out some of the essence more through a dialogue, right? So let me start with Hiten, right? Hiten's company is actually in a very interesting space where I felt Hiten. Not only are they looking at carbon credits, right? Which is, in some sense, carbon credits is nice because I can show my balance sheet as a corporate saying that I'm net zero, carbon neutral. But the reality is that I'm actually not carbon neutral, I'm actually buying. I'm paying for it, right? So Hiten's company actually has gone the next step, which is where they're able to create a framework where the corporates can constantly review, assess, understand what their carbon footprint is. Not only buying carbon credits, but actually kind of constantly monitor, track, and reduce. So Hiten, I'd like to understand, when you do talk to corporates, right? There is probably higher tendency for people to just buy the credits. It looks nice on the balance sheet. But how much is the traction you're getting when people are serious about actually reducing the carbon footprint? What has been your take so far in terms of your conversations with your customers, and how much of a mind shift change are you seeing?
Thank you. So I would just like to touch the topic differently. So carbon credits comes at the last, because now it is a voluntary market and it is not enforceable that you should buy the carbon credits, and value is not that much. Okay. The point is that we all are concerned about saving the environment. We all wish to contribute to environment and reduce the carbon emissions that we have. However, what my journey in the 10 years plus in this industry that we have seen, exactly what you pointed out, how much serious the companies are. If we see around, we all know, we talk about climate change, etc., but the real adoption level is very low. And one of the major reasons is what I believe, and from my experience working in industry, is that as a human tendency, if there is something which has no monetary or strategic incentives aligned with whatever the actions that we take, then anything we tend not to be serious about to pursue it or commit to it, besides just a vocal support. And this is exactly where, if we make a change, and what we try to explain to the companies is that climate solution can be a investable market. It's an investable assets. And I'll just cite an example of one of my assignment as a consultant for ADB. I had the opportunity to meet many industries in the Rajasthan. 70 plus association and industries, I had interviewed them. And I've seen many companies getting closed down because of NGT ruling of effluent treatment plant not being given to that. Balotra 800 plus industries was closed down. I had opportunity to see Ramki Group's one of the initiatives for one association where it was working fantastically well in Udaipur region. And that is in 2015 I was talking about. But if you see the cost of getting the business closed down, many business losing, okay, that is a cost. So now if you see that the climate solution is seen to be from the decarbonization as an investable market, there adoption becomes very easy. So this is where Granifit has born to help people, society, organizations to embark the journey of decarbonization in a profitable manner and in a responsible manner. And this is what our journey, we did the pilot, and now we are getting a good traction. We are currently managing a distributed, Granifit is a distributed climate solution platform. Currently we are managing a distributed climate asset under management of 11 crore and above, and generating revenue worth 3 crore last year. So this testimony to that, okay, there is a people are becoming aware about it. And it is not only the companies, because if you see the companies like to allocate the resources very carefully, financial, because the major problem with the climate solution is the capital intensive nature. So one of the model that Ramki Group has pioneered is public-private partnerships. There are other models of asset-light solution, private-private partnerships, something that can be done. And this is where sharing of carbon credit, the sharing of the savings can be done. So it is a win-win for all. And this is where we've seen in the recent months that the people are started accepting these climate assets as an alternate investment asset class. And
sorry to interrupt you. On that thought, something came to mind. See, for example, till recent past, right? until the government of India made CSR 2% of profits is mandatory, it was not a topic that was discussed in the boardrooms, except for some of the really large philanthropic founder-led companies. So from your experience, do you think if a regulatory framework is brought in where the government mandates that probably a certain percentage of your profit needs to go plowed back into investment on the green side, do you think that will encourage and create a larger fillip in terms of the Go Green initiatives in the corporate world?
So that is the one which would be, and I think CSR mandate is already including the sustainability and environment field. We are doing one for Pidilite industry, implementing a solution for a hospital through their CSR fund for solar and making it asset light. We have done the similar for education institution run by Birlas. We have done the longest contract for them. The point here is that one is the regulatory interventions, that is the one side, but the larger impact will come if I tell you, you invest into the solar, though let's say as a scope 2 emissions mitigation, and or don't invest into solar yourself, but invest into someone else's project. You get the carbon credits, you reduce your cost of electricity, you need not pay extra certain amount to DISCOM or your grid to become a green tech. You can still become a green tech. And as Dr. said in a previous panel, there is a limitation. Every state has how much electricity you can consume through solar when you are consuming directly. But when you're going to embark the journey of the greener investment through CSR, through any other means, okay, there is no limit on how much energy you can buy. That is indirect manner of doing it. And this is what we are trying to enable for companies to embark on a journey, mitigate the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 reduction directly or indirectly.
Got it. Thank you very much. I'll move on to you, Arun. You know, you're working on what is called a zero waste, right? But in a practical sense, is zero waste even is it a theoretical concept, or is actually practically possible for a household or a community or a company or a larger industry segment to actually shoot for zero waste? And if so, what has been your experience in terms of building towards or marching towards a zero waste opportunity?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that question. I think the word zero waste is definitely possible. When we say zero waste, it truly does not mean 100% recovery. Even 95% recovery can lead to zero waste. So where we're coming from is, as a waste management organization, been working in this space for more than a decade now, we've actually experimented very fundamentally strong models like decentralized models. Decentralized models works very well in India. And when we say decentralized, for example, the waste coming out of this campus can be solved within this campus itself. It's very possible. How do we do this? First and foremost, fundamental, there's a nice tagline here. Once you mix it, you can't fix it. So let's say the organic waste and the inorganic waste is mixed in one bin. You can't do anything about it. It's not recoverable. But then when you follow the fundamentals of segregation at source, you can actually keep it aside. Now the organic waste can become compost, biogas, etc. The inorganic waste can actually be recovered. As less as 5%, we've shown this through data, as less as 5% can actually go to landfill. And that's very truly moving into the zero waste space. So as a concept, we know decentralized works. And while we are doing this, I think just to add another layer onto just the traditional waste management that we're talking about, there's also another aspect around how well are we doing it? Zero waste is fine. How better can we do this further? So for instance, let's talk about compliances, be it labor compliances, social security benefits. We're talking about environmental compliances. So that's the next level as we go further. So like we heard on the earlier panel, ESG is no more, it's more like a vanilla version. You now have standards like BRSR, which is taking it to the next level. So zero waste as well can be taken to the next level. We've proven this. We have multiple models on the ground as well. Entrepreneurship as well is definitely something that can come up through the space because we need a services industry. Waste management is as simple as a housekeeping equivalent. The facility management companies as a service is provided for various institutions or campuses. Waste management also can be.
But Arun, one quick sort of segue into that. Like you rightly said, waste itself is not a homogeneous, right? It's pretty heterogeneous. And therefore, for you to be able to help your customers march towards a zero waste, right? How big an ecosystem do you need, and how many kind of logistics or supply chains that you have to work with in terms of partnerships, and how strong is the partnership required versus a single entity trying to say we can get to zero waste?
I think the key here is ecosystem. It's actually quite a complex ecosystem. When you look at the supply chain, waste can sound very simple, but then it can be as complicated as getting into hundreds of categories that comes out of one bin. So one bin of dry waste or inorganic waste that you see out here is actually the source of waste, right? So the entire supply chain that exists from, if you follow the life cycle of waste, it goes from here, it goes to a center, a collection center. From there, it goes to a larger, like a Ramki typically runs, like a materials recovery facility, which is more like a factory for waste management. From there, you probably have 50 categories. So the waste in one bin separates into 50 categories. Further, it goes to value creation centers where you take plastics, for example. Plastics are of two types, right? We know rigids and flexibles. We didn't know that rigid plastics and the plastic covers, the two categories, can further be sorted into as many as 100 categories. So you can see the large tree that is growing out of one bin, and it's growing into hundreds of categories. So I would say it's an ecosystem which is categorized as upstream and downstream. Upstream, you also have the informal sector, the waste pickers, the kabadiwalas, the aggregators, and all the way downstream you have recyclers. It could be paper, it could be metal, it could be any category. And furthermore, to close the loop with circular economy, you really want to bring that back into the loop. So now you see you're actually extending the reverse logistics and combining it with forward logistics. I would say it's a very complex ecosystem, and there is too much room for as many entrepreneurs in this space as well.
Wonderful, and thank you. I'll come back and circle on one. I'll move to Chandrasekhar, because it's a nice segue that we talked about zero waste, and I know your company has been very focused in terms of converting organic waste into biofuels, right? So interestingly, when you talk about organic waste to biofuels, and each one of us look at a tremendous amount of organic waste every day. You look at any of the tech campus that we are around, by the end of 3 p.m. in the afternoon, the cafeteria has a humongous amount of organic waste, right? You look at any Raitu Bazaru in the city, or you look at any of the weekly vegetable markets that are there in various areas, the next day morning, GHMC is trying to clear out, I don't know, maybe hundreds of kgs of rotten vegetables or thrown away vegetables and fruits, right? So in terms of, okay, let me just step back and say, for you, getting your input should not be a problem because there's too much input available. So I think the problem is, how are you ensuring that you are able to track the inputs and then convert the fuel into fuel, and then who are your consumers? So where do you sell it?
Yeah, thank you, Vipin Garu. So I want to quickly introduce first myself. I'm Chandrasekhar, founder of Jewel Biofuels. Thank you, Hysia, T-Hub, for this opportunity. And it was I'm very fortunate to listen from pioneer in waste management, Ram Reddy Garu, to listen his story. It's a great inspiration for entrepreneurs like us. So, yeah, coming back onto the problem that my startup is solving, we are based out of Hyderabad. So, organic waste is a big problem. It's a big problem. If food waste is considered as a country, it is the third largest emissions of carbon. So that is a big problem, coming from food waste. If food waste ends up in landfills, it releases methane emissions. And the methane is very dangerous than the carbon dioxide gas. So even in our country, out of 60 million tons of municipal solid waste that is generated, 50% is food waste, organic waste. Right now, majority of that is ending up in landfills. And in landfill, it releases methane emissions. So recently, whether it is in New Delhi or whether it is in Kochi, the landfill had a fire problem. Why is that? Because methane is a flammable gas and it causes a lot of fire. So it's a very, very big problem because 50% is food waste. But because of lack of awareness and lack of business models available, or lack of policy, biofuel policy not there, till now, all this waste is ended up in landfills. But now, Government of India has launched biofuel policy. With that, the business model is being developed, and we can generate biofuel, and the biofuel can be consumed as a transport fuel. So like example, CNG is there, which is a fossil fuel source. Instead of CNG, which is, by the way, we are importing that. That's again, foreign exchange loss is there. Energy security issue is also there. Instead, this 30 million ton can be converted into biofuel. It will reduce our, fossil fuel imports and also save foreign exchanges. So luckily, the government is promoting this. They are facilitating this. We are trying to build up our first biofuel plant here in Hyderabad. And we will sell this gas to City Gas Distribution Company in Hyderabad, which is Bhagyanagar Gas Limited. Even private industries are looking for these fossil fuels so that they can decarbonize their operations. So that is an extent of the problem we are trying to solve with biofuel generation.
Thank you, Chandrasekhar. I'll come back to you again. Moving to Srikanth, you are part of the Phoenix Group, which is one of the largest commercial real estate player in Hyderabad. Right? We talked about zero waste. We talked about solar to clean energy to carbon credits, and then of course, an organic waste and whatnot. And you have built multiple large IT campuses. Right? So, as a Phoenix Group, what is that you've been doing, and not only that, but also what are the challenges that are still out there for you to tackle?
Yeah, thank you, Bipin, and thank you, Aisia, for giving me the opportunity. And most importantly, first let me thank Ayodhya Ramreddy Garu for staying by for such a long time, and we can learn from that. Like, learning is a continuous process. He being a master of all these things, still want to listen from us. We are just, putting stuff. Coming back to the topic, Bipin, I would like to just go back and to mention that, it all started when we first started delivering one building. Initial days when my business development team was talking to one of the MNCs, they were talking how efficient is a building. My efficient building means, what do you mean? I have 1 lakh square feet, 2 lakh square feet, I can accommodate 1,000 seats, 2,000 seats. They said, I'm not interested. I'm talking about, what is that you're going to save me? Save me, okay, my business development team thinks that, okay sir, instead of 45 rupees, I'll give 40 rupees. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something else. I'm talking almost like, when Ayodhya Ramreddy sir was experimenting and where he said he lost money and those were the days. When people started understanding what exactly the green buildings are, ESG and all United Nations terms, and that forget about it. Now, what is that you're going to give to the future? That is what is the entire essence of this particular conference as well. So there where we started, okay, now, then we started understanding. When we spoke to the client, he said, boss, I'm talking about my cost, my camp cost. The moment you take a building, the rent is fine. But how efficient, as far as energy is concerned, energy is of different resources. So are you going to give the regular thing and say the government is giving to 1 rupee tariff less than other things? No, it's beyond that. So that is when we started getting into this, did a lot of research. We had a separate team to make our building efficient. Now, I would proudly claim that Phoenix is one of the first builders to start with steel constructions in Hyderabad, including residential. And I would like to take start from where my earlier developer just tried to search him. Upstream conversations. Upstream conversations are very, very important, which we have been doing it for the last 1.5 decades. So we understand the need of a client, and we tell to our architect and the main consultant, these are the things what we need. It's not steel stuck on the structure of the building. It should be when we way forward, the futuristic. When talk, most of the people our building is futuristic. It's not that. Futuristic in what sense? Futuristic in sense is like I'm saying that. I was also talking to our vendors about supply chain. We were talking about how best you can give me a product. When I buy a mortar with you, the bricks with you, or steel with you, how efficient is your production? So that is the kind of understanding we have. In the race, very soon you will be listening to green steel. You'll be listening to green cement. Very short, because Innovation has become an in thing now. We can't afford to wait for things. So no, when talking about Phoenix and innovation go hand in hand. Even in your case, when you started your conversation, ICI, you were talking about e-energy, e-waste, e-mobility, all this put together is my G infrastructure, that is green infrastructure. We are here to deliver that with this entire combination of it. Coming back to the way we plan at our place, like when we talk to the client, because it's a competitive field, my other competitors are complementing my business also. So when we negotiate, we tell them what is this saving 5 years from now, 10 years from now. We charge a rental at a premium. Suppose my other company is giving 65 rupees, I'm giving my space 75 rupees. I'm showing them a profit of 20 rupees down the lane. So that is the beauty of how you design your product. Thanks to the entire once again ECG models and and we don't take this platinum rated IGBs just for heck of it. We do practice it. And we were the first people to showcase it to the Telangana government, Andhra government, and many of the international trade houses, also global bodies, come and done a case study with us. So that particular sense, I was trying to invite T-Hub innovators, entrepreneurs here to do some case studies, and we want to learn from them. So we don't want to restrict ourselves and say, like either somebody said, that we don't want to restrict, don't do that particular gamut. World is such mix. So the more and more you think, the more and more you innovate. We really don't know where I'm going to save or spend now. So that is what is the basic formula what we're going to adopt. So with this, I think there's a huge scope in this particular field. The more and more you work on it, more and more you're sowing for the future. Forget about the millions you earn, but what is the real, ask this about the way asset you give to the future is this what? The environment, the green environment, the children should breathe green, the children should live in a green environment. This is what is the background of Phoenix growing such fast with the fantastic buildings. Thank you, Dipesh.
So one add-on question that I have, Srikanth, for you. See, when you talk about the going green, right, the long-term ownership value, I think the case studies are that it's actually good in favor of the owner, right? But as a builder upfront, your capex should be higher than if you're not going green. So as a business house, how do you balance out the initial higher capex versus the customer incentives in the long term and still be able to run a profitable business and still focus on innovation?
That's a business secret you're asking me. Still, I would like to answer for the ecology factor. See, just now sir has said, I just learned one word from economics, carbonomics. I'm spelling it right, sir? Economics, yeah, good. Thank you. So, the way when I talk to my client, in fact, they demand me. It's not me I'm offering. Nowadays, MNCs, most of the clients, their awareness is far, far ahead. So we are learning from them, we are trying to deliver them. So when I'm able to deliver them, there are no questions asked once I deliver them. I'm giving them the product what they need, which is futuristic, which is efficient. Whatever they need, I'm giving 15 years from ahead. So no questions asked. So I'm saving my business secret as well.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Srikanth. That's a beautiful segue for me to ask Rohit, because you talked about the customer perception, not just acquisition cost, but the customers are very interested in understanding the CAM, the running cost, correct? And then Rohit's company has been doing some wonderful work in terms of particularly the air conditioning and the HVAC system. How do you kind of reduce the CAM? So Rohit, what has been the traction in the industry that you've seen so far? And your work is largely with what? The large tech parks, the hospitality, hotel groups. What kind of traction are you seeing? And how are you able to actually deliver tangible, quantifiable value to your customers?
Sure. First thing, I would like to thank ICI and T-Hub for inviting me, and it's a pleasure sharing the stage with esteemed, knowledgeable people here. When we look at energy, right, in Zobia, like internally, so we look at it in 3 aspects. So the generation, transmission, and the usage. So when we started up, it was easy for us to look at how the usage patterns are happening. And a few things which we have found out with respect to energy is, prices are always increasing and things like that. But when you take buildings into consideration, 1/3 of global emissions are from them, and electricity is the major reason for that. So we wanted to look at why, if it is so heavy problem, why there are not many technologies coming up. One thing is most energy efficient technologies, they require either capex or a lot of infrastructural changes. And this discourages most buildings to take it up because they wouldn't want their operations to get affected. So that is where we have developed our products. So if you can see on the screen, so we have got two sets of products which we call them as SaverX and Soul. So SaverX, it's exclusively for large buildings like this, grade A buildings, grade A and B buildings. So what this does is there is an AI algorithm on the back end which optimizes the usage of HVAC systems. Why specifically HVAC systems? Because in commercial buildings like this, like 70 to 80% energy consumption is from these HVAC systems. And one problem, like as was pointed out earlier, so the thermal comfort, right? So you always want to put it at 21 degrees, say 18 degrees or 22, it's up to the user. But given these scenarios, how do I still save energy? So that is where this product comes into the picture, where it can integrate with your existing systems like BMS systems and still deliver those savings right from day one. And as we were developing this, the other aspect which we have seen is on the supply end, right? So you got multiple machineries or equipments, not just in commercial buildings, in industries as well. And electricity is mostly like a unknown factor, right? You can't see it with the eye. So what happens is like you can't even see those inefficiencies happening and things like that. So that is where the Soul product, as the name suggests, it lets you know internally what's happening. And it addresses most of the industries and small and mid-sized spaced buildings as well, wherein they can benchmark their usage, or if there are any appliances that are going to go bad, they get to know things like this. And this wholly operates on a wireless IoT network. But yeah, so as we were developing this, what we found was how do we make sure that it is scalable enough as well. So one thing is we work with companies who hold a portfolio of buildings, but we also work or partner with companies which are into facility management, BMS providers, utilities, not exactly in India, but because they are state run, but with utilities as well, or HVAC OEMs as well. So wherein we have worked with two of the companies where they provide these room air conditioners, which we see in all our homes. But how do we make sure they are energy efficient as well? You might have seen this BEE 5-star.
So if you don't mind, Rohit, I just interruption. So you're essentially kind of talking about a business model where you are quote unquote nearly guaranteeing savings, right? So in terms of business model, are you actually still asking the customer to pay you, or are you saying that I'm going to save you X and therefore we just split the savings? What's been your model, and where is the uptick coming from the customers?
So one thing which we have observed is we wanted to remove that capex part. So that is where we have been operating on OPEX part with a refundable deposit to start off. And the other thing which we have observed a few months ago is when we price our products based on the savings. Because most of the clients we work with, they have these budgets for the products they procure with respect to climate and things like this. So you wouldn't want those numbers changing every month because energy consumption is always going to change. So what we do is like a subscription, a fixed amount every month, and there the client will save.
Wonderful, thank you. So Vivek, we've heard a lot about business models. We've heard about the cost, the capex, and the opex, everything. And coming from venture capital side, while everybody talks about green, right? But you as a VC firm has a mandate to always give anywhere from 20 to 28% IRR to your LPs. So in terms of the VC world, are you seeing some genuine interest in investing in ESG space, or to put it very bluntly, still a lip service? What's your take on that?
I think it's beyond lip service now. However, I think there is still some more work to be done, because a lot of the companies who are coming and presenting themselves as solution providers, and I think a lot of them are exceptions here, so I don't mean people who are here, but a lot of them are still scratching the surface. And I think there is a need to deep dive to understand what is the work going on. And I go back to the question you had asked earlier about, let's take an example of statutory compliance, for example. I think as a country, we started work in plastic, which is the largest space, for example, starting a regulatory change which happened about 4 or 5 years ago with EPR being introduced. And today in the plastic world, EPR is a very large space. But having said that, and I think many people who understand that space well, I'm sure Mr. Rami Reddy will understand that space well. Today, the true work happening in EPR space versus a lot of places where there is a paper trail around EPR happening, and how much of it is the real work and how much of it is just a paper trail. I think that is where the secret, so to say, lies. And I think a lot of the investors or the VCs or PE funds today are wanting to understand that space better, to understand that is this real work happening, and are we in line with utilizing technology to the best possible manner in studying, understanding, analyzing, and looking at the future so that a scalable model can be produced there. So I think tech is a very, very clear trend. So if anyone is talking about it, the questions that are being asked is, let's understand the depth, let's understand the technology, and let's understand the scalability. But having said that, I think it is a very, very important parameter, because all the LPs, all of the investors, whether they are large funds or HNIs or family offices, it's very important that they are asking these questions. So when they sit down and we present an investment to them saying we are looking at investing in this company, a lot of the questions being asked are revolving around ESG. Saying, and human capital amongst the ESG is one of the largest piece that people are asking questions around. That what kind of work is being done on the human capital? Are they following the rules? Are they doing all that? And I think one last piece, while still staying with statutory, is also to look at the future. Because so far, most spaces statutory is seen as present or the past.
Right.
Whereas in the ESG space, I think the need to have an eye on the future is far more important. And going back, let's say, to the EPR topic, today EPR is only on a certain category of waste. But there is already discussion that oil should come into a EPR category. There is a discussion on textile which should come into the EPR category. So our startups and our companies already beginning to look at those sectors, because that's where the future lies. Plastic is important, but a lot of people are already in that space. Right. So I think those would be what I would think are the thought process going on. But having said that, I think ESG is a very, very critical perspective when you look at it. When I wear a investor's hat, I think it is a very important risk mitigation tool. It's a very important brand tool, because a lot of you go and study the litigation that has happened on a lot of the firms, whether large or small. If there was a very cadence, governance-oriented ESG that was applied, then a lot of them may not have happened. And I think from that perspective, investors are very, very keen and looking at that.
So in fact, what you said, it's very interesting that you're seeing that a lot of the LPs are actually kind of wanting to understand the ESG space and are looking at the human capital, right, which is very, very encouraging. Having said that, I'm sure it's also encouraging for a lot of startups in the ecosystem. If you were to just drill it down, right, and say what are the 3 things that a startup entrepreneur should think about before they come to pitch for a VC funding? What are the top 3 things in your mind?
So I think one very clearly is a solid, transparent reporting and a matrix mechanism, so that they can go deeper than just we are ESG compliant or here's what we are doing. And we saw some of the startups talk about it. For example, the HVAC, and you were talking about the background checks that you can do, what is the energy conservation and how you're measuring it and what does it result in, or even what Shrikant talked about from a long-term perspective. So one is that what is the measurability that you can bring and demonstrate to people. The second, I think, is transparency, that what and how are we getting the data? Where is the data coming from and how much can we trace that data? So is there a traceability, or is this a manual data that I'm feeding in and then showing you a bunch of graphs at the back? So the traceability is the second piece. And I think the third piece is the human aspect of it. that, what people are going to ask is that, what are we doing? And this is where I think that, the 3 levels, the scope 3 comes in very, very interestingly here, that, what are we doing around that? Especially in the waste management space, for example, a lot of it is outsourced. Right. Whether it's the corporate or even some of the waste management companies, they are themselves outsourcing, or the municipal corporations. So how well is the scope 3 people aspects being taken care in case you are in that space? So I would think those 3 would be what I would think are the top 3.
Sure. Thank you. Moving on to Ganges, one of the things, I don't know where I read it, but I distinctly remember that there was a paper I was reading where they said the last 2 world wars were actually fought because of economic reasons. And the expectation is that whenever a 3rd world war, if it ever happens, would actually be fought for water. Right? That's the sort of paper I read quite a few years back, and it just stuck me in mind. And it's very interesting that you're actually in the water treatment, STP area, and you come up with a very, I wouldn't say unique, but more like innovative, very different sort of approach to sewage treatment plants. And you also start getting some traction, correct? And that seems to be a phenomenally large problem that everybody has a problem. STP, whether it's communities, whether it's large industrial estates, whether it is tech parks, everybody has to have water treatment. So is it like you have a phenomenally large market just waiting for you to go grab it, or are you struggling to get the market?
Very interesting question and well put. Today, across the country, we are severely challenged by water security. When I touch this subject, it's not about not having good water. If you have 1 billion liters of water in a lake, just about 1 million liters go there, touch that 1 billion liters, makes that entire 1 billion liters unusable, unsafe. This is unfortunate reality of how much we are unable to handle the wastewater that is a result of rapid urbanization and the way we have launched our lifestyles. Now when we deploy complex sewage treatment systems or effluent treatment systems, that was the choice that we made when we began industrialization in 30-40 years ago. But long way we have come only to realize that today STPs and ETPs are the 6th largest contributors to the GHG emissions. And the entire ESG chapter is all about how do we minimize that and run away, as far as from this 1.5 degree temperature raise, which is going to catastrophically affect us. So the choices that we make to deploy in addressing one problem shouldn't create a secondary issue. That is what precisely happening with sewage treatment and effluent treatment. That we have not looked at certain alternatives. So I feel water security is in our hands, that if we are able to contain our used water properly and treat it well, we are fairly okay. The next part is the rainwater. How do we actually leverage that? As far as our work is concerned, you asked about, is it still an idea? Are you getting traction? Are you struggling? Well, middle of COVID, sitting home, not knowing where the world will head, I was wondering, what did I do? I had a beautiful career in US. I wanted my son to grow in India, so I brought him back before he's 5-year-old. And I was part of a sustainable community building a large campus for 5 years as a volunteer. Then came an opportunity to look at sewage treatment in that campus, and that brought me into this field that yes, there are alternative ways to treat sewage. And I found that this is a great idea. With that great idea in heart, I traveled around the country, almost 5 lakh kilometers. Military stations, residential colonies, schools, colleges, institutions, the big names, I found the most corrupt practices. Sustainability is at convenience. If it is cheaper, economical, I'll try to adopt. And that also if it gives you other edges. So with this, we struggled a lot till about 2021. We were at a point where we were not sure, when will the country wake up to the reality that the entire rest of the world, who has spoiled the world faster, have gone quickly at solutions in fixing it, and we woke up late in that sense. So these solutions that are nature-based solutions are century old. They've been there in India, and others have learned it, but they have engineered it so well. Now that we are able to bring back such solutions to India, you can see this image that such a complex sewage treatment system could be replaced by this system. This is sitting right next to the bedrooms and balconies. If I put a development here and sell the central plot to STP and say that here is my STP, how many of you will buy the plot? Any one of you? It's very difficult because the nature of the treatment itself is so complex. And there are orders around it because you're exposing the water to the ambient air, and every time wind blows, it picks up the aroma free of cost. Yeah. Well, so we brought these solutions and we struggled. Now we got to a level of engineering advancement in the system that instead of using a 5 square meter to treat 1,000 liters, we are able to treat this below 1 square meter. Most of your communities that have gardens, give me one garden, your STP will be done. And you would not know. The ETV fellow came to interview me at this place and he told me, where do I set up the camera? I said, go put up the STP. He was roaming around for 15 minutes, not understanding where the STP is. And this garden is one of the 5 gardens that the community has. So similarly, for the lakes and water bodies, we have taken a pledge that unless we become a rich country where we can solve every problem, which is far from reality. Our lakes are going to receive sewage no matter what we do. Our water bodies are going to receive sewage. So we figured out ways how we can fix the natural biome within the water body, that a water body can fix itself by itself because the natural bacteria can do the job. It's just that we have overloaded it. So we understood the nutrient cycles and we brought in level of engineering. Today I have a 25-member team. We work across the nation. We cannot run all along the nation because I did that crazy job for 5 years. Now I understood that we cannot run every day, everywhere. So we set up channel partners across the country. We are about 3 of them right now. We are looking for 10 more. We got about 6 crore turnover this year. 24 will be closing somewhere around 10 crores. Following year is looking like crazy, like somewhere between 100 to 200 crores. Because Madhya Pradesh state has said, first state to declare that for all the towns that are below 1 lakh population, we will go with nature-based solutions because the energy cost is huge in sewage treatment and it requires qualified people to babysit these treatment systems. That is not possible in towns. So for a good reason they chose, and we came one of the finalists in that KPMG evaluation. So we are seeing a rapid growth now, and it's really a struggle now, a good problem to have. Then I'm looking at systems, I'm looking at investors, I'm looking at how we can engineer these systems and manage this whole thing differently. Money doesn't motivate me as much, but we have to be profitable. So we are also looking at creating a social impact enterprise for profit to see that this goes to every village. This goes to as much as I may be dreaming a lot, but what drives us is that every project we do, it provides for carbon sequestration, it reduces emissions, the system works for 30 years, a gardener can run it. Next to COVID, my systems are going to be run beautifully. There is no issue because we don't need technical people to support them. This is the brief story.
Wonderful. I think that's I think you really hit the nerve there. If you can make the system to work smoothly with quote unquote unskilled people, then it becomes very sustainable. That's beautiful.
One important point is that a lot of people, most of us, when we buy a car, the first question we ask, except for the 1% top who do not worry about money, what is the cost of the car? This next question is, kitna dega? Is there anybody who bought a car without asking that question? So life cycle cost plays a major role whether we can sustain our lives with an iPhone or Android or STP. A 1 MLD of sewage treatment plant today costs standalone 3 crores, but it takes 13 to 14 crores in 15-year lifespan to run it, which most of this upstream between CBRE coming and taking over the STP from a developer, they will realize how much money is going to drain out of their corpus. Our STPs are saving literally 60% on the operations cost. A 3 crore is draining you 13 crores. My 3 crores is saving you 7 crores compared to conventional system. This is the financial equation. Environment sustainability of low energy, low emissions, carbon sequestration, social acceptability, being able to tolerate and be around it happily, economic viability. These 3 things are completely met with any solution that we have, whether for STPs or ETPs or for water bodies.
Thank you. Srikanth, would you like to add something? Please.
Same thing. Thanks. When I wanted to ask for the outlet of treated water and all, it costed me, as I said, pretty big amount apart from other charges. When I went for a good source of treating the water and retaining much of it, there was no need of outletting the water. That was a saving, huge saving. And what I invested in STP is almost like 30% of what I'm supposed to spend off the boundary. So offsite infrastructure, government supposed to provide. So I saved on that and I spent on here. So it's state saving. So people see what I'm trying to say is, at the same time, we should take this opportunity to go for the awareness thing as well, the infrastructure wise, on which probably we can do it together. The more and more we can talk about, the innovations, what we can do, what good can do. Forget about the money and all. But if it's doing good for the society and adding for the ESG, it's good.
Thank you, Srikanth. I know we are right behind the curve, so I'll stop over here. But before I stop, there's one question, Ram Reddy Garu, that has come for you from the audience, which is about talking about how significant is the regulatory framework in making ESG more mainstream. So we'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
No, first of all, very good interactions. Very happy to listen to everyone. Very meaningful. As I told, actually, whatever we have done in the past, there is a lot of gap. Here is an opportunity. In all these spaces where what we have listened, the inadequacies that have gone into our system are giving us an opportunity to convert into a great business for future. Every building that is constructed provides opportunity in all these spaces what we are talking. Let me tell you on the water side. While disposal aspect we are talking that it's going to give us cost reduction, but if you look at completely recycling it back, what is the cost of fresh water that we are looking at? So if you can replace the treated water for your consumption, you see the cost economics. You are going to save huge on that. So for that, I mean, there is a business model that is already established. So you can certainly look at it. On the waste side also, zero waste. Actually, this is the only way we have to move forward, especially for our country. Because if you look at China has built big, but we are yet to start our journey. So we should, if we can bring in our best practices, learning from the mistakes what they have done, I think we have a great opportunity. Coming back on the regulatory side, I must tell you, Government of India is certainly now in the last two terms, last 10 years, I can see they started really putting the best practices. See, everywhere they are trying to give solutions towards, the 360-degree solutions they are trying to bring in around recycle, reuse, recovery, reduction. These sort of methods they are really encouraging. They're also trying to see solutions at the design stage, how best the consultants can be brought in and encouraged. And they're making it easy for especially when I saw the industrial and urban solutions, they are trying to provide us with solutions at a individual industry level or a developer level, and also trying to encourage systems, which certainly at a policy level and a government level, regulatory level, I saw solutions which are really encouraging the industry and every stakeholder. Regulatory level, I can tell you, every rule that is getting framed is coming handy for the industry and every business house to really focus on the ESG in a big way. Just to give you some example, which in fact we were advocating for these things. Single environmental clearance, we are talking for every industrial park. And which government now is supporting, in a big way. The environmental department is really coming out. Previously, every industry has to go with individual environmental clearance. Every product they are supposed to get clearances. All those things are getting eliminated. Same thing for townships. The entire environmental solutions are being worked out, keeping in the sustainability in mind. So I can see that the actions and the initiations that are coming from government are really going to support the industry in a big way.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
From HYSIA and T-Hub for the Catalyst Industry Startup Innovation Conference. A warm welcome to the audience, speakers, our special invitee, and the keynote speaker. May I invite Manisha Sabu, President HYSIA, Infosys, Vice President and Campus Head, Hyderabad, SEZ, and Indore onto the dais. For the benefit of new audience to HYSIA, HYSIA is Hyderabad Software Enterprises Association. We are a 32-year-old not-for-profit association. We work towards the benefit of the IT industry. We bring in interventions that places the IT Hyderabad industry in the global markets. We work as a fulcrum between the government and the IT industry and the ecosystem. We represent 90% of IT workforce and revenue. I invite M. Srinivas Rao, CEO, T-Hub, to join us on stage. We are happy to partner with T-Hub, which is India's largest incubation center that brings together startups, corporations, government, academia, and investors. Today's program, ESG-focused Catalyst, is a domain-specific platform, and that brings the end users, community, investors, academia, mentors, and advisors onto one platform. And today in this gathering, you get an opportunity to interact with all of these. This program is third in the series that we have conducted. We have already done the FinTech as our first edition and Life Sciences, and this is third in the series. I welcome special invitee A. Ayodhya Ramireddy Garu, the founder Ramki Group, mentor for startups and entrepreneurs, MP Rajya Sabha. Please join us on stage. Thank you. I now request Kishore Bora, MD, Energy Tech Global, Managing Committee Member, HYSIA, and one of the Environment Forum leaders to set the context for today's program. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Ayodhya Ramireddy Garu, MSR Garu, and Manisha Sabu, President, HYSIA, and my fellow Managing Committee members at HYSIA, distinguished panelists, startup founders, investors, mentors. I welcome you all for the third HYSIA Catalyst event, and you already heard Shanti telling you that as an organization, as an Apex IT organization, we represent more than 90% of Hyderabad IT and IT industry, both in terms of revenue and headcount. And and having witnessed a phenomenal growth that is happening society at large, especially in the sustainability space, because sustainability is no longer under good to have category, it is under must to have category for many organizations. Having seen a transformational change happening in that sector, and also looking at various business opportunities that are emerging in ESG sector, HYSIA has put its spotlight on ESG as one of the key focus areas apart from talent and transformation and skill development. ESG is one of the key focus areas for ICIA team for the term 2020 to 2024. As part of this initiative, what ICIA did was it has created a ESG forum, and ESG forum mostly consists of subject matter experts from the member companies, and we also have some independent private property consultant firms, representatives from independent property consultant firms, and then some consulting companies, NGOs, government. So what we did was, for the last 1.5 years, we have focused on uplifting 3 aspects in Hyderabad IT corridor. One is the green energy, the other one is e-waste management, and the third one is green mobility. And this forum members actively involved with Telangana government, Telangana State Electricity Regulatory Commission, and then we work with consulting firms such as PwC, EY, and we work, of course, with our member companies who are having large IT parks, tech parks, and small and medium scale companies. And we also work with startup ecosystem, such as we have got exclusive partnerships with T-Hub and educational institutions like IIIT Hyderabad, and trade bodies like Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce, right? And we also work with NGOs, and we also work with real estate companies here. So what we do is, overall, as our motive, we were working on uplifting the ESG posture of our member companies. We were trying to help them in embedding E, S, and G aspects in their business decision-making process and their organization culture. And we're bringing the ecosystem together so that they can look at sharing the best practices and also look at the future trends and opportunities. So we have been doing it actively. Apart from this, one of the main focus area for this ESG group, ICIA ESG group, is continuously deliberating on how would we upskill, how would we increase the scale of the ESG scale of, or ESG posture of the Hyderabad IT corridor as such. We know that Hyderabad is a popular IT destination for the larger MNCs across the world, and we wanted to ensure that it would continue to remain as an attractive IT destination, not just because of the existing IT ecosystem and the talent pool, but also because of the ESG attractiveness too. And that's what we are trying to work, and we have made good progress in that area. And looking at the Catalyst event and today's event, so as you heard that this is the third in the series. We first started with FinTech and then Life Sciences, and the third one is ESG. So this is a testament to the fact that ICIA's continued efforts towards the sustainability area. And what we did was we reached out to all our member companies and asked them to share their focus areas and the areas of pain, right? And then we collated all this information from them, and then we reached out to the startup ecosystem. And when we did this analysis, we have come up with we identified a few themes from our member companies, such as green energy and clean tech. We got waste management, both solid and e-waste. We've got carbon footprint management. We've got water management, and then we also have SDG mapping and reporting. So we reached out to the wider startup ecosystem, and we invited applications. I know there are many startup founders sitting here, and only 8 of them have been shortlisted for the panel discussions. So it is because we were looking at the interests of our member companies first. So, and then we try to understand what areas that they are focusing on, and that's the reason why some of you have been chosen to be to be one of the finalists and partake in the panel discussion. But we were so excited to see all the entries, and you guys are doing amazing work, and you are the companies which the world needs. And today, through this Catalyst event, we wanted to promote the collaboration, connections for all the startup founders with the industry, mentors, investors, and some exciting discussions are going to happen. You will hear good keynote speeches, panel discussions, right? And then some, exciting announcements, agreements are going to unfold on this dais. So I wish you all the best, and I would want you to make the most use of this time and the networking, and please stay back until the end of the event, participate in the networking dinner, and make the most out of this event. So thank you very much. I will hand over the proceedings back to Shanti. Thank you.
Thank you, Kishore. That was very comprehensive. I request Manisha Sabu to please address the audience.
Good evening, everybody. There are 6 million IT employees in India as of now. That is the growth we've achieved in last 30 to 40 years. And now, as per analyst, we will be adding 2 million in next 3 to 4 years. That is the growth that we are looking at. And the Hyderabad is here. I'm sure you want to get the lion's share of this 2 million in Hyderabad. That's what I thought. As soon as I heard that 2 million numbers, how many are we getting in Hyderabad? And what are we doing to get this 2 million here, and a majority of this 2 million in Hyderabad? As Hyderabad IT Industries Association, it's not just a wish, but it's a responsibility for us to make sure that we understand, analyze, and plan for it. So the first question, where is the growth going to happen? It is in GCC and startup area. 60 to 70% of the growth will be in GCC and startups. It is not in services industry. So it means that we need to change the way we have been working, the people that we have been talking to, this has to change. So coming to the startup part of it, what is it that HYSIA can do to get more, become kind of a magnet? Hyderabad should become magnet for startups. And what is HYSIA can do it? So when it comes to what we can do, the question that we should ask ourselves, what are my strengths? What is it that we can play on? What is it that we can bring to the table? So our strength is all the large organizations who are our members. What is it that the startups need? Startups need the large organization to mentor them, tell them what are the problem statements for which they can create solutions. Startup needs somebody to fund them. So the best way we can help startups to come to Hyderabad is by bringing corporates, VCs, and startups together. And with this thought and advice from the Bhishma Pitamaha of Hyderabad IT, I can safely say that about J.A. Chaudhary Garu, with his advice from people who are deeply ingrained in the startup system like Ramesh Loganathan, and of course MSR. We said, okay, let's all come together and see how can we create an ecosystem for startup, and that's where Catalyst was born. As you heard from Kishore as well as Shanti, this is the third Catalyst, and with what I see is that the venue size is increasing as we are adding the edition. So it means that it's becoming more popular, more meaningful, and more enriching experience for the participants. More and more people want to be part of this. So thank you everybody who has accepted to give their time here today. And I will request Shanti to move forward with the agenda. Thank you so much for being here. Because your presence is what makes the event successful. Shanti is the person who keeps me on track. Thank you, Shanti. This is something very important that we want to talk about. When I said that we want to build the ecosystem, we want mentors, we need people who will invest, we have done 2 catalysts, and you'll notice that this has started helping us. One outcome of this is Phoenix Group has come forward to mentor the startups from the ESG space. That's a very big thing, because you know that everybody in Hyderabad knows about Phoenix Group. They're big, they're very forward-looking. So I'm so glad to have Phoenix Group mentor our startups who are participating. Thank you.
So during our discussions, we had Phoenix Group come forward and offer saying they would want to have an MOU between T-Hub, HYSIA, and Phoenix so that they can offer technical mentorship to all these startups. So we consider this a very good outcome of the Catalyst program that we are putting together. So the startups grow and together we all grow. So this is a good beginning for all of us. Thank you. May I now request MSR to come and talk to us about the ESG plans. They have several cohorts running. Eager to hear to you.
Good evening. First of all, Honorable MP Garu, Sri Ramireddy Garu, Manisha Sabu Garu, and the office bearers of HICIA, Srikant Garu from Phoenix, and of course, all the startups, the corporates, the mentors, and we have the entire ecosystem here. We also have people from the banks here. So it's an honor and privilege to be here at the third event of Catalyst. The first two events, the FinTech and the Life Sciences and Pharma event, went off really well. Most of our startups benefited hugely, right? And this whole, when you're building an entrepreneur ecosystem, essentially when you think about an entrepreneur ecosystem, you need startups, you need large companies who believe in paying it forward, which is what members of HICIA are doing. You need funding institutions, which could be banks, which could be VCs. You need industry associations, of which HICIA is a stellar example. And of course, you need media and you need government to come together, right? So I think we've been able to achieve that to a significant extent. So thank you for being here. I just thought, before we get into talking about what we are doing at T-Hub, I'm sure many of you would have read, this chap called Taleb. Yeah. So there is a quote from Taleb which I read a couple of days ago. So I thought I'll start with that. And the quote is, unlike his quotes which are usually very long, this one is a fairly simple one. He says, "Difficulty is what wakes up the genius." Okay. And I was trying to do some reading on, when did this term ESG come up, right? And actually, it's almost a 20-year-old term, right? There's some background. There's a gentleman called Kofi Annan, who was the UN Secretary General. So he called a meeting with, large companies, large financial institutions, and the International Financial Corporation commissioned a study in 2004. And then 2005, they came up with a report, right? And I think the name of the report, I wrote it down here. The name of the report was Who Cares Wins, okay? And when you think about it, it's very profound, right? Because I think we all have a responsibility to leave the planet in a better shape than when we came in, right? When you think about it. So this was the first time. So very quickly jumping on to what we are doing, and broadly, the philosophy behind what we are doing at T-Hub from a ESG perspective is essentially, think about this. We all want to live on a planet where we can breathe air, fresh, clean air. We can eat healthy food, okay, and we can live sustainably, right? So very simple. So that's what we are trying to do. So today we have close to about 90 plus startups whom we are working with across different spectrum of the ESG part. So we have startups in green energy and green energy and clean tech. We have startups in SDG mapping and reporting. We have startups in waste management, both solid and e-waste. We have startups in carbon footprint reduction and carbon credits. We have startups in water management, right? And some of them are there at the back. So I think this opportunity, to partner with HICIA is something we value deeply. I think, Hyderabad, I think all of us do believe that Hyderabad can be the next startup capital of India. Startups, my last submission to all of you is ESG is important because we have to combine profit with purpose, right? That's one of our goals at T-Hub, that everything we do must lead to a better and more sustainable planet. And this is something which we emphasize with all our startups, that, we are not in the game for valuation, but we are in the game of building sustainable businesses which scale, which grow, which create jobs. and obviously enrich the ecosystem. So thank you again, the team at HYSIA, and thank you, sir, for being here today. You are a real inspiration for all of us, how you've been able to combine your role as a corporate leader and also build one of India's largest companies in the environment space. So thank you for being here, and look forward to hearing from you, sir, and also, of course, the panel discussions. And thank you for all the startups, and thank you for the team at T-Hub, which has done, the team at the back, you can all wave, for putting together, a really well-curated list of startups who are going to be part of the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. So I had to announce that we do not have Ronald Rose, IAS, join us. We just heard from him. He regretted because of the election code. I thought it would be good for me to let you all know. You may be wondering why. So our next agenda is about unveiling of the ESG and CSR white papers. There's a little bit of a background to this. Today's catalyst intervention is actually one of the recommendations from the white paper that we're going to be releasing now. So in July of this year, HYSIA conducted ESG conclave, and as one of the outcomes from the conclave was this white paper. We conducted a roundtable discussion with about 55 speakers, and the conference had about 100 plus NGOs and 600 delegates from the ESG fraternity. We conducted this conclave in partnership with TSIG, that is keeping with our word that we would want to go with the ecosystem and do things in collaboration with our ecosystem partners. So the conclave actually featured 2 roundtables, as I said. The discussions from the roundtable have been documented, and we are now going to be releasing the white papers. The outcomes from the white paper has been that ESG, we said, how can ESG principles be incorporated into the business decision making? And how can organizations build a culture to promote sustainable features? These have been the deterministic outcomes from the ESG white paper. We also have brought out a CSR white paper, which talks about shaping the future of CSR, collaboration, innovation, and impact. This discusses the evolving landscape of CSR in the business ecosystems. May I request our special invitee, A. Ayodhya Ramireddy Garu, to please launch the white papers. So, keeping with our promise, we have really not printed many of these copies, but the copy is available on our website, www.hysia.in. It's in our resource section. So all of you should go through. We discussed the best practices, and there are quite a few cues. Yeah, there are quite a few cues for the startups to develop on what next is going to happen in the ESG space. Kishore and Prashant, the leaders from the ESG forum. The environment segment is being led by Kishore, and Prashant is the forum leader for the ESG. The white paper also had a lot of inputs that have come from our ESG forum leaders. One of the ESG forum leaders, Sharif, is also part of us. Satish is here. They've all been working behind the scenes. Please join us. So we also take the stage because we also did our bit for the white paper. We move on to our next segment. Ala Ayodhya Ramireddy. Did I get your name right, sir? Or rather, somebody advised me just say A. So, A. Ayodhya Ramireddy, founder of Ramki Group of Companies, our special invitee and keynote speaker for the evening. I have quite a few things written about him which are very specific to this group, and you will be interested in knowing that. Ramki Group, founded in 1994, is a pioneer in executing many public-private partnership projects with a vision, this will be interesting for you, with a vision of sustainable development in emerging global markets, including India. Under Ramki Enviro Engineers Limited, they provide comprehensive environment management services for commercial, industrial, and municipal customers. Listen to this. They offer a whole gamut of best-in-class services for waste management as hazardous, municipal, biomedical, and e-waste, recycling, wastewater, paper, plastic, and integrated waste. In addition, they also offer renewable energy consultancy and integrated environment services. So this must be making complete sense as to why we have him as our special guest today. He is currently a member of the Rajya Sabha. He's passionate. This will be very interesting for the startups. He's passionate about startup and entrepreneurial mentorship. So all that you have to do is just walk up to him and seek for that. And he offers this under the ARR group. As a keynote speaker, we'll get his insights on navigating the path to sustainable prosperity, ranging from green energy to carbon credits. Ayodhya garu, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Srinivas Garu, Manisha Garu, the best of the industry here, various stakeholders around mentoring, the mentors, mentees, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be here for this evening function. The program Catalyst, organized by HISIA, support from T-Hub, and all the invitees here are sitting here with the purpose to see, how all of us can be, most of us, how we can contribute to the growing economic situation, balancing the sustainability while we are growing economically. If you look at India for the last 75 years, we have grown. But if you look at, there were a lot of gaps in our growth. Globally also, similar situations. The time we have reached here for next 25 years for India and for the globe, I think the time has come. While the economics grow up, carbonomics have to come down. So that means there is a real opportunity for every stakeholder to look back and then see how they can improve the environment in the areas where they are working. As you all know, environment is God. All the 5 elements embedded in that. So when I look at myself starting this journey in 1994 to build sustainable solutions for the businesses are the life path which I have taken, everywhere I try to see sustainability as a key goal. United Nations has come out with their sustainable development goals. As you all aware, our most important from my point of view. I always kept on talking about those goals, which really brings us at a platform where each one of us has to, can really balance our businesses around that. Now, my experience I want to share, while I say how India has moving from a 4 trillion to 40 trillion in next 25 years, it is asking for a 10 lakh crores of investment only in the infrastructure space. If you look at that infrastructure around agriculture, manufacturing, services, and the infrastructure, all these 4 areas combinedly, the infrastructure investment that is going to go is to that extent, almost 40 lakh crores of investment every year. In that, coming to the waste management space. Waste management in urban areas and industrial areas. If you look at the solutions around these two, has a major impact. The moment we talk of this building, the entire design, engineering, the products that are going to get in, the entire execution, the operation and maintenance, at every phase, there is a lot that we can save. Here, that is an opportunity for a startup, which was not looked at in the past. Around every industry, same thing, civil infrastructure, environmental infrastructure, social infrastructure that we have built. Most of the places we have never applied our mind. While we had environmental impact assessment, environmental audits, environmental monitoring programs, they have never focused the way it is supposed to be. So means the diagnosis that you can bring in all these 4 areas of investment for next 25 years within India, a huge opportunity around environment, which will bring in the best of the impact on the social aspects. So I have built a business model, whether it is in infrastructure construction or the environment and waste management or the real estate and the agri-farming or the consultancy and advisory, in which Ramki Group, actually now I am only a founder. There is a team, professional team, with the best of board and governance, shareholders are happening. But my last 35, 40 years of journey, my past journey, actually what I have seen in these areas, actually this company and this group has built around that. So when I look back and see from now to next 25 years, looking at these sort of investment opportunities, I think this is the place where I can tell you, if I was doing a 100 rupee business and making a 10 rupee profit, I can tell you with the same resources in place, I can ensure that this business goes up from 100 to 200 and this 10 profit goes to 30. That is the type of opportunities where the entire startup ecosystem has an opportunity to build for themselves. So I just wanted to tell all of you that you are at a right spot. You have the government facilitating, both from central government to various state governments, including Telangana. And then an ecosystem like HICIA and T-Hub, facilitating and hand-holding. I can see putting up the right kind of mentors and subject matter specialists coming in place. The future is fantastic for every mentor and for every startup. But I wanted to tell few things for these startup entrepreneurs. For all of you, there is a good business opportunity We also know where is that opportunity. We also have solutions. But the issue is, for all the startups, I want you to know that the business knowledge is very important. The knowledge that you have to accrue in terms of identifying or in terms of diagnosing the opportunities in the existing environmental platform, I think, you should, for that you must work in that sector. Just coming from school, it's good, everybody have interests, etc. But my experience I wanted to tell, because from 2006 onwards, I've been, I was mentoring, I was investing around few startups. More than 23 I have invested. Okay, but not a great success story, because my sector itself was not matured enough, and still, a lot of risks in the system, so people were not ready to take up. But I can tell you the time is ready right now. Now it is the right time. So understand the knowledge, for that diagnose, get into the entire spectrum of waste management, water management, wastewater management, air pollution control, noise pollution control, solid waste management, and all the tools of environment for governance. So we have to understand that. Then that adds with the skills that we need to develop. So everywhere, for some time at least, we have to work in that particular area to understand what are those real gaps. Today I can tell you 10,000 problems, for which startups can give solutions in these 4 companies where I have had the experience. There is a lot. In fact, we have diagnosed and we have put them actually. So there is a great opportunity for every individual around and every organization around that. The skills also, there is a very limited number of people. Everybody is looking at how do I create a value, how do I make some money. Yes, we must make money. But end of the day, it has to be techno-economically viable solution. And for that, we have to be time tested. Okay, so certainly the skills that are required for the startups, you must get in and try to understand those things is one thing I am telling. And then finally, my advice to the teams here is this, the attitude with which we are going to work. At every level, hard work, commitment, is certainly very, very much required. And then I can tell you, this country has huge opportunities because we have the best of the talent, there is no doubt. We are also, I have also seen globally so many countries, more than 38 countries where, I had my operations and establishment. So I could see actually where are those opportunities, what sort of opportunities. Now, as a global village, when we look at the solutions that we can bring in around India, certainly they can be replicated in the rest of the world. People are looking forward to Indian brains. You all know that I need not talk much. So the point is, around environment, there is a huge opportunity. And here is one organization which is India's largest environmental organization, which created more than, I think, 40,000 industries as their clients, and more than 5 lakh beds of hospitals every day they handle, more than 2 million tons of hazardous waste they handle. Every waste there is an opportunity for recycling, recovery, reusing. Every wastewater that comes out, there is an opportunity to treat and take it to next level. And every product that we are going to bring in is going to save lot of these wastages that are already happening in the system. So with these things, a great opportunity for everyone in this space. And this group and around me, actually, now after my retirement from the business, actually, I have now started working with, as a mentor and also as an investor with various companies, and also I've taken a role to work for government of India as a member of parliament in policy making, so, and also law making. So very clearly I have some deliverables I kept, and this is what I have told when I went there with the Prime Minister. I told that I'm going to work in these 3 areas. Certainly, the industrial, environmental and waste management solutions, urban waste management and environmental solutions, environmental rules and regulations. So, in fact, all of us, every stakeholder here around governance, we must know the rules, the best of the rules that we have to follow and what is happening around that. Again, if you go and see there, a huge opportunity, because the rules are not clearly adhered to at most of the places. So that itself brings in a great opportunity how to fix that. And also in line with the best of the European and US regulations, how the environmental rules of India have to further shape up. So in those areas also, every startup around ESG, I must tell you that should focus on understanding the rules and regulations, understanding the needs and what is the current situation, and around that how you can build your business. I think a huge opportunity. And I can tell you, we are here, in Hyderabad, just a few meters away from this building, a huge knowledge and expertise and experienced team. And I'm myself a civil and environmental engineer for 4 decades of experience. And we have seen, what India can provide sustainable solutions to the developing nations globally. So with that, actually, I want to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity. I'm here to take any questions from any of you. And also, after this meeting, also available to spend time with you people. Thank you very much to HYSIA, T-Hub, and all my friends here for giving me this opportunity to share a few of my thoughts. Thank you.
I should have mentioned this. In fact, when our team went to invite him, he said he will be interested in being there through the program so that he gets the opportunity to interact. So all of you should take this opportunity. And the message is loud and clear that it's the right time. Get your domain knowledge right, have the right skill set and the attitude, and now is the time to build a techno-economically viable solution. On that note, thank you very much for your time. So we just have a small memory that we want you to take back from HYSIA and T-Hub, so that the moment you can think about both of us and the startups. Can I invite the managing committee and the executive committee members of HYSIA to come on stage? Ramakrishna Lingireddy, the General Secretary, HYSIA, and President AuroProSoft, Prashant Nandela, Vice President, Kishore Bora, Bipin. So Bipin and Prashant, I'll get an opportunity to introduce you again. So, is there anyone here that from T-Hub? MSR Garu, you want somebody else join here? Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you. We'll start with the next segment of the session. So another star segment of the day, which is much awaited. So this is going to be the starting of the panel discussion. I want to set a little bit of a background to this. To craft some meaningful conversations, we have conducted a survey like Kishore had said. We have reached out to corporates, including reality developers, property management consultants, NGOs in the sustainability space to understand what are their areas of priority. We were just not looking at, putting together a panel discussion, but instead we wanted to have discussions that make sense to both the corporates and the startups. So the discussions now are going to be centered around the focus areas that we got as a feedback. Can we have yes, thank you. So these are going to be the spotlight areas that we will be having conversations on now. Now there's a little bit that I want to tell about how this panel discussion is slightly different from the normal panel discussions that we have seen. When we reached out to the startups, the first question that the startups asked us is, do we have to pitch? So that's where we wanted to eliminate that pitch and the stress factor. So we said, no, this is not going to be a pitch, but you are going to be involved in a conversation with the corporates on stage. So this is going to be relaxed, stress-free environment. So that's the differentiating factor for the Catalyst panel discussion. So to make sure that we have the right conversations, we also did a little bit of homework in curating the startups that are going to be a part of the panel here. This doesn't mean, like Kishore said, that the others are not something that they should be here, but in a relative game, we felt we will be able to have a meaningful conversations with the startups that are going to be here now. So you can also see the kind of criteria that we have taken up while we curated. Now this, Bipin was very clear that we should inform this to the startups who have all applied so that they understand, they also introspect to see, for future what they could do better. So on that note, I invite panel 1 to please come on stage. Prashant Nandela, President and COO First Source, Vice President HICIA, ESG Intervention Leader, and the moderator for panel 1. So we have 2 panel discussions actually for ease of conversation and giving an opportunity for all these startups. We are doing 2 panels. Each panel will last for 45 minutes, where 20 minutes is exclusively catered for conversations. So the first panel, may I invite Dr. Prafulla Agarwal, founder, CEO, Tokera, please. Indrajit Shah, India ESG lead, CBRE. Shiva Tekumudi, founder and CEO, Facilizens. Mahesh Siripurapu, founder and managing director, Nida Green Energy. Anubhav Saxena, DGM, ESG and Sustainability, Decarbonization Data Analytics from Raheja Group. Abdul Karim, Operations Executive, Bio Reform. And over to you, Prashant. Prashant, for convenience, would you like to sit here?
Yeah, I think I'll do that. That's what I was thinking.
So if you
So it's
don't
probably
mind.
easier.
Yes, yes. In fact, we orchestrated this also.
You do? Sorry. Thank you, Shanti. It's been great to be here. An honor to facilitate. Come on, come. You didn't call Mal? Yeah. This pen, yeah.
I'm so sorry, Dr. Mal.
We'll get it. Sorry, why don't you
should sit here.
I'll stand. Come.
Yes.
Sequence of next step.
How did I miss it? Dr. Merle Fernandez is Director, LVPEI. I'm sorry about it. I did not mean any offense. No. You were very much in this.
Thank you, Shanti. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you for all the participants in this room. Ram Reddy Garu for your presence here, MSR and the entire team, and all the team who's worked together tirelessly over the last 2 weeks to sort of curate this program, get this to where it is. I'm honored to be here to sort of spend some time. The way we'll go to do this is to sort of, I want to take a few minutes to bring in all of y'all to this conversation and spend a few minutes in this interesting topic in terms of what are we trying to do from either solid waste management, clean energy, net neutrality, carbon credits. How do you sort of work together to drive a sustainable environment for future? With that in mind, I wanted to take a minute to sort of, the guests are already invited and we know who are here, but I'll go round robin to sort of, get your insight into the conversation. Dr. Prafula, you've been here from a startup ecosystem, and you sort of had a couple of use cases that you've been dealing with to convert brown energy to green energy and aspects around carbon trading and how you can get energy neutrality in the organization. So, while I go round robin, I wanted to get your sense in terms of this tech solution that you built through the blockchain, distributed ledger technology, and how you're using it to sort of drive this globally. It'll be nice to get a sense from you, your mission, your passion, and why this idea, and how do you feel that it's going to make a difference to our work environments?
Okay, good evening, everybody. I think on the first note I would like to start is thank you, Ram Reddy Garu. You've made a very nice statement that unless we don't have a business experience working as a corporate, as an employee, how do we make sure our startup really aligns to what we bring to the table? I'm a very standout product every time I walk into any startup ecosystems. They look at me, I brought my daughter or my son because I don't look the 20-plus-year-old, a lot of startup owners here. So thank you for recognizing my startup. And at 50, I'm as young as any new college graduate is. What I'm passionate about. Thank you. What I'm passionate about, and I think you can see Tokri, and it's a green heart that's beating. That's what we want to communicate, because sustainability, environment is not only a corporation's responsibility. Every community, each one of us have to make a difference. That's what propelled us, and that's what propelled my startup to say, let's kind of create a grassroots level momentum to adopt clean energy. Now, how do we do that? And that's what we're solving using blockchain technology, where we're able to fractionalize renewable energy and various attributes that it has, like your energy credits, which individual households can adopt, which you can do it for your societies, for your offices, for your events, for your birthday parties, for your team events. Anywhere you can adopt it. There's a question that I always face is, but the credit is an offset, so it doesn't sound too good. But let me just say this, we all live in cities like Hyderabad. I'm coming from Bangalore. We get drowned and marooned every year these days. And we do not think twice if that coracle which has come to take me to a safe place, is it made of the global standards of fiber and all that? Any coracle to get us out is welcome at that stage. Environmentally, that's where we are today. So what we are doing is working across the value chain of renewable energy. We are in discussions at the DISCOM levels to say, what they procure as a renewable energy as mandatory obligations, start creating an identity for it so that that renewable energy can be still delivered in the hands of end users. So it can be at a cost, I'm not getting into the commercials there, but a blockchain allows that identity creation from generation to consumption. And that's going to revolutionize how each of us will consume renewable energy going forward. I'll end with a very small anecdote. When I was presenting this to the MSC forum in Uttar Pradesh, I had a small a small-scale exporter from Moradabad who exports brass artifacts. He said, ma'am, if I do this, can my son write it in his personal statement as his environment contribution because he's applying for universities in the US? So that's the kind of adoption that we're seeing. And we're making it very, very simple, not only for adoption, even for your proof. And while we use blockchain, that's at the back end. Let's not complicate it for end users. You see a QR code there. I have a permission from that client right now. You can just scan on it. It'll give you the proof where this particular organization is consuming its renewable energy from. So I will end on that note. Our vision is very simple. We want every heart to beat green. It's each one's responsibility. Adopt renewable energy directly or indirectly, it doesn't matter, because just because we want to only set up power plants, we're consuming a lot of our land, and that's not sustainable either. So let's not be tilted too much on one side, but take a holistic view. And all the best to all of us, that we leave this place a better place. And in conclusion, somebody asked me, this is a 20-25-year journey. When Maggie came, none of us liked that flavors. But today it's become a meal. When Kellogg's came, they said, we're not for this generation. So Tokri is not being built for just this generation. We're talking Tokri for the next 20 years. And that's our vision. Thank you.
Awesome. Brilliant, Doctor. So I'm assuming we can, today sitting here, can get access to convert our brown power to green power by tokenized solution, right?
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Maybe we should do that, right, at the end of this workshop, to show our commitment to green energy in terms of what we're doing from an organization standpoint. Brilliant. So just one thing teeing up from there before I go to the next panelist here is, this provides access globally. You're able to provide identity across global producers of green energy, or is it localized to India currently?
We're delivering that for global producers, distributors, and consumers. You
Brilliant.
could be anywhere in that cycle.
Awesome. That's good, right? So we don't need to use our land to produce. We can always consume from outside. Fantastic.
Absolutely not.
Fantastic. Thank you. Brilliant. Indrajit, over to you. You've been on this advisory space for a while, dabbling across a variety of things. So I wanted to get you in to get a sense on, as a consultant, talking to different stakeholders, working with a real estate company, talking to their clients, corporates, industries, policies. What's your sense on, the focus and the intent on carbon neutrality, carbon credits and net neutrality? Obviously, you have a larger perspective. And how does policy needs to change, sort of make sure that people are doing this, right? So when people talk to me, I said purpose is more important than anything. So obviously it all starts with us being very purposeful in terms of what we want to do and make sure that we're making this world a safer place to live in. Outside of that, there's a lot goes into, like Ram Reddy Garu said, in terms of policy, frameworks, awareness, willingness, access to sort of get this going. So what's your sense on how do we sort of step up from here and take a step change, what's an incremental change?
Thanks for that, Prashant. I'd just like to start off with a little bit of perspective about us as a country, right? We are already the most populous, and there was a report which said the real estate sector is going to overtake the agriculture sector in terms of being the largest employer in the country in the next few years. In India, we put out around 40 to 45 million square feet of real estate space every year. Now, what connects these different aspects is about magnitude. And this is what I would like to talk about, for the next couple of minutes, is when, all the startups out there, when you look at opportunity, okay, one thing to realize is if you are doing business in India, there is volume. So focus on understanding what are the gaps in this industry and how you can address those through technology, through human understanding, right? I'll give you some specific examples, right? Now, one of the things that, that I saw mentioned here, technologies around energy, water, and waste, right? One of the key challenges that we see in this industry is the fact that developers build, then they sell, right? And after they sell, the people who buy may not have the best understanding of how the building was built, how it is to be run, and how they need to repair it. So a huge opportunity is to look at the as-a-service model. Can you look at an opportunity where once the builders have built, there are models where they continue to share that information with the residents so that they can benefit from that understanding of the building? And in turn, the developers could actually look at IoT solutions, for example, to assess what is the level of wear and tear in the buildings and how they are to be maintained and charged for. Okay, I just wanted to give you this one example to show you that in one of the world's largest real estate markets, if you're able to bridge problems like this, this is what can really help us leapfrog into the future. In terms of what we are hearing from clients, right? All our clients want to be seen as industry leaders in the sustainability space, be it developers or be it occupiers. And the way to do that is to help them understand, because different clients will be on different parts of their sustainability journey in terms of maturity. So if you want to build solutions for either developers or occupiers in the real estate space, what you need to understand is where are they on their sustainability or ESG maturity journey? And then talk to these clients to understand what are their focus areas. That is where you'll realize that these are the gaps that you need to bridge. So start having these conversations on both sides of the table and try and assess where those gaps are. That's the message that I would like to leave you with, and start thinking upstream. A lot of the solutions that we see in energy, in water, in waste are downstream solutions. We have created systems, we have created problems, and then we are trying to mitigate those problems. Can you think upstream before those problems are created, when we are building the buildings, when we are thinking of occupying those buildings? Can we move those conversations upstream so that we don't make the mistakes in the first place? That's what I would like to leave this audience with. Over to you, Prashant.
Thank you. That's very insightful, as always. So what's your thought, right? And you obviously help advise organizations in taking spaces, leasing spaces, maintaining spaces, project management. How much of change management is still to be left to sort of make sure that people really believe in this and want to spend that extra buck at the beginning from a CapEx versus OpEx? Because if you fix it at a CapEx level, then you solve that variability at an OpEx level, right? People have to work through, and maybe there are ideas and thoughts there where we can find a differentiated commercial ecosystem that startups can work with to make that feasible. But what's your sense on that?
Well, to be very honest, we see a gamut of clients, and as I mentioned, on different parts of the journey. So you would have very mature clients who have done all the things that we talk about, in terms of doing low-cost, no-cost initiatives, doing CapEx-based initiatives. If I take energy as an example, right, they would have done the baselining of the data. They would have identified what are the specific geographies that they want to look at. Within those geographies, what are the specific sites? In those sites, what are the specific initiatives? In those initiatives, energy, water, and waste, and then use that data to feed into where they want to be versus where they are and how much that is changing. So that's one end of the spectrum, right? On the other end of the spectrum, you've got companies who may have been in business, and there are variations of this, but just as a typical example, who may have been in business for a long time. But sustainability has not really been their focus for various reasons, right? Now, it's not to blame them, but it is to work with those companies then to help them understand how, while they are doing what they are doing, how can sustainability be incorporated into their business? And these are often conversations which take time, right? Because one of the key things that I've realized in my career, as a sustainability professional, is this needs to be driven top-down. Especially in corporations, if you want business, if you want buy-in for ESG, you need to make sure that the top guy is on your side. And that's where a lot of our conversations start. And where we start with small examples, with easy wins, because a lot of people understand when you see a tangible outcome, right? So if you can show proof of concepts, around whatever business you are in, that is going to help the client understand in real terms, especially for clients who are early on in the maturity curve, what is in it for them from a business perspective and then from a social perspective. When I was doing my master's, one of my professors said something very, very interesting. He said, nobody buys a mobile phone because it's green. So please keep this in mind when you're designing your products and services. Yes, people want to be sustainable, but it needs to make sense from a commercial, technical perspective.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll move on to Seva now, the startup from the organization, from Facilians. So just to this topic that, Indrajit and I were sparring a bit, you sort of built something in the downstream process to sort of look at how to optimize to data analytics and insight and technology. So give us your sense on what drove you to think about this idea and how tech playing a role in sort of running the building operations in your construct. And what are some thoughts from your standpoint of what's getting you going in that space?
Thank you. And good evening to everybody. And then, thanks to HIC to having me over here. And my name is Shiva. I'm a founder and then CEO of the company. So we are in the business of, automating commercial real estate space in terms of facilities management and then, energy and water and utility optimization. The decarbonization is kind of a natural extension to us. And if you really see that, the situation like, 40% of a commercial real estate space is responsible for 30% of the decarbonized, version. That's what, it is kind of, the more impact on the carbon now. Gases and all the things. With that, what happens is I just wanted to, show you that how we have transformed from the, automation to the decarbonization. What we have found is because we've been in the industry more than 5-6 years almost. Thanks to thanks to Ayodhya Ram Reddy Garu, the first pilot we have done on the, Ramki Cosmos, sir. I think thanks to you. And then we have done for a 3 months pilot on that. It's been almost, 3 years backstory and all the things. And we are in the, kind of, keeping the sensors and getting the, tons of data and processing it. And then we literally make how to automate the entire facilities management by removing the papers and keeping the data into the picture, which is a very challenging because if you go down and sit with the basement of any huge 1 million square commercial real estate space, they have a day-to-day problems and they are least bothered about, sustainability. So you have a tough time to, push the sustainability story as a startup. And we need to literally sit with them and ask for what is their problems exactly. And their problems today is something like, how I can build the tenants. If I take a 1 million square feet having a 300 multiple office tenants and then they have a day-to-day problem of raising an invoices, doing the bills and all the things. So we somehow gone there and then camped there. And then today we are managing more than 26 million square feet under our portfolio. That includes the major, portfolios like, Gaura Builders, and we have 2 big hospital portfolios like, Ankura and then even all the things. So what I'm trying to say is like, it is not easy way to getting out there in Indian scenarios of a decarbonization unless until you solve the today's use case problem. So we out there. In fact, the CBRE is awarded as a cool, top 5, decarb company in the 3 years back. So I have a connection for almost. And Phoenix Avan is the second pilot we have done, sir, in the Oracle building. And we are working with the Marvin facilities managers, which they are into the T-Hub. So we have seen almost 200 different portfolios of all companies that includes the schools, hospitals, malls, facility management teams, and all those things. We have more than 500 million data points out there into my system. So now the challenge is how I can really utilize those points and create something out of it. That's what the Indian data analytics comes with. Facilities is our brand name, what we call it the facilities intelligence. So now what we are trying to do is, can I overlay the entire data to the BIM, that is the building information module, which predominantly they use it at a entry level of the buildings. I'm talking so much on the tech, maybe I'm trying to generalize it. Building information system is the one which normally every builder going to use it. It stops there at the end of that before handing over. So we put all the operational data over there and then extend the life for the next 30 years. So overall, what we are trying to do is how we can calculate, measure and calculate a carbon emission per square feet with my data and give back to the builder, hey, can you reduce your, the sizability of your chiller, which is oversized today. That way we can help the builders. So we can say that facilities management, saying like it doesn't require to go and, do 5 things a day. You can do 3 times so that you can improve the productivity. So what happens is we are trying to connect multiple use cases of managing a large commercial buildings using a facility management software, but slowly getting there into the decarbonization. That's what we are trying to do there.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wish you all the best. It's a very noble cause. I think I saw somewhere in the presentation that you're going to take, while you do all of this from a sustainability objective, you're also going to take 20% cost out to managing facilities, right? It's a win-win. Commercially, it works for everybody. So good luck for your venture. So just shifting tracks to somebody who's sort of helping saving lives, creating a better life to individuals, working in LVPI, Dr. Mal. Obviously this is a vast institution which manages, I don't know how many thousands and lakhs of people on a daily basis. It's an institution in itself for good purpose, good cause. I know how they structure to sort of help provide free services to people who can't afford and all of that stuff. So clearly with this purpose that you have with research embedded, with services embedded, I wanted to get a sense on your sustainability objectives and how you think about sustainability and how you're implementing that in your space across all the facilities that you manage today.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to be here. So LV Prasada Institute, as a lot of you may know, is a not-for-profit organization, and we are currently located in 284 centers across the 3 states of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Orissa, as well as a small representation in Karnataka. So our start of trying to achieve sustainability was some years ago when we started with solar energy. And we started off in a small way. We are a not-for-profit organization, as I mentioned. And so everything that we do, even whatever investments that we make, we have to, at the end of the day, look at how are we going to provide service to somebody who cannot afford it. And it was with a very conscious mind that we decided to take this forward. The effort actually took off. I currently lead the Green LVPI initiative in LVP, and that was about 2 years ago that we decided to go all out with a multi-pronged approach. So some of the things that we've started is investing in solar energy. To date, we've invested in about 1.5 megawatts of solar energy across our centers. I'll talk about the things that we've done and the challenges that we face. So when you look at solar energy, you realize that the amount of space that you have sometimes is a constraint. The government has got certain restrictions on the amount of energy that it actually provides, that you can actually use for solar. So we can actually use only about 80%. And in certain areas which are huge energy guzzlers, like for example in our tertiary centers located in the metros, the amount of space that we have and the amount of investment that we have to make for solar to provide that much amount of coverage is challenging. The other things that we've done, we've looked at rainwater harvesting, we've looked at trying to utilize more efficient sources of air conditioning. We use STPs and treat the water wherever we can, though we would like better solutions for that. But some of the innovative things that we've done are in developing an indigenous electronic medical record, which has done away with paper records, that was developed in-house and is used across all our centers. So even in a small vision center, we have an electronic form of documentation, which also helps us in our research. And we are continuing to innovate in this area. during the pandemic, because of the fact that our patients couldn't reach us, nor could we reach out to them, we developed an indigenous teleophthalmology software, which enabled us to connect with our patients who could not reach us. And that is something that we have been using. So that helps indirectly by reducing the carbon footprint, in the sense that the patient does not have to come to see us. Though obviously, if you have an eye ailment, you can't actually, get treated over a computer screen or a mobile phone. But then that's another aspect. So we've tried to reduce some of the, the visits that a patient has to make with the teleophthalmology that we've set up. And we're looking at, other ways where we can try and utilize solid waste. So we have biomedical waste segregation that it mandates